The foremost powerhouse of the Tianqing Realm has perished. The entire continent is in an uproar. Could it be true? That immortal Xian is the strongest in our realm and the epitome of beauty. Who would dare to kill her? Who could possibly bring her down? I have heard that she consumed a mysterious egg, and then Xiao Lexian could never have imagined that her whimsical decision to eat a golden egg that fell from the heavens would lead to her untimely demise. Subsequently, she found herself transmigrated into a book she had previously read in her past life, becoming a mere passerby mentioned in passing from a neighboring village. Chapter 1. A tragedy brought about by an egg. What a pitiful fate! Is truly a cruel twist of destiny. Here she stands, a dignified celestial being of the 9 heavens, having cultivated for millennia, on the brink of ascension to godhood, only to be undone by an egg. It fell from the sky of its own accord, and yet was not permitted to be consumed, glimmering with golden radiance and exuding an enticing fragrance. Who could possibly resist? Moreover, she had never been one to deny herself such delights. Merely an egg, and it led to her explosive demise as a celestial being. Had it not been for her loyal companion, the firewood stick Xiao Bai, fiercely protecting her, she would have likely perished entirely. Enveloped by Xiao Bai into a void, she was rendered utterly unconscious due to her grievous injuries and pain. Oh, with her soul reduced to less than 1/10,000th and shattered like a spider's web. Has her tolerance for pain also diminished? In her dazed state, she heard Xiao Bai's voice. Wah wah wah. Master, this belly holds a stillborn, but the body resonates with a master's soul. Let it be her. No one witnessed as a dark light enveloped the fragmented celestial soul, soaring into the woman's prominently rounded abdomen at an imperceptible speed. Insignificant, at the eastern edge, within the confines of the Xiao family estate. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a coarse yet anxious voice echoed from afar. Mother, is Chunhua all right? I heard from old Lady Qian that my wife fell. Is she unharmed? Have we called for a doctor? Mother, observing her second son rushing back from the mountains, old Madame Su furrowed her brow. What's the hurry? What could possibly be wrong? Isn't it merely a matter of having a little one in her belly? In the past, when I carried all 5 of you, I managed everything inside and out, and even while in labor I was still working the fields. Has Li Chunhua become so delicate? Look at her, truly conceited, believing herself to be a young lady of distinction. The thought that my second son returned injured from the army, only to marry Li Chunhua at the cost of 20 taels of silver demanded by that vengeful old hag Li Qian, fills me with disdain for my second daughter-in-law. I cannot fathom whether my second son has lost his wits from his time in the army. Back then, Li Chunhua was already 20, an old maid, frail and emaciated, clearly incapable of bearing children. Who in the nearby 10 miles would say that marrying a girl from the Li family was anything but foolish? To my utter disbelief, my taciturn second son has become that fool. For this, I have faced no small amount of ridicule, and my feelings towards my second daughter-in-law have soured further. Moreover, my second son, Xiao Hushan, has always been an invisible presence in the family, sent away from military service at 12, and has returned home after a decade, leaving little emotional connection. Initially, I had hoped to tap into the funds in his pockets since he remained unmarried, but unexpectedly, he turned around and proposed to the Li family, making it common knowledge, leaving no room for retraction, which could very well drive me to madness. He has truly gone against the heavens. Disrespectful, utterly disrespectful. Although it was she who initially urged the second son to take the eldest place in military service, promising him that upon his return, he could make his own decisions and would no longer be required to pay any tributes, she uttered those words under the grim assumption that he would perish in battle and never return. She had resigned herself to the notion that this son was destined to die. Who could have anticipated that he would truly come back alive? Yet, his rebellious and unfilial demeanor was indeed disheartening. The more old Su pondered the situation, the angrier she became, her tongue running unrestrained as she reprimanded the couple thoroughly. Mother, Xiao Hushan interrupted old Su's incessant tirade, his concern for his wife overwhelming any regard for his mother's scolding as he dashed into the adjoining room. This left old Su, who was in the midst of her fervent chastisement, utterly incensed. Wife, I have returned. You and the child must not be harmed. Upon seeing his wife, who appeared weak and breathless. Xiao Hushan was filled with dread. After returning from military service, his leg injury had yet to heal. Previously, while hunting in the mountains, he had encountered peril. On a rainy day, he had fallen into a deep pit, lying in the damp hollow overnight without anyone at home noticing his absence, drifting in and out of consciousness. The following day, Li Chunhua, who was foraging for wild vegetables, rescued him and even found a cave to ignite a fire to dry his outer garments. Observing his sickly condition, she paid little heed to the circumstances, yet he was acutely aware that he had compromised the young woman's reputation. Although nothing untoward had transpired, he nonetheless sought her hand in marriage. He had never experienced such attentive care and concern from anyone before, and he instantly fell for this kind-hearted girl. Now, after all these years, they had supported each other through thick and thin, and having finally welcomed a child, he could not bear the thought of losing them. Hearing Xiao Hushan's voice, Li Chunhua desperately opened her eyes, clutching her aching abdomen. Hushan, the child, our child. Upon hearing his wife's words, Xiao Hushan's eyes widened in alarm, and disregarding everything else, he scooped her up and rushed towards Dr. Zhang's home in the village. After a thorough examination, Dr. Zhang's expression turned grave as he stroked his beard and sighed. You should have brought her in sooner. This child has sustained severe damage in the womb, and there is a fear of potential cognitive issues upon birth. This statement rendered Xiao Hushan utterly weak, and Li Chunhua could no longer suppress her sobs. Dr. Zhang felt their anguish, but still advised, you should return home and contemplate this matter carefully. Do you wish to keep the child? If not, come find me. The couple nodded vacantly, resembling soulless beings, as they mechanically made their way outside. Chapter 2. Rebirth as an embryo in Hushan. I cannot bear to part with the child. Even if she is foolish, she is our child. In the stillness of the night, a woman's muffled sobs echoed softly within the Xiao family's second residence at Dongpa. After a disoriented afternoon, she resolved that she could not lose the child within her womb. The man, though somewhat more rational than the woman, refrained from contradicting her sentiments. His voice was heavy as he inquired, Chunhua, have you truly considered this? Regardless of how she turns out, we must never reject her. We must protect her for life. He feared that should his wife bear a healthy child in the future, she might come to disdain their daughter. Indeed, it had been 5 months. Dr. Zhang had discreetly informed him that they were expecting a daughter. He harbored no gender bias and cherished the idea of a soft and tender girl. The doctor's revelation of the child's gender was not merely informative. It served as a caution regarding the challenges a girl would face in this world, especially one with disabilities. If they could not provide protection, then perhaps it was best not to bring her into existence. Thus, his heart was laden with sorrow. Even though he yearned to keep his daughter, he dared not make a hasty decision. Yet, his wife seemed to have made the choice for him. He merely needed to confirm it once more. In Hushan, I wish to keep her. No matter how many healthy children we may have in the future, I will never reject her, Li Chunhua declared, her tears replaced by determination. Very well. Xiao Lexian, nestled within the womb, remained indifferent, unconcerned. From the countless eons she had traversed, she understood that the human experience was ever-changing, and no one could predict what the future held. However, in this moment, she felt the love of her parents for the embryo she inhabited. Regardless of her past strength, she was now merely a tiny embryo, and thus she would embrace her existence as a fetus. After all, the karmic bond had been forged. This mother would be her mother for this lifetime. All she needed to do was to grow and cultivate her strength to return to her former pinnacle. Xiao Bai, I must diligently restore this body. Do not disturb me unless necessary. She communicated mentally to the fiery spirit, Xiao Bai, who whimpered in her consciousness. Ah, master, how could you treat me so? Using me and then discarding me. I tell you, this will lead to your loss. Xiao Lexian ignored Xiao Bai's antics and became wholly immersed in the ecstasy of absorbing the innate energy. Indeed, this innate energy proved formidable. Even her fractured spirit felt less painful under its nurturing influence. Her efforts bore fruit, although she remained unaware of her current spiritual root. Her active absorption of the innate energy began to heal the wounds of her embryonic form, purging impurities time and again. Her baby body became remarkably transparent, and Xiao Lexian sensed that, thanks to the transformative innate energy, her potential now surpassed that of her previous life. Though her physique was somewhat smaller than that of an ordinary infant, she was, by all accounts, a healthy baby. As her spirit fully merged with her body, Xiao Lexian bestowed a blessing upon the departing fetal spirit, wishing it peace and happiness in its next life, a noble existence, as compensation for its untimely demise. Upon casting the blessing spell, She felt an overwhelming fatigue. Such a simple incantation that once flowed effortlessly from her lips now required immense effort. Yet simultaneously, she became acutely aware that the karmic connection between her and the fetal spirit had been irrevocably severed. This body truly belonged to her, as recognized by the heavens. This was the outcome she desired. Though practitioners often spoke of seizing control of another's body, Xiao Lexian had never contemplated such an act. Even in the face of potential obliteration, for her first life had not been spent within the realm of cultivation. Thus, her intrinsic nature diverged from that of other cultivators. After all, she had lived for so long, she had repaid her dues. Perhaps it was this Buddhist-like mindset that allowed her cultivation to proceed unhindered by inner demons. Coupled with her focus on karma, as she owed nothing to anyone, thus paving her path toward success in becoming an immortal. Had it not been for that egg, she would have. Best not to dwell on the past. Speaking of it only brings tears. Li Chunhua had not anticipated how profoundly pregnancy would transform her. She felt her health improving remarkably. She had grown plumper, and her skin had become radiant, invigorating her entire being. With her enhanced complexion, her facial features shone with an extraordinary beauty, a stark contrast to the likeness of the elder matriarch. Nonetheless, Li Chunhua paid little heed to such thoughts. She felt an overwhelming gratitude for having chosen to keep the baby, believing that everything good in her life stemmed from the child within her. The baby was her blessing, and she was certain it would be healthy. Dr. Zhang might have misdiagnosed. She sensed that her child was not foolish. She wished to share this with her husband, but feared that her speculation might lead to disappointment. She understood his worries. Yet the mysterious and wondrous feelings she experienced were difficult to articulate. Thus, she awaited with anxious anticipation, while he remained troubled, and before they knew it, 9 months had passed, with the time for childbirth drawing near. Xiao Hushan ceased his hunting and ventured outside no longer, instead anxiously keeping watch over his wife, fearful of any unforeseen events. Chapter 3. Birth on a sultry June night. Amidst a thunderous clap of lightning and the howling winds, a storm approached, heralding an extraordinary night. Accompanied by the woman's cries of agony, the villagers roused from their slumber, aware that the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family was in labor. Xiao Hushan immediately summoned the midwife he had arranged in advance from Aunt Feng's home. Dressed in a raincoat, Aunt Feng braved the downpour to arrive. One by one, families stirred, yet the torrential rain kept them indoors, reluctant to venture out. Listening to the midwife's repeated exhortations to push amidst his wife's anguished screams, Xiao Hushan, drenched in cold sweat, felt his heart race wildly. His large hands clenched tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the room where his wife was laboring. Several times he attempted to rush inside, only to be restrained by Aunt Feng. Hushan, heed my advice, do not enter. It is ill-fated for men to be present in the birthing room. Remain here and wait patiently. Childbirth is always painful, but once it is over, all will be well. Aunt Feng consoled him. Xiao Hushan remained unconvinced, his heart filled with trepidation as he worried for his wife. Recently, having devoted himself to caring for his pregnant spouse, he had not hunted nor delivered supplies to the other households, rendering his presence in the Xiao family even less noticeable. Among the 5 households, aside from his 4th younger brother at school and his 5th sister who remained in the boudoir, the eldest and 3rd households were absent. Since the moment he had joined the military, he had been destined for a distant familial bond, with shallow ties to his parents and siblings. Although they shared the same compound, they rarely visited one another, making him unfamiliar to the villagers. Yet, despite the usual neglect towards the 2nd household, on this night of his 2nd sister-in-law's childbirth, the lights of the 1st and 3rd households flickered to life. Within the 3rd household, Xiao Wenbin turned to his wife. Tonight, my 2nd sister-in-law is giving birth. Please prepare some eggs and instruct my 2nd brother to boil them for her, so she may nourish herself properly. Xiao Wenbin's wife, was the daughter of a small manager at a tavern in town. Xiao Wenbin, having studied for a few years, worked as an accountant at the tavern, and over time became acquainted with the small manager and his daughter, Su, ultimately marrying her. Su possessed a striking beauty, surpassing that of most village girls, and her father maintained a good relationship with the tavern owner, making her a desirable match. Typically, the couple resided in town, with their home still belonging to the small manager's family. They had 2 sons and 2 daughters living in town, rarely returning home. This time, however, Xiao Wenbin had come back for a purpose, contingent upon the attitude of his parents. Although father rarely intervenes in daily affairs, he still holds the position of the family's patriarch when it comes to significant matters. Su considers herself a city dweller and perceives the villagers as rather coarse and unrefined, thus she is reluctant to engage with them. Even her husband's elder sisters, the 2nd and 3rd sisters-in-law, do not draw her closer. Upon returning to the village, she confines herself to her room, indulging in embroidery and painting, avoiding all visitors. Consequently, her understanding of her husband's family remains superficial. However, she has heard that her second sister-in-law married her second brother at the age of 20 and did not conceive her first child until she was 30, indicating a rather unfortunate fate. In contrast, she married when Ben at the tender age of 15 and, at 28, has already borne 4 children, with the eldest being 12. With this thought in mind, Su Wanner feels a sense of superiority when facing her second sister-in-law. Upon hearing her husband suggest sending a basket of eggs to the second sister-in-law, she feels reluctant yet recognizes the necessity of maintaining appearances. Ultimately, she selects 10 eggs and leisurely carries them outside. As she steps out, she encounters her robust and plump sister-in-law, Jean, who approaches with a dead fish in hand. Her face adorned with a broad smile as she appraises Su Wanner with surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, is this not the third sister-in-law? What brings you out today? How rare indeed." Su Wanner stiffly forces a smile and gently replies, "Seeing that my second sister-in-law has just given birth, my husband has expressed concern for his brother and sister-in-law, and specifically asked me to bring a basket of eggs for nourishment." "A basket of eggs?" Jean squints at the basket, pretending not to notice the quantity of eggs, her heart seething with envy. Though internally cursing the third family's pretentiousness, Jean, ever competitive, shows off the dead fish she has just collected from the rice paddies, stating, "Having just given birth, you should be eating fish. It is far more nourishing. Don't you agree, second brother?" Jin's inquiry is directed towards the anxious Xiao Hushan standing at the door. Xiao Hushan realizes that despite the indifference shown by the other households, when significant events arise, it is customary for every family to contribute something to avoid losing face, even if the items received may not be palatable. With his keen sense of smell, he detects the foul odor of the dead fish from a distance, suppressing his anger as he accepts the fish, awkwardly saying, "Thank you, elder sister." Su Wanner extends her embroidery basket, containing the 10 eggs, which are at least edible. Xiao Hushan's expression softens somewhat as he says, "Thank you, third brother and sister-in-law. I will bring my wife to visit you soon." In Xiao Hushan's mind, his somewhat knowledgeable and refined third brother is indeed commendable. All right. Knowing that Xiao Hushan always brings game or wild meat when he visits, Su Wanner does not refuse and agrees. Jean, observing this preferential treatment, storms off in frustration, huffing as she leaves. Amidst the loud cries of the newborn, Xiao Hushan loses interest in conversing with others, hastily bidding farewell and placing the items he received into Aunt Fong's hands before rushing into the house. Chapter 4. Unable to cultivate? I cannot cultivate. Is the heavens playing tricks on me? I had meticulously prepared everything, striving to adjust this infant's body to a pristine, unblemished state, only to discover, when I was filled with anticipation to absorb spiritual energy, that this world lacks such a thing. It is so scarce that I can hardly sense it. Even with my extraordinary talent, if I were to cultivate for a lifetime, I would still struggle to establish a foundation. Is this a joke? Why sever my path so decisively? What is the meaning of raising hopes only to shatter them? I am a Buddhist at heart, but surely not to this extent. The newborn's cries pierce the air, babbling incoherently, and aside from my exclamations to the heavens, no one understands. Boom. Thunder rumbles ominously above the Xiao family courtyard, startling everyone present. The infant is cradled in someone's arms, gazing at the ceiling, cooing and babbling. Has it heard? In response, the thunder roars even louder, continuing to babble. It seems to have developed consciousness. It can indeed hear. Truly astonishing. Master, please do not be angry. The little heavenly Tao is not at fault. What does that have to do with dogs? Aren't dogs the most loyal and adorable creatures? The little voice pleads, reminding me of my own words. Xiao Lexian, can you allow me to express myself properly? I cannot even vent my frustrations. Every time I feel anger rising, it gets punctured by a single innocent remark from the little one. Master, did you not say that one should not punish oneself for others' mistakes? The little heavenly Tao is the one at fault. So why should you be the one to be angry? Xiao Lexian is momentarily distracted by its words. Why? It is foolish, master. How could it not realize that it must cling to your leg? Is it still hoping to level up? The restriction on your ability to cultivate due to the lack of spiritual energy is a self-imposed severance of your path. How can that not be foolish? Little white, do not forget that I am merely a remnant soul now, fragmented and far from my former self. My past strength is irrelevant to my current state. I am quite aware of that. Oh, master, do humans not have a saying, the one about the thin dead rock being larger than a horse? You are that rock. Xiao Lexian, how many rock have you conjured behind my back? That is not the point, master, Little White weakly responds. And that saying does not mention any rock. It is about a thin dead camel being larger than a horse. You should focus on your studies instead of wasting time. What use is it to buy so many books for enlightenment? The meanings are quite similar. Do not be angry, master. The rock and birds are even more closely related. Under the scrutiny of her gaze, its voice dwindles to a whisper. This cannot continue. Xiao Lexian declares. Now that my soul is injured, you cannot engage in combat either. Martial pursuits are futile. This lifetime shall be dedicated to literature instead, even as a firewood stick. I shall be the most cultured one. I cannot step outside and be illiterate, wandering astray. Master, can we not avoid mentioning the dark past? Getting lost was a matter from the first world, all right? Back then, we were just beginning to acknowledge each other, and you had never cultivated. So we could not sense each other's position through intention. But once we arrived in the cultivation world, that has never happened again. I will study diligently. First, I must ensure that past embarrassments remain buried. Master, shall we continue to berate the little heavenly Tao? We cannot stray from the topic. Xiao Lexian cast a sidelong glance at it, choosing not to expose its folly, merely stating, you have already called it foolish. Why continue to scold a fool? It is not as if it is genuinely ill. That was merely a venting of frustrations, considering that her infant body has been refined and tempered, with innate energy utilized and spiritual roots established, yet to be told she cannot cultivate. Who could remain calm? Is she not allowed to vent her feelings? Having set aside her past, she is no longer the exalted Lexian, merely a newborn infant. She does not wish to dwell on such matters. Eating and sleeping well are her priorities. Meanwhile, the little heavenly Tao remains perplexed. Foolish? Where's the folly? These two individuals are truly insufferable. The sister it chose is far superior. It must provide her with the best, ensuring that no wicked individuals can bully her. As a nascent being with only a vague awareness, the little heavenly Tao is but one of the many ordinary entities in the 3,000 small worlds. Do not blame its limited perspective for its ignorance of upgrades, for under normal circumstances, without millions of years of development, one cannot even touch the threshold of advancement. Many small worlds may never reach the day of upgrading, only to be unexpectedly shattered and reformed. Thus, it is evident how challenging it is to achieve world upgrades. In this regard, Little White's assertion that the little heavenly Tao is foolish is not unfounded. In its nascent state, it has no concept of seeking support. Were it an experienced heavenly Tao, it would have acted long ago. As the head of the household, I observed that our daughter, upon her birth, cried with exuberance. A lively spirit indeed. Yet, during this recent period, her silence has become a source of great concern for me. Is it possible that everything is merely a figment of her imagination, and could my dear daughter truly be so naive? She finds it hard to accept such a conclusion. Do not be disheartened. You are still in confinement, and tears are not permitted. Xiao Hushan gently patted his wife's arm, offering soft reassurances. Our little one is simply quieter than usual. All else appears well, and she seems quite healthy. While he comforted his wife, his thoughts lingered on the fact that, regardless of whether his daughter is indeed foolish, he would cherish her for a lifetime. In the future, should he choose a son-in-law, anyone who dares to mistreat his daughter would face his wrath. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Xiao Lexian in her cradle, her recent inability to cultivate had rendered her listless, devoid of cries or fuss, leading her parents to misunderstand her demeanor once more. Chapter 5. The full moon celebration. My dear, your parents seem rather anxious about you, murmured her internal voice. They quietly express concern over your quietness, suggesting you may have some mental deficiency. Each time this topic arises, your mother weeps for an extended period. Were it not for your innate energy nurturing her body, she might have wept herself blind. Ah, mortals are truly fragile. Xiao Lexian was not oblivious to her parents' worries about her current state. However, with her underdeveloped vocal cords and unclear speech, she could not prove her intelligence. Surely, she could not behave like an infant, wailing incessantly. Furrowing her tiny brows, she reflected, I only cry when hungry, whimper twice when needing to relieve myself, and wail thrice when nature calls. My patterns are so regular. How could my parents deem me foolish? Master, I am aware of this. The voice chimed in eagerly. Please, allow me to explain. When I first brought you into this world, both you and the womb were gravely injured, and you remained unconscious for a time. I overheard a doctor mention that your injuries were severe, and that you might emerge as a simpleton. No wonder your parents are so convinced of your folly. The reason lies here. Let them think me foolish, for it matters little. Eventually, when I can speak, they shall see the truth, Xiao Lexian mused. She belonged to a broad-minded nature, never seeking trouble over matters beyond her control. Before she realized it, a month had swiftly passed. This day marked Xiao Lexian's full moon, a time traditionally celebrated with grandeur. Yet, considering her unique circumstances, the couple opted for a modest gathering, inviting only a few close friends and relatives from the Xiao clan. Ah, is this the little treasure from the second household? Exclaimed Xiao Dayan's wife, her voice booming as she entered. What a delightful child. This month-old babe is so chubby, resembling a little fairy. You flatter me, dear sister-in-law. I merely hope for Lu Bao to grow up as a typical girl. That would suffice for my contentment. Xiao Hushan replied modestly. Haha, your daughter is indeed a gem, inheriting both your and your husband's finest traits. She will undoubtedly grow into a beauty. The praises flowed generously from those gathered, particularly from the outspoken Jean, who sought to draw attention away from her own less favored offspring. Upon hearing this, Li Chunhua gazed down at her daughter's cherubic face, recognizing the delightful blend of her and her husband's features. A soft sigh escaped her lips as she thought, I would prefer her to be more ordinary. Huh, I refuse to believe you truly wish for your daughter to be plain. If she grows into a lovely young lady, she could very well become a concubine to a wealthy heir, bringing in endless wealth. Jean laughed heartily, casting a disdainful glance at her own less fortunate daughter before returning her gaze. Li Chunhua knew her sister-in-law well. She was one who relished small advantages and favored sons over daughters, determined to marry her daughter into a prosperous family for a hefty price. This was something Li Chunhua had overheard the matchmaker say. Although she too was a village woman, having suffered under the oppressive reign of Li Laodai, she had vowed that if she bore a daughter, she would cherish her like a precious jewel. Yet, what if her daughter turned out to be a simpleton? Would her affection even be recognized? Such thoughts flickered through Li Chunhua's mind, only to be hastily dismissed. How could she entertain such notions? Sister-in-law, what are you pondering? Hurry out, the Li family has arrived. Your brother is here, reminded her younger sister-in-law, Su Wanner. Upon hearing her brother's arrival, Li Chunhua quickly handed the infant to Xiao Hushan and dashed outside. Xiao Lexian, with wide-open eyes, watched her adoptive mother scurry away and turned her gaze to see who had come. Before long, Li Chunhua returned, leading a young man in his late 20s, accompanied by 4 small children. The young man, with high cheekbones and a slender frame, donned a gray-brown long robe typical of a scholar, exuding an air of intellect. Her adoptive mother greeted him warmly, introducing him to her husband. Darling, this is Zhongqing. He has come to visit me. She did not forget to introduce her daughter. Lu Bao, this is your second uncle. Of course, the 1-month-old Xiao Lexian could not respond. The young man, unbothered, smiled gently at her, ruffling her hair with a soft voice. Lu Bao? That name is delightful. Children ought to be happy. Yes, yes, that was my husband's choice, Li Chunhua replied, recalling how, on the day they named their daughter, she had smiled at her father, filling him with joy and inspiring the name. We both hope she grows up joyful and smiles every day, she added. Oh, does Lu Bao rarely smile? Li Zhongqing asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Li Chunhua's face as she thought of her daughter's peculiar condition, making her instinctively deny, not at all. Lu Bao is quite cheerful and smiles every day, doesn't she, dear? Xiao Hushan, however, remained silent, unwilling to engage in this untruthful discourse. After all, Xiao Lexian was not a typical child. She could not feign the sudden shifts between laughter and tears. As for drooling, she had made an effort, but alas, she was unable to control it. Li Zhongqing, noticing his sister's momentary awkwardness, thought little of it. Children have varying dispositions. Some are more prone to laughter than others, and such peculiarities are commonplace. He chose not to dwell on this trivial topic. Initially, he had no intention of attending his sister's daughter's full moon celebration. However, his little girl had insisted on coming, eager to see her cousin and play together. Unable to refuse her, he had brought along his 3 sons, who were now peeking curiously at the baby cradled in Xiao Hushan's arms. Seeing his daughter hide behind him, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the infant, Li Zhongqing couldn't help but smile. Clearly, his daughter had taken a liking to her little cousin. Chapter 6. The Reincarnated Little Cousin Master. Your little cousin's gaze seems unusual, not typical of a 3-year-old, the inner voice commented. You've noticed too? Ever since this little cousin stepped into the house, I sense something amiss. There are traces of time and space about her, and the soul within her is remarkably ancient, laden with resentment. Has she been usurped? Wait. The appearance of that ancient soul bears a striking resemblance to my little cousin, Xiao Lexian pondered, her mind racing with possibilities. Master, could she be one of those legendary reincarnated beings? The voice speculated. Perhaps. Alas, her soul's power is currently too feeble and fragmented for me to investigate further. Fortunately, her innate perception remains intact, allowing me to glimpse the essence of her soul. Moreover, the original essence of her innocent spirit had not vanished. What an extraordinary phenomenon it is to encounter a dual soul within a single entity, both belonging to the same individual yet from different temporal realms. Li Montong's gaze was fixated intently upon her little cousin, cradled in her uncle's arms. In her past life, this very cousin had been her savior, entrusted by her father to rescue her from the clutches of a brothel just before her demise. The visage of that face remained etched in her memory, delicate as a crescent moon, with eyes akin to twinkling stars, soft contours framing distinct features, accentuated by elegantly arched brows. The girl embodied a blend of grace and valor, a breathtaking sight to behold. Her ethereal demeanor was nothing short of extraordinary, and upon closer inspection, she bore subtle resemblances to her uncle and aunt. In her previous existence, had such a cousin made her entrance, there would have been no place for Lu Yao at all. The husband she had meticulously secured revealed his affections lay with Lu Yao, claiming he married her only to punish her for the harm she inflicted upon Lu Yao, wishing her to endure a fate worse than death. After 3 years of torment, she was cast back into the brothel, reduced to a mere shadow of herself, while her adversaries loomed above her in triumph. Unwilling to accept her fate, she had thought she was destined to perish, only to be unexpectedly rescued by her cousin. The girl regarded her with a frigid demeanor, offering no inquiries into her past, merely stating, "You have a wonderful father," before returning her home and departing. From her father, she learned that it was her aunt who had orchestrated her cousin's intervention, having sought assistance from her aunt in her desperate plight. Thus, she was saved. In her previous life, she had never confronted Lu Yao, suffering terribly at the hands of that man. This time around, she vowed to exact revenge. She recalled her father mentioning that her cousin was extraordinary due to a fortuitous encounter, enlightened by a wise mentor. If she were to align herself with her cousin, could she not also be enlightened? Should she grow powerful, would Lu Yao and her admirers dare to bully her? And that man, who spurned her devoted affection in favor of Lu Yao, the one who played with the hearts of others, she could not fathom it, nor could she reconcile it in her mind. Calming her tumultuous emotions, Li Mantong approached the infant. "Uncle, may I hold my little cousin for a while?" Xiao Hushan chuckled heartily. "You're just a child. Can you even lift your cousin?" "Aunt, I can do it." Knowing her aunt's soft spot, she playfully pouted. "I truly adore my little cousin. Please let me hold her." Although Li Chunhua worried about her daughter's safety, she could not resist her niece's pleading eyes. After shooting her husband a pointed glance, she handed the child over to Li Mantong. "Be careful now, Tong Tong. Hold your cousin securely," she admonished. Xiao Lexian was at a loss for words, finding her mother's behavior somewhat unreliable. Even though Li Mantong housed an elderly soul within her, the body was still that of a mere 3-year-old, making the likelihood of her dropping the child alarmingly high. Xiao Bai was equally astonished by Li Chunhua's sudden change in demeanor. "Ah, master, what is wrong with your mother? Has she not been the same since your second uncle appeared?" Xiao Lexian had regained her composure, piecing everything together and coming to a poignant realization. Her biological mother seemed somewhat pitiable, having been molded by the oppressive teachings of the Li family matriarch. Hadn't she instantly assumed the role of a servant upon her second uncle's arrival? "Ah, how astute you are, master. It's not brilliance. I've merely read extensively and grasped the terrifying nature of the original family's curse-like education. Without rebirth or transformation, one cannot escape its pervasive influence. It is truly horrifying. But master, could you refrain from making me read so much? You are knowledgeable. It would be much simpler to ask you." Xiao Bai protested. Xiao Lexian shook her head. "What resides in my mind is not yours." As they engaged in their spirited exchange, Li Mantong, cradling her little cousin, gazed down with an inscrutable expression. Suddenly, a wicked thought crossed her mind. If she were to accidentally drop her little cousin to her demise, would she not find herself the sole recipient of the mentor's teachings? In this new life, she resolved to be ruthless and unyielding. Better to betray the world than allow the world to betray her. The 3-year-old Li Mantong burst into tears. How could such a murderous thought have surfaced in her mind? It was utterly terrifying. After all, she was merely a child, and she had frightened herself. Meanwhile, the elderly soul of Li Mantong had been confined by Xiao Lexian. To harbor such murderous intent against her was unforgivable. Xiao Bai, noticing this, nearly leaped in alarm. "Ah, master, that old crone actually wished to harm you. I shall teach her a lesson. Does she think we are mere dogs trampled upon by cats?" Xiao Lexian sighed. "It is more akin to a tiger falling into the plains being bullied by dogs. Aren't dogs and canines synonymous? I was mostly correct, and I have made progress. You should commend me, humph. Punitive education is ineffective. You have said so yourself. Have you forgotten?" Xiao Lexian replied with a hint of exasperation. "You ought to remember my words less and the books more. That is the prudent path." "Oh, the entire fire stick has withered. Understood, master." Knowing her master did not appreciate such remarks, Xiao Lexian swiftly changed the subject. "I have noticed my temper is improving." Has master's temper improved?" "I haven't noticed. You are still as fierce as ever. Otherwise, why would I have confined her to a small room?" "Master, that is because you are currently too weak. Your spirit is fragmented, rendering you incapable of dealing with an old crone. Hence, the confinement." Xiao Lexian could only roll her eyes at the bluntness of the truth. As 10 years passed, little Mantong had grown, rendering any attempt to replace her futile. It was evident that her true nature was not malevolent. She had merely been excessively indulged, exhibiting a touch of petulance. This was hardly a significant issue. You are absolutely right, master. Little Li Mantong, groggy and dazed, felt the chilling sensation in her mind dissipate. She was perplexed about how she and her father and brothers had arrived in this unfamiliar place. Where on earth was she? As her vision cleared, she spotted a small infant, even younger than herself, and her affection for her cousin in open-crotch pants blossomed. Father, who is this little sister? I like her. A small boy rushed forward, gently patting little Montong's forehead. Sister, you're not burning up, are you? Is your head muddled? This is our little cousin, Labao. Uncle and aunt just introduced her to us. Little Mantong scratched her head. Did they? I don't remember at all. And sister, why were you crying earlier? You almost dropped little cousin. Thank goodness uncle caught her, or we would have been terrified. Realizing she nearly caused her cousin's demise, little Mantong was truly frightened. Bursting into tears, I didn't drop my sister. All right, our little Labao is just fine. Brother, you should comfort Mantong. The child is so heartbroken. Upon hearing his wife's words, Xiao Laozhong, already irate over his daughter's near mishap, stormed off, cradling the child. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Lexian sighed like an adult. Recognizing the terrifying influence of the original family's curse, her mother had married her father, seemingly escaping the clutches of the Li matriarch and the Li family. Yet in reality, she had not. It was likely that her mother subconsciously feared returning to the Li family. Otherwise, after 10 years of marriage to Xiao Laozhong, why had she not severed ties with the Li family? Was this not a form of evasion? Goo, what was Labao babbling about? Fearing his daughter had been startled, Xiao Laozhong began to amuse the child. Xiao Lexian, undeterred, embraced her childish demeanor, ready to play and laugh, entirely unbothered by her infantile state. The father and daughter found joy together, and upon arriving at the Xiao family's second residence for dinner, they delighted in a feast of wild game, leaving them content and satisfied. From the moment the feast commenced until the guests departed, her mother was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Hushan immediately surmised that his wife had surely accompanied her second brother-in-law. Letting out a sigh as he soothed the child to sleep and tidied up the remnants of the revelry, clearing away the leftovers and rearranging the furniture. Chapter 7. The Quarrel. That night, Xiao Lexian, in a state of drowsiness, became aware of a dampness beneath her. Oh no, she had wet the bed? This was her first experience of such an embarrassing predicament, and Xiao Lexian felt utterly disheartened. The little spirit, who was privy to the situation, convulsed with laughter within her consciousness, reveling in the amusement. Silence, she commanded mentally. Fear not, my master, the spirit replied. I shall not disseminate such an embarrassing tale. How reassuring, she retorted. Your credibility here is akin to nothing. Oh, dear master, after accompanying you for countless years, how can you not trust me? Xiao Lexian, devoid of the will to engage in banter, was stripped of her dignity and began to wail bitterly. At once, Chunhua sprang up, and Xiao Hushan inquired. What is the matter, daughter? A large hand patted her bottom, and Li chuckled softly. It's nothing. She simply had an accident. I'll change her. After a flurry of activity involving feeding and serenading, Xiao Lexian, well-fed and content, felt sleepiness wash over her. The nature of an infant is to succumb to drowsiness. Indeed. Master, you sleep for such prolonged hours. You're almost turning into a pig. You hardly spend any time with me. And you ought to make amends with plenty of delectable treats in the future. All you think about is food. I learned this from you. Is it not the principle of one who mingles with the vermilion will turn red, and one who mingles with the ink will turn black? What a headache. Go to my spiritual realm and read, and stop your antics. Ah no, master, your spiritual realm is on the verge of collapsing, and you expect me to read there? Kindly show some humanity. Then you must not disturb my mind. I wish to sleep. Humph, it was you who sought me out for conversation first. If you refuse to speak, I shall eavesdrop on your parents. This had become its only source of amusement. Each night, the couple occasionally engaged in intimate whispers, sometimes accompanied by soft sounds of affection. Indeed, it made sense for the master to block out auditory distractions while sleeping. At times, their noise was quite excessive. Yet, the sounds of their intimacy were oddly intriguing. How do humans produce such unique noises? The highs and lows create a rhythmic cadence, leaving the spirit puzzled. When it inquired of the master, she explained that it was an expression of conflict, something children should not imitate. Humph, I am already a 1,000-year-old spirit, hardly a child. After their private moments, the couple resumed their hushed conversations. My dear wife, could you promise me to visit the Li family less and see them infrequently? My husband. Why is that? The woman hesitated, then resolutely asked, do you still hold resentment towards my mother for demanding 20 taels of silver as a bride price? My dear wife, how can you say such things? I have never harbored any resentment towards your mother. It's just what? Speak. I simply feel that each time you return to your family, you become a different person. Like today, little Mantong is still so small. Yet because she wished to hold our daughter, you allowed her, and our daughter nearly fell out of her grasp. I was terrified. What happened today was my fault. But my brother is not like mother. He is very kind, and little Mantong is also wonderful. Please do not harbor prejudice against them. This is not a matter of prejudice. It concerns the safety of our daughter. If Mantong makes even more outrageous requests in the future, will you also acquiesce and put our daughter at risk? How can you think of me in such a way? My daughter. How could I bear to let her take risks? Do you see me as a negligent mother? If you cannot bear to let our daughter take risks, then you must learn to refuse your brother's unreasonable demands. My brother has always treated me well. He is my support. How could I ever refuse him? How can you harbor such thoughts? Have I not treated you well? Do you lack security? Do you need your brother for support? Then tell me, who is more important to you, our daughter or your brother? Of course, it's... Faced with the man's icy gaze, Li Chunhua was startled back to reality. Struggling to amend her words, our daughter is important. The rugged man softened once more, patting her back. Yes, our daughter is more important than anyone else. Yet, as she bowed her head, Li Chunhua felt no solace. For the first time, she questioned whether her decision to give birth to a mentally challenged daughter was indeed the right one. The dilemma between her daughter and her brother gnawed at her conscience. Though she knew she should love her daughter and choose her, when the man placed them side by side for selection, the horrifying voice within her unhesitatingly chose her brother. And she was alarmed to discover that if faced with a choice between her daughter and her nieces and nephews, she would still choose the latter, forsaking her daughter. Why was that? Was her love for her daughter truly so superficial? She had resolutely decided to give birth to her and vowed to cherish her for life. How had she become an unfit mother? Li Chunhua was engulfed in confusion, and she found herself utterly sleepless. Chapter 8. The Cycle of Choices. Ah, these tedious days. When will they come to an end? If only I could crawl or twist about. Master, if you are truly so bored, why not cultivate? Although the spiritual energy in this world is pitifully scarce, with 10 or 8 years of practice, you could still enter the chi refining stage. At that point, you would be the foremost expert in this world. After all, your body will be well-tempered, won't it? Oh, Xiaobai, I believe you've become a fool from being a stick. In this world, with such thin spiritual energy, if I cannot break through the shackles of this realm, I cannot ascend. That would lead to a demise. The rules of this world dictate that cultivation is impossible, unless an auxiliary force transcending these rules appears. If I were to cultivate against the heavens, it would inevitably lead to my downfall. Fallen cultivators have no chance of reincarnation. But if I simply live as a mortal, my soul as a cultivator will intertwine with this mortal body for a lifetime. When I die, my soul will persist, and I will still have the opportunity for rebirth. Tell me, should I seek fleeting glory or the chance for reincarnation? Is that even a choice? Of course, I would choose the opportunity for reincarnation. Even if one lives a glorious life, it is still but one lifetime. Then that settles it. In this realm, with no hope for immortality, it is better to be immortal. As long as the soul endures, there will always be a chance for reincarnation for a cultivator. The master is indeed wise. It is not wisdom. I merely ponder more deeply than others. Moreover, becoming a master is not an easy task. The martial arts manuals in the cultivation space, practicing inner strength, can also lead to becoming a formidable figure. After all, if I master those martial arts to their pinnacle, I can achieve a path through martial prowess. Wow, this path seems feasible. Xiaobai exclaimed with excitement. I am truly happy for my master. To enter the path through martial prowess and shatter the void is no simple feat. It may not be easy for others, but for my master, it will undoubtedly be a walk in the park. I have already experienced your prowess firsthand. You flatter me. Hee, that's because I encountered you, my master. You have even sweetened the firewood. Enough jesting. As long as you can keep your mouth busy with other tasks, I will be pleased. Master. Oh, you are belittling me again. I am quite saddened. Then go read. The master can always divert the conversation to books. I am not cut out for reading. Then tell me, what are you suited for? I am the seasoning for my master, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, adding variety to your daily life. Such cliches roll off your tongue effortlessly. How many soap operas have you watched? Not much, just 99%. Xiao Lexian, is that not too much? With a sigh, Xiao Lexian earnestly remarked, in truth, you need not utter such words. In my heart, you are of utmost significance. A companionship lasting eons, our bond transcends that of family, is steadier than that of lovers, and is more sincere than that of friends. Ah, is that truly the case? Whoa. I had no idea I held such importance in your heart, master. Rest assured, unless the heavens themselves are extinguished, I shall never leave your side. All right. Are you being sentimental? Master, how unfair. You were the one who started with the sweet talk. Very well, it is all my fault. How can one stick wield such an abundance of water? Do not cry. Go play by yourself. But, Master, I wish to accompany you. No need. I am weary. Allow me a moment of slumber. All right. Oh, Master. What now? I forgot to tell you. Your parents had a quarrel last night. What was the cause? Hee. I shan't tell you. Now hurry and sleep. Xiao Lexian, how can one sleep with such matters weighing on the heart? This little one is becoming increasingly mischievous. Shaking her head, Xiao Lexian decided to think no more on it. Her nature was carefree, and her curiosity lingered only for mere moments before she soon drifted back into slumber. Another mundane day for the infant. Chapter 9. The arrival of the golden finger after a year. Time flew swiftly, and a year had passed. Xiao Lexian had transformed into a plump, cherubic bundle, capable of crawling, twisting, and wobbling while supporting herself to walk. 6 months prior, Xiao Laopai had named his daughter. But neither he nor his wife could come up with a suitable name. In pursuit of a beautiful name for their daughter, he resorted to sending a wild game to the cultured scholar, hoping he would devise a fitting name for her. Xiao Lexian, accustomed to her previous life's name, managed to retain it through the scholar's naming process, preserving her identity. Within this year, a significant event transpired in the Xiao family. It involved Xiao Wenbin from the third household and his wife, Su Wan'er, who, for reasons unknown, had fallen out with Xiao Lexian's grandparents, namely, the taciturn elder Xiao and the matriarch, Madame Su. It appeared that Xiao Wenbin sought capital to open a restaurant and returned to demand the funds from Madame Su, insisting that the money spent over the years on his younger brother's education be returned to him for his business venture, expressing his reluctance to continue supporting his brother, Xiao Cheng, in his studies. This infuriated the usually silent elder Xiao, for Xiao Cheng was the apple of their eye. At merely 17, he had already become a scholar, and whether the Xiao family could produce an official depended largely on him. Furthermore, Xiao Cheng and the daughter of Xiao Wu were the cherished children of the elderly couple, receiving their affection more than that of the first, second, and third households. Thus, they would not tolerate any disparagement towards Xiao Wu's daughter or Xiao Cheng. Now, Xiao Laosan declared his intention to cease funding his brother's education and to reclaim the funds previously spent, which the elderly couple could hardly bear. However, Xiao Laosan was resolute in his desire to venture into business, feeling uncomfortable continuing to reside at his father-in-law's home, akin to his son-in-law. After years of diligent study and acquiring experience, he believed he could successfully run a restaurant. Whether he would benefit from his brother's future success was a different matter. He needed to develop now, without waiting for his brother to become an official to repay him. Due to this conflict, Xiao Wenbin returned home several times, and their disputes echoed through the walls, reaching Xiao Lexian's ears. Yet, the outcome seemed unfavorable. The elderly couple insisted that if they ceased funding their youngest son's education and reclaimed the money spent on his schooling, it would be tantamount to driving them to their demise. After that, Xiao Wenbin never returned to gather funds for Xiao Cheng's tuition for the next semester. With Xiao Wenbin refusing to contribute, Madame Su approached the second household, demanding they cover double the amount, effectively treating it as a loan from the third household. Naturally, Li Chunhua and Xiao Hushan were reluctant to comply with such an unreasonable demand. Madame Su wept and threw a tantrum, ultimately resulting in the first and second households shouldering half the burden and covering what would have been the third household's share. Xiao Lexian was aware that her family had quarreled multiple times over the matter concerning her fourth uncle, with disputes arising over the funds. Yet, throughout her life until the age of 1, she had never once laid eyes on her fourth uncle, Xiao Cheng, nor did she know what sort of person he was. In contrast, Madame Su frequently visited the Qingfeng Academy to check on Xiao Laosi. On the Li family's side, with Xiao Hushan's earlier words, Li Chunhua endeavored to minimize interactions with the Li family. However, Li Jinting's younger daughter, Li Mantong, often visited the Xiao household, frequently staying for 10 days to half a month at a time. Over the year, the somewhat arrogant Li Mantong had become a companion to the 1-year-old Xiao Lexian. Meanwhile, in her previous life, the vengeful Li Mantong had been confined to a small dark room. She could observe the people and things outside, feel the emotions and thoughts of the young Li Mantong. Yet she could neither speak nor communicate, nor could she influence the younger Li Mantong in any way. This arrangement pleased Xiao Lexian immensely. After all, this outcome was of her own making. Regardless of how tragic the fate of Li Mantong had been in her previous life, she had returned to rectify matters. If she harbored murderous intent, she would do well to reflect. Unable to kill her, confining her would suffice. Having spent millennia in the cultivation realm, she had indeed grown cold-hearted. She could take a life without a second thought. Moreover, during this year, Xiao Lexian discovered that she was, in fact, within the world of a book she had read during her previous life out of boredom. Had it not been for the fact that cultivators possess extraordinary memory, and with her fragmented soul now endowed with a similar ability, She might have failed to recall that it was a novel when others mentioned the extraordinarily lucky Lu Yao from the neighboring Lu family village. She felt compelled to remember. For aside from Lu Yao, she also recalled her little cousin, Li Mantong, who played a minor but notable role as an antagonist in the early chapters of the book. Jealous of the male lead's affection for the female protagonist, she had provoked the latter on several occasions, only to be taken back by that man under the female protagonist's insinuation, ultimately leading to her torment and being cast into a brothel to meet a tragic end. Furthermore, her current form was non-existent. She had not come from that era, as the child within Chunhua's womb had perished within, directly leading to Chunhua's grievous injury and subsequent inability to conceive again due to excessive sorrow. Without Xiao Lexian's innate energy to nurture her, Chunhua was left barren. The originally unborn child, merely a passerby in the protagonist's narrative, was only mentioned in passing, with a remark about how she resembled a beautiful supporting character. "Oh, you bear a striking resemblance to Aunt Li from the neighboring village. She suffered a fall when 5 months pregnant, leading to her child's demise. How pitiful." Alas, her misfortunes did not end there. That miscarriage left her with lasting injuries, rendering her incapable of bearing children for life. Is it not amusing? You two are so alike. In fate as well. At that moment, as the protagonist made such remarks to the despicable supporting character, the latter had already been reviled by all and imprisoned, awaiting execution. The protagonist's seemingly random comments carried a weight of malice. The narrative hinted that the detested antagonist, whose family was not central to the plot, had some connection to Chunhua, although specifics were never clarified. After all, the antagonist's family was merely a footnote, briefly mentioned without elaboration. Xiao Lexian is aware that she inhabits a fictional realm, yet she remains unconcerned. The world of literature can, upon encountering fortuitous circumstances, evolve into a tangible reality. As for Li Chunhua's origins, they hold little significance. As long as her mother, Chunhua, does not indulge in mischief, her life, enriched by the presence of her daughter, will not be lacking. Presently, with her by her side, Chunhua's fate has already undergone a transformation. Her body has not suffered debilitating damage from the miscarriage, nor has her sorrow led to a complete deterioration that would render her unable to conceive. These calamities are now averted. In fact, thanks to the innate energy she has received, her health has improved, and she is now capable of bearing sons. Moving forward, all that remains is for her to extricate herself from the negative indoctrination that the Li family has imposed over the past 20 years. Thus, Chunhua will undergo a metamorphosis. All of this traverses through Xiao Lexian's mind, only to be cast aside. After all, she is but a baby. Nothing is more vital than the simple joys of eating, drinking, and growing up happily. The villagers, both protagonists and supporting characters, are of no concern to her. Having resolved to embrace the life of an ordinary mortal, she will fully immerse herself in her role as an infant, indulging in the activities befitting her age, including deep, sound slumber. At the stroke of midnight, and again at 4 in the morning, Xiao Lexian sleeps blissfully, oblivious to the astonishing changes unfolding within her. A voice reverberates within her consciousness. The infant's body is fragile and easily fatigued. Had she still possessed the essence of an immortal, even the slightest sound would have roused her. Yet, the slumbering Xiao Lexian remains utterly unperturbed. The voice is remarkably clear. Ding. The Shennong Sign-In System has been successfully activated. Ownership established. Soul binding completed. Please sign in on the first day and claim your beginner's gift package. Please sign in on the first day and claim your beginner's gift package. Please sign in on the first day and claim your beginner's gift package. No response to the summons. Defaulting to automatic abandonment in 60 seconds. 60, 59, 58. Ah, Master, your golden finger has arrived. Wake up quickly. Little Bai, in the realm of the soul, squeals in excitement upon hearing this series of announcements. Oh dear, this is such a struggle. Master has gained a golden finger. After being a child for a year, learning to crawl and wobble around, having completely abandoned cultivation to focus on physical training, I never expected the golden finger to arrive. With it, can Master break the rules of this world and resume the path of immortality? At such a critical moment, why is Master still sleeping like a pig? What if the golden finger disappears? Little Bai is in a frenzy. In the novels of previous lives, everyone claimed that the beginner's gift package was incredibly important. How could Master afford to miss it? Seeing that calling out to Master was futile, Little Bai decided to take matters into its own hands. Bang! The fire stick collided with the transparent screen before Master. Ding! Detecting. Unknown fire stick is now a sole contract item for the host. Intimacy level at 99. Can act as a steward. Little Bai retorted, what do you mean unknown? Is this system foolish? Ding. Steward binding successful. Should the steward sign in for the host? Ignoring the earlier irritation, Little Bai nodded. Please respond with yes or no. Yes, yes, yes. Little Bai replied somewhat impatiently. Ding. Sign-in successful. Day 1. Should the steward open the beginner's gift package for the host? Yes. The response was devoid of emotion. It detested this mechanical system for its lack of adaptability. Ding. Shennong Sign-In System beginner's gift package being claimed. Claim successful. The host receives 100 points. All other items have been automatically stored in the system's void space. Should the steward accept a task for the host? Yes. The host's affairs are its own. When Master awakens, surely she will commend it. However, could you not call me steward? Just call me Little Bai. That would be much better. The system ignored this complaint, leaving Little Bai feeling dejected. Ding. Task acceptance in progress. Acceptance successful. Please collect 3 types of plant seeds within 1 day. With the mechanical voice concluding, silence enveloped the space. Little Bai, feeling bewildered, thought, is that all? I accepted a task for the host, but why must she be the one to complete it? Can I do it as well? Am I being discriminated against? It's just finding seeds. I can do that too. Little Bai's frustration deepened, and the fire stick drooped in disappointment. Affection for the system, -10. At 4 in the morning, the deeply slumbering Xiao Lexian remains unaware of the monumental changes occurring within her. She is oblivious to the fact that as she had resolved to relinquish her aspirations and embrace the life of an ordinary mortal, destiny takes another unexpected turn. The mysterious Shennong Sign-In System has arrived. As dawn breaks, upon hearing Little Bai recount the system's tale and perceiving the golden egg that has unexpectedly enhanced her fragmented soul, Xiao Lexian finds herself in a state of bewilderment. Is this the system? She does not share Little Bai's excitement over obtaining the golden finger. Rather, her former immortal instincts keep her vigilant. Fixating on the entity that has consumed her nearly led to her demise and inadvertently bound itself to her soul. Bound to my soul? In a life and death synchrony? What a joke! Xiao Lexian exclaims, startled. What are you? And will you confess? Or must I interrogate you? My body may be weak, but my tone is decidedly assertive. I've already resolved to live as a mortal. What is there to fear? If I am to be controlled as a puppet, then I shall take us both down together. Sensing Xiao Lexian's dangerous thoughts, the golden egg trembles, suddenly transforming into a living fluffball, rolling around within her soul. I say, dear host, please do not be angry. As a first-time system, I cannot separate from my destined master. I do not wish to be disliked. Earlier, it had been coolly aloof in front of the unknown fire stick. But confronted by the formidable Xiao Lexian, it knew that one must yield to the stronger party, lest the outcome be disastrous. Without hesitation, it divulged its origins. Chapter 10. The Shennong Sign-In System. I am the Shennong Sign-In System, the first system created by the great Emperor Shennong. He told me that in the myriad worlds, it is by fate that I shall break my shell. Whoever allows me to do so shall be my master. Ultimately, it has been confirmed. It is you. Yet, Xiao Lexian suspects that matters are not so straightforward. To break your shell? Does that not require an immense amount of energy? Yes, yes. It responds without a second thought. Ah, so you drained my cultivation, depleted my soul, nearly causing my essence to dissipate. You are the culprit. She had suspected as much. She merely consumed an egg, yet somehow ended up nearly obliterated. Ah, dear host, I did not intend to exhaust you. Your previous body had a too thin divine bloodline. Failing to meet my conditions for breaking my shell, I had no choice but to draw upon your cultivation and soul power as sustenance. Now that you possess a new body, I have successfully emerged, and we are bound by our souls. With this great opportunity, reaching the pinnacle is no longer a dream. Xiao Lexian could not help but laugh at its words. A great opportunity? What use is that to you? This world does not permit cultivation. Do not lose heart. Dear host, now that the truth is out, I shall no longer feign ignorance. The ordinary methods of this world do not allow for cultivation, as the rules here do not permit it. However, I am different. You can tread the path of planting and cultivate the great arts of Shennong, which will not be hindered by the scarcity of spiritual energy or the rules of this realm. The great Emperor Shennong exists beyond the confines of these regulations. You have inherited his grand art, thus transcending the constraints imposed by the rules of the 3,000 worlds. The divine agricultural techniques of the Shennong can be cultivated in any world where there is arable land, allowing one to break free from the shackles of these regulations. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lexian's heart surged with excitement, her emotions swirling tumultuously. Initially, she had abandoned all hope of cultivation, resigned to living as a mere mortal. However, through a twist of fate, she found herself bound to the Shennong Sign-In System, recognizing her as its master, thereby liberating her from the influence of worldly rules. This was indeed fortuitous. Although the Shennong Sign-In System had its pitfalls, almost leading to her demise during the bonding process, if it truly was the creation of the great Emperor Shennong, then it was not in vain. Danger and opportunity often coexist, a truth well understood by cultivators. As Xiao Lexian's thoughts swirled, she realized that upon achieving a symbiotic relationship with the Shennong Sign-In System, her fate was now intertwined with it. They would rise and fall together, an inextricable bond, akin to that with her companion Xiaobai. While she had rationally accepted this union, the thought of having regressed from an immortal to an infant, her soul shattered and diminished, inevitably cast a shadow of melancholy upon her heart. Nevertheless, she would never admit to being greedy, leading herself into this predicament. However, the great Emperor Shennong was rather fashionable, having devised such a contemporary sign-in system. Seemingly attuned to Xiao Lexian's inner thoughts, the Shennong Sign-In System proclaimed with pride, "My creator is truly formidable, having traversed countless realms, possessing vast knowledge, excelling in agriculture, and skilled in artifact refinement. I am his most remarkable masterpiece. Do not be deceived by my appearance as a lowly system. That is merely superficial. My true essence is that of a supreme artifact, containing the core legacy of the great Emperor Shennong. As long as you diligently sign in and complete tasks, refining your Shennong bloodline, once you pass the assessment, you will acquire the core legacy of the great Emperor Shennong. You shall become a true disciple of the Emperor. Wait, does my body possess the Shennong bloodline? In my previous life, I directly transmigrated into the realm of cultivation. So my explosive body belonged to both my previous and current selves, flowing with the blood of the flower-planting nation. It is not surprising to have the Shennong bloodline. But does this new body, in this unfamiliar world, also possess it? Host, your body does not possess the Shennong bloodline. But the essence of the Shennong bloodline is determined by the soul. The people of your previous life were all descendants of the great Emperor Shennong, possessing the bloodline. Albeit in scarcity, you are among the few with a comparatively robust bloodline. Now, with your soul inhabiting this body, the two have completely fused. And thus this body naturally possesses the Shennong bloodline. Moreover, this body has a wood spirit root, making it even more suitable for the activation of the Shennong bloodline. In your previous life, due to cultivation, your bloodline was activated to 50%. In this life, as you start anew, the initial concentration of your Shennong bloodline is already at 50%. The wood spirit root and the Shennong bloodline complement each other, benefiting both. The enhancement of the purity of the Shennong bloodline will elevate the purity of the wood spirit root, ultimately forming a wood spirit body. Therefore, your task is to diligently cultivate, absorb the essence of flora, and refine your Shennong bloodline. Once your bloodline reaches 100% purity, it will awaken completely. And with my assistance, you will receive the entirety of the great Emperor Shennong's legacy. Until then, your focus should be on accepting tasks and cultivating further. Understood. Xiao Lexian replied nonchalantly to the system, suddenly shifting her tone as she summoned a firewood stick from her soul, cradling it in her arms, and began babbling to herself. If anyone approached the infant on the mat, they would hear her say, "Thank you, Xiaobai, for being my steward and for helping me with tasks. When the master is offline, I must rely on you." Master, no need to be so formal. I enjoy helping you with your troubles." The sign-in system interjected, after my patient explanations, "Why is there not a single word of thanks?" Xiao Lexian paid no mind to such trivialities. Although this was a stroke of fortune, it had also led her into a dire predicament. She decided to ignore it for a while and observe its character. Though their fates were now inevitably intertwined, who said that the bond formed through soul recognition lacked distinctions? Observing the interaction between her host and the nameless firewood stick, the system grew increasingly displeased without understanding why, ultimately retreating into a sulky silence, reminding her, "Please complete tasks promptly, as failing to do so will result in a deduction of points." The interaction between the girl and the stick was interrupted, and Xiao Lexian maintained a serious expression, striving to gain the upper hand in this soul contract tug of war, thus responding without emotion. "I am but a 1-year-old infant, barely able to walk. How am I to procure 3 types of plant seeds? Please find a way, host. Failure to complete the task will result in points being deducted. Host, your base points are 100. They cannot be deducted without consequence. Should your points fall into the negative, the system will fall into a deep slumber." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lexian began to take it seriously. If the system fell into slumber, it would be rendered useless. However, what is the purpose of points? Host, points can be exchanged for items in the system's shop. They are quite valuable. All right, I understand. The tasks were accepted by Xiaobai, and she was determined to complete them. As Xiao Lexian pondered, suddenly, her entire small body was lifted. Was it not her mother Chunhua? Chapter 11. Counterattack. Mother, let's play outside. Instantly slipping into the role of a cub, Xiao Lexian unburdenedly wrapped her arms around Chunhua's neck, her bright eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed outside. "Be good, Lexian." Chunhua cradled her daughter's little bottom, her heart swelling with affection. She loved this daughter dearly, though she secretly wished for a son as well. Now that her daughter was 1 year old, she and her husband had certainly not refrained from their marital duties. Why had a son not come yet? Recently, she often heard from the neighboring Liu family's village about a girl who was extraordinarily lucky, with rumors of her being divinely favored. Today, with her man absent, she decided to see if that girl truly possessed such luck, reasoning that her daughter might benefit from the good fortune of that girl. Noticing her mother's silence, Lexian let out a bored yawn. Having been awakened early by Xiao Bai, she was still a bit drowsy. Entering Liu village took less than half an hour. It was significantly larger than Xiao village, with a territory encompassing over a dozen hills and about 100 households. Most villagers bore the surname Liu, though there were some outsiders as well. The same was true for Xiao village, where the Xiao surname predominated. Upon entering the village, Shenhua approached a woman collecting manure by the roadside and inquired, "Where can I find that extraordinarily lucky girl from your village, the one rumored to be so divinely favored?" "Ah, another one looking for her? Over there, by the riverbank at the end of our village," the woman replied, continuing her task while muttering, "That Liu girl's fame has been growing. Many are seeking her out." "Oh, thank you." Xiao Lexian continued to yawn and felt drowsy, contemplating the task of finding seeds given by the Shennong system, intending to act in the afternoon when the sun was less intense. Knock, knock, knock. "Is this the Liu Yao family?" Chunhua's question jolted Xiao Lexian fully awake. "Huh, did my mother just come to the female lead's house? Hadn't it been said that she only existed in the female lead's narrative? Could it be that her arrival caused Chunhua to survive her first pregnancy, leading to a significant butterfly effect? Master, it's the female lead's home. Why did your mother come here? Even the humble little fire stick." Xiao Bai is aware of the heroine, Liu Yao. However, both it and Xiao Lexian paid her little heed, as the narrative presented no intersections between them. Nor did Liu Yao harbor intentions of annihilating the divine lineage of this miniature world, having previously dismissed the notion of cultivation due to an inability to engage. She now finds herself capable of planting and nurturing her abilities, leaving her with even fewer ambitions. Her ultimate goal is to transcend this realm. The heroine is merely a fleeting presence in her life. Yet, it is curious to consider that the consciousness of the world's heavenly Tao, still in its nascent state, chose such a heroine. Can she truly be relied upon? Hints within the text suggest otherwise. This heroine is decidedly not one to be trifled with, exhibiting a ruthlessness that is quite evident from her manipulative provocations towards Li Mantong, which led to the latter's misfortunes. This, however, is of no concern to her, as her cousin, who seeks her favor, is but an inconsequential figure in her life, deserving of her indifference. But why has her mother sought her out? The presence of calamity seems ever looming around the heroine. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai continues to prattle on, urging her to distance herself from her mother. "Master, you are currently so weak. That heroine clearly possesses immense fortune bestowed upon her by that foolish child of fate, which will surely put you at a disadvantage should you confront her." At this juncture, the Shennong system interjects, exclaiming, "What incredible fortune! Who resides within?" The fate of a single individual here astonishingly claims half of the world's total fortune. Is there not a flaw in this world's heavenly Tao? How can the fortune of an entire realm be so disproportionately allocated? Despite Xiao Bai's trepidation at the thought of facing this extraordinary girl, it does not refrain from mocking the newcomer. "Ha! You coward! Are you so frightened by the fortune-laden heroine? This foolish being has forcibly bound you to the master, intertwining your souls. You cannot abandon your master. Their affections must remain solely with me. Xiao Bai, who says I am afraid? It is merely that this world's heavenly Tao is foolish enough to concentrate such immense fortune into a single individual. As she matures, she will undoubtedly attract men of equal fortune, leading to a confluence of fate. If the fortune is monopolized by her and a few others, the ordinary people of this world shall suffer greatly. When fortune is hoarded among a select few, the realm shall be deprived of its nourishing blessings, resulting in ceaseless calamities. Such a reality is most abhorrent. I have never witnessed the heavenly Tao engage in such folly until now. In other words, individuals are typically granted no more than 10% of fortune, which is already excessive. But this one seeks to elevate a single person, wreaking havoc upon the entire realm. Xiao Bai's tirade prompts Xiao Lexian, who had previously given little thought to these matters, to reflect. Indeed, in the book, disasters abound, droughts, floods, and plagues perpetually afflict the land. Were it not for the competence of the current emperor, even the remote Xiao family village might have suffered the consequences. However, the text suggests that as the heroine matures, calamities escalate. By the time the emperor reaches his 30s, his hair has turned white from worry, ultimately leading to his demise. Following this, the 17-year-old crown prince ascends the throne, yet disasters multiply rather than diminish. Gradually, Rumors circulate that both the late emperor and the new crown prince are unworthy of their positions and have incurred heavenly wrath, meriting their extermination. Consequently, the crown prince is overthrown and killed after just a day in power, ultimately leading to the heroine and her partner claiming the throne. During their reign, they bask in wealth and splendor, but upon their deaths, calamity returns with vengeance, resulting in the annihilation of the entire world. Recalling the latter portion of the narrative, Xiao Lexian muses, "This foolish heavenly Tao has sacrificed itself to ensure the heroine's happiness. Were I not also a part of this world, I would say it is truly magnificent." As Xiao Lexian contemplates, the door creaks open. A 5-year-old girl with a flat visage peers in, her eyes exhibiting an unusual heterochromia that studies Li Chunhua and Xiao Lexian with a peculiar curiosity. Upon observing this legendary girl of extraordinary fortune, Xiao Lexian notices a fleeting expression of envy cross her youthful face, an emotion uncharacteristic of her age. "Are you here to seek a son, auntie?" the girl inquires. Li Chunhua, taken aback by the child's precognitive insight, initially harbored doubts about her seemingly ordinary appearance, but those uncertainties dissipate in an instant. Yes, indeed. I have come to seek a son. When will my child arrive in my womb, dear girl?" Lu Yao blinks innocently, pointing at the treasure nestled in Li Chunhua's arms. She curses your son. Her fate is too strong. If you keep her close, your son will not dare to come. At Lu Yao's words, Li Chunhua's mind erupts in chaos, leaving her in a daze as she trudges homeward. Meanwhile, the infant in her arms, blissfully unaware, continues to act like an innocent child. Employing her adept skills as a cultivator, she sends a fragment of her consciousness into Lu Yao's mind, easily pilfering her memories and thoughts. However, upon witnessing those memories, Xiao Lexian's regard for the heroine diminishes entirely, illuminating why she has earned the title of heroine. She maintains an air of composure as if untouched by the revelations. Yet Xiao Bai is on the brink of madness. What manner of person is Lu Yao? Why would she seek to ensnare you upon your first encounter? Her heart is far too dark. I wish I could strike her down with a single blow. Xiao Lexian, exasperated, retorts, "Stay calm. After a millennium of traversing the cultivation realm, how can you still be so easily provoked by inconsequential figures? I understand her intentions. If she strikes at me, then I shall not hold back in return." Master, what do you intend to do? The heroine bears no ill will. Why would she trouble you? A mere 5-year-old girl. How terrifying. It is not she who is terrifying, but that foolish heavenly Tao that has ensnared itself, bestowing everything upon the heroine. With her eyes of time, she can glimpse the future of any mortal. Just now, she saw something about Chunhua and acted accordingly. She can only perceive the futures of mortals, not mine. However, she has glimpsed fragments of my future self, which incited her envy and jealousy. This heroine, with her narrow-mindedness, is destined to become the heroine because the nascent heavenly Tao invaded her dreams, revealing a future of mediocrity, compelling her to mature under such oppressive visions. Gradually, she began to see the futures of many others. The more she witnessed, the more her childish mind evolved. She coaxed the heavenly Tao into granting her gifts, thereby establishing herself as the heroine. How foolish the heavenly Tao is, intruding upon the dreams of mortals in its infancy. Is this not a path to self-destruction? Xiao Lexian remains silent. The conclusion of this world is indeed a form of self-destruction. Eliminating the heroine would be a simple matter. She merely needs to experience the pain of annihilation for herself. After I cultivate for a time, I shall present the heavenly Tao with the realm of true reality. Currently weak, I am incapable of wielding true power against a heavenly Tao. Unbeknownst to the heroine, her actions have drawn the attention of a formidable figure, one who has recently re-entered the path of cultivation. It is said that, within the confines of their strength, resolving matters concerning the heroine or the heavenly Tao is merely a matter of moments. Yet, residing in this world, the heavenly Tao cannot be eradicated. Thus, it shall be transformed into an impartial entity devoid of emotions. With a newfound purpose, Xiao Lexian resolves to cultivate until she reaches the foundation stage, at which point she can accomplish her goals. After all, this is a world of mere mortals. There is no need for overwhelming strength, as the foundation stage will suffice for her to wield the realm of true reality against the heavenly Tao. For now, let the heroine continue her dance for a while longer. However, since she dared to conspire against her, Xiao Lexian would indeed annihilate her, and before doing so, she would not suppress her own feelings. Thus, she implanted a mark of good and evil within the heroine's mind. Whenever a malicious thought arose, the heroine would suffer excruciating pain, while a benevolent thought would grant her a flicker of life. After all, she was the elder sister chosen by the little heavenly Tao, and it remained to be seen whether she would reform. Even a death row inmate is permitted to struggle before their execution. Upon returning home, Li Chunhua remained in a state of disarray. Xiao Lexian, embodying a sense of maturity beyond her years, shook her head, realizing that Chunhua would be perplexed by the situation. Chapter 12. Completing the task. How could this be? How could my daughter possibly bring misfortune upon me, her mother, when I have no son? Lost in thought, Chunhua cradled her daughter as they walked home, muttering in disbelief. Yet, prior to their arrival, she had inquired about the girl named Lu Yao, who indeed had a remarkable gift of speech. She claimed that those who were fortunate would find wealth, while those with ill intentions would inevitably encounter misfortune. Many spoke of the Lu girl as a reincarnation of a divine attendant, blessed with extraordinary eyes capable of perceiving an individual's fate. Akin to those fortune-telling shamans, her words held a significant probability of truth. It was precisely for this reason that Chunhua felt a gnawing torment within. Her beloved daughter, born of her toil, was now a potential source of her own downfall, for without a son, what would she have to rely on? If her daughter prevented her from having a son, could she still harbor any hopes for her future as a woman? Xiao Lexian could fully sense Chunhua's inner turmoil and empathized with her plight, understanding that even if she outwardly appeared healthy, having been raised in a patriarchal environment, she secretly yearned for a son, believing that a son would be her anchor. Moreover, in this ancient society, having a son spared one from scorn and ridicule. Thus, upon hearing Lu Yao's ominous words, Chunhua's heart was understandably tormented and conflicted. While Xiao Lexian remained unfazed, Xiao Bai was in a state of frantic anxiety. It's all that Lu Yao's fault. She has amassed so much fortune from the heavenly Tao and possesses the power of eloquence, yet she misuses it, causing your mother to dislike you. How dreadful. What should we do? Your mother wouldn't abandon you for the sake of a son, would she? She wouldn't. Even if Xiao Lexian's soul were to shatter, it remained formidable. She could sense that this surrogate mother still loved her, though she struggled to find a balance between her desires. Nevertheless, given her mother's upbringing, if she were forced to choose between a son and a daughter, the eventual outcome could be detrimental to Xiao Lexian. Should her mother's affections for her wane under the weight of her desires for a son, it was conceivable that she might cast her aside. Yet, who was Xiao Lexian? A being who had cultivated for millennia, possessing insight into the essence of humanity. No one was purely good or evil, as all actions required external forces to catalyze them. Those inherently malevolent were extraordinarily rare. Thus, how could Xiao Lexian allow herself to fall into such a predicament? If she could choose a more comfortable life, she had no intention of opposing her mother until her beliefs were reconciled. If her mother desired a son, and her own body was naturally nourished, the arrival of a son would not be hindered by Lu Yao's eloquence. Therefore, if her mother wished for a son, let it be so. With a plan forming in her mind, as Lu Yao spoke of her mother's misfortune concerning her son, the invisible rules governing fate were unraveled by Xiao Lexian, rendering them ineffective against Chunhua, and certainly incapable of affecting her, a reincarnated immortal whose powerful soul transcended worldly constraints. Thus, the son that Chunhua yearned for could indeed arrive ahead of time. Having prepared her course of action, Xiao Lexian set aside thoughts of the heroine and her anxious surrogate mother, ignoring Xiao Bai's worries, and succumbed to a deep slumber. The body of a child is prone to fatigue. When her father, Hu Shan, returned from hunting in the afternoon, Chunhua did not disclose her visit to the eloquent Lu Yao. Noticing the frown etched between her brows, Hu Shan inquired about the matter. But Chunhua instinctively shook her head and remained silent. The rough-hewn man assumed it to be merely a woman's concern and did not press further, instead joyfully cradling their daughter who had just awakened from her nap. Lu Bao, our little Lu Bao has turned 1. Tomorrow, father will go to the market. What would you like? Father will buy it for you. Though their daughter was somewhat slow-witted, she remained his most cherished child. Every time Hu Shan visited the marketplace to sell his catches, he never forgot to bring back little trinkets to delight her. Although their daughter showed little interest in the toys typical of children, he still reveled in the act of spoiling her. Wanna eat? This incarnation of Xiao Lexian remained true to her nature. After decisively refusing milk, she had developed a fondness for various foods. Unfortunately, Chunhua's culinary skills were lacking, and their household could not afford daily feasts. Hu Shan, with his injured leg, could only hunt enough to provide for their family's basic needs. Thus, while Xiao Lexian, a food enthusiast, yearned for meat daily, it was simply not feasible. Fortunately, every time Hu Shan went to the market, he would return with small candies or a piece of sweet cake, which brought immense joy to Xiao Lu Bao. Ha, my daughter is fortunate. To be able to eat is a blessing. Tomorrow, father will buy you soft cakes. No matter how impoverished their household was, Hu Shan was generous with expenses for his daughter, even though Chunhua often admonished him for being extravagant. Yet, Hu Shan remained eager to fulfill his daughter's wishes. After playing with her for a while, as Xiao Lu Bao had begun to walk unsteadily and could crawl with confidence, she wanted to entertain herself. She had not forgotten that she needed to complete her system task of finding 3 seeds. Father, down, come. Xiao Lexian did not intentionally act foolishly, nor did she strive to showcase her intelligence like a prodigy speaking fluently at 1 year old. If her life proceeded without incident, she simply wished to cultivate diligently and lead an ordinary existence in the eyes of others. After all, she was merely a passerby within the narrative, aware that she had the potential to return to greatness, and she held no regard for the heroine or the heavenly Tao of this realm. Yes, she was just a well-behaved Lu Bao, an unremarkable presence. Understanding his daughter's habits, Hushan gently set her down and carried her back inside, allowing her to crawl and play freely. As she grew older and became more independent, he would permit her to play outside in the village. Even if she seemed somewhat daft, he would not confine her. Once on the ground, Xiao Lexian expressed her delight, watching her father leave while her mother was busy mending clothes in her room. Relishing her newfound freedom, Xiao Lexian set to work, channeling her residual spiritual energy to clarify her surroundings. Master, where are you going? Xiao Bai had been closely monitoring her movements, unlike the others who remained silent for ages. Completing a task, the one you assigned me. Should I not attend to it? But master, where in the house are there any seeds? You must crawl outside to find them. There should be plenty out there. Alternatively, the grass seeds in the yard could suffice. There are none at home? She had clearly observed that the kitchen contained soybean, wheat, and a few millet seeds, the latter specifically purchased for her porridge. Such precious items were rarely found in their home. This time, only 3 types of seeds were required, and they were readily available. Collecting them would not pose a challenge. She hoped that such tasks involving seed collection would be less frequent, considering her young age and limited mobility, making it inconvenient to gather them. After crawling for a while, Xiao Lexian, using the wall for support, quickly reached the small kitchen tucked away in a corner and acquired the soybean and wheat seeds. However, the jar containing the millet was too deep for her small arms and legs to reach. If she were to obtain just one, perhaps employing her spiritual energy to cheat a little would suffice to fulfill the requirement. The art of soul manipulation, a skill possessed by every cultivator, proved to be a formidable challenge for her in this world, where her spirit was deeply fragmented. Even the simplest task of retrieving a single grain of millet caused beads of sweat to form upon her brow. Should anyone have witnessed this peculiar event, they would have been astonished to see a solitary grain of rice eerily levitating from the jar. Go, master. You can do it. You are the greatest, cheered Little White, joyously exulting within her spirit, though Xiao Lexian had grown accustomed to it and instinctively tuned it out. Meanwhile, the overseer of the Shennong Sign-In System silently observed this new master, the first and only to hold such a title. After some contemplation, it resolved that emulating the sycophantic tendencies of the nameless fire stick, with its incessant chatter, was beneath its dignity as the Shennong overseer. It deemed it more prudent to remain true to itself, embodying the aloof yet dependable essence of its role. This unique persona, it believed, would ultimately surpass the fire stick in its master's affections. Having determined its path, the overseer spoke less, disinclined to follow in the footsteps of the fire stick. Upon witnessing the successful acquisition of 3 seeds by its master, it promptly announced, "Ding! Congratulations, master, for completing the task. You have gained 10 points of plant vitality. Would you like to absorb it?" At the sound of the overseer's voice, Xiao Lexian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. She gazed at the suddenly materializing screen and silently affirmed her choice. Instantly, a pure and invigorating essence flowed into her body, enveloping her internal organs in a wave of comfort. She leaned against the jar, motionless, and after a quarter of an hour, the absorption concluded. She noticed that the seeds in her hand had vanished, yet she felt an enhancement in her strength. Rising to her feet no longer required her to tremble or lean for support. With a few more sessions, she would soon be capable of running and jumping with ease. Xiao Lexian was elated, having successfully completed her task and absorbed the vitality. She succumbed to sleep once more. Unbeknownst to her, her father, returning from the fields, discovered his daughter sound asleep beside the kitchen jar of rice. In contrast, her mother, having remained unaware throughout the afternoon, was now irate, leading to a heated exchange between the two. "You were home while I was out, yet you paid no heed to our daughter. How long has she lain upon the cold ground? As a mother, how could you be so unconcerned? You are not usually like this." He expressed his frustration, recalling how he had often left her to play alone at home without worry, assured that his wife would keep a watchful eye. "I did not do it on purpose," she retorted, feeling increasingly aggrieved. "I was preoccupied with Ling Zui Liuyao's words, and the more I pondered, the more distressed I became, neglecting our daughter. How can you blame me? It was unintentional. Our daughter is already frail. You must be more vigilant next time. I do not wish to argue, but we must cherish our own child. Do you think I do not care for her?" Li Chunhua felt a wave of hurt wash over her. "You have no idea how much I have sacrificed for her, to the point that we may never have a son." The last words hung unspoken in the air, Yet the sentiment of injustice lingered. Their daughter, a potential barrier to having a son, left her feeling despondent. Was she not entitled to her sorrow? Chapter 13. A son arises from dreams. Ah, it's done. Now, casting a birthing spell through soul manipulation is exceedingly arduous. After sealing my senses and performing a birthing incantation, my mother's womb will rapidly attract a reincarnating spirit, and soon she shall have a younger brother. Yet, this seemingly straightforward spell drained her of energy, rendering her utterly exhausted. Having completed the birthing spell, Xiao Lexian's consciousness became hazy, and she slipped into a deep slumber. Thus, she remained oblivious to Little White's frantic cries or the overseer's astonishment. Ah, what is this? The aura of blood and slaughter is overwhelmingly potent. Is this the essence of the master's brother? How can he be a cursed soul of misfortune? Panic ensued. This should not be. At the very least, the master's spell infused her womb with abundant life energy, a fertile ground for all fortunate souls to be reborn. How did such a wretched fate intertwine with this? What ill fortune is this? The overseer, having discerned the true nature of that ill-fated spirit, fell silent, recognizing it as an exceptionally bizarre and malevolent soul. Little White, recalling the terrifying aspects of such a spirit, continued to wail, not out of concern for its master, but for the safety of her mother. The birth of a cursed soul could jeopardize the mother and child during delivery. The odds seemed insurmountable. Could it be that the laws of fate dictated that by altering Chuanhua's barren fate, the master must now bear the consequences of a cursed soul's rebirth? Indeed, while the celestial order of this small world might seem foolish, its rules operated with a mysterious consistency. However, it was merely a cursed soul, surely the master, with her cultivation, could safeguard them, could she not? Little White muttered to itself, wavering in confidence, not due to a lack of faith in its master's abilities, but because of the overwhelming malevolent energy that accompanied the cursed soul. How did such a thing come to be? What dark void of desire was it born from? It was all too strange. Alas, this was the master's brother, a matter beyond Little White's concern. It resolved to return to studying its techniques. Perhaps it could rewatch the series Sweet 98 a few more times. The shows downloaded in the soul space had been replayed countless times, each line memorized. Yet, the days without the master were lonely, as it preferred not to read. Rewatching shows was its solace. Fortunately, the master had employed a cultivator's technique to create an eternal power source, ensuring that the downloaded shows would never vanish. How delightful! Despite the shattered state of the soul space, it still contained remnants of advanced technology and various accumulations from the realm of cultivation, sufficient to entertain it for ages. Regrettably, such advanced creations could not be shared in this mundane world. It was destined to enjoy them alone. Little White, content, nestled into the soft, silky sheets, humming a tuneless melody as it fixated on the screen of the modified computer, joyfully indulging in its series. Such blissful days were utterly satisfying. In the absence of the master's presence, it reigned supreme. Meanwhile, Xiao Lexian's soul space, marred by fragmentation, lay in a void that once flourished with vibrant life, now reduced to mere thousands of square meters. Other than scattered shards of light and the storage hall that had existed since the formation of the soul space. Along with Little White's dwelling, nothing remained. Having spent millennia together, Little White had developed a habit of forgetting concerns as easily as they arose. It had previously fretted over the arrival of the cursed brother, lamenting for a considerable time, only to eventually move on and resume its pursuits. Such was the nature of both master and servant, carefree and unconcerned. While Xiao Lexian slumbered deeply, the overseer pondered with a troubled heart, and Little White enthusiastically pursued its series. On the other hand, Chuanhua seemed to have entered a nightmare, filled with the despairing wails of countless souls, surrounded by chaos, blood, and ash. The world trembled, and she quaked in terror, yearning to scream, yet no sound escaped her lips. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the sound of birdsong. Amidst the radiant blossoms, a chubby, gleaming child with a beautiful round face laughed heartily. Seemingly sensing her approach, the child waved eagerly, calling out, "Mother, mother, I have come." With joy, Chuanhua embraced the child. "You call me mother? My son, mother, mother, I have arrived." Then, under the astonished gaze of Chuanhua, the child transformed into a radiant beam of golden light and surged into her womb. "Ah," Chuanhua gasped, her expression a blend of confusion and joy, recalling the vivid dream she had experienced. What had come before was now a blur in her memory. Yet she distinctly remembered a fragrant place filled with the songs of birds and blossoms, where a delightful child had come to her, seeking rebirth within her. Instinctively, she reached towards her abdomen, a realization dawning upon her. A child? Am I truly with child? She vividly recalled that the child in her dream was a boy. leading her to believe that if her dream were indeed true, she was truly pregnant. The young girl, Liu, had no power over her fate, and her daughter would not be able to thwart her wish for a son. Oh, how wonderful, she thought, her heart brimming with exhilaration. Honey, what is the matter? Xiao Hushan, awakened in the dead of night by his wife's exclamation, rubbed his eyes and regarded his exuberant spouse with curiosity. Oh, brother Hushan, I have a son. We are having a son, she cried, overwhelmed with joy. Our son is the reincarnation of a golden child. I saw a golden light fly into my womb. It's true, it's true. Xiao Hushan gently patted his wife's shoulder, reassuring her. All right, I believe you. We shall wait a while, and then consult the doctor to confirm. Lately, his wife had been quite insistent, her desire for a son consuming her thoughts. Several times, he had overheard her murmuring in her sleep, yearning for a child. While he worried about their daughter being neglected, he felt a sense of helplessness. A son, after all, does not simply arrive upon command. He too wished to fulfill his wife's desires, for he cherished both son and daughter equally. If a son could bring her peace of mind, he would not object to welcoming a child sooner rather than later. Why wait? Let us go immediately. Oh no. We shall visit Dr. Zhang at dawn and have him take a look. What for? Did you not say the son has only just entered your womb? It would take at least half a month before we could feel a pulse. Ah, brother Hushan, I am just too eager. I am simply overjoyed, Li Chunhua exclaimed. Embracing him tightly, her hand delicately caressing her belly, her entire demeanor transformed with delight. Li Chunhua's gentle appearance, akin to the softness of spring flowers, now radiated a newfound warmth as she anticipated the arrival of her son. The sorrow that had once lingered between her brows had dissipated, leaving her spirit rejuvenated. Xiao Hushan found himself enamored by this joyful version of Chunhua, choosing not to shatter her dreams with harsh realities. Perhaps with a little extra effort, the son she desired would indeed come to be. That night, as Li Chunhua drifted into sweet slumber, filled with dreams of her son's arrival, the tiny embryo within her, in a state of innocent awareness, sighed in relief. In its vague consciousness, it sensed that its mother seemed to favor an illusion over the truth of its being. In its true essence, it felt hollow, steeped in bloodshed, solitude, darkness, and despair. The initial scene that Chunhua had witnessed was a true reflection of its soul, yet it appeared to have frightened her. In a swift reversal, it banished the darkness, conjuring a beautiful illusion of a world filled with birdsong and blossoms, crafting an image of an infant that starkly contrasted its true nature. This transformation seemed to win Chunhua's affection. In its innocent understanding, it instinctively knew to act thus. It did not wish to be unloved. Unbeknownst to the innocent dreams of the young cub, Xiao Lexian, her meddling had inadvertently invoked a forbidden birth technique, resulting in the arrival of a peculiar, ominous spirit instead of a normal reincarnation. This spirit, though dimly aware, could sense human joys and aversions, and freely enter dreams to weave new ones. A bizarre ability, indeed. It was evident that those who existed outside the bounds of the rules must tread carefully. One small misstep could have far-reaching consequences. Fortunately, the ultimate outcome that altered Chunhua's fate was the blessing of both a son and a daughter, which could be seen as a form of fulfillment. Chapter 14. Dr. Zhang's Anger. The following morning, unable to withstand his wife's pleas, Xiao Hushan reluctantly accompanied her to Dr. Zhang's abode early in the day. The anticipated outcome was as expected. Aside from confirming her good health, no other findings were revealed. Doctor, please examine me thoroughly. Am I truly not pregnant? She implored, her last night's dream lingering vividly in her mind. She was eager for a definitive answer, hopeful that the extraordinary child destined for her womb could be detected immediately. Humph, no means no. Do you think I would deceive you? Dr. Zhang huffed, stroking his beard. He had been in this village for quite some time. Initially, some had doubted his medical expertise, but over time, they had come to trust him implicitly due to his formidable skills. Now, after reiterating multiple times that she was not pregnant, he found her persistent questioning tiresome. Did she truly believe that she was so unfortunate as to be unable to detect even a pregnancy pulse? Dr. Zhang, please don't be upset. My wife simply longs for a child, Xiao Hushan interjected. Humph. Dr. Zhang was not easily swayed, considering the couple's request. He recalled how he had once subtly suggested to this man that his wife was carrying a daughter, a decision made to spare them the distress of having a child with disabilities. After all, girls are often treated unfairly. Who could guard a daughter every single moment? Yet, to his surprise, the couple had returned for 2 prescriptions to ensure a healthy pregnancy, ultimately giving birth to that poor child. But their choices were their own, and he could not dictate their decisions. However, if memory served him right, their daughter was scarcely a year old. Were they already dissatisfied? Eager for another child? Such folly. With these thoughts, Dr. Zhang busied himself with the herbs drying beside his wooden door, turning his back on the couple. expressing his displeasure with their lack of faith in his abilities. Seeing Dr. Zhang's ire, Chunhua, who had been lost in the joy of her dream of a son, regained her composure. Her excitement began to wane, and she instinctively leaned back against Xiao Hushan, feeling apprehensive. When Dr. Zhang's expression darkened, it was indeed a fearsome sight. Yet, Xiao Hushan understood that beneath the doctor's fiery demeanor lay a straightforward heart without malice. He quickly offered an apology, saying, "Please, Dr. Zhang, do not be angry. My wife simply yearns too deeply for a son." His words, however, only intensified the doctor's frustration. A son? What is so special about a son? Is a daughter not worthy? The world may have prioritized sons over daughters, but he could not change that reality. He recalled a time when he had been asked by a wealthy family to determine the gender of their unborn child. In his youth, he had naively declared it a girl, only to hear the next day that the woman had lost the child in an unfortunate accident. How often do accidents and coincidences truly occur? From that day forward, whenever he encountered expectant parents, he refused to divulge the gender of the child, regardless of how far along the pregnancy was. His blunt nature had offended many powerful families, ultimately forcing him to seek refuge in Zhao's village. Given his past experiences, he harbored a deep disdain for parents who favored sons over daughters. Both genders were equally precious. Society was far too harsh on girls. He had thought that this couple, who had chosen to raise their simple daughter, must genuinely love their child and reject gender bias, only to discover they were no different. No, this was not the case. Xiao Hushan realized he had inadvertently spoken out of turn and quickly amended his statement, saying, "We already have a daughter at home and wish to have a son to complete our family." Although he felt that both daughters and sons were equally precious, he privately harbored a preference for a soft and sweet daughter. However, he was acutely aware of his wife's inexplicable sense of insecurity and her desire for a son. Previously, her inability to conceive had been a source of frustration, but ever since they had welcomed their daughter and confirmed that both their bodies were healthy, she had yearned for a son. Dr. Zhang, however, clearly disapproved of their traditional preference for sons over daughters. While he could misunderstand him, he could not misinterpret his wife's sentiments. All right, I understand. Your health is sound. Relax your mindset, and you will have both a son and a daughter." Though he felt a twinge of regret for their somewhat foolish daughter, fearing that a healthy son might diminish her standing, he recognized that this was ultimately a family matter beyond his purview. Let us revisit this in a while. Receiving a knowing glance from his wife, he understood her intention. Today, she sought reassurance, but he held little hope that she would genuinely conceive within the next fortnight. The notion of dreaming a child into existence seemed implausible, despite the widespread superstitions in society. After spending a decade in the military and gaining a modicum of status, he was not swayed by such beliefs. Just as the commanding officer who had led him had once remarked, it was merely a matter of employing deceptive techniques. Hence, he remained skeptical of such notions. "All right, dear wife, perhaps in 2 weeks, we shall know for certain. Cheer up." Upon arriving home, Xiao Hushan, a robust figure, did not forget to comfort his wife. "Tiger Mountain." "Thank you." Dr. Zhang's demeanor had somewhat wounded Li Chuanhua's feelings. It seemed the old doctor did not hold her in high regard. However, as a woman with a husband to rely upon, she thought about the future. If her husband were to depart this world before her, she would still need to depend on a son. Having received little love and security from her family over the past 20 years, she had long harbored a desire for children, even if she seldom voiced it. Now that they had a daughter, her husband was quite fond of her, and she hoped to give him a son, followed by several more daughters to please him. The first child had been deemed simple-minded by Dr. Zhang, and after a year of nurturing, the child appeared to be developing normally in speech, yet lacked the liveliness typical of toddlers. She could not help but suspect that her daughter might have some underlying issues. Even if she was not truly simple-minded, there were likely other concerns. During her pregnancy, she had felt her health improve, momentarily believing her daughter to be lively and healthy, but post-delivery, things did not seem as they should. It was impossible for her to claim she was not disappointed. Regardless, she loved her child deeply. In this life, she held no expectations for her daughter to achieve greatness. She merely wished for her to grow up safely and marry a decent young man. Li Chunhua contemplated this as she shared tender moments with Xiao Hushan, who then set off to the market with yesterday's catch. Chapter 15, A Plea for Maternal Care. Stay at home and wrap our daughter warmly. Take her out for a stroll. Now that their daughter was a year old, it was time for her to see the light of day. With the burden on his shoulders, Tiger Mountain's father did not forget to offer his advice before leaving. "All right, I understand. Hurry back," Li Chunhua replied habitually. Although anxious that today's examination had yielded no confirmation of pregnancy, the vividness of her dream made her feel as though she were indeed with child. Thus, while she could take their daughter out for a walk, perhaps she should refrain from doing so just yet, given the precariousness of the first 3 months of pregnancy. The infant, having slept soundly through the night, awoke in her mother's embrace, enjoying a bowl of corn porridge, letting out a satisfied burp, and lamenting that the porridge was delightful, but would be even better with a sprinkle of meat, salt, and greens. However, their family's condition allowed for little more than mere sustenance. She had overheard her parents discussing how her father's military earnings had been nearly exhausted over the years, while her uncle in the fourth household still needed to pursue his studies, and the third household was no longer supportive. The first and second households bore heavier burdens. Xiao Lexian could feel that her father, Tiger Mountain, toiled from dawn till dusk, whether in the fields or hunting in the mountains, often helping others with various tasks. It seemed that whenever money was to be made, he was incessantly occupied. Furthermore, his injured foot, lacking proper care, ached more frequently in the damp and cold weather. Reflecting on these matters, Xiao Lexian wished to grow up swiftly to lighten the load for her humble father. With Tiger Mountain as her father, Chunhua felt fortunate compared to other women in the village. After all, Tiger Mountain took on the laborious tasks in the fields and household, while Chunhua enjoyed sewing and mending the family's clothing and bedding. Household chores such as cleaning and cooking were managed by Chunhua during her free time. And if Tiger Mountain returned home early, he would assist as well. This clear delineation of responsibilities, him as the provider and her as the caretaker, explained why Chunhua might feel that having a man in her life was akin to having a safety net, leading her to contemplate reliance on a son in her old age. Ultimately, apart from the influences of her original family, Chunhua's inability to earn money contributed to her feelings of insecurity. Had she possessed the means to support the family, perhaps the societal teachings ingrained in her, that a woman should obey her father, follow her husband after marriage, and rely on her son after her husband's death, might have transformed. Xiao Lexian did not intend to force a change upon Chunhua, yet she eagerly anticipated whether having the ability to earn would empower her mother, instill confidence, and perhaps even diminish the notion that a son was the sole source of support. It is said that environment shapes individuals, and thus, within the profoundly resilient heart of Xiao Lexian, she accepted Chunhua, regardless of her differences from the women of the new era in her previous life. The prevailing environment was such that if one were too divergent, it would only serve to amplify discomfort. "My dear daughter, my precious girl, you have a brother now," Li Chunhua cooed to her well-fed daughter as she carried her into the room, her smile blooming like spring flowers, dispelling her earlier anxieties. This maternal warmth brought Xiao Lexian immense comfort. "My dear daughter, I will no longer heed the words of that young girl, Lu Yao. You are not a burden to your brother. You are indeed a blessing, for your brother will come swiftly. With him by your side. When your father and I are gone, you will have someone to rely on. When you grow up, marry a kind-hearted lad, and should he mistreat you, your brother will stand up for you." With her husband away, the house fell into a serene quiet. Li Chunhua, disinclined to visit neighbors and intent on nurturing her pregnancy, decided to remain in her room, conversing with her daughter to foster their bond and nurture the sibling relationship, regardless of whether her daughter could fully comprehend her words. Having felt disheartened by Dr. Zhang's admonishments, the thought of her son growing in her womb brought her unparalleled joy. She continued to chatter endlessly with her daughter. "You need to go. It's time to relieve yourself." After consuming an ample amount of porridge, Xiao Lexian felt the urge to urinate and struggled to communicate her needs as she attempted to wiggle out of her mother's embrace. "Ah, my precious daughter. How wonderful that you no longer wet your pants." Understanding her daughter's intentions, Li Chunhua gently set her down. As the little girl began to crawl, during the day, she would no longer require her parents to assist her in relieving herself. She would find her own small potty for that purpose. This notion greatly pleased Li Chunhua. From her perspective, her little daughter exhibited no signs of foolishness. She appeared quite normal, perhaps even intelligent. Nevertheless, regardless of her daughter's physical condition, she had resolved that once her son was born and her daughter reached the age of 3, she would take her to Dr. Zhang for a thorough examination. By then, they would ascertain whether there were indeed any issues with her daughter's health or intellect. Unlike her husband, who seemed to have resigned himself to the notion of their daughter's foolishness, Li Chunhua, being more sensitive, was determined to ensure that no one outside their family could perceive any problems before her daughter turned 3. They would nurture her well during this period. If the examination post the 3rd year confirmed her daughter's health, all would be well. However, if it revealed otherwise, she would need to protect her daughter diligently, concealing any imperfections from others. She did not wish for her child to grow up under the scrutiny of curious gazes. Even a seemingly foolish child could sense the kindness or malice of others, and she was resolute in preventing her daughter from being regarded as an outlier. Xiao Lexian was blissfully unaware of her mother's convoluted thoughts regarding her. After hurriedly crawling out to attend to her urgent needs, she turned to find her mother approaching. In the sparsely furnished room, there were no obstacles, yet her mother bizarrely stumbled, almost losing her balance. Xiao Lexian's expression shifted dramatically, her mind racing with alarm. Was that ominous presence approaching so swiftly? Quick, catch your mother, or else your brother might fall. Indeed, that ominous entity was formidable. Just hold on, dear. If you can bring him into this world, he will bear his own misfortune and not drag you down with him. Xiao Lexian pondered in distress. How could her small stature possibly catch her? Moreover, what on earth was this ominous presence? However, if her mother were to fall directly, the child within would undoubtedly be harmed. Although she had yet to fully grasp the situation, Xiao Lexian's fragmented spirit summoned an invisible rope to tug at her mother. Oh, how impressive, dear. That was indeed perilous. Xiao Bai exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Oh, it's fine now. It's fine, Chunhua reassured, visibly shaken from the fright. As she had genuinely feared she would crash to the ground, yet somehow managed to stabilize herself. What a scare that was. It turned my face pale. Chapter 16. The Origin of the Ominous Presence. Xiao Bai, what is this ominous presence you speak of? Xiao Lexian inquired anxiously once she returned. Dear. It is as follows. Xiao Bai immediately recounted the events that transpired after Xiao Lexian had utilized the birthing technique the night before. A sense of foreboding grew within Xiao Lexian as she listened, her apprehension intensifying. This was merely a mundane world, yet, as you described, the ominous presence emanated such a heavy aura of blood and slaughter that it was alarming. Such power could rival that of even the most formidable celestial demons. How could such an ominous entity exist in a world of such lowly status? It was illogical. Indeed, it is far too unreasonable. Xiao Bai concurred. This world is so inferior, and yet one's soul possesses an overwhelming amount of bloodlust. Even a general who has spent a lifetime on the battlefield would not match a fraction of such ferocity. This is simply inconceivable. It's not as though the bloodlust of an entire world could converge within a single being. So how could it be possible? Still laughing? Xiao Lexian felt that they were discussing a serious matter, yet Xiao Bai remained unfazed. Wah, can I not laugh, dear? Then I shall cry. Xiao Lexian sighed, exasperated with Xiao Bai's antics. Xiao Lexian, it is not impossible. Since you have entered this world, if you continue on the path of cultivation, you will exist beyond the rules, and perhaps others have encountered fortuitous circumstances as well. The voice of the sovereign, Xiao Lingyin, interjected soberly. A sudden voice emerged in her mind, leaving Xiao Lexian bewildered. It took her a moment to realize it was the sovereign speaking to her. Yet she was puzzled by the name Xiao Lexian. The lively Xiao Bai jumped up, indignant that someone dared to interrupt their conversation. How could that entity interject and steal the attention of the master? How outrageous. It excitedly flailed within Xiao Lexian's spirit, attempting to strike the fuzzy entity, but alas, it could not reach it. How infuriating. Xiao Bai's cries made Xiao Lexian frown, despite the softness of its voice. The loudness and chaotic movement within her spirit caused her head to throb. Be quiet, she commanded with a mental force. Wah, all right, dear. Don't abandon me. Wah, you're scaring me. Are you going to find someone else? I'm so heartbroken. I must eat many, many eggs to heal my wounded spirit. Xiao Lexian was at a loss with Xiao Bai, knowing it feigned sorrow, yet she could not simply ignore it. All right, you're the best. If you want eggs, that's easy. Let the sovereign turn into an egg for you to feast upon. After all, the original form of the spirit was akin to an egg, and it could easily simulate dozens or even hundreds of eggs for Xiao Bai. The sovereign felt inexplicably trapped. What were we discussing again? Xiao Lexian chuckled, redirecting the conversation back to the ominous presence. This time, Xiao Bai behaved more cooperatively, eager to retain its master's favor. We were discussing the origins of your ominous sibling, dear. Xiao Lexian nodded. She shared the same sentiment. The sovereign added, Xiao Lexian, do you not possess the eye of dispelling illusions? You could simply peer into your mother's womb to discern its origins. Xiao Lexian hesitated, although she had considered it. Looking into her mother's womb felt intrusive, as if infringing upon Chunhua's privacy. Thus, she had not acted immediately. Now that the sovereign had brought it up, she thought, perhaps it was worth a glance. Chapter 17. The Rules. So it was. After peering within, her expression shifted dramatically as her fragmented soul energy calculated the outcome. She muttered, astonished. Once so powerful, she had inadvertently become ensnared in endless voids, reborn in this place. Little did she expect that the heavenly laws would not govern her. All that she was remained within the confines of these rules. Dear, what is wrong? Why the sudden gloom? Xiao Bai inquired, perceptively. Xiao Lexian sighed. I should have anticipated this. The bloodthirsty, ominous presence within my mother's womb is his sole chance at survival. Otherwise, if he were to be reborn in anyone else's womb, neither he nor the mother nurturing him would survive. However, the unfortunate ominous entity could only remain perpetually cursed, unable to seize the thread of opportunity that had brought him into existence. Yet, he uniquely enjoyed an extraordinary stroke of luck this time. This was not simply good fortune. It suggested some unseen force had orchestrated his arrival. Xiaobai was astonished. Could that force be the little heavenly Tao? In this world, besides you, dear master, the little heavenly Tao is the most formidable presence. Of course not. The nascent celestial Tao, in all its innocence, likely ponders daily on how to shield the beloved heroine, his elder sister, and how to guide her to the pinnacle of life, scarcely concerning itself with the plight of the unfortunate soul. Do you still remember Xiao Mantong? Xiao Lexian suddenly inquired. Indeed, of course I remember. She harbors the soul of an elderly woman within her, the very reincarnator depicted in your past life's novel. Ah! Xiaobai suddenly shrieked. Master, I understand now. What you imply is that since Li Mantong is a reincarnator, it signifies that this world may have been reset, albeit others have lost their memories while she retains hers. Not quite. Xiao Lexian shook her head. Li Mantong directly transitioned with her soul, not returning to her childhood with memories intact. Otherwise, the younger Li Mantong would not exist. Although this world is not a mere reset, a formidable entity has employed some power to send a future soul back in time, and Li Mantong was inadvertently ensnared in this circumstance. Ah, master, I still do not comprehend. To put it plainly, a powerful being, in a bid for self-preservation, resorted to deceit, sending a tragic soul from the future back to the past, with Li Mantong as the collateral. That tragic soul from the future is your brother? Xiaobai began to grasp the concept. Yes and no. Xiao Lexian's assertions are mere conjectures, yet the unfortunate soul is indeed destined for misfortune, perpetually encountering calamities. And it is implausible for him to have the fortune to be reborn into the womb of Chunhuan Yang for a chance at life. Thus, it was another powerful entity that bestowed upon the unfortunate soul a sliver of hope, forcibly reincarnating him as Xiao Lexian's closest kin, with the unfortunate soul becoming her brother. That powerful entity likely believes that no matter how unfortunate her brother may be, she, as his sister, would safeguard his life. And indeed, that is the case. It has become evident. Xiao Lexian has been ensnared. Yet, it is also due to her that she utilized the birthing technique on Chunhuan Yang, granting her womb more vitality than that of other women, thus allowing for the unfortunate soul's implantation. Otherwise, given the overwhelming blood and malice within the unfortunate soul, he would likely perish upon reincarnation due to the frailty of the maternal body. By intervening in Chunhuan Yang's natural gestation, she inadvertently provided that powerful existence with an opportunity to exploit the loophole. Truly, it echoes the saying that being schemed against has its causes and effects. Ah, master, what exactly is that formidable existence? What is the origin of your current brother, the unfortunate soul? Xiaobai wriggled, questioning, feeling discomfort by the uncertainties in its heart. Xiao Lexian, once a celestial being, even if her soul is shattered beyond recognition, the remnants still possess the essence of a celestial spirit. Thus, that powerful existence is indeed formidable to the inhabitants of this world, even to Xiao Lexian, making it an entity not to be underestimated. However, deducing its nature and the origins of the unfortunate soul is still within her capabilities. It is the rules. She responded. Chapter 18. Are you still not accustomed? What? The rules? Xiaobai exclaimed. How could this be? Aren't the rules devoid of consciousness and emotion? Even the grand rules of our celestial realm lack sentience. How could the rules of this mortal realm possess such traits? Moreover, aiding the unfortunate soul in exploiting a loophole is utterly incredible. Indeed, Xiao Lexian nodded. Under normal circumstances, rules are without emotion or self-awareness, and they should be absolutely just, allowing all things to develop naturally. But Xiaobai, have you forgotten? The celestial Tao is the embodiment of the rules. It is the manifestation of the rules condensed into form, a part of the rules themselves. Since the celestial Tao of each world can self-generate consciousness, how can the rules that traverse any realm and interconnect among worlds lack awareness? Precisely. The rules are not confined to a singular world. The rules of myriad realms flow in a mysterious manner, and only those rules that have formed the celestial Tao remain anchored in their respective worlds. Thus, from a certain perspective, the rules indeed represent an existence that Xiao Lexian must explore and regard with caution. However, the grand rules of the myriad realms allow for the deduction of the smaller rules that can flow into the 3,000 mortal realms. For she is still a celestial spirit, after all. Master, I still do not understand. Rules possess consciousness? This is utterly absurd. It is not only Xiaobai. Even the well-informed Tongzi finds it hard to believe. Under ordinary circumstances, rules certainly have no consciousness. However, if a world were to be annihilated, its celestial Tao would shatter into formless rules. Those rules would then absorb the emotional fragments of countless souls who perished in anguish, their suffering creating an unyielding attachment that would resonate within the fractured consciousness of the celestial Tao. In such circumstances, it is entirely reasonable for the rules enveloped by the remnants of a shattered world, to develop a consciousness and obsession over time. Master, are you suggesting that this world has experienced destruction? Xiao Bai, astonished, continued to frown. But wait, did you not say that this world has not been reset? How could it have been destroyed? It vaguely grasped something yet understood nothing at all. It must be that the parallel world of this realm has faced annihilation, with the theory of the first life. Xiao Lexian reasoned thus. That world contained the same individuals and similar developments. Do you recall the book we read? The conclusion was that the heroine and her beloved lived a noble and blissful life, depleting the entire world's fortune, leading to its destruction. Beneath that destruction, countless souls perished in agony and despair, and this collective anguish formed a certain unwillingness to be extinguished, which was transmitted to the similarly shattered consciousness of the celestial Tao. The celestial Tao of the parallel world granted its sister a lifetime of happiness, only to exhaust the fortune of the entire realm, leading to its demise. And it too perished in suffering. Witnessing the world in lamentation, the celestial Tao must have regretted, ached, and suffered. The remnants of its unfulfilled desires merged with the anguish of the world's beings. Alongside the collective yearning for life from all creatures, the celestial Tao, seeking atonement, dissipated itself more thoroughly, allowing the desires of all living beings to coalesce into a singular soul, which is what we perceive as the will soul. Xiao Bai and Tongzi were left utterly astonished. Master, are you suggesting that your brother is the soul formed from the will of those beings after the destruction of the parallel world? Indeed, it must be so, it murmured. No wonder I sensed such profound willpower emanating from him, and no wonder the aura of blood and malice envelopes him so heavily. The essence of countless vengeful souls converges within him. How could that not be overwhelming? Thus, the parallel world from which he originated has been annihilated, its fortune depleted. The celestial Tao has perished. With such a heavy aura of blood and malice, he bears the will of innumerable wronged souls, yet lacks any fortune to suppress that malevolence, inevitably leading to his misfortune as the unfortunate soul. In an effort to showcase its understanding, Xiao Bai continued to analyze. Master, I now comprehend. The one who sent the will soul for reincarnation, smuggling it into your mother's womb, must be the very rules of the destroyed world. The rules of the myriad realms can indeed connect, particularly amongst parallel worlds. The degree of interconnection can reach 100%. Thus, the rules, imbued with the memories and intense emotions of the celestial Tao, upon its destruction and transformation into fragmented rules, would retain those feelings for a limited time. It is within that temporal gap that the conscious rules of the parallel world traversed over. It calculated that you would arrive in this realm and wish to prevent the parallel world from meeting the same fate. It sought to quell the transgressions wrought by the celestial Tao, thus bringing forth the will soul into this world. To atone for the sins of the celestial Tao in the parallel world, the most effective method is to prevent this world from facing annihilation again, which necessitates the dissolution of all suffering and unwillingness contained within the will soul. This task can only be accomplished by you, Master. Master, you could at least ensure that the unfortunate soul survives under the auspices of the heroine's luck. Only you, as the master beyond the confines of this minor world's rules, possess the capability to do so. Is that not the case, Master? You are indeed correct. The rules that have traversed from the parallel world, after allowing the ill-fated soul to cheat its way through, have likely seen the emotions belonging to that world's minor heavenly path dissipate. Were they not to have vanished, they would have surely offered some indication to this world's minor heavenly path. However, upon calculation, I discern that this world's minor heavenly path remains unchanged. The luck surrounding the heroine elder sister persists as robust as ever. Thus, sending the ill-fated soul on its final journey may be the extent of its capabilities. Having unraveled the true origins of this unfortunate younger brother, both Xiao Bai and Xiao Lexian felt a weight upon their hearts. For the existence of this brother signifies the end of her once carefree existence. This ill-fated soul has been reincarnated as her brother, and the actions she took while still in her mother's womb have borne their inevitable fruit. Both she and Xiao Bai are acutely aware that the causal connections initiated by her birth technique have reached their conclusion. Yet, in the parallel world, this ill-fated brother was born from the devastation of an entire world's fortune, consumed by the heroine, leading to its obliteration, a consequence so profound that it intertwines their fates in ways that are most troublesome. It cannot be said that the transgressions of the parallel world's heroine hold no relevance here. Upon the selection of this parallel world by the rules, the two became inexorably linked. Should outsiders refrain from interfering, this world too would face annihilation. This elucidates the matter. Furthermore, the establishment of multiple causal relationships has inevitably determined the fate and path that this ill-fated brother must traverse. Alas, Master, I have come to realize that being a cultivator is indeed burdensome, especially for one such as yourself, who adheres to the orthodox path of Taoism. Relentlessly seeking and conforming to causality, it is exhausting. After 10,000 years, should you not have grown accustomed to such matters? Are you still not at ease? Chapter 19. The Joyful Time of the Young Cub. Xian, you were once within the rules, but that will no longer be the case. The overseer's sudden voice shattered the silence shared between one and the overseer. Xiao Lexian pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Truly, one must not cling to habitual thinking. This overseer has stated that cultivating the divine farmer's great technique is to transcend the confines of the rules. Henceforth, she need not entangle herself in causality. No longer must she tread carefully, foreseeing 10 steps ahead with each move. Splendid. Xiao Lexian felt a sudden sense of liberation, as though shackles had been cast away. No one comprehends the cruelty of the cultivation realm, nor the cautiousness that accompanied her initial training, wherein a single misstep could lead to death and obliteration, leaving her trapped in an endless cycle of suffering. To disregard causality, to disregard rules, how wonderful! She exclaimed. Master. In that moment, Xiao Bai seemed to perceive the exhaustion emanating from the master, wailing softly, "Oh, how my heart aches for the master. Master, Xiao Bai shall always be here. Master must smile every day, be joyous every day," wielding a simple-minded expression. The firewood stick clumsily expressed its feelings, alternating between exclamations and whimpers, rendering its demeanor comically endearing. The overseer sighed, too painful to behold. Our Xiao Bai is indeed the most obedient. Master is particularly joyful now. After 10,000 years, I had presumed I was devoid of inner demons. It appears I have been mistaken. This realization is delightful, for it affirms that the once perfect Xian, the immortal, was merely an illusion. I remain imperfect. And that is splendid. This makes me feel more human. Compared to the notion of omnipotence, she fears far more the prospect of becoming a cold, unfeeling automaton. Were it not for Xiao Bai's companionship over the millennia, she might have become like other immortals, her heart desolate, ultimately succumbing to madness. Xiao Bai, master, you have always been human. The overseer sighed, this foolish stick. Truly, it embodies a stick's mindset. It is still I, the overseer, who is noble and wise, far surpassing it in intellect. The overseer felt an inexplicable surge of superiority, as if it had drawn boundless courage from the foolish stick. Little overseer, I have absorbed the essence of plants once, have I not? Yes, Xian. Why the sudden inquiry? I have commenced my initiation into the divine farmer's great technique, have I not? Indeed. The divine farmer's great technique is merely a foundational planting technique, designed to enable the master to absorb the essence of plants. Thus, since the master fulfilled the first task, the essence of plants has been seamlessly integrated into her body, and the divine farmer's great technique has been operating invisibly. Yet, as she is still an infant, her shattered soul cannot yet perceive this firsthand. Now, your opportunity to demonstrate has arrived. Why is it that I can never comprehend what the master says? A more straightforward approach would be preferable. Master, how would you like me to demonstrate? What should I exhibit? The overseer, in a fluster, scratched its head, but alas, after Xiao Lexian's remarks, the connection of consciousness was severed, and it was left to its own devices, playing like an infant. Well done, my precious treasure. Mother Springflower, still haunted by her previous concerns, refrained from wandering about, obediently cradling her daughter upon the old couch and lying beside her. In the afternoon, when Father Tiger Mountain returned, Xiao Lexian once again reveled in her father's affection, smacking her little lips while savoring the soft cakes he had brought, utterly blissful. My darling daughter. Have you been well behaved? Have you troubled your mother? Xiao Lexian responded in her infantile manner. Yes, Lu Bao is well behaved, adopting whatever role she must, abiding by the basic rules of survival in the realm of cultivation over millennia, otherwise, with her shape-shifting abilities drawing attention, she would have been swiftly recognized by her enemies and met her demise long ago. Yet, in this innocent cub role, perhaps due to her physical form, Xiao Lexian's every action harmoniously blended with that of an infant, devoid of the former distinction between role and self. This is the carefree joy of infancy, is it not? Truly the most relaxing time for her body and mind, with nothing to ponder, nothing to fret over. Xiao Lexian expressed a desire for such days to linger longer. Chapter 20. Her heart of 7 apertures. Ding. Check-in successful. Earned 10 points, 10 essence of plants. Checked in for 2 days. Total points, 110. Would you like to absorb the essence of plants? In the evening, after sipping porridge, Xiao Lexian took the initiative to check in, prompting the overseer to promptly enter work mode. Xiao Lexian found it amusing to observe the overseer, standing rigidly within her consciousness, remarking, "Why do you no longer call me Xian?" The overseer paused momentarily, then replied earnestly, "Master, one must distinguish between public and private matters. I am an overseer of refinement." "Very well, essence of plants, let us proceed. Please respond with yes or no." Little overseer, is the divine farmer emperor not a rather dull and uninteresting individual? Huh. The overseer, in its fluffiness, looked utterly bewildered. "May I inquire, master, what relation does this have to the emperor? If he were not dull, how could he have created such a pedantic overseer as yourself?" Xiao Lexian continued, maintaining a light and teasing tone. Fluffy overseer, feeling a bit insulted. "However, master, allow me to take a few seconds of work time to correct that. I am not dull. I am meticulous and serious." Ah, Xiao Lexian suddenly sighed. "If in the endless time ahead, you remain so rigid, I might what? Why must the master always speak in half-truths? Could she not be as straightforward with it as she is with Xiao Bai? I might not like you if you maintain this work mode attitude towards me. I can only respond with the coldness of a colleague-esque relationship." The overseer shivered. Having searched its database for what a colleague's relationship typically entails, the terms being competition, opposition, falsehood, pretense, lack of sincerity. Oh, this is terrifying. It deeply trusts its database, which contains the knowledge gathered by its creator, the divine farmer emperor, from traversing countless realms, an encyclopedia imprinted in its mind. Whenever it seeks understanding, it simply searches. The emperor crafted a template program for inquiries that it wishes to preserve. The emperor is not at fault. Yet its current master is Xian, who has little fondness for the emperor's template. To modify? Or not to modify? To alter? Or to refrain? Two voices clash within its mind. Have you made up your mind? The time ahead is interminably long, and Xiao Lexian seeks to seize the initiative, wishing to interact with this entity in a manner that brings her comfort, which would benefit both herself and the entity. Therefore, do not underestimate this seemingly trivial response. It is, in fact, a matter of significance. With her millennia of cultivation experience, she understands that any substantial issue often stems from minor concerns. Moreover, this is a means for her to assert control as such minor matters accumulate. The entity will become accustomed to her leadership and will not take unilateral actions in the future. In the past, her mutual power struggle with Xiao Bai took over a century to navigate. Although the simple-minded Xiao Bai was oblivious to the underlying psychological tactics, it did not hinder her from correcting its missteps whenever necessary. Once Xiao Bai wholly acknowledged her as its priority and ceased to subconsciously try to control her, she relinquished the control gained through their contest and began to forge a heartfelt connection with Xiao Bai. She harbored no desire for anyone to become her puppet, yet she adamantly refused to be anyone's marionette. Compared to Xiao Bai, the entity possesses a greater reservoir of knowledge. However, neither the entity nor Xiao Bai is human, lacking the intricate thoughts that characterize Xiao Lexian. Thus, could she not manage to handle one mere entity? It is essential to recognize that the land of her birth, with its thousands of years of cultural heritage, is rich in treasures, not to be trifled with. Even the most obtuse individuals, after years of immersion, would not falter in their development. It was precisely due to her accumulated wisdom that, upon traversing the realm of cultivation, she advanced cautiously and, in her weaker days, managed to survive without falling victim to death, ultimately ascending to the position of the strongest in the Azure Sky realm. Now, having established a spiritual bond with this entity, she finds herself engaged in a silent contest of wits. How delightful. Have you not thought it through? Then ponder well. I shall grant you the night to contemplate. The entity sobs internally. Previously, it had yet to grasp what was expected of it, and now, more tasks are being thrust upon it. This master certainly knows how to keep it occupied. Were Xiao Lexian to discern its thoughts, she might chuckle. For how else could the newly acknowledged entity draw closer to her if it did not seek to engage in more tasks? To foster intimacy, creating minor inconveniences and seeking tasks is entirely reasonable. Observing all, Xiao Bai sighs. This scene feels inexplicably familiar. Chapter 21. Acknowledge me as your leader. In the stillness of the night, after finishing the drama Suite 98, Xiao Bai emerged from its master's spiritual realm, only to find a fur ball exuding a palpable aura of despair, which prompted an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Ha! What brings you to such a state? Has merely 2 questions from the master rendered you so distraught? The entity cast a languid glance at the foolish creature and huffed. What do you know? The first master required me to perform, but I was uncertain of what to showcase. However, regarding the second master, I understand all too well. I simply do not wish to go against the wishes of my creator, nor do I wish to oppose my new master. I am contemplating a mutually beneficial resolution. Oh, the fire stick has exploded. How infuriating. Who says I lack understanding? You are the one who is clueless. Let me ask you, who is your master now? The fur ball, perplexed by the question, eventually replied in a soft tone, Xian. Humph. I shall inquire further. Who will your master be in the future? After a moment of silence, the furball replied, Xian. And who will your eternal master be? The fire stick pressed on. This time, it remained silent even longer before finally stating, Xian. Though it is an extraordinary artifact, its spiritual acknowledgement of a master cannot be undone, even if the master does not favor it. Huh. Isn't that splendid? Your true master is now my master. Why the hesitation? The simple-minded Xiaobai simply cannot comprehend. The furball remained silent for a lengthy interval before coolly responding, this time. I concede your point. Subsequently, it infused the 10 points of plant essence it had acquired during the day into its sleeping master. Huh. Indeed. You are so dim-witted. From now on, you must heed my commands and acknowledge me as your leader. I shall protect you. The entity regarded its foolish demeanor with disdain, finding it utterly unwatchable. Who, indeed, is the foolish one? How could it feel so irked at being labeled dull by a simpleton? Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you attempting to discard me? I assure you, that will not happen. Today, you must acknowledge me as your leader and follow my lead. No evasion, utter a sound. Finally, the furball reluctantly made a sound but fell silent, staring in exasperation at the bothersome stick, rendered mute by its incessant chatter. Heavens! How can Xian endure such a loquacious stick? Acknowledge it as the leader? Absolutely not. It would be impossible for a lifetime to recognize a foolish stick as its superior. After all, it was an extraordinary artifact created by the emperor, and it holds a certain status. How could it casually acknowledge another as its leader? I refuse. Xiaobai's ability to nag is unparalleled. Without Xiao Lexian's countermeasures, it could prattle on for 3 days and nights without pause. I am your leader now. I am cuter than you, more capable than you, more intelligent than you, and favored more by our master. I shall sweet-talk the master into happiness. Kindle fires to prepare meals, fish to provide sustenance, hunt beasts to ensure safety, and feign weakness to elicit sympathy. What can you do? The tasks it mentioned were all things it had done before Xiao Lexian embarked on her cultivation journey, during which she had indeed received substantial protection from it. However, since Xiao Lexian established her foundation, she began to pamper and shield it in return. It realized that feigning weakness and employing its signature antics could capture the master's attention. So it has maintained these small habits for millennia. The entity considers, listening to its words, it seems not so inept after all, yet being so foolish. It cannot assume the mantle of leadership, and it resolutely defends its autonomy. The furball rolled up into a ball. You cannot evade. Answer me quickly. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? No. The stick's incessant chatter was unbearable. The entity could no longer tolerate it, raising its fluffy face and asking, how on earth has the master endured you for millennia? Initially, it was known that you were vivacious and loquacious. However, back then, although you were both within the master's spirit, you weren't familiar with each other, and you did not nag at me. Now, has it become a never-ending ordeal? Master, help. Please awaken. Get this irritating creature away. Yet, the blissfully slumbering Xiao Lexian was entirely oblivious to the clamor within her spirit, having grown accustomed to self-imposed isolation during her meditations or rest. If not, the ever-energetic fire stick would incessantly chatter away in her spirit or laugh uproariously while indulging in dramas. Who could withstand that? Only when her consciousness is alert can she hear the voices within her spirit, a fact of which Xiaobai is acutely aware. And thus it remains unfazed by the thought of disturbing her. Naturally, should danger or significant events arise, Xiaobai could breach her self-imposed barriers to awaken her forcefully. However, after countless lessons learned, Xiaobai has learned to refrain from such actions unless absolutely necessary. The tale of the boy who cried wolf resonates clearly in its memory. It does not wish to become a deceiver. It fears that if a true crisis arises, the master may no longer heed the warning. It would never admit that its vivid recollection of the wolf is coming tale stemmed from an actual encounter. That time it nearly lost its master. Of course, it remained unaware that this was a deliberate lesson orchestrated by Xiao Lexian. Chapter 22. The Remarkable Power of Little White's Chattering Skills. The following day. Oh, Tongzi, what troubles you? You seem utterly dejected, like a frost-bitten eggplant, Xiao Lexian mused, reflecting on whether her impatience had inadvertently burdened Tongzi. Surely, it couldn't be such a grave matter to cause such distress. Xian, I feel like I am dying, Tongzi lamented, lacking vitality. What? Xiao Lexian was taken aback. Was it truly so serious? The young one expressed shock. Could it be that the creation of the divine farmer emperor was so fragile? Tongzi continued in its listless state, its mind buzzing, barely processing Xiao Lexian's words. Seeing its silence, Xiao Lexian presumed it was still grappling with yesterday's conversation, and patiently explained, Little Tong, you must understand that since the divine farmer emperor has cast you out to seek a fated companion, he will not interfere with your affairs. I can decide on 99 of matters concerning you. As for the remaining one, Tongzi, being a creation of the divine farmer emperor, remained skeptical about her understanding of him. The queries from the previous day and the soliciting of its opinions were merely strategies to gradually gain control, akin to cooking a frog slowly in warm water. A hasty or forceful command would only lead to resentment. She had anticipated a lengthy process, much like her initial interactions with Little White. Yet Tongzi's subsequent words left her utterly bewildered. Ah, Xian, I will listen to you from now on, obediently doing whatever you ask of me. However, could you please keep that little white creature at a distance? Xiao Lexian. A head full of question marks. What did this have to do with Little White? What on earth transpired during the previous night? Instinctively, she glanced at the eerily quiet fire stick in the corner, her expression turning serious. Little White, speak. What happened? The moment Little White saw her expression, it realized it could no longer feign ignorance. Ah, it's all because that Tongzi is too fragile. I merely compelled it for a single night to be my little subordinate. It didn't utter a peep and then told the master it wanted to die. Oh heavens! At that moment, I truly wished to unleash my fury and deal with it once and for all. Moreover, what did it mean by saying that as long as it kept its distance, it would behave? Was it attempting to poison the master's mind? Infuriating. Yet, it understood that whenever the master narrowed her eyes, no amount of sweet talk or playful antics would suffice. Remaining obedient was the only way to avoid the master's wrath. After a round of explanations, Xiao Lexian was left speechless. She had not anticipated that Little White's incessant chatter would yield such unexpected results. Truly astonishing. She had prepared for an extensive negotiation of authority with Tongzi, ready to exert significant effort, only to find it resolved before it even began. How peculiar to feel as though she was caught in a breathless limbo. However, Xiao Lexian quickly regained her composure. Realizing the advantage of a swift resolution, this was indeed a fortunate turn of events. It seemed that Little White had inadvertently rendered her significant assistance. Yet, gazing at the forlorn Tongzi, its dejected demeanor evoked an almost involuntary urge to smile. Xiao Lexian nearly faltered, but managed to maintain her composure. Cough, cough. With a stern visage, she spoke in a soothing tone. Cheer up. How about this? I will create a soul barrier for you, allowing you to retreat into it whenever you desire solitude, where no sounds can reach you. This revelation relieved Tongzi, who felt revitalized. Gazing at Xiao Lexian with an awkward expression. Thank you, master. Xiao Lexian finally chuckled. Now you call me master instead of Xianxian? Hearing this teasing tone, Tongzi grew more uncomfortable, explaining, I previously referred to you as Xianxian to avoid sounding foolish, like Little White. Now, I wish to call you master. That is perfectly fine. You may call me whatever you like. Tongzi stiffened, genuinely obedient now. Master, last night I infused you with the essence of plants. Xiao Lexian sensed the change. Indeed, her year-old body felt more robust, walking without any tremors. She was delighted and praised. Excellent, Tuan, you are remarkable. Feeling elated by the praise, Tongzi's eyes lit up. Is that my name? Have I been given a name by the master? Indeed, she replied, affirming with a nod. Yes, Tuan, that is your name. Tongzi was overjoyed. The divine farmer emperor had never bestowed a name upon it. Thank you, master. The gratitude was filled with genuine joy. Its earlier gloom dissipated entirely. Despite being merely a creation, it was fashioned by the divine farmer emperor and possessed emotions akin to living beings, pain, anger, joy, and delight. Yet, for now, the master's soul remained fractured, preventing it and the stick from straying far from her essence. But they would be able to venture out in the future. Having reassured Tuan, Xiao Lexian proceeded with her daily signing. Ding, sign-in successful, gained 10 points, 10 essence of plants. Signed in for 3 days, total points, 120. From now on, after each sign-in, please store the points and directly infuse the essence of plants into my body, Xiao Lexian instructed. Understood, master. Another wave of comforting energy enveloped her. This essence of plants washed over her body, enhancing her strength. It felt akin to a martial arts master bestowing internal energy upon her. Yet, while others received internal energy, she was infused with the essence of plants. This essence bore some resemblance to wood spirit energy, yet it was not the same. It seemed purer and more potent. Xiao Lexian was immensely pleased to feel her body gradually solidifying and strengthening. Indeed, this is promising. With just 20 more infusions, I feel I could break through to the first layer of qi refinement. Master, that is not referred to as the first layer of qi refinement. Oh, what is it called? Chapter 23. The reasons behind the divine farmer's arts transcending conventional rules. After your breakthrough, it is called Human Farmer Level 1. The distinction in levels was indeed significant. Xiao Lexian inquired, could you please elaborate on all the levels? And also, Provide an introduction to the divine farmer's arts? Feeling a newfound closeness to her master, Tongzi was eager to serve, speaking incessantly. Master, your cultivation levels will be divided into 4 major stages: human farmer, spirit farmer, immortal farmer, and divine farmer. Each of these 4 stages is further divided into 10 minor stages. Human farmer level 10 is equivalent to your previous late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Upon further breakthrough, you will reach spirit farmer. Spirit farmer level 1 corresponds to the cultivation of a convergent spirit. Spirit farmer level 10 is equivalent to a cultivator in the tribulation phase. Subsequently, the next breakthrough leads to immortal farmer. Master, your previous strength as a 9 heavens profound immortal corresponds to immortal farmer level 10. Further breakthroughs will elevate you to the divine level. To attain the true legacy of the divine farmer, you must reach human farmer level 1 strength. Moreover, I have another piece of news for you, Master. The reason the cultivation of the divine farmer's planting arts transcends conventional rules is that it necessitates continuous planting. This is a process of accumulating merit over time. This is one aspect. The second aspect is that prior to breaking through to the first level of the Shennong technique and receiving the true inheritance of the Shennong Emperor, all the vital energies of plants and trees within your body can only be utilized to nourish flora and heal humanity, nurturing the physical form of individuals. Should you wish to inflict harm or take a life, it is simply unattainable. Imagine, Master, hurling a sphere of verdant plant energy at an adversary with the intent to slay them, only to discover that the essence of flora offers nothing but benevolence, fostering and healing, thus rendering it incapable of causing harm. Xiao Lexian chuckled, pondering how 3,000 small worlds could accommodate practitioners of the Shennong technique. The rules would not impede those who cultivate Shennong. They continuously plant, and, no matter how formidable the practitioners become, they remain harmless to their own world. If I were the Tao of heaven of this world, I would gladly welcome such diligent and selfless individuals. Yet, there lingers an inexplicable discomfort. Why does it feel as though I have been deceived? Master, the Shennong technique is not entirely devoid of lethality. Upon breaking through to the first level and receiving the true legacy of the Emperor, it becomes feasible. I recall a formidable forbidden technique within the Emperor's inheritance, known as the 10,000 Withering Arts, which can instantaneously siphon the life force from all beings. With the invocation of the 10,000 Withering Arts, one can obliterate life, leaving no trace behind, annihilating existence itself. What level of power is necessary to depart from this world? The entity known as the Tsong felt a twinge of unease. It dared not divulge the complete truth, fearing the Master's wrath, and thus responded with half-truths. Master, you merely need to continuously plant, sign in, and purify your bloodline until the plant energy within you condenses into a tangible form in your dantian. When you attain the first level of Shennong, you shall be able to depart. At that moment, it will be time to return to the Emperor's Shennong Palace to accept the inheritance. Everything prior serves merely as a foundation for this acceptance. Despite the seemingly formidable nature of the Shennong technique, it is, in fact, a fundamental art that any individual possessing Shennong bloodline can cultivate. Its full title is Fundamental Entry into the Shennong technique, though the latter part is often omitted. Must one reach the first level of Shennong to exit this world? Xiao Lexian furrowed her brow, contemplating that even if she were to cultivate the entirety of this world, it might still fall short of elevating her to that level. Sensing her thoughts, Song hastily reassured her, "Do not worry, Master. The mundane world you inhabit is vast. Indeed, it is the largest of the 3,000 small worlds, with dozens of nations, both large and small. It is precisely because of its expanse that the devastation of this world leads to an abundance of innocent, vengeful spirits, resulting in the overwhelming malevolent aura surrounding your brother. This aura rivals the terrifying presence of those otherworldly demons. Alas, a shift in the path of cultivation, where one cannot utilize plant energies to harm others, feels rather disconcerting. Master, do not express such sentiments. Although the essence within you cannot harm or kill prior to receiving the inheritance, your strength will increase, your senses will sharpen, your speed will match that of true cultivators, and your physical resilience will gradually become invincible. With extraordinary speed, immense power capable of parting mountains and rivers, and a body impervious to blades and flames, coupled with the ability to heal wounds, no one shall harm or slay you." Xiao Lexian found merit in this assertion. Indeed, in the mundane realm, there is no need for the means of cultivators, as sheer speed and strength can easily overpower ordinary individuals. It was merely an adjustment after having been a cultivator for so long. Furthermore, the ability to cultivate the essence of plants and trees with healing properties was an unexpected delight. Master, why not undertake a task now and venture out to plant?" Song urged, eager for the Master to cultivate more plant energy and purify her bloodline. hastening their return to the divine realm's Shennong palace. For reasons unknown, the emperor had created Song long ago and, one day, hastily instructed it to find a fated individual, leaving it with an uneasy premonition. Perhaps this was Song's sixth sense. However, Xiao Lexian did not decline. Let us proceed with the task. At that moment, she yearned to personally experience the operation of the Shennong technique within her body and understand the sensation of planting. Chapter 24. Little niece, what have you buried? Woo woo woo, master. What is it? Have you forsaken me? Observing the master engaged in lively conversation with that insufferable song about cultivation, the fire stick felt utterly despondent, unable to interject or offer assistance. Little Bai is the most obedient. How could I possibly neglect you? Xiao Lexian replied with a smile. Are you angry then? Little Bai inquired cautiously. Huh. Xiao Lexian was momentarily taken aback. What would I be angry about? Little Bai, nervously twisting its stick-like body, furtively glanced at the distant, cold-emitting fluffball, and then back again, resembling a child who had erred. Woo woo woo. I was upset on behalf of Tuan Tuan, for I had to comfort it all night. Huffed. Xiao Lexian, in her infantile form, could not suppress her laughter. With such words, what is there to be upset about? Isn't that right, Tuan Tuan? After all, Little Bai had saved her a great deal of trouble, fostering a closer relationship with Tsong. So she truly had no intention of holding Little Bai accountable. If Tsong were not present, she might have even encouraged it to create more, ensuring that the somewhat aloof Tsong did not run away. Ha ha ha. I knew master would understand. Humph. No one can compare to me when it comes to reporting. It leaped with joy. As long as the master was pleased, it had no concern for Tsong's grievances. With Xiao Lexian in the middle, the atmosphere became harmonious and pleasant, and she found herself laughing incessantly in her infantile manner. Why is my daughter so cheerful? Just awakening. Xiao Hushan saw his daughter giggling in her cradle, lifting his spirits, invigorating him with renewed motivation to earn and care for her. Xiao Lexian was cradled in her father's arms as he fed her, washed her face, and finally dressed her in new clothes before placing her back beside his still sleeping wife. Wife, I am off to work. Please watch over our daughter. As dawn broke, Xiao Hushan set out with his farming tools. Last winter, heavy snowfall had claimed lives. This summer, drought had prevailed for months. In September, during the harvest season for rice, the crops were severely stunted due to the lack of water, causing great distress. Fortunately, having fought on the battlefield, despite returning with a leg injury, he was still able to venture into the mountains for hunting. With few mouths to feed at home, they managed to scrape by. Previously, he had prayed daily for rain. But now, with the rice harvest approaching, he knew that torrential downpours would only ruin the crops. In the coming days, he needed to hastily harvest the rice and lend a hand to his ailing brother, Yuan Sheng, who had completely succumbed to illness and could not rise. If he did not assist, he feared his brother would not survive the year. Xiao Hushan hurriedly left, while Chunhua, still half asleep, murmured a response before drifting back into slumber. It was not that Chunhua woke late. She typically rose at 7 or 8 in the morning, which was considered normal in modern times. However, Hushan had always awakened at the crack of dawn to prepare breakfast and tidy the house before heading out to hunt or work. Compared to him, Chunhua's waking time seemed tardy. With the door closed, Xiao Lexian wasted no time, leaping from her bed, seizing the task seeds transmitted by Tsong, and stepped outside. Having absorbed the essence of nature a few times now, she was entirely capable of walking on her own. However, her diminutive stature made it quite a struggle for her to reach the doorknob when she ventured out. Fortunately, every problem is merely a challenge to be resolved, and a small stool sufficed. Once outside, she ensured to pull the door shut behind her. Xiao Lexian, with her short legs, had no intention of straying far. She busied herself right in her own backyard, tending to the small vegetable patch by her gate. A loud voice boomed from behind her. Oh dear, isn't this the daughter of the second family? What are you doing all alone here? Where is your mother? Turning around, Xiao Lexian spotted her aunt emerging from the house, her hair disheveled, a large-toothed comb in hand, striding towards her. Ignoring her, Xiao Lexian continued to toil in the soil. For in the eyes of others, she was merely a child at play with mud. At least, that was certainly the case in the eyes of the plump Jean family matriarch. Xiao Lexian had thought that as a mere child, her aunt would glance at her and then move on, but to her surprise, the woman plopped herself down on a nearby stone and made no move to leave. She began to speak, assuming Xiao Lexian was incapable of understanding, and thus rambled on, forcing Xiao Lexian to overhear a cacophony of nonsensical chatter. After finishing her digging, Xiao Lexian placed a large seed into the hole, just about to cover it with soil when her aunt's hefty hand suddenly pressed down. Oh, my dear niece. What are you burying? Come, show it to Annie. Burying what? Obviously, it was a seed, but she was just a child. Why should she respond to such a foolish inquiry? Did her aunt not see what she was doing? If not, why approach her? It's a seed. she mumbled in her childish voice, pushing against her aunt's large frame. Oh dear, child. I'm just looking, not trying to take anything. The aunt, oblivious to the accusatory expression on the little girl's face, felt no sense of adult accountability for bullying a child. She had indeed seen that the girl was bearing walnuts, edible ones at that, which she could take home for herself or for Jean Bao, providing them with nutrition. Surely, those walnuts were a gift from the second family for her sister-in-law, ought to aid in nursing. The plump Jean matriarch thought to herself, lamenting that such a fine treat had eluded her grasp, only to discover this little girl had taken it upon herself to plant them instead. It was no mystery how the Jean matriarch had grown so rotund. She was greedy and domineering, snatching up children's possessions without a hint of shame. Xiao Lexian felt her displeasure was apparent, yet her small stature made it impossible to push her aunt away, even after absorbing the essence of nature twice. Her strength could not compare to that of an adult. Her aunt's coarse hand pressed down on her muddy little hand, further aggravating Xiao Lexian. Is it your intention to bully a child? Humph. Even if I have yet to embark on my training, I shall not be so easily oppressed. If she was unwilling to relent, then Xiao Lexian would not hold back. Ah, what is this? Her aunt cried out in pain, releasing her grip and glancing around in a fluster. What had just struck her hand? It hurt terribly. Yet, her niece remained motionless, gazing at her with innocent eyes. Surely, it could not have been her. Suddenly recalling the words of the old witch from a few days prior, warning her to be cautious of unclean things. The plump Jean matriarch shuddered at the thought of her recent pain. No longer could she think of food. She turned her plump body and hurriedly fled. Ha ha. Little Bai laughed uproariously. Master, your soul's whip is still effective. Look at her expression. She believes she has encountered a malevolent spirit. Humph. Becoming a child has made Xiao Lexian's emotions more readily apparent. She brought this upon herself. Initially, I offered her a chance to leave, but she squandered it. Though I may be weak, I am not someone to be trifled with. Once the plump Jean matriarch had departed, Xiao Lexian resumed her diligent planting. She had not inquired what the second task from Tuan entailed regarding her planting. The dark, round shape resembled walnuts, which explained her aunt's confusion. Master, focus your thoughts on planting and let the Shennong Great technique activate on its own. What does it feel like? Yes. The Tuan mentioned that the foundational technique of Shennong entered her blood when her soul recognized it. Even though her mind has yet to grasp the specifics, her body possesses the method of cultivation. Once her thoughts are engaged, the technique operates autonomously within her. Ultimately, it was her shattered soul that rendered her too fragile to fully accept the divine insights of the technique. Fortunately, even the basic foundational aspects of the Shennong Great technique were immensely powerful. Beyond the soul's enlightenment, it could also circulate through the body's blood. And once her soul was sufficiently nourished, she could embrace the full content of the teachings. At this moment, lacking explicit knowledge did not impede her thoughts from manifesting, allowing the grand technique to flow freely through her veins. Then, an astonishing and wondrous occurrence transpired. Xiao Lexian had never experienced anything like it. In that instant, she felt as though she had merged with the very earth beneath her feet. She was it, and it was her. Countless strange images flashed before her eyes, too swift for her to grasp. Before she could ponder the meaning of these visions, she felt a surge of peculiar vitality, an invigorating and nurturing essence emanating from the land she stood upon. Master, this is the vitality of the earth, Tuan exclaimed with excitement. Incredible. Your affinity and comprehension of the earth are astonishingly high. To achieve what others take decades or even centuries to attain upon your first attempt is remarkable. Oh, I remember now. The great emperor once said that a person with a high level of understanding, who truly feels a connection with nature and enjoys planting, coupled with a potent bloodline, can achieve such feats. Your divine bloodline has reached 50% due to the accumulation from the cultivation realm, and now, fused with your current body, the concentration of your Shennong bloodline stands at 50% as well. Thus, it is only natural that you would be the first to sense the earth's energy. Master, you are truly remarkable, Tuan praised, emulating Xiao Lexian's manner, striving to maintain composure. Did you not see the master in a state of unity with nature? Keep quiet. Little Bai shot a disgruntled glance at Tuan, wishing to capture the master's affection. Praising the master should be done at appropriate moments. One should remain quiet during her cultivation. Tuan retorted. Why has this firewood stick become increasingly irksome? It cannot abide me being close to the master, can it? I shall grow even closer to infuriate the fool. However, being crafted by the Shennong emperor, it held a certain dignity and chose not to stoop to the level of the foolish stick. With that thought, it quietly delved into its repository of knowledge to research what unity with nature entailed. Though unfamiliar with orthodox Taoist practices, it possessed a wealth of information and would not reveal its origins as a creation of the great emperor left in the Shennong palace, untouched by the outside world. Upon completion of its research, Tuan grew even more exhilarated. Indeed, achieving unity with nature necessitated a high level of comprehension. What Xiao Lexian experienced was not merely unity with nature. It was more aptly described as unity with the earth. Regardless, the outcome was undeniably favorable. Tuanzi rejoiced at having such an extraordinary master, yet in an effort to avoid appearing foolish, it diligently suppressed its emotions, tensing its entire being in a facade of worldly sophistication. However, this excessive tension caused every hair on its body to stand on end, startling Xiaobai. What was the matter? Was it truly so angry from just a few words? Best to keep a distance from the cantankerous and miserly Zongzi. This must be what the master referred to as getting ruffled, right? Unbeknownst to Zongzi, it had been labeled as stingy by Xiaobai, who remained utterly fixated on its master. Eyes unblinking. Meanwhile, Xiao Lexian experienced a peculiar sensation, her body entwined with an invigorating energy, her blood surging, and her cultivation technique operating at an accelerated pace. Her blood and body gradually began to emanate a similar aura, harmonizing with the Earth's energy, thus establishing an unceasing cycle of vitality. Around her, the air stirred without wind. The energy she produced infused the freshly buried seeds, mingling with the surrounding soil and diffusing into the atmosphere. A stunning spectacle unfolded. The seeds she had just planted began to sprout, while the once feeble and yellowed seedlings in her little garden transformed into vibrant green, flourishing rapidly. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be astonished. Even the plants in the courtyard seemed to exhibit newfound vitality, invigorated by the energy permeating the air. But this was merely the beginning. During this process, countless invisible green specks surged into her body, purer than the wood spirit energy of cultivators. Essence from the flora? This sensation enveloped Xiao Lexian in utter bliss, as if she had ascended to paradise. Such a feeling was reminiscent of her initial experiences when first drawing energy into her body. Ding. Successful first planting. Acquiring plant essence 1, 20, 50, 51, 60. 99 absorbing plant essence, Zongzi incessantly announced, causing Xiao Lexian to frown in mild annoyance, finding it rather noisy. Sensing her thoughts, Zongzi felt quite wronged. It could not store the plant essence generated during the planting process, as it directly entered its master's body for her to absorb. Xiao Lexian also sensed her breakthrough. Regaining her focus as her technique accelerated and the surrounding plants thrived, more and more plant essence flowed back into her. With a pop, it seemed she had finally shattered some constraint within her body. She had achieved a breakthrough. Zongzi announced, "Congratulations, Master. You have broken through to the first level of human farming." Following the breakthrough, the absorption of plant essence did not cease until she reached the mid-stage of the first level of human farming, equivalent to the second level of qi refinement from before. At this moment, she was brimming with energy. The return of her strength felt delightful. Heaven knows how long she had endured in this feeble little body. Now, her physical resilience had improved to the point where she was unlikely to sustain injury from a fall. Assessing her newfound strength, she estimated it to be around 200 pounds, surpassing that of an average adult male. Such were the benefits of a breakthrough. Xiao Lexian felt elated. Yet suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from behind her. "Ah, my daughter, what has happened? Why are you covered in darkness?" It was enough to frighten her. Chapter 27. Is it not appealing? Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Lexian turned, only to see Chunhua Mama rushing towards her, her face etched with worry. From a distance, she had spotted her daughter with the back of her head shrouded in darkness, causing her great distress. Xiao Lexian was swept into a tight embrace, and it dawned on her that she had indeed broken through, expelling impurities, which likely rendered her appearance less than presentable. How to explain? Oh, she was merely a one-year-old treasure. What could she possibly articulate? Thus, Xiao Lexian found herself nestled in a warm embrace, gazing at her mother with wide, innocent eyes. However, her darkened visage resembled that of a small girl smeared with black oil, too disconcerting to behold. The panic-stricken Chunhua Mama, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clutched her tightly. "My daughter, my precious daughter. How could this happen? Who has wronged you?" Xiao Lexian continued to gaze at her mother, feigning ignorance, while also attempting to divert her attention. Mama, dirty, wash it was her oversight." The breakthrough had come so abruptly that she had forgotten that even though her body had been cleansed of impurities during her fetal stage with innate energy after birth, consuming grains would inevitably lead to a buildup of impurities. Therefore, it was normal for her to expel them during a subsequent breakthrough. Before she could react or test whether the cleansing technique of the cultivation world could be applied, her mother had appeared. Chunhua Mama was indeed distracted by her daughter's words, her expression softening. All right, Mama will wash you." Simultaneously, she resolved never to sleep in again. Heaven knows the fear she felt upon waking up and recalling the vague warning from earlier to keep a close watch on her daughter, only to find her missing. In a flurry of anxiety, she searched the house, finding no one, and then ventured outside. Upon opening the door, she immediately spotted her daughter squatting on the ground. Before she could exhale in relief, she was once again startled by the sight of her daughter's darkened neck, fearing someone had mistreated her. Has someone poured filthy water on you? This thought ignited both urgency and anger within her. Upon closer inspection, she noted that not only was her daughter's clothing soaked in darkness, but her face was also grimy, leaving Chunhua Mama perplexed as to how her daughter had become so sullied. Her daughter clearly needed a wash. The little one's words interrupted her spiraling thoughts, and she promptly scooped her up and carried her inside, boiling water and washing her repeatedly. She even utilized the last of their soap pods. After cleaning her daughter, Chunhua Mama gently placed Xiao Lexian back in the cradle, cooing softly, "Good girl, sleep now, be obedient, and do not cry." Having soothed her daughter with tender words, she busied herself with chores, cleaning the house, doing laundry, and preparing lunch for when her husband returned. However, as Chunhua Mama busied herself, the ominous energy within her stomach surged once more. Thud! The stool toppled, nearly landing on Chunhua Mama's foot, an invisible force pulling her back. Almost tripped again. And once more, something pulled me back. It's happening again. Initially, Chunhua Mama paid little mind, but as the flat ground of her home seemed to conspire against her, the second, third, and countless times she nearly fell, her composure began to falter. Ba! She clasped her hands together, chanting, "Come, come, go, go, wherever you came from. Return there. I, Li Chunhua, have not committed murder or arson. If you harbor a grudge, seek retribution elsewhere. Do not involve me." Xiao Lexian, overhearing her words, thought, being targeted by misfortune could be considered as being sought after, right? Just as she pondered this, Chunhua Mama bowed towards a particular direction, then gently stroked her belly, saying, "My child, you must have been protecting Mama just now, right? Such a good boy. Even before you were born, you already knew to protect Mama." Having nearly fallen multiple times and inexplicably feeling something pulling her back, she remained oblivious to the identity of her protector. Yet, in the room, there were only herself, her daughter, and the son who had entered her dreams in a golden light. Xiao Lexian lacked the ability to shield her from harm. Thus, the only one capable of doing so was this extraordinary son. Hearing Chunhua Mama's words, Xiao Lexian remained unaffected, having no intention of revealing herself, while Xiaobai felt aggrieved. Master, how could your mother say that? It was clearly you who prevented her from falling, yet she attributes it to your brother's merit. How is that fair? Boo-hoo." Xiao Lexian couldn't help but chuckle. "Silly little bai, how old are you? Do you still seek fairness? Many matters in this world cannot merely be perceived through the eyes. They transcend mere outcomes. It is perhaps fortunate that my mother has misunderstood, as it allows me to remain concealed, and when my younger brother arrives, he shall not be scorned by our mother due to misfortune. It is a win-win situation. Since the dark spirit has taken residence within the womb of Mother Chunhua, a blood bond has been established. Regardless of its past existence, it shall henceforth be her brother, an immutable truth." Indeed, there seems to be some wisdom in this. "Master," the fire stick swayed its body and conceded. "Master," Tuanzi queried, perplexed, "if you are destined to grow increasingly powerful, why wish to remain hidden? Does not strength attract admiration from those around you? Tuan, you fail to comprehend. If I do not aspire to become a revered deity, exalted and adored, I must not present myself as omnipotent. Power that eludes human comprehension only invites reverence and fear, never closeness. I, your master, desire to experience humanity once more, to integrate into the lives of those around me. That is what holds true significance. After all, I do not wish to be isolated and exalted before I have matured. With such a wonderful father and a loving mother, how could one not relish in this?" Chapter 28. A beginner-esque gift package? How was I not aware of this? That evening, Xiao Lexian widened her eyes, listening intently to Mother Chunhua converse with Father Hushan. The topics were mundane occurrences from the day. What astonished Xiao Lexian was that Mother Chunhua refrained from sharing any grievances or misfortunes, focusing instead on joyous anecdotes. Clearly, the bond between them was not without reason. Aside from her somewhat delicate disposition, Mother Chunhua was adept at nurturing their relationship. Father Hushan, delighted by his wife's recounting of trivial domestic matters, felt his fatigue dissipate entirely. The mundane tales, when spoken by his beloved, took on an enchanting quality, discovering a copper coin while sweeping the floor, finding out that the sow was pregnant and soon to deliver a litter of piglets which could be sold for new clothes for the family, and noting how the vegetables in their yard had grown lush and vibrant. There was even the amusing incident of their large dog, Jinbao, defecating in a neighbor's yard and receiving a reprimand from his sister-in-law. leading to a comical showdown over the mess that entertained all onlookers. As he listened, Xiao Hushan felt a profound lightness and could not resist embracing his wife with affection. However, the mood soon took a more intimate turn. Xiao Lexian hastily shielded her ears. She had no inclination to eavesdrop on her parents' amorous exchanges. Unbeknownst to her, the couple was momentarily distracted from their passionate encounter when Mother Chunhua suddenly recalled the child growing within her, bringing their activities to an abrupt halt. "Sleep now," he murmured, his voice hoarse, as they settled into a peaceful quietude. Meanwhile, Tawanzi continued to report task summaries to Xiao Lexian. Yes, it was Xiao Lexian who requested this. Ding. Master has completed the first planting task and earned 500 points and 100 units of plant essence. The current total is 620 points and 130 units of plant essence. Let us sign in for today. Very well, Master. Ding. Sign in successful. On the 4th day, you have gained 10 points and 10 units of plant essence. From now on, I shall not inquire further, Master. The plant essence from your sign-ins will be directly added to your total, reflecting the amount within you. Understood. Instantly, a familiar energy surged into her body. This time, Xiao Lexian absorbed it swiftly, and within a blink, the 10 units of plant essence vanished. No noticeable increase in cultivation. Ding. Current total, 630 points, 140 units of plant essence. Cultivation, Human Farmer Level 1 Mid-Stage. Xiao Lexian scrutinized the rapidly appearing and disappearing text, her brows furrowing. Can my information update to reflect current progress? Tawanzi responded, Understood, Master. It promptly accessed the knowledge base to learn how other systems displayed information and adapted accordingly. Ding. This time, a transparent screen expanded before Xiao Lexian, displaying the following: Master's information. Name, Xiao Lexian. Gender, female. Age, 1 year. Cultivation, Human Farmer Level 1 Mid-Stage. Divine Farmer Bloodline Concentration, 50. Plant Essence, 140. Consumable. Does not affect cultivation. Points, 630. Void Backpack, 1 soulwood seed, already planted. A complete set of planting tools, a shovel that can enlarge or shrink automatically digs. A rake that can enlarge or shrink for effortless digging. A bottomless bottle for endless water supply, and a shovel that can enlarge or shrink for self-digging. 1 unknown lottery box, and 1 key to unlock the system mall. Special items, none. Upon the complete display of her information, Xiao Lexian was left astonished. What was this void backpack? What treasures lay within? She was utterly unaware. Master, the void backpack is a system-provided storage space for your belongings, capable of expanding or contracting based on your needs. The items within are rewards from your initial sign-in, the beginner's gift package. Oh, a beginner's gift package? How was I not informed? Master, the first sign-in was conducted by Xiaobai on your behalf. Xiao Lexian turned to Xiaobai, who appeared somewhat guilty. Master, I forgot to mention the beginner's gift package. It was simply forgetful by nature, and it whimpered. Please do not blame me. Xiao Lexian, understanding Xiaobai's tendencies, nodded and remarked. From now on, Tawanzi can remind me of such matters. Yes, let us leave the trivialities to the system. Xiaobai interjected. Why does it feel like you're not pleased? I promise I won't forget next time. Please still rely on me. Xiao Lexian was well aware of its feelings. However, those sentiments were voiced at the onset of their relationship, and now that they had grown closer, they could be set aside. Nonetheless, mutual assistance in tasks undoubtedly fostered their bond, so whether Xiaobai sought her help or she requested Xiaobai's assistance, there was no need for formality. Xiaobai, in the future, handle your designated tasks. Do not encroach on Tawanzi's responsibilities. This delighted Xiaobai, who responded, Understood, Master. At this moment, Tawanzi remained quietly aloof, feeling that anything it could say would be inappropriate. Tuan, did you remember what I said? Tawanzi promptly snapped back to attention. Yes, Master. The system will inform you of new messages and updates unknown to you. Good. Had she known there was a complete set of planting tools that could change size, she need not have labored with her hands in the mud during the day. However, it was not too late. After reviewing her information, she inquired. The plant essence I absorb is for upgrading, and using it does not affect my cultivation? Naturally not, Master. As per the knowledge base, the plant essence functions similarly to how cultivators absorb spiritual energy. The amount of spiritual energy a cultivator absorbs is stored within their body, and utilizing that stored energy before reabsorbing it does not cause a decline in level or affect cultivation. Similarly, the absorption of the essence of flora and fauna facilitates an elevation in one's cultivation, allowing the body to accommodate an ever-increasing amount of this vital energy. Within the body, this essence becomes available for utilization. Upon venturing to a locale abundant in greenery and activating her cultivation techniques, the essence is swiftly replenished. However, would the substantial absorption of such energy adversely affect the growth of the plants? Of course not, Master. The little companion elucidated. Once you commence your cultivation, your body establishes a perpetual cycle with the earth, consistently generating more of the earth's essence to nourish the land and the plants that thrive upon it. For flora and seeds, just a modicum of earth's essence can yield tenfold the essence of flora. Thus, dear master, you will observe that while you absorb the surrounding essence, the plants and seeds neither wither nor diminish. Rather, they flourish even more robustly. This illustrates that the loss of a small amount of essence is vastly outweighed by the benefits they receive, which is why they continue to thrive. With this newfound understanding, Xiao Lexian felt unburdened by any guilt as she continued to absorb the essence of flora. For whenever she draws in this energy, her techniques activate, and her body enters into a harmonious cycle with the earth's essence, resulting in the generation of countless units of this vital energy. Her initial concerns were not entirely unfounded. The essence of flora is indeed crucial for plants, and she had worried about becoming a scourge upon them. Yet, it turned out her fears were unfounded. Before reaching the level of Shennong, without the inheritance of the emperor or any forbidden techniques for destruction, her cultivation path could neither annihilate plants nor harm others. This was indeed fortuitous. Such a method of cultivation was steady and systematic, devoid of the treachery and peril that permeated the realm of immortals. After contemplating these thoughts, Xiao Lexian felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Now, let us unveil the unknown reward box and the marketplace. Shall we open it now, master? Yes. Let us proceed. I feel quite invigorated tonight and find myself unable to sleep. I am curious to discover what lies within the unknown reward box and what the marketplace has to offer. What can I acquire with over 600 points? Chapter 29. A Broad Path to Cultivation. Open sesame, balabala, open. Xiao Lexian exclaimed. What is this peculiar incantation? Master, this is not merely an odd incantation. It is the opening phrase specifically crafted for me by the great emperor of Shennong. The emperor remarked that I am most favored by him, the most competent of his subordinates, and he wishes to reserve the finest for me. Allow me to share, master, do not underestimate the simplicity of this phrase, for it is the genuine dialect of the emperor's homeland. Having lived for eons and traversed countless lands, he desires to preserve the essence of his hometown. Hence he has embedded numerous personal touches within my system. Unlike other subordinates, I am the most formidable. Did you say something? Xiao Lexian furrowed her brow. Can you hear my thoughts? This is not ideal. Even in close companionship, one should maintain some semblance of privacy. Ah, master, do not fret. I can only occasionally sense your thoughts during our conversations. Outside of that, I cannot. All right, that is somewhat acceptable. However, she pondered, is open sesame a specialty of Huagua? How then does it become the dialect of the great emperor? This fleeting thought crossed Xiao Lexian's mind and was soon dismissed. The little companion observed her silence and assumed she doubted its special bond with the emperor. It wished to provide further proof, despite being relegated to the warehouse upon its creation. Yet, the emperor had spoken to it daily during its inception, which was far more than many other subordinates had ever experienced. Master. The companion's words were interrupted by Xiaobai's startled exclamation. Master, look, quick. Xiaobai gazed in astonishment at the box that floated before them, visible only to their eyes. Following the completion of the incantation, a gentle green light flickered, and a small green paper figure sprang forth from within the box. The little green figure was quite peculiar. It bore deep, intricate patterns that lent it an extraordinary appearance. And the paper itself seemed far from flimsy. It resembled a three-dimensional little figure in motion. Ha ha ha, master, you must see how strange it looks. Is this a paper figure? Ha ha ha, and it is entirely green. Its head is green too. Ha ha. Xiao Lexian regarded the diminutive green figure, which was no larger than a finger. Aside from its paper-like material and its entirely green hue, it possessed no facial features, yet in all other respects, it bore a striking resemblance to a human. Even the attire it donned consisted of green shorts and long pants. This sight left Xiao Lexian somewhat taken aback. However, her long experience in the realm of cultivation enabled her to quickly regain her composure upon encountering such a curious entity. Moreover, the little green figure bore a resemblance to the talisman figures found in the realm of cultivation, albeit more refined and agile. The little green figure leaped to the edge of Xiao Lexian's cradle and knelt before her, uttering in a monotone voice, "Little servant greets the master." Congratulations, master, on acquiring a green little servant. The little companion, now realizing the significance of this moment, was filled with exhilaration. Isn't this one of the special items the emperor mentioned during my creation? Has the master already activated it? What incredible luck! Xiao Lexian observed the obedient little figure. If not for its green hue and diminutive stature, it could easily be mistaken for a real person. If this were a mechanized being, it would undoubtedly be a uniquely designed automaton. Xiao Lexian conveyed her thoughts. Rise and introduce yourself. What are your capabilities? The little green figure lifted what would be its face, lacking a mouth or any visible movement. Yet Xiao Lexian could still hear its voice. Master, I can locate individuals with special talents for you and bring them before you, allowing you to tame them for your purposes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lexian lost interest. She had expected the little green figure to possess remarkable abilities, but it merely offered to unearth talent for her to train. Never mind. I have no desire for power or domination. Why would I require a multitude of individuals to train? She replied, somewhat disheartened. Indeed, I am simply engaged in planting and cultivation. Since I am not pursuing the conventional path of cultivation in this lifetime, I wish to rectify past regrets, savor the journey, and enjoy the scenery while cultivating and indulging in life's pleasures. That is my true aspiration. Oh, Master. The little companion could no longer contain itself. Please do not dismiss the little green figure. It has significant utility. Oh, what sort of utility does it possess? While the acquisition of unique talents may prove advantageous for those seeking to dominate the world, for me, it holds little value. Indeed, our master is the most extraordinary, the greatest talent. Xiaobai chimed in, proudly affirming this sentiment. The little companion glared at Xiaobai, losing its previous politeness. You know nothing. Be quiet. Ah, master. It is being mean to me. It is being mean to me. It is being mean to me. It wants me to be silent. Woo woo woo. Xiaobai immediately reported the incident. Xiao Lexian raised an eyebrow at Xiaobai, who shared her sentiments, pondering how Xiaobai felt insulted despite being unaware of anything. Yet, having lived long enough, her demeanor was as steady as a rock, and she felt no anger. Instead, she became intrigued and inquired, Oh? It seems you have considerable knowledge about the little green figure. Do share what else it can do? The little companion faltered, as it was unaware of any further capabilities. The emperor stated it was exceptionally powerful, and he would not deceive his subordinates. There are simply too many matters. So let the little green figure explain itself. In a tranquil corner, the quiet little green was called upon, yet it remained motionless, standing with its hands down, embodying the essence of a dutiful servant. Xiao Lexian's gaze turned toward it. The little green continued in a steady, unwavering voice, Master, the special talents with heightened intelligence can be tamed by you. When they cultivate using seeds soaked in your blood, the aura of vegetation they produce is 1,000,000 times greater than that of ordinary individuals. This aura does not require you to personally plant, allowing you to cultivate and advance while remaining at home, significantly expediting the process. Huh, is that truly the case? Xiao Lexian's voice brimmed with rare excitement, as if she had uncovered a grand secret. So my divine farming technique encompasses such a method of cultivation? This is akin to raising a hen that continuously lays eggs. How splendid. Then, little green, you must venture forth and seek out such talents. Understood, master, replied the little green respectfully. Wait, you mentioned ordinary people too. Can they also provide me with vegetation aura? Master, as long as they plant seeds you have handled, ordinary individuals can indeed contribute, albeit in much lesser amounts compared to special talents. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Xiao Lexian muttered, seemingly having discovered a broad avenue for rapid cultivation. No longer would she have to toil daily, laboriously tilling the soil. Instead, she could delegate this task to others and still reap the benefits of the vegetation aura. This method was one she could not afford to disregard. All along, she had believed that cultivating the divine farming technique necessitated personal involvement in tilling the land. And even with tools like automatic hoes or rakes, she felt as though reaching the first level of divine farming required an eternity. However, it now appeared essential to develop her own workforce for cultivation. Master, while ordinary people possess no unique qualities, the aura they provide, though minimal, can increase 50 to 100-fold if they harbor admiration and devotion toward you. Finding joy in their planting, the little green elaborated. Xiao Lexian finally identified the path she wished to pursue and affectionately patted the little green. All right, then, go assist your master in locating special talents. Take your time, little green, and thank you for your efforts. It is the duty of a humble servant. It is no hardship, the little green replied, shivering slightly at the pat, before nodding to the master and vanishing in a flash of green light. Tuanzi turned to Xiaobai and remarked, Master, I told you little green is quite useful, didn't I? Indeed, you were right. Xiao Lexian mused about her future plans to have countless chickens laying eggs for her, feeling a tinge of worry for her current petite frame. If only I had a doppelganger talisman, then I could teleport away. She had tried various auxiliary techniques from her previous life in the cultivation realm, such as invisibility and teleportation, as well as cleansing spells. She could execute them all. It seemed that the vegetation aura derived from cultivating the divine farming technique was not harmful to others, allowing for normal daily applications without issue. What a delightful surprise. Desperately in need of a doppelganger talisman, she considered that if she ventured far, she would need to leave a body behind at home, lest her parents grow concerned. Moreover, to tame special talents, she required a secret base where she could recruit them and have them assist in cultivation, while also encouraging them to develop their own networks, inviting more individuals to join her agricultural enterprise. Eventually, she would simply sit back and upgrade. With this thought, Xiao Lexian felt a surge of joy, bursting into laughter. Xiao Bai, having listened intently, grasped the situation and rejoiced, exclaiming, "Ah, master, does this mean you will have more time to spend with me in the future? This is wonderful. If you were to tirelessly cultivate alone, it would be too exhausting and inefficient. After all, the efforts of one person, no matter how great, cannot compare to the collective strength of countless individuals." Indeed, Xiao Lexian, now in the body of a child, found her emotions more evident than before, which only endeared her more to Xiao Bai, who thought her master had become even cuter and more approachable. "Oh, I never got to see what you were like as a child," it lamented, "but in this world, that wish has been fulfilled." Meanwhile, Songzi remained preoccupied with the master's needs, lacking the inclination to engage in antics for attention like Xiao Bai. Ignoring Xiao Bai, Songzi turned to Xiao Lexian, asking, "Master, do you require a doppelganger? You should be able to purchase one using points at the marketplace. They ought to have such items available." Chapter 30, Not affordable. "Well then, let us open the marketplace," Xiao Lexian replied lazily. Despite her cultivation making her stronger, her youthful body still succumbed to fatigue if she stayed up too late. Preferring to finish her tasks without leaving anything for tomorrow, she bore through her drowsiness and addressed Tianqing. Noticing her fatigue, Tianqing wasted no time. With a swift motion, it retrieved the marketplace key from Xiao Lexian's bag, and a transparent screen appeared before her, now adorned with an icon resembling a small green sprout. "Master, you can manipulate the sprout icon with your thoughts. Simply will it to open," Tianqing instructed. "How convenient." Xiao Lexian eagerly complied. Upon opening the sprout icon, she was transported to a place labeled the 10,000 Realms Marketplace. "Master, this is the marketplace." Yet, as Xiao Lexian gazed at the top of the marketplace screen, she noticed that the previously incomprehensible text had transformed into characters she could understand. That is not the main point. The key focus is the name of this marketplace. 10,000 Realms Marketplace. A marketplace where one can trade face-to-face with beings from countless realms? How remarkable. Her curiosity regarding the divine farmer, who could produce such a marketplace, grew. She had contemplated that if Songzi were viewed as a technological product, its various functions, including the bond of ownership, required spiritual energy, soul energy, and bloodline recognition, which seemed inconsistent with scientific principles. However, if regarded as a product of the cultivation realm's artifact refinement, it was not merely a refined product, at the very least. Its ability to connect across realms suggested it could not be simply crafted through conventional refinement. "Ah, master, face-to-face transactions are not permitted," Tianqing interjected anxiously. The emperor stated that the overall manager of the 10,000 Realms Marketplace is not located within him. It is merely a sublink implanted within me, meant solely for purchasing and exchanging goods. Buyers and sellers cannot see one another, nor can they leave messages. The 10,000 Realms Marketplace functions as individual shops, allowing only browsing and purchasing. Xiao Lexian frowned. Without the ability to leave messages or comments, what would happen if the purchased items were subpar or defective? "That won't be an issue, master. Each individual with a sublink to the 10,000 Realms Marketplace will have their listed items evaluated for value. Generally, the higher the world level, the greater the value of its goods. In 99% of cases, the marketplace remains fair." Oh, Xiao Lexian understood. This 10,000 Realms Marketplace was not the same as the one she had encountered in her previous Life S novels. While it theoretically allowed for the purchase of items from various realms, it operated in a single-player mode. One needed to search and buy what they desired, and to sell, one could simply list items on their sublink account. This arrangement had its advantages. The inability to communicate between parties mitigated the risks of excessive chatter that might attract attention, ensuring her world remained concealed and secure. This was undoubtedly far safer compared to the interactive 10,000 Realms Marketplace, especially for her vulnerable little realm of mortals. Without delay, Xiao Lexian mentally input search for doppelganger puppets, hoping to find mechanical puppets crafted by masters from the cultivation realm, those that could move in accordance with her thoughts. After all, she still had to grow. What is the meaning of purchasing something that remains unchanged? As for the avatar little spirit, Xiao Lexian also searched and found that it costs 100 points each, being a disposable item, which is hardly worth the expense. Therefore, it would be wiser to acquire something that can be used indefinitely. However, the points that appeared overwhelmed Xiao Lexian. The most basic option, devoid of any attack capabilities, yet agile enough to respond to human speech, costs how many points? 10,000. Or is it just the cheapest version? Xiao Lexian was taken aback. She only had a little over 600 points, how impoverished she felt. If she earned 10 points daily from signing in, how long would it take to accumulate 10,000 points? 1,000 days. That amounts to over 2 years. Xiao Lexian felt despondent and inquired, Tuan, is there any quick way to earn points? I must secure the avatar spirit first. If Xiao Lu manages to retrieve all the talents I need while I remain trapped, how can I embark on my grand agricultural venture? This simply cannot be allowed. Chapter 31, Unknown Seeds. To her surprise, Tuan responded, Master, you are still young. There is no need to rush. If Xiao Lu is aware that you cannot leave, it will first mark the special talents it finds and continue searching. It will only bring them back once you are ready. However, in terms of methods for earning points, you still need to engage in planting. You can purchase some special seeds. Once they thrive, you will earn between several dozen to 100 points. Only a few dozen to 100? The one I planted yesterday was worth 500 points. She distinctly remembered. Master, that was the soul seed from your inventory, and it was your first successful planting. Which is why the points were abundant. The system is designed to reward first-time endeavors generously. Subsequent rewards will still be given, but they will be considerably less. Xiao Lexian understood. It made sense now. Nonetheless, even several dozen points did not dissuade her. After all, signing in only yields 10 points. Yet, when she searched for special seeds and glanced at the prices, she felt overwhelmed once more. The cheapest unknown special seed, deemed nearly impossible to cultivate and labeled with a note indicating potential death, astonishingly required 300 points each. With only 600 points, she could purchase just two. One blue and one red. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Lexian made the purchase. Ding. Successfully purchased one unknown blue seed and one unknown red seed. Master S profile has been refreshed as follows. Name, Xiao Lexian. Gender, female. Age, 1 year. Cultivation, human farmer level 1, mid-stage. Concentration of Shennong bloodline, 50. Plant energy, 140. Expendable, does not affect cultivation. Points, 30,600. Void inventory, 1 unknown blue seed, 1 unknown red seed, 1 soulwood seed, already planted. 1 set of planting tools, a shovel that can enlarge or shrink and automatically dig, a rake that can enlarge or shrink and automatically rake, an endless bottle that can enlarge or shrink and draw water indefinitely, and a shovel that can enlarge or shrink and dig. 1 unknown lottery box. 1 key to open the system shop. Special items, none. Xiao Lexian glanced at the refreshed profile, finding no issues, and nodded. I shall rest now. I will plant the unknown seeds at dawn. Master, Tuan spoke up. Is there anything else? She felt she had addressed all necessary matters. Master, I must remind you that the unknown seeds, due to their unspecified variety, may not thrive even if others purchase them. However, you possess the Shennong bloodline and exceptional planting skills. Ensuring their survival is merely a matter of time. I can sense that these 2 unknown seeds still possess a hint of vitality. So what does that imply? I wish to caution you, Master. The performance of these unknown seeds is uncertain, and their origin remains unknown. Even the multiverse shop cannot identify them. Such unknown seeds carry a degree of risk. They are unsuitable for outdoor planting, and even more so for your small courtyard. Then where should they be planted? That truly poses a dilemma, Xiao Lexian frowned. In your soul space, Master. I can sense that your soul space is self-created, and it once housed numerous spiritual plants and entities. That is the perfect place. However, as soon as it voiced this, unexpectedly, the previously quiet and non-intrusive Xiao Bai suddenly erupted, leaping over to deliver a flurry of blows. Not forgetting to scream in a piercing tone, how despicable. You're wicked. Before Xiao Lexian could say anything, Xiao Bai, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, jumped up, fully aware that her current soul space was utterly barren and incapable of sustaining any growth. All due to Tuan's words that struck a nerve with the master. How infuriating. This black-hearted system nearly caused the master to lose her soul. I have not forgotten that, and it is the reason I harbor disdain for it. If not for our soul bond, I would have long since silenced it instead of pondering how to assert my dominance over it and gradually torment it. I did not mean to. Tuan exclaimed anxiously. It hadn't intended to bring up the master's painful memories. Xiao Lexian interjected. What is past. We must learn to turn the page. Losing millennia of cultivation and having a shattered soul, I have come to terms with it. Besides, what good does it do to dwell on the past? Ignoring reality benefits neither myself nor anyone else. Whoa, Master, Xiao Bai is merely saddened for you. What is there to be sad about? Calamity and opportunity coexist. Viewing the brighter side, it may not be entirely negative. Moreover, having cultivated for millennia, I have unknowingly developed heart demons. My heart has grown cold. And this state is actually quite favorable. Xiao Bai, you need not be concerned about having a master who is increasingly cold-hearted. How can one know the blessings in disguise? After a few hiccups, Xiaobai grasped this principle and seemed to accept the Master's decision to move on, yet it resolved to ignore Tuan for 3 days. Humph. Xiao Lexian looked at it with amusement, gently brushing its spirit with her own, calming it down. She returned to the earlier topic, gazing at Tuan and saying, "You suggested I plant the unknown seeds in my soul space for a reason. Do enlighten me." Woo, it seems the master understands me well. Realizing what it had been doing, Tuan hurriedly suppressed its tears, exclaiming internally, "How terrifying. Spending too much time with that fool has infected me." Xiaobai, internally distressed yet still maintaining a composed exterior, nodded and stated, "Yes, master. I had my reasons for making that suggestion. Do you remember the soulwood seed we planted yesterday?" Indeed. Upon recalling the information, she remembered the soulwood seed's appearance, which was larger and darker than those she had encountered in her previous cultivation world, although other characteristics remained the same. Knowing it was a soulwood seed, Xiao Lexian did not express excitement. She understood the extent of her shattered soul. Even the soulwood seeds from the cultivation realm would have little effect on her now. She would still need to rely on time to restore her soul through her own cultivation. As she contemplated this, unexpectedly, Tuan spoke. "Master, I understand your thoughts. Indeed, the ordinary soulwood seeds from the cultivation realm hold little significance for you, almost negligible. However, the soulwood seed in your inventory is the only seed cultivated by the Emperor over 1,000,000 years, and its potency for soul nurturing is 1,000,000 times stronger than that of ordinary soulwood. If you allow it to sprout and transfer it to your soul space, it will immediately repair the fissures in your space, and the soul you have lost will gradually be nurtured back to health. Having mended the broken parts, my master, although your spiritual space has diminished, it is now suitable for cultivation. Within this space, you possess absolute dominion, regardless of the formidable unknown seeds, whether red or blue. They shall not stir a ripple within your realm." "Very well, I understand. Thank you, Tuan. At dawn, I shall transplant. Sleep now." "Woo, good night, master. I love you dearly." Still wide awake, the little fire stick beside them leapt forth, feeling utterly bored while master and the annoying Tong discussed serious matters. Woo. It had to constantly assert its presence, ensuring Tong did not capture all of master's attention. Xiao Lexian could not be oblivious to the little fire stick's thoughts. She found it both amusing and endearing. "Well, obedient little bai, good night." The night had settled into complete tranquility, at least in the second house. However, several families in the village remained awake, particularly the village chief, the first branch of the Xiao family, Xiao Jizu, who, due to an unexpected guest, kept the candle burning until dawn. Chapter 32. Adding water to the well. The following day, after being fed breakfast by her father, Xiao Lexian hurriedly dashed down to the fields, heading towards the vegetable garden. Tiger Mountain's father could hardly keep up. Hey, daughter, slow down." Watching his little girl with her short legs run so swiftly made his heart race. She was only a year old. How could she run so fast? When did she learn to run? He hurried to follow her. "My dear treasure, be careful not to fall." Seeing her father chasing after her, Xiao Lexian paused and dashed back, tugging at his clothing. Daddy, come." "Oh, where's my daughter taking me?" Xiao Lexian did not boast of her intelligence or speak excessively. She simply continued to pull Tiger Mountain's father to the location where she had buried the soulwood seed yesterday, tugging insistently. "Daddy, come." "All right, Daddy will carry you." "Where to, my dear?" Her father marveled at her strength, thinking it splendid for his daughter to grow strong and sturdy. Xiao Lexian gazed at Tiger Mountain's father with an exasperated look, truly a child's play. Allowing him to lift her, she pointed to the spot, entirely unbothered by her father's assistance. "Daddy, dig." Tiger Mountain's father squatted down, observing the location his daughter indicated, saying little, simply following her lead. He began to dig with his hands. The hole Xiao Lexian had previously made was shallow, and it wasn't long before he unearthed the little soulwood seedling. "What is this?" Though puzzled, seeing his daughter gaze at him with eager eyes, he couldn't help but smile. "Is my daughter interested in this? Well then, let me clean it for you to play with." Xiao Lexian nodded. The soulwood seedling, once washed, would also thrive in the space, so she did not refuse her father's kind offer. Tiger Mountain's father was overjoyed. Today, he noticed his daughter was much more lively and could understand his words. Completely contrary to what Dr. Zhang had suggested, that she was a fool. This realization filled him with delight, and he resolved to take her to see Dr. Zhang in a few days to check for any lingering effects. Both parents made the same decision, though Springflower, the mother, intended to wait until their daughter turned 3 for the examination, while Tiger Mountain's father was less concerned about timing and planned to go whenever he could. The past few days had been exceedingly busy, and once the rice in the fields was harvested, he would properly take his daughter to see the doctor. Having obtained the soulwood seedling, Xiao Lexian scampered off to a corner of the house to play. Tiger Mountain's father smiled and picked up the water bucket to head out. Due to the lack of rain, the nearby river and wells had run dry, necessitating a long trek for water, a strenuous task typically undertaken by Tiger Mountain's father. It was still early, the day yet to fully break. Xiao Lexian, preoccupied with thoughts, awoke early. Meanwhile, her mother, who had intended to rise early, remained in deep slumber. Her biological clock ensured she would not wake without prompting. Confirming that her father had left, Xiao Lexian used her spiritual powers to transfer the soul with seedling directly into her space. Instantly, the seedling seemed to come alive, taking root within the confines of her realm. A refreshing aura washed over Xiao Lexian's spirit, bringing her immense comfort. "Wow, master! The space is being restored," Little Bai exclaimed joyfully. Tong silently observed the transformations within the space. The countless fissures resembling cracks in the barriers, the edges of the spiritual realm, began to mend. The shattered fragments returning to their rightful places, and the essence of the space became clearer. Xiao Lexian noticed that the soul would have begun to grow even more rapidly. In this brief period, it had doubled in size. Contrary to the promise that its growth would slow down, her fragmented spiritual essence, nourished by the soul wood, was shrinking. What once appeared as an adult's form now resembled that of a one-year-old child. Yet she could feel the persistent pain in her spirit had vanished. Her essence was now healthier and more robust. The remnants of her fragmented spirit had integrated into her corporeal form, becoming inseparable. Xiao Lexian was elated. She manifested her spirit, entered her space, and frolicked with Little Bai and the others to celebrate her complete rebirth. Only upon hearing Tiger Mountain's father returning with water did Xiao Lexian's youthful spirit settle back into her body, regaining control. She did not wish to alarm her father by remaining silent. Tiger Mountain's father made numerous trips back and forth, each journey quite far, taking 2 hours to fill the kitchen vat. Witnessing her father's toil, Xiao Lexian suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Tuan Tuan, can the water from the endless water bottle in my backpack be consumed?" "Indeed, master. When father goes out, I shall use the endless water to fill the well in the yard." "Master, that well in your yard was originally dug by your father, but the members of the Xiao family from several branches are using it, which is why it has run dry so quickly," Little Bai explained. Xiao Lexian, puzzled, asked, "How do you know?" "I heard your parents discussing it," Little Bai replied. "Recently, your mother was worried about the lack of water and suggested to your father that the eldest branch go elsewhere for water, but he disagreed." "Oh, why?" She knew her father was not a foolishly filial man, that much was clear. Furthermore, her grandmother, old Madame Su, resided in the eldest branch's household. Although they all shared a courtyard, old Madame Su rarely made an appearance except during the days she was meant to receive tribute. As for her grandfather, Xiao Lexian had only seen him once during the last New Year's family dinner, and he was even less noticeable than her grandmother. Then there was her little aunt, old Madame Su's daughter, who was 15 this year and reportedly already engaged, thus not permitted to roam about before her wedding. It was said that the family was introduced by her fourth uncle, a classmate, who placed great importance on such matters. In any case, Xiao Lexian was aware that her grandmother was quite pleased with this match and never failed to boast about it when leaving the house. As for the third branch, due to the matter of not paying the tuition fees, they seemed to have fallen out of favor with old Madame Su and had not returned since. Even their rooms in the courtyard were desolate. Among all her uncles, Xiao Lexian understood that old Madame Su only held her fourth uncle in high regard, while the eldest uncle, Uncle de Tian, and the second uncle, Tiger Mountain's father, along with the third uncle, Uncle Wenbin, were all neglected. Furthermore, old Madame Su did not always reside in the eldest branch. She often spent time at her fourth uncle's school, claiming to rent a place in the city to care for his daily needs, allowing him to focus on his studies. After all, in merely 2 years, her fourth uncle shall sit for the imperial examination. Both her paternal aunt, Lady Jean, and her mother, Chunhua, harbored dissatisfaction regarding her uncle's expenditure of family funds for his education. Yet, it appears that her aunt is reluctant to confront her uncle, as she eagerly anticipates the support and guidance her son, Jinbao, might receive from him in the future. As for her mother, despite her discontent over the money spent by her uncle, she has repeatedly expressed indifference towards him in conversations with her father, although he has never acquiesced to her sentiments. Such contradictions perplex Xiao Lexian. Observing her father, Hu Shan, it is evident from his interactions with the elderly Mrs. Su that he is not a blindly filial son. Whenever Grandma Su criticizes his mother, referring to her as a mere girl, he fiercely defends her. Except for his duty to provide for the elderly Su couple and his financial support for his uncle's education, he tends to heed his wife's wishes. Oh, and now there's an additional matter. He has also disregarded his wife's opinions regarding the usage of the dry well in the courtyard by the main household. It seems that Hu Shan embodies a profound contradiction. He appears to fulfill his filial duties in his own way, yet does not permit his elders to meddle in his own household. Xiao Lexian cannot fathom his thoughts. What does my father say? Xiao Lexian is aware that Xiao Bai often listens at the walls during the night, but she is genuinely curious about how her father would refuse her mother, especially since the well is nearly dry, making it seem reasonable not to share its water with others. Moreover, those others are not particularly close to them, namely, the main household and their grandparents. As for why the main household's uncle and aunt do not maintain a close relationship with their branch, Xiao Lexian remains in the dark. Oh, the master mentioned that the old house you currently reside in still belongs to your grandmother and the others. Should he fall out with your parents severely, it would be you who gets cast out. Xiao Lexian, I never anticipated such a reason. After fetching the water, her father placed her, his daughter, beside her mother to watch over her, donned his conical hat, and set out once more. Chunhua had risen early today as Hushan departed, fearing that her daughter might wander off alone. Thus she got up to keep an eye on her. Xiao Lexian felt quite helpless. Her petite frame longed for the freedom to roam, to explore beyond the village, yet such desires were not permitted. Time and again, when her mother discovered her inclination to escape the courtyard, she would bring her back. Xiao Lexian resigned herself to this fate. Her mother was always preoccupied with her tasks, and now that Xiao Lexian could walk steadily on her own, Chunhua found joy in this newfound independence, allowing her daughter some time to play alone. At last, when Chunhua went to feed the pregnant sow, Xiao Lexian seized the opportunity to toss the endless bottle into the well. Whether the main household would use it or not was of no concern to her. She merely wished to spare her father from undue toil. If the main household needed water, her small stature had no legitimate reason to obstruct it. Furthermore, she had once been an immortal, and it seemed trivial to quarrel over water with mere mortals. The endless bottle, belonging to her novice starter pack, had already been claimed by her spiritual consciousness. She could summon it back by tomorrow night, provided she found the opportunity. To be cautious, she had placed an invisible spell on the bottle, ensuring that even if others discovered water in the well, they could not see the bottle. After completing her tasks, Xiao Lexian felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She had awakened early that day. Once her father returned and they shared lunch, she fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 33, The Extreme Life Technique of Reversing Fate. In the dead of night. Master, you are finally awake. What is it? You fell asleep while your mother had a rather unfortunate afternoon. Thankfully, I was here. Along with that fellow. Xiao Bai reluctantly acknowledged the contribution of the other entity. That fellow used a mold deterrent on your mother. Just one spray sustained her all afternoon. Its voice lowered before rising again. However, your mother is now in danger, and it was I who alerted him. Xiao Bai, you are truly remarkable. I appreciate your efforts. Meeting the expectant gaze of the other entity, Xiao Lexian offered her praise, thanking Tuan as well for providing items from its private stock for her mother's use. With a proud demeanor, Tuan replied, No need for thanks, master. This is simply what Tuan ought to do. Xiao Lexian was surprised that the foolish being would acknowledge its own merits, knowing how possessive it was of her attention. Reluctant to share even a fraction of it, it resembled a hen fiercely guarding its chicks. Upon reflecting, the foolish being seemed less intolerable. Xiao Bai also delighted in her master's praise. Ah, master, I am so happy. I want many, many kisses from you. Xiao Lexian felt a surge of joy. Their harmonious coexistence and shared happiness was her greatest delight. Yet, a frown crossed her brow. What is it, master? With a sigh, Xiao Lexian replied. It's just that we cannot allow my mother's misfortune to persist unaddressed. We cannot always be by her side. We must devise a permanent solution. If she were still in her former state of cultivation, as a lofty immortal, crafting a talisman to ensure the safety of mortals would be a simple task. However, that is no longer feasible. Master, were you previously asking me to perform regarding your mother's situation? Tuan inquired suddenly. Xiao Lexian was taken aback, then smiled. Indeed. Tuan, back then I sought to test you. But now that you have integrated into our family, let us solve our problems together. Exactly. The fire stick chimed in. Nodding. The master used to say the same. Tuan fell silent for a moment, its proud expression momentarily clouded with confusion. Integrated? Solving difficulties together? That sounds rather appealing. Compared to being merely a solitary entity, it preferred its current life. Tuan's aloof demeanor finally softened into a smile. Very well, master, let us tackle this together. I currently possess the ability to sketch a talisman that can ward off mold for 3 days, if no other solutions arise. We can simply apply it to my mother for that duration. Master, Tuan calmly analyzed, the source of the mold is your brother. Rather than addressing your mother, it would be more effective to confront your brother. I am aware of that, but resolving the root cause is no simple matter. My brother carries a blood curse and lacks fortune. Unless the world operates normally and the heavenly principles are restored, returning the fortune that rightfully belongs to him, he will continue to suffer misfortune, possibly even facing life-threatening dangers. In the past, when I was powerful, I might have been able to help him resolve this root issue. Yet now, having stepped outside the rules, I find myself so weakened. Concerning fortune, which is so elusive, I truly have no means to intervene. Regardless of how strong my cultivation becomes, without the correct methods, I cannot alter the flow of fortune. Fortune is not something that can simply be seized through strength or combat. As someone who has transcended the rules, I must still adhere to them to influence matters within their realm. Otherwise, I am powerless. And my brother, evidently, is a unique existence within this framework. Xiao Lexian encountered such a perplexing dilemma for the first time. Indeed, the simplest problems to resolve are those that can be addressed through sheer force. Master, do not fret. Tuan encouraged, having contemplated the situation. I possess an extreme life technique for reversing fate, which may prove useful. What is that? I am unsure. Tuan shook its head. It was carelessly tossed into my private stock by the great emperor. However, I perused the description, which indicates that fate has both yin and yang, and can be inverted. Extreme fortune and extreme misfortune are the ultimate extremes of fate. All extremes can transform into one another. Utilizing this artifact would expedite the transformation between them. Such a thing exists in this world. Let me see. Tuan immediately complied. Xiao Lexian conducted a thorough inspection and, upon confirming everything was in order, felt a wave of joy wash over him. No matter how unfortunate his brother had been, it could not compare to the perilous situation he faced now, where death seemed imminent. The utilization of this great seal would ensure that conditions could not deteriorate further. Splendid. Thank you, Tuan. Xiao Lexian was genuinely elated. Tuanzi, feeling shy, replied, Master. You're too kind. Xiaobai interjected, let you revel in this moment for now. Once it can leave the Master's divine realm, we shall see its true power. Not delaying, Xiao Lexian harnessed the transparent limit fate reversal seal with his divine energy and infused it into his mother's womb. The tiny infant within constantly felt the overwhelming chill and darkness, suffering greatly, but refraining from entering his mother's dreams again so as not to alarm her. On this day, he sensed himself submerged in a sea of corpses and blood, surrounded by sounds of terror that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. He braced himself for prolonged discomfort, but to his surprise, a peace radiating warmth akin to the sun soared toward him. He instinctively reached out, and the searing warmth enveloped him as it entered his body. Warmth. Such warmth. A sensation he had never experienced before. With the delivery of the limit fate reversal seal, Xiao Lexian finally felt a sense of relief. If his brother had been the embodiment of misfortune, then with the transformation brought about by the seal, his previous afflictions would soon give way to great fortune, ensuring that Chunhua mother would be safe as well. Indeed, this was a foolproof solution. He decided to observe for a while longer. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, he could finally be at ease. Chapter 34, Great Joy. In the days that followed, Xiao Lexian diligently recorded his observations of his mother's changes. As anticipated, with the limit fate reversal seal in place, Chunhua mother's fortunes began to shift. She was no longer beset by misfortune, but rather found herself increasingly lucky. Every outing resulted in silver, whether discovered or gifted for various reasons. At the market, she assisted an unfamiliar elderly lady and received 10 taels in return. Upon returning home, she casually helped a villager and was rewarded with vegetables and meat. The family's chickens laid an abundance of eggs. Even though the sow had yet to give birth, someone had already reserved the piglets for a sum of money. The well Xiao Lexian had dug was also discovered to contain water by Chunhua mother first. Even Jin Shi, the sister-in-law who usually regarded her with disdain, smiled and praised her daughter's cuteness. All these occurrences initially filled Chunhua mother with joy, reinforcing her belief that the baby in her womb was a harbinger of good fortune, but gradually, her feelings morphed into concern. How could Hushan, who had always been attentive to his wife, not notice the strange occurrences surrounding her? His expression grew increasingly solemn. Finally, he could no longer contain his worries. Wife, this situation is too peculiar. It could attract unwanted attention. You've been going out less lately. People often fear inequality more than scarcity. And even if this is good fortune, misinterpretations could lead to harm. Li Chunhua refrained from arguing, gazing at her husband, and suddenly remarked, Half a month has passed since you took me to see Dr. Zhang. It has been 20 days. Let us pay him another visit today. Hushan, realizing the significance of her words, felt a pang of regret. He had been preoccupied with harvesting their rice and helping the ailing Yuan Sheng, all while worrying about his wife's unusual condition, and he had forgotten to take their daughter for a consultation. How irresponsible of him. Upon her suggestion, he swiftly found their daughter and scooped her up. All right, let us go? Li Chunhua thought nothing of it, assuming her husband was simply concerned about their daughter being alone at home. What? My wife is pregnant. Hushan, cradling their daughter, was still in disbelief as Li Chunhua had Dr. Zhang check her pulse. He was left astonished when the doctor confirmed her pregnancy. Hushan was utterly dumbfounded. Is it true? Can it be real? He asked incredulously. Humph. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. Would I deceive you? Dr. Zhang replied, casting a sympathetic glance at the little Lu Bao in Hushan's arms, leaving Xiao Lexian feeling somewhat puzzled. Haha, this old gentleman is quite adorable. He must think that master will lose the love of his parents, Xiaobai giggled. Once confirmed, Chunhua's mother burst into tears, exclaiming, Lu, I knew I wasn't mistaken. A child, truly a child. My son. The doubts her husband had expressed during this time, insinuating her dreams were mere fabrications, had weighed heavily on her heart. Unable to restrain herself, she pinched his arm sharply, her voice tinged with emotion. Now do you believe me? Hushan, however, was unbothered, grinning like a fool. I believe. I believe. Whatever you say from now on, I will believe. Oh, by the way, daughter. This monumental news of your wife's pregnancy hasn't made me forget about our daughter. I must take our darling girl to Dr. Zhang immediately, he exclaimed eagerly. Dr. Zhang's expression softened as he regarded the innocent little girl looking up at him with wide eyes. Come here, little one, and give your hand to Grandpa Zhang. His gentle demeanor startled both Hushan and Li Chunhua. How could the usually stern Dr. Zhang appear so kind to their daughter? Xiao Lexian was not truly a child, but understood her father's intentions. Embracing her role, she nodded obediently. Okay, Grandpa Zhang. Upon hearing her response, Dr. Zhang was taken aback, then filled with delight as he examined the child. His eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible, truly incredible. The injuries sustained in utero have completely healed? How can this be? Dr. Zhang gazed at the adorably charming little girl, and then at the couple whose hopeful eyes were fixed upon him, feeling a sense of comfort. Thankfully, they still cared for their daughter and had not neglected her due to the impending arrival of another child. This thought eased his expression considerably. Ahem. Dr. Zhang humbly inquired, Hushan, when your wife was with child with this girl, did you consult any esteemed individual afterward? If possible, I would like to pay a visit. Hushan looked utterly bewildered. Esteemed individual? What esteemed individual? None. Dr. Zhang appeared somewhat disappointed, but did not press further. Ignoring the doctor's expression, Hushan was solely concerned about his daughter. What about Lu Bao? How is she? The child is thriving. Ha! Hushan, the burly figure, erupted with laughter, even more jubilant than when he had heard about his son. Wonderful. Daddy's little girl is indeed a healthy baby. Li Chunhua gazed at him tenderly, also smiling. Their daughter was well, and now they were expecting a son. She felt fulfilled. Hushan obtained some prenatal medicine and joyfully took his wife and daughter back home. Chapter 35. Spring turns to autumn. Lu Bao is 3 years old. As spring turned to autumn, a year passed. Xiao Lexian was now 3 years old. Her younger brother had also reached the age of 1. Over the past 2 years, the Xiao family, blessed by Xiao Qingyun, had flourished increasingly well, even acquiring new land and constructing a new home last year. However, the situation for others in the village and beyond was far less favorable. The weather had grown increasingly severe each year, with alternating periods of drought and cold, becoming more pronounced with each passing season. Consequently, the price of grain continued to rise year after year. Last year, the village suffered from a severe water shortage, with harvests nearly non-existent. The situation grew dire, and as people began to face the threat of dying from thirst and starvation, Hushan could no longer remain silent. Defying the strong opposition from his family, he revealed that there was water in their well. The news spread throughout the 10 miles and 8 villages, reaching the ears of all. For the villagers, the water from the Xiao family's well was akin to a lifeline, a source of salvation in their most desperate times. Following this incident, the entire 7th branch of the Xiao family, particularly the second house of Grandpa Xiao Lebao, along with the main house, became immensely popular. Xiao Laodaddy and Chunhuan Yang's charm soared to unprecedented heights. The villagers, being simple folk, cherished this newfound benevolence. For them, Xiao Hushan's revelation about the well water was a tremendous grace, one they would remember fondly. In the ensuing days, Xiao Lexian frequently replenished the well water. Once neighboring villages began to draw water from their well, she decided to discreetly fix her endless bottle within the well, no longer bringing it out. Just when she believed her father to be a truly kind-hearted benefactor, she inadvertently overheard a conversation between him and Chunhuan Yang that dispelled that notion. He said, "Wife, our daughter is so well-behaved, and our son is blessed with good fortune. Heaven has already shown great favor upon our family. We must cherish our blessings. Initially, I worried that the water in the well might run out, leaving us with nothing. And I refrained from speaking out for fear of causing you and our children to suffer. Even our eldest brother and his family discovered it on their own. Eventually, they too started using the well water, and so did we. But have you noticed? No matter how much we draw, the water level returns to normal within days. While drought prevails outside, Our well seems to yield an inexhaustible supply. Isn't that strange? Surely, a well spirit must be watching over us. Since we have the well spirit as protection, it implies that the water may never run dry. Why not take a gamble? Let us share it with others in need of life-saving water. After all, the well spirit will ensure we never lack for water. Surely, the well spirit does not favor the stingy. Since we are not in want, we ought to learn to share. With this reasoning, he successfully persuaded Chen Huanyang. Given their son's circumstances, she had always believed in spirits, and now she found his reasoning compelling. If their well was indeed blessed by a spirit, then the water must be endless. It could guarantee their family would not face thirst, and reflecting on the plight of those less fortunate, they truly should not hoard the well spirit's gift. Interestingly, Hushan had previously been skeptical of spirits, but after being told that their good fortune stemmed from their son, he found himself compelled to reconsider. The bizarre nature of their good luck, where the well seemed to provide endlessly, led him to believe that some unseen force was protecting them. The divine gifts they received could not be hoarded, they must be shared. Listening to Hushan's words, Xiao Lexian understood that her father was indeed kind-hearted, always prioritizing their family, embodying a benevolence that was both prudent and fitting. The water from the endless bottle was truly inexhaustible, and sharing it would benefit many. As her father had said, it was an act of virtue. So she did not intervene, allowing Hushan to decide how to proceed. Whether he chose to share it or not, she would remain silent. In the past 2 years, aside from the issue of water, the most significant event in the Xiao family was the marriage of Xiao family's little aunt last year. She married a gentleman of refined demeanor, reminiscent of her uncle Xiao Cheng. Indeed, that year, when the little aunt wed, Xiao Lebao finally met the legendary Uncle Cheng, who embodied the image of a cultured man. Xiao Lexian had no desire to delve deeper into this matter or concern herself with the nature of her uncle, as it held little relevance to their family. During this time, what troubled Xiao Lexian the most was the unresponsive special seeds she had planted in her spiritual space. Despite her efforts, they remained dormant. As it turned out, according to Zhangzi, her current farming level and bloodline concentration were insufficient to meet the minimum requirements for cultivating special seeds. Discouraged, she eventually let it go. What Xiao Lexian did not anticipate was that prior to her 3rd birthday, due to her youth, she had no opportunity to plant anything beyond the small vegetable patch in their yard, even when she secretly used the family's grain seeds to plant. The meager harvest of plant essence and points was hardly worth mentioning. Meanwhile, their home garden consistently yielded crops, which astonished both Hushan and Chen Huanyang. This phenomenon further reinforced Hushan's belief in spirits. The miraculous well and garden made it impossible for him to remain a skeptic. Unbeknownst to him, all these wonders were orchestrated by his beloved daughter, who craved his affection and her brother's love. Xiao Lexian wished to cultivate, but it was inevitable that the miraculous signs would eventually be noticed by Hushan and Chen Huanyang. However, she concealed nothing. As long as they did not attribute these wonders to her, she could remain an ordinary child in their eyes. They had no inclination to suspect her. Rather, they were more focused on the blessings their son brought. Despite recognizing their son's exceptional fortune, the couple did not show favoritism towards him, instead showering their affection on their seemingly ordinary daughter. Of course, to prevent others from discovering the peculiarities of the garden, Hushan surrounded it with stones, claiming he intended to raise rabbits and let wild grass grow there. Eventually, Hushan decided to move out of the old courtyard and build a new house next to Uncle Yuanxing's home at the eastern entrance of the village. This new dwelling was situated against a backdrop of mountains and amidst a growing number of families, offering a far more vibrant atmosphere than the old house on the eastern hillside of the Xiao family. The relocation of the Xiao Hushan family meant that the well at the old Xiao residence, under the village chief's guidance, would become a communal resource. With no well at their new house, Hushan still had to fetch water from the old well, prompting Xiao Lexian to keep the endless bottle where it was. After all, the bottle would not perish. She could retrieve it later when it rained and water was plentiful. Due to the continuous occurrence of miraculous events, Hushan had a new 3-room, 1-hall house constructed, complete with walls and a courtyard, where the garden was even larger. This land was given to him by Uncle Yuansheng as a gift. Meanwhile, Xiao Lexian's grand ambitions in planting were momentarily stalled due to the absence of a substitute, but she diligently continued her daily sign-ins. Aside from signing in to plant grains in her family's yard, she also quietly healed Hushan's leg and treated Uncle Yuanxing's serious illness over the past 2 years. Of course, she did this surreptitiously by infusing the family's water tank with the essence of plants for gradual healing. Hushan was overjoyed, attributing his good fortune to his son, never suspecting that it was his daughter's handiwork. As for Uncle Yuanxing's recovery, it coincided with the Xiao family's move next door, leading him to perceive the Xiao family as his saviors, generously gifting them land and fields. For a farmer, land is fundamental. And Yuanxing's willingness to part with it was a testament to his gratitude for Hushan's past assistance and the favor of his recovery. Reluctantly, Hushan accepted the gift temporarily, agreeing to safeguard it. On a day when both parents were away, Xiao Lexian continued to tend to the various seeds she had, when suddenly, a soft, chubby figure appeared behind her. Sister, sister, the voice called out. The newcomer was none other than her brother, Xiao Qingyun. Thanks to the extreme life-altering techniques she had employed, Xiao Qingyun had been blessed with extraordinary luck since birth, and merely being near him seemed to bring good fortune. Hence, he had become the most popular child in the village, rivaling the well-known Lu Yao from Lijiakan, who was also 8 years old and had gained significant fame. Together, they became the renowned duo of good fortune across the 10 miles and 8 villages of Qingshi town. Moreover, it is said that there is one boy and one girl among the twins, and if not for the age difference, they would be a match made in heaven. Xiao Lexian found herself at a loss for words upon hearing this. As for Lu Yao, perhaps due to her past sins, she has endured hardships. Although she is uncertain whether it was her own doing, she has indeed refrained from approaching Xiao family village. Furthermore, with the advent of their own fortune child in Xiao family village, Lu Yao's charm as a fortune girl has diminished considerably. Naturally, unbeknownst to everyone, the fortune child they all cherished most does not favor their parents or the other villagers. Rather, it is this somewhat indifferent sister that he adores the most. He is also the most attached to Xiao Lexian among the entire family. Sister, sister, hug. The fortune child, just rising from his bed and clad in a bright red apron, dashed out to find his sister. Being close to his sister felt utterly different from being around others. Each time he awoke from a terrifying dream, he found warmth in her presence. The air surrounding his sister was tranquil, devoid of bothersome sounds. There were no strange sensations that made him uncomfortable. He cherished his sister above all else. Chapter 36. Teaching Brother Martial Arts, finally breaking through 10,000 points. Sister. 5555. The little one mumbled incomprehensibly. Xiao Lexian chuckled and lifted him up. From a distance, it resembled one little bean sprout carrying another. A sight both amusing and endearing. Woo-woo, sister will teach you martial arts, but you mustn't tell anyone, okay? I want to say a word. The little one covered his mouth with his tiny hand, resolutely affirming his promise to keep it a secret. Since the day he was born, Xiao Lexian had noticed his remarkable talent for martial arts. His innate qualities were exceptional. Despite his body being inherently cursed with misfortune, it had merely transformed rather than vanished. Xiao Lexian was uncertain whether this transformation would last permanently. Thus, she sought out a tome titled The Secret Classic of the Nine Heavens within the realm of her spirit, hoping to see how far the little one could advance in his training. This classic had once been presented to her by the master of the Nine Heavens Temple as compensation for the cloud-returned fruit she had guarded for 3 days. At that time, she was not as formidable and was nearly equal in strength to the temple master, but having her food snatched away incited her ire, prompting her to directly confront him. However, by then, the cloud-returned fruit had already found its way into the belly of the temple master Jr., who had consumed it for survival. She could not kill him for it, so she received this classic as restitution. The temple master, with a pained expression, had claimed this was a martial arts manual crafted by their temple's founding ancestor, containing writings solely by the ancestor. Yet not a single person from the Nine Heavens Temple had successfully mastered it, and today, he presented it as a gift to a fated individual. Upon hearing it was a book about martial arts, Xiao Lexian lost interest. Now, seeing her brother, she was reminded of the manual once more. Regardless of whether it could lead to enlightenment through martial arts, it was certainly more potent than ordinary martial techniques, and her brother, with his solid foundation, was capable of mastering it. To teach, Xiao Lexian began demonstrating the techniques within. However, aside from acquiring some peculiar moves, the manual yielded no other insights for her. The situation was markedly different for her brother. Through her connection to the energy of plants, she could distinctly sense his internal energy increasing like a cascading waterfall. Due to his martial training, the 1-year-old had become quite sturdy, agile enough to run and jump. In the spacious yard of the new Xiao family residence, the 2 young figures practiced earnestly. Not far away, a dark, fuzzy stick lounged lazily among the greenery, observing. When will the master accumulate 10,000 points to take me out into the world? Sighed the stick, feeling bored with the mundane days, having only ventured as far as Qingstone town. You should remain quiet. Life outside is hardly easy. Xiao family village is relatively fine, and we are among the more comfortable families here. It knew all too well how chaotic the world had become, realizing that ordinary lives were growing increasingly miserable year by year. Aware that their daughter could bring her son along, Hushan's father and Chunhua's mother were tirelessly busy, tending to the same chores at home and outside, leaving the stick puzzled about their incessant busyness. Little Bai preferred a livelier household. Digging a mountain. Last year, the southern and northern paths to the town were blocked by snow and landslides, preventing their village from reaching the town to purchase grain. So this spring, the village chief of Xiao family village, along with several neighboring villages, resolved to widen the path through Yunhu Mountain to avert such situations in the future. 2 years had passed, and the stick and the others had developed a much better relationship, able to converse calmly. Particularly Little Bai, having learned that the master disdained its attempts to vie for attention, had become considerably more docile. They had been able to leave the master's spirit realm a year prior, and whenever the master was free, she would take them along. Little Bai continued to watch as the master taught her brother martial arts, listening to the stick's words, bemusedly inquiring, You, like me, follow the master regularly. How do you know so much? The stick replied, Of course, I have my secret weapons, but I want to divulge them. At noon, Hushan's father returned to prepare a meal for his daughter and son, taking a portion with him as he hurriedly departed. The afternoon was free time. The little one, instead of staying in the yard, dashed out to play with his village friends. Xiao Lexian cradled the dumpling in her arms while the stick hung on her clothes, continuing her daily routine of growing food. Finally, on this bright afternoon, she heard a long-awaited and delightful sound. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have signed in for the 789th day. Successfully planted carrots. Earned 35 points and 60 units of plant energy. You have accumulated 10,000 points. Master's information, name, Xiao Lexian, gender, female, age, 3 years, cultivation level, human farmer, level 4, concentration of divine farmer bloodline, 55 plant energy, 27,888, can be consumed. Does not affect cultivation. Points, 10,000, void backpack. Basic vegetable seeds 32, basic grain seeds 8, 1 unknown blue seed, 1 unknown red seed, 1 soulwood seed, already planted, a set of planting tools, a hoe that can enlarge and shrink to automatically dig soil, a rake that can enlarge and shrink to automatically excavate, an endless bottle for drawing water that can enlarge and shrink, a shovel that can enlarge and shrink for self-digging, 1 unknown prize box, 1 key to open the system mall. Special items, Supreme Life Technique Reversal Seal, already used. Seeing the information displayed, Xiao Lexian was thrilled. Over the past 3 years, she had relied on the land in her yard to cultivate grains and gradually gather vegetables. The plant energy, aside from what she gained from signing in, had been steadily increasing through her cultivation, gradually breaking through to human farmer level 4. Equivalent to the peak of chi refinement in the past, with her strength reaching 10,000 pounds. However, to advance further, she would require a substantial amount of plant energy, necessitating the development of personnel for her cultivation, as relying solely on herself was too slow. Hence, she had been waiting to purchase a substitute. At last, she had saved enough points. Without hesitation, Xiao Lexian notified the stick and opened them all. Finding the stored substitute figurines, she promptly clicked to purchase. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The purchase of the substitute figurine was successful, costing 10,000 points. Master S points, 0. Information refreshed as follows. Name, Xiao Lexian, gender, female, age, 3 years. Cultivation level, human farmer, rank 4. Bloodline of Shennong, 55. Essence of flora, 27,888. Expendable, does not affect cultivation. Points, 0. Void backpack, 32 basic vegetable seeds. 8 basic grain seeds. 1 unknown blue seed. 1 unknown red seed. 1 soulwood seed, already planted. A complete set of farming tools, a hoe that can resize and automatically till the soil, a rake that can resize and automatically dig, an endless bottle that can resize and draw water endlessly, a shovel that can resize and self-shovel, 1 unknown lottery box, 1 key to unlock the system shop. Special items, Supreme Life Reversal Seal, already used, a substitute figurine. Xiao Lexian felt a pang of disappointment as her long-accumulated points suddenly reset to 0. However, the thought of accelerating her cultivation speed filled her with joy once more. Tongzi and Xiaobai rejoiced alongside her. Wow, Master, we can finally go out and have some fun. Congratulations, Master, Xiaobai exclaimed, growing large as it sprang from Xiao Lexian's waist pouch in excitement. Congratulations, Master. Tongzi chimed in, equally elated. Yes, tonight. I shall take you out for a grand feast. It has been so long. Zylv must have found an abundance of talents by now. Quickly, let us contact Zylv. She eagerly anticipated reuniting with her diligent agricultural workers. Chapter 37, Gong Changqing. That night, amidst a profound silence, Xiao Lexian, now residing in her own independent cottage, tossed and turned in bed, eagerly awaiting Tongzi to contact Zylv. Perhaps due to Zylv's distance, it took a while for the screen to display his image. Tianqing Kingdom. By the riverbank at Tingshui Pass, a scruffy-looking boy, around 11 or 12, with sharp, wolf-like eyes, silently observed the retreating figure of a man with a furrowed brow. This peculiar man had appeared when he was 9 years old. After being pursued and falling into a cliff, he thought he would surely perish, but was rescued by a man who had flown in like a celestial being. He proclaimed himself a member of the Shennong sect, promising that by following him, the boy could attain everything he desired. Yet, the boy's desires were many. Shennong sect? He had never heard of it. Surely it was a nameless and inconspicuous sect in the martial world. How could such a sect facilitate his revenge? He bore a deep-seated grudge, with his entire clan slaughtered. His life was exchanged by the old steward for his own son S. He believed he had escaped calamity, only to be discovered and pursued again, forced to leap into the abyss. When the man appeared, he truly resembled a deity, and amidst the misty depths, he briefly entertained the illusion that he had been saved by an immortal. However, upon seeing the man clearly, his interest vanished completely, as did his curiosity about the Shennong sect he had concocted. The man had doggedly pursued him for 2 years, urging him to join the Shennong sect, incessantly extolling its might and strength, claiming to be the chief steward of the sect, assuring him that following him would yield great rewards. He had said much. Yet, little did he know that he recognized the man, a dissipated scion of the Fengyun royal family, known to all. His mother was a renowned beauty of Fengyun, favored by the emperor, who took her into the palace and bestowed upon her the title of a beauty. However, the emperor's affections were fleeting. She fell victim to palace intrigue shortly after bearing her son. The 9th prince of Fengyun, Feng Xiaoyao, was raised by several successive consorts, each of whom either fell ill or died. Eventually, he became a pariah within the palace. After much hardship, he was hastily expelled from the palace by the emperor and granted the title of the aimless prince, possessing nothing but some gold and silver, evoking pity from many. Yet, it was soon discovered that he squandered all the wealth left by the emperor within a year, lacking any financial acumen, and thus became Fengyun's most notorious spendthrift prince. His reputation was marred not only by his profligacy, but also by his lewd behavior towards virtuous women. Finally, 2 years prior, the emperor could no longer tolerate him and issued a decree, demoting him to commoner status. Gong Changqing would come to know him from the year his father traveled to Fengyun with the crown prince. He had been part of the entourage and had encountered the loathed 9th prince at a banquet. Was this not the very same person now masquerading as the so-called Lord Green? Initially, he thought that this commoner, the 9th prince in disguise, would abandon him after he refused to join the Shennong sect, yet he persistently followed him for 2 years. Just moments ago, however, it seemed the man had urgent business to attend to. What could be so pressing at this late hour? Yet, was this not the perfect opportunity for his escape? In the past 2 years, he had devised countless plans to flee, each time managing to elude capture, only for the man to inexplicably reappear after a time. It was akin to being stuck with an adhesive plaster one could not shake off. Enough, he told himself. This would be the last time. If he could not rid himself of this man, he would accompany him to the Shennong sect to discover what sort of place it was. After all, he was determined to avenge his blood feud and would never join some inconsequential, nameless sect of the martial world. Gong Changqing resolved this in his mind as he steeled himself and made his way into the darkness by the riverbank. Chapter 38, To the Bloodvine Forest. Are you Xiao? Xiao Lexian gazed at the figure on the screen with astonishment and shock, clad in simple garments. The slender figure could not conceal the inherent charm of his face, which bore the unmistakable traits of a wickedly alluring man. How could this possibly be Xiao? Yet, his subsequent demeanor and words confirmed his identity without a doubt. Master, it is indeed your humble servant, he responded with utmost respect. Xiao Lexian's mouth fell open in disbelief. What has happened to you? Xiao replied. Master, I am merely an energy entity, originally devoid of a face or a fixed form. In order to seek talents for you, I had to integrate into the human realm, thus I temporarily assumed a human body. Xiao Lexian frowned. You have possessed a living person? This was unacceptable to her. She was not overly kind-hearted, but she would not permit her subordinates to harm human lives. Sensing his master's displeasure, Xiao immediately reassured her. No, master. Your reservations were communicated to me by Tongzi. Moreover, as I am an energy entity extracted from the divine stone by the great Shennong, I would never act against the principles of righteousness. When I entered this body, its previous owner had already perished, having taken his own life. Upon receiving his residual memories, I analyzed that he chose to end his life because he could no longer endure the pain of living. Despite having a noble identity, he had become a mere mockery, trampled upon by all. Having reviewed those memories, although Xiao did not comprehend why the individual had chosen suicide, he rationalized that the body was still youthful and suitable for him. Thus he opted to use it for his external endeavors. After hearing Xiao's explanation, Xiao Lexian seemed to grasp the reasons behind the body's owner's demise, though she chose not to delve into the complex emotions that Xylv could not comprehend. Tongzi had also mentioned that Xylv was merely an energy entity, devoid of any emotional attachments apart from loyalty and dependence on her, making it unnecessary to explain the intricacies of human emotions, since the utilization of a deceased body was merely a means of resourcefulness. Xiao Lexian chose not to pursue the matter further, simply stating, "That is acceptable. In the future, if you need to change bodies, do not use the bodies of the living. The deceased will suffice." Indeed, this could be considered an act of grave robbing. Nevertheless, she was once a celestial being, and she exhibited considerable tolerance towards her subordinates. While the notion of a corpse being utilized may be difficult for certain mortals who hold their loved one's remains in high regard, Xiao Lexian remained unconcerned. After all, having practiced for many years, she did not regard mortal lives as mere insects. Her respect for them was commendable. In situations where their lives were not at stake, the feelings of unfamiliar mortals were of little consequence to her. The influence of millennia of cultivation surely surpassed the fleeting moments of her first life. With a determined effort to shift the topic, Xiao Lexian inquired with a hint of anticipation, "It has been 2 years. How many exceptional talents have you secured?" Little Green's mischievous visage fell, radiating an overwhelming sense of dejection. "Master, I am inept. I have not managed to secure even one." "Pardon?" Xiao Lexian's mind was filled with perplexity as she glanced at the small white creature resting beside her. With singular focus, she queried, "Didn't you claim it was formidable? How is it possible that not a single individual has been acquired in 2 years?" The system activated its cognitive database, analyzing the situation before responding privately, "Master, Little Green's capability lies in identifying individuals with unique talents. However, the intricacies of human nature render the task of subduing them beyond its experience. So, it has spent 2 years on a single person? If I hadn't provided a substitute, would it still be preoccupied with just one?" Xiao Lexian mused, realizing her oversight. Observing the anxious Little Green, she smiled reassuringly, "Do not fret, Little Green. In the future, simply bring any discovered talents back to me. I shall handle the rest. Oh, and I wish for those you bring to be free from malicious intent or the oppression of the innocent. I do not desire those of corrupt character." Little Green sighed in relief, replying, "Rest assured, Master. Those I identify possess commendable virtues. They are either individuals of great merit or reincarnated benevolent beings, each with redeeming qualities." "Excellent. Bring them to me swiftly, tonight if possible. Surely, you can traverse 1,000 miles in a day." "Indeed, Master." "Oh, are we bringing them to your residence?" Xiao Lexian shook her head, "Certainly not. You shall take them to the depths of the Bloodvine Forest in the secluded Yunhu Mountain, where no one dares to tread." The system had informed her that Yunhu Mountain stretched for thousands of miles, connecting several nations, with the Bloodvine Forest at its heart being the most concealed. The forest, known for its sanguine vines that thirst for blood, was devoid of any trace of life for thousands of miles. This particular terrain was also located at the borders of their nation, the Jingyuan Kingdom, where nearby villages managed to sustain themselves without succumbing to famine due to natural disasters. Coincidentally, the Qingshi town to which Xiao Lexian's village belonged was among the remote towns at the borders of Jingyuan Kingdom. Although Xiao Lexian had never personally visited, her memories from her previous life and her understanding of the geographical surroundings were vivid. The system functioned as a map projector, allowing her to visualize the world's layout whenever needed. Now let us depart to the Bloodvine Forest. With her current physical strength and speed, she had no fear of the Bloodvine Forest. She speculated that the thousands of vines within might merely be a singular entity, one that had developed a rudimentary consciousness. All she needed to do was subdue it. Releasing her substitute, which transformed into her likeness, Xiao Lexian vanished from Qingshi village alongside the small stick and little white creature. Chapter 39, Acknowledgement of Mastery. Crossing the Yunhu Mountain and journeying into the depths of the Bloodvine Forest, Xiao Lexian covered the considerable distance in mere minutes, her figure akin to a bolt of lightning. Upon reaching the forest's periphery, the radiant moonlight was rendered impotent. The Bloodvine Forest resembled a beast that sought to consume its prey, with countless robust vines coiling and undulating, producing a rustling sound. As if sensing the presence of a living being, the vines slithered towards her like enormous serpents. Thanks to her nocturnal cultivation, Xiao Lexian observed this spectacle and marveled. No wonder the Bloodvine Forest is regarded as a forbidden zone for murderers across the continent. Such sentient and peculiar vines would be insurmountable for ordinary mortals. Yet, what astonished her further was that when the vines approached her, they halted at a deep ravine, seemingly impeded by an invisible barrier. A barrier indeed, Xiao Lexian exclaimed, realizing that this was the reason the vines could not escape the depths of Yunhu Mountain. Could it be that cultivators once traversed this realm? She pondered, surprised. "Master, Let us proceed within. The small stick urged eagerly. Xiao Lexian nodded, releasing half of her restored spiritual pressure, which instinctively caused the vines to retreat as if confronted by a formidable adversary. She confirmed that these were merely nascent sentient vines. While they posed an insurmountable challenge for mortals, she could easily shatter them with her stick. With her pressure exerted, the vines were rendered immobile, allowing her to strike with ease. However, considering the presence of the barrier and the vines, this naturally fortified base was ideal for her agricultural ambitions. To cultivate her endeavors, she required talent, which necessitated her own influence, and she had long identified the bloodvine forest as a prime location for her operations. Nevertheless, to prevent any harm to her followers by the vines, she decided to subdue this feeble entity. Once inside, shrouded in darkness devoid of moonlight, Xiao Lexian could perceive everything with clarity. She gazed at the trembling vines and declared, "Listen well. Will you acknowledge me as your master willingly? Or shall I compel you to do so?" A diminutive figure, with a fluffy creature perched on her shoulder and a stick in hand, rhythmically tapped her palm, resembling an innocent little girl inquiring earnestly. The vine, in its heart, wailed in despair, "What terrifying little creature is this? To acknowledge a master means losing my freedom." Yet, the thought of defiance filled it with dread. Would this fearsome little monster truly strike it down? As Xiao Lexian awaited a response, the stick could no longer contain its impatience, exclaiming, "What is this hesitation? How foolish! In this world, among cultivators, you lack the qualification to chase after your master for acknowledgement. What is that dark creature that can speak?" The vine, with the intellect of a mere child, could not fathom the situation. Suddenly, an irresistible aura emanated from the little monster's fingers, compelling it with an overwhelming desire to consume. I cannot endure this," it thought, before hearing Xiao Lexian add, "If you acknowledge me as your master, there will be sustenance." She was now practicing the divine agricultural arts, capable of bestowing the essence of flora and earth upon her subjects, ensuring them immense benefits. Additionally, should the vine absorb the earth's essence during her cultivation, it would reciprocate with even more vitality. Before her breakthrough, Xiao Lexian had contemplated secretly visiting to subdue this possibly sentient vine. But her insufficient strength and low cultivation level had deterred her from taking risks. She patiently awaited the right moment, now having a substitute to facilitate her departure. The pure essence of flora stirred the vine, and it could withstand its longing no longer. A voice, reminiscent of a grandmother's, declared, "I acknowledge you as my master. Will you provide me with sustenance daily?" Xiao Lexian smiled, "Of course. With a supernatural plant, I can cultivate daily, ensuring you receive the rich essence of the earth and flora without issue." "Very well then. I shall follow you, master." With that, the vine's heart departed and entered Xiao Lexian's body. The heart of the blood vine is the very essence of the plant, embodying its most vulnerable core. To offer this heart is akin to bestowing one's own life into the safekeeping of Xiao Lexian. Satisfied, Xiao Lexian infused a drop of her own blood into the heart, causing a peculiar wave of energy to envelop both her and the vine, signifying the completion of their bond. Once the bond was established, the blood vine exclaimed ecstatically, "Ah, master, your body feels so comfortable. My heart is at ease within your dantian." The heart of the blood vine had now transformed into a delicate tendril, entwined around the ethereal green sprout nestled within Xiao Lexian's dantian, providing immense comfort. Yes, this little sprout is the culmination of all the essence of grass and wood that I have cultivated, Xiao Lexian elucidated. Naturally, being close to it brings you comfort. The sovereign had proclaimed that her mastery of the Shennong arts would result in her dantian no longer housing golden elixirs or nascent souls, but rather directly manifesting various botanical entities, each with its own unique form at different stages of cultivation. The ultimate shape achieved would depend not only on her innate talent and understanding, but also on the density of her Shennong bloodline and the merits accrued. "I adore it, master. From now on, the little vine spirit will reside here," proclaimed the blood vine. Being the sentient part of the demonic plant, Xiao Lexian could transport this essence, allowing her to cultivate directly upon its spirit, achieving equally potent results. Xiao Lexian smiled and said, "If you wish to stay, then stay." Indeed, once the little vine spirit entered, the vast and towering blood vine outside seemed to lose its sentience and danger. Of course, the vine spirit retained the ability to remotely control its corporeal form, remaining aware of any occurrences in its vicinity. Having subjugated the blood vine, Xiao Lexian declared, "Now, I must insist, whatever you were before, it is inconsequential. As my botanical companion, you may no longer consume human flesh or blood." The little vine protested, "Master, you wrong me. I have never feasted on human flesh or blood." "Is that so? Then how do you explain your behavior earlier? The moment I appeared, you emerged from your hiding place." "Ah, master, that was merely a precaution. I thought you were encroaching upon my territory and wanted to frighten you. Human flesh and blood are quite unpalatable. Xiao Lexian found some comfort in this revelation and inquired further, but what of the rumors surrounding you? There are many tales of humans perishing at the hands of the bloodvine. The little vine pondered before responding. Those who ventured too close did so believing I would consume them, and they frightened themselves to death. Some of the bolder ones, alas, were indeed slain by the ferocious beasts of the bloodvine forest. Xiao Lexian frowned. Are there truly beasts here? Upon extending her consciousness, she discerned a multitude of wild creatures, tigers, lions, wild boars, pheasants, hares, and bears of all sizes and varieties. Yes, master, these beasts are my sustenance. When I am hungry, I feast upon them. I am the blood vine, and my preference lies with beast blood rather than human blood, which carries an unpleasant odor. Xiao Lexian conceded, fair enough. Humans consume grains, which indeed contain more impurities than wild beasts. However, she noted that as this would be her base of operations, an overabundance of beasts could be problematic. Are there any sovereign creatures among them? Indeed, there is a tiger that has also gained sentience. All the beasts heed its command. Summon it. Certainly, master. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Lexian acquired a magnificent white tiger as a pet, named Big Flower, at its own request. For the white tiger insisted it could not be named something larger than itself. Xiao Lexian chuckled at the amusing situation. Big Flower from now on. Any creature marked with this insignia, she conjured a small green sprout shape, is under your protection, and you must inform all the beasts. Understood, master. Big Flower had been made to acknowledge Xiao Lexian as its master through a firm, fiery stick, rendering it obedient and compliant to her every word. However, should any human dare to harm you, you may retaliate and slay them. I shall ensure the little vine observes, determining who initiated the conflict for appropriate punishment. As for the forest's natural law of the survival of the fittest, it remains unchanged. I will not deprive these beasts of their right to exist. Understood, master. Big Flower thought to itself that as long as it remained unharmed, it was content. The other beasts lacked sentience and were mere animals, compelled to obey it due to its strength and dominance. Xiao Lexian could not always remain in the bloodvine forest to intimidate and oversee the other beasts. And since the vine spirit would accompany her, it could not constantly supervise the area. Thus, Big Flower resolved to watch over the territory in the spirit's absence. Additionally, having recognized Xiao Lexian as its master, once the vine spirit departed, it would assume leadership of the realm, free from the fear of being devoured by the bloodvine. Quite the advantageous arrangement. As for the barriers surrounding the bloodvine forest, prior to recognizing a master, the bloodvine and the beasts within could not escape, while only humans could enter and exit. Now, having established a bond, Big Flower was permitted to leave. Though it had no intention of fleeing, for its heart's blood was with its master, escaping would be futile. Very well, Big Flower, you may take your leave. With a resounding roar, Big Flower nodded and vanished into the depths of the bloodvine forest. Beyond the bloodvine, there existed many grand trees and vibrant flora, surpassing even the most pristine of primordial forests. If not for the inherent dangers, it would be an idyllic sanctuary. With a stick in hand and the vine by her side, Xiao Lexian continued her journey, hunting a few wild rabbits along the way, seeking a relatively open space to ignite the stick and roast her catch. Sizzle, sizzle. The stick, unable to contain itself, exclaimed, "Ah, master, how delightful. When was the last time we enjoyed such a meal? How nostalgic. What is your purpose as a stick?" Xiao Lexian inquired. "To provide warmth for you, of course. I contain a unique flame that allows me to control the temperature. For 10,000 years, I have served as your fire stick. And now I return to my former role, reminiscing while still boasting. See, I am indeed remarkable." Chapter 40, A Final Resting Place. After a satisfying feast, Xiao Lexian resumed her examination of the barrier surrounding her. She did not forget to inquire of the little vine, "What is the origin of this barrier?" The little vine contemplated before responding, "Master, I am not entirely certain. I only recall that when I was but a small sprout, an injured individual suddenly descended from the sky and then fell silent. His blood seeped into the soil surrounding me, containing a most peculiar essence that I instinctively consumed in abundance. To my surprise, days later, the man awoke. Upon seeing me, he sighed, 'Alas, I am but a dying man. You have consumed my blood and awakened your sentience. Should you continue on this path, you may one day threaten this world devoid of spiritual energy. I shall use my final drops of blood to establish a barrier. Until you find a master, you must not leave.' Thus, the shield that has confined me for 300 years was born, and he perished thereafter. His body was consumed by Big Flower's mother, who gained sentience and became formidable. However, having partaken of his flesh and blood, she too was bound by the same constraints and could not escape. Ultimately, Big Flower's mother lived for over 200 years before giving birth to Big Flower and subsequently passing away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lexian understood the situation and requested the little vine to guide her to the burial site of that cultivator. There, she indeed discovered a storage ring. Within it lay a jade tablet. Since the original owner had perished, the storage ring was now unclaimed, allowing Xiao Lexian to easily retrieve its contents. The jade tablet held information. Xiao Lexian extended her consciousness to uncover its contents. It contained a foundational cultivation technique and the final words of the cultivator. Greetings, fortunate individual. I am Wuxiuzi of the Kunwu realm, a golden core cultivator. Having been betrayed by my fellow disciples in a small secret realm, I was cast into the tumult of space-time, unintentionally ensnared within this realm devoid of spiritual energy. I am acutely aware that my injuries are beyond the healing powers of any heavenly treasures, and my demise is unequivocally certain. To any fortunate soul who may chance upon this message within my storage ring, I beseech you to enter my remains beneath the earth. In return, you may acquire the foundational techniques of my cultivation as a practitioner. Though this world lacks spiritual essence, one may still harness its energies to absorb the quintessence of the sun and moon, thereby attaining a preternatural state of being, enhancing one's vitality and prolonging life. However, the pursuit of cultivation must be rooted in sincerity. One must not forsake moral integrity for the sake of power, for such recklessness may lead to dire consequences, an eternity of wandering without reincarnation, a fate of dispersed souls. Exercise caution. Upon perusing this message, Xiao Lexian's interest waned. Aside from the storage ring she left behind, she incinerated the remaining trifles with a mere flick of her fire stick. As for the remains of Wuxiuzi, while his flesh had been devoured by the mother of Dahua, his bones remarkably endured. The skeletal remains, glistening like jade, appeared as pristine as if newly formed. Xiao Lexian cast a brief glance, admiring the man's fortitude of spirit, and resolved to grant him a peaceful rest as a former elder of the cultivation world. With a flick of her finger, a verdant light erupted forth, causing the ground to tremble as a large pit emerged. With another sweep, the skeletal remains were lowered into the pit and covered with earth. Rest in peace. Witnessing these proceedings, the little heavenly Tao lamented, "Ah, how could she possibly destroy the destined opportunities and techniques left behind for Sister Tianming and her husband? Such abhorrence." Yet, the entity recognized the formidable power of the individual before it. It had been powerless in the past, and felt even more so now. Instinctively, it sensed that should it attempt to intervene directly, the stick in her hand could easily pierce through it. "Oh, how pitiful I am," it sobbed. Sister Tianming, with her noble aspirations, seeks to gather provisions to aid those in need amidst the desolation, unlike this little demon, who has delved into peculiar practices that have led her beyond my jurisdiction. I can no longer act against her. It huffed. Just wait until Sister Tianming conquers the world, and this little demon will find no refuge. The little heavenly Tao furtively observed for a moment before retreating to its safe, void-like realm of rules. Xiao Lexian, indifferent, raised her gaze momentarily before continuing her journey deeper into the bloodvine forest. She sought a suitable location to establish her cultivation base, pondering what name to bestow upon it. Master, Little Green has informed others that we shall be called the Shennong sect. Chapter 41. Establishing the Shennong sect. Oh, the Shennong sect? How fittingly it aligns with my current path of cultivation. Very well, it shall be named the Shennong sect. After traversing several thousand miles, she arrived at the vicinity of Qi Gui Mountain, adjacent to the Bloodvine Forest, where she finalized her selection. This towering Qi Gui Mountain, the highest peak in the mortal realm, stood at the heart of the Bloodvine Forest. On the other side lay another expanse of land belonging to a different nation, separated by the formidable Qi Gui Mountain, which served as a boundary stone fiercely contended by both nations, ultimately remaining unclaimed by either. Given the treacherous bloodvines surrounding Qi Gui Mountain, no one had ever scaled its heights, leaving the mysteries of its summit undiscovered. Yet, with a flick of her fingers, Xiao Lexian summoned a multitude of verdant plants to flourish as the bloodvines began to ascend the mountain. With a few graceful leaps, she soared several hundred meters, landing on a flat expanse shrouded in mist halfway up the mountain. This natural plateau, along with the surrounding caverns, was perfectly suited for establishing the Shennong sect. Well versed in the procedures of sect establishment, she felt her spiritual space rejuvenate. Selecting a random base she had amassed from her previous endeavors, she focused her mind. Instantly, the entirety of Qi Gui Mountain trembled as countless pavilions and towers descended from above. These structures, as if possessing their own consciousness, settled into every crevice and open space in the mountain. Xiao Lexian surveyed the array of buildings she had transported from the ancient cultivators' abodes, their exquisite forms gleaming amidst the dense mist of Qi Gui Mountain. Yes, this should suffice to impress. with the unique talents Little Green had procured. She lacked the patience to win them over one by one with sincerity. Thus, an air of mystique and grandeur was essential. Should anyone arrive here, they would hardly believe her claim that this was not a celestial gate, for these edifices, in both appearance and structure, embodied the true essence of ancient immortal sect architecture. There were 18 halls and 32 pavilions. Each hall and pavilion housed classrooms, libraries, and task chambers. Within these libraries, she had meticulously gathered genuine cultivation techniques, while the martial arts manuals amassed over millennia, embodying the path of martial cultivation, were prominently displayed. In total, there were hundreds of thousands of tomes, many of which she had yet to peruse. With a wave of her consciousness, she directed the jade slips to soar into the libraries of the 18 halls and 32 pavilions. Subsequently, in the main hall, she issued a task to collect various seeds. Naturally, the task panel was directly controlled by Xiao Lexian's spirit. To prevent hoarding, she stipulated that no individual could collect more than 1 pound of each seed type, which, once gathered, had to be returned and placed in the pond behind the task hall. This pond would serve as her soaking ground for the seeds. Participants could earn task points by retrieving seeds for drying or planting. The points could then be used to unlock martial arts manuals in the library. The higher the level of the martial arts manual, the more points were required. Though Xiao Lexian had not personally perused those martial arts manuals, her broken illusion eye allowed her to perceive the auras emanating from them: white, blue, green, red, purple, black, and colorless. Among these, the green, red, and purple categories were the most abundant, while colorless had the fewest, with only 3 volumes. Xiao Lexian examined these 3 colorless tomes. 1 volume from the Wu Dao sect, Limitless Divine Skill, though it bears the divine character, can only cultivate to the level of a celestial immortal. While it pales in comparison to my previous 9 heavens profound immortal level, a martial arts manual capable of achieving immortality is no wonder it is colorless. Another is the Chui Tian sect's body cultivation method, Chui Tianjiu Bian, which is even more formidable, capable of reaching the great Luo golden immortal realm, also embodying the path of martial cultivation. Lastly, there is the Wangu sect's eternal desolation decision, astonishingly comparable to the 9 heavens secret canoni bestowed upon my brother. It permits breakthroughs to divinity and is not inferior to my former techniques. However, Xiao Lexian decided to release these 3 colorless martial arts techniques, akin to placing 3 unattainable carrots before them. The points required for cultivating these martial arts manuals based on the path of martial cultivation would be set at 1 billion. It is worth noting that within the task, assisting in planting a single seed soaked in her blood would only yield 0.1 points for the entire process. Of course, should her special talents cultivate subordinates or develop a network for her, their gains would also count towards their own. It remained to be seen how far they could progress. Yet, if anyone truly succeeded in obtaining one of these colorless techniques, it would be their fortune, after all. Even the most powerful might find themselves aged and unable to utilize it before departing this realm for the true cultivation world, where their journey's extent remains uncertain. Should someone indeed achieve immortality or divinity through these 3 techniques, Xiao Lexian would hold no objections. Just as she taught her younger brother the 9 heavens secret canon, she resolved not to disclose to him that the cultivation techniques could lead to immortality and divinity, allowing him to forge his own path instead. More often than not, excessive anticipation and an abundance of knowledge can become one's inner demons. Naturally, while she refrained from revealing the maximum potential of these techniques, she acknowledged the necessity of motivation for human beings. Having initially established the Shennong sect, she could always add further enhancements as needed. Thus, after 3 hours of diligent effort, it was now 4 in the morning and dawn was approaching. Xiao Lexian ultimately sent a piece of the cloudwood flying, which blazed like a fiery rod, inscribing the characters Shennong sect that stretched hundreds of meters wide, directly affixed to the center of Qigui Mountain. With a wave of her hand, she arranged a disorienting formation around the bloodvine forest. Another chaotic cloud formation surrounded Qigui Mountain, enveloping it in layers of cloud, obscuring its interior from view. Moreover, she activated the teleportation arrays connecting the foot of the mountain to its various halls using the spirit stones from her soul space. After all, these spirit stones were of no use to her now. They were better utilized than wasted. Thus, the grand and enigmatic Shennong sect was born. With a chuckle, she had relocated numerous sect buildings, selecting the most aesthetically pleasing ones. It was her first endeavor in establishing a sect, but for the sake of cultivating her agricultural aspirations, it was undeniably worth it. Finally, she crafted the sect sign for the Little Green Sprout sect. Each individual received one, and a drop of blood would manifest a small green sprout around their necks. Even without blood, it was inconsequential. Possessing the identity token that resonated with their personal aura was sufficient for entry into the bloodvine forest of the Shennong sect. After contemplating, everything seemed to be in order. At 4:30 in the morning, the little green sent a message through the screen. Her first planting laborer for the Shennong sect had arrived, donning a veil to obscure her visage and an ethereal robe from the cultivation realm that could change size. Xiao Lexian's appearance had transformed so drastically that even her parents would hardly recognize her now. With a few leaps down Chigawei Mountain, wielding a fiery rod and accompanied by a furry bundle, she declared, "Let us go see the first special talent that Little Green has brought back." Chapter 42. The Sect Master? A child? Gong Changqing retreated into the icy waters, a bone-chilling sensation jolting through him. He drifted with the current. And just when he thought he had truly escaped, he was abruptly lifted from the river. The night wind howled, sending shivers down his spine. This man would not let him go. He had indeed found him, even in the pitch-black night and beneath the water's surface. Yet, he was taken aback when the man said, "Come back to the Shennong sect. Our true master wishes to see you." Back to the Shennong sect? For 2 years. He had pursued him relentlessly, and during that time, the man had mentioned the Shennong sect countless times, extolling its power and prowess. However, this was the first time he had ever invited him back. Often, he had pondered whether it was a sect that existed only in fantasy. Otherwise, why had he never been taken to witness it? After being found repeatedly and feeling despondent, he had considered seeing what the Shennong sect was about, wondering if it might be a hidden powerhouse. Yet, he had never been offered a return, leading him to believe it was a small, inconsequential sect. But what had he heard tonight? This man intended to take him back to the Shennong sect? And he claimed their master wished to meet him? Wasn't the master of the Shennong sect the sect leader? Previously, he had thought that if he were captured again, he might as well join the Shennong sect. After all, it would not affect his plans. Yet now, the prospect of truly returning to the Shennong sect was utterly unforeseen. The man seemed to merely inform him of this, showing no intention of offering him a choice. As his words faded, Gong Changqing felt a violent whirl and then succumbed to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Gong Changqing, he was swiftly carried away at an astonishing speed, the space around him rippling. It was only when he stepped into the bloodvine forest that he gradually regained consciousness. Where was he? As his mind remained foggy, he sensed the surrounding darkness, his vision unclear. Suddenly, the area around them illuminated. He then beheld a pearl the size of a bowl in the man's hand, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. If he was not mistaken, the man held a luminous pearl, a night pearl of such size and quality. Even at the height of his family's prosperity, he had never encountered a night pearl of such exquisite quality. How could this man possess it? He had always thought he was impoverished, with nothing but the clothes on his back. The disgraced ninth prince, still such a prodigal, must have squandered all his treasures by now, right? He had assumed he was poorer than the man. Yet here he was, proven wrong. However, where could he possibly store such a large pearl? It could not fit into his clothing, could it? Before he could ponder further, the radiant glow of the night pearl brightened the surroundings. He heard rustling sounds. He raised his eyes to survey the area. His typically stoic expression nearly faltered, and his countenance shifted dramatically. He finally spoke to the man. "Hurry, we must leave this place. This is the terrifying bloodvine forest, a place where entry guarantees death." Observing the thick vines twisting and writhing like animated serpents, fear spread across his pale face. He was still young. He did not wish to die. His life had been exchanged for his father's steward son's life. He had yet to exact his revenge. How could he perish so pathetically? At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of escape, entirely oblivious to how he had traversed millions of miles from the Tianqing kingdom's ferry to arrive here. His panic and anxiety had no effect on the man, who continued to advance as if nothing were amiss. Meanwhile, the little vine, having received its master's hint, recognized that the two individuals who had entered were the ones desired by its master. Thus, it merely controlled its form, writhing playfully to frighten them. The outcome? It was difficult to say whether it was satisfactory or not. The younger one was indeed frightened, but the larger one, referred to as Little Green by the master, displayed not a hint of fear, striding boldly toward them. Perhaps it was Little Green's calm demeanor, but whenever he encountered a blood vine blocking his path, he trampled it without hesitation. The little vine was deeply vexed, unable to attack the master's companion, instinctively retreating. This scene, however, left Gong Changqing astounded, as if his eyes might pop out. Despite possessing unique talents and bearing a blood feud, he was still merely an 11 or 12-year-old child, unable to contain his expression of shock and disbelief. For the first time, he looked closely at the man who had pursued him for 2 years. It was also the first time he observed the ninth prince of Fengyun Kingdom, notorious for his ill repute. The man's demeanor today was entirely different from the rumors. The blood vines, which everyone avoided like the plague, seemed to retreat as if encountering a natural predator in the presence of the man. After his initial astonishment, Gong Changqing finally regained his senses and recalled all the inconsistencies. The ferry crossing from the Tianqing kingdom was millions of miles away, while the depths of Yunhu Mountain to the Bloodvine Forest were several thousand miles apart. He had merely been unconscious for a brief moment. How had this man transported him such a vast distance? Could it be that he had been unconscious for an extended period? 10 days, half a month, or even longer? However, this is utterly unreasonable. He felt neither the sensation of being fed while unconscious nor the pangs of hunger. Thus, he was struck by a startling conclusion. Could it be that this individual possessed the ability to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye? But how could that possibly be? Thus far, everything had shattered his understanding of reality. Perhaps he ought to reconsider and not rely solely on hearsay to form his judgments. For the discrepancies between rumor and reality can sometimes be as vast as the heavens or as unrelated as night and day. With this thought, the brightness in Gong Changqing's eyes flickered. He hurried to keep pace with the man's stride. They wandered for what seemed an eternity until, as dawn began to break, they finally caught sight of a little girl emerging from the dense mists, a fire stick in her hand, and a fluffy creature perched upon her shoulder. The girl's attire was unlike anything he had ever encountered, ethereal and exquisitely crafted. Her face was veiled, obscuring her features, yet her eyes, visible through the fabric, sparkled with a clarity reminiscent of a pristine mountain spring. As he pondered the sudden appearance of a girl deep within the Bloodvine Forest, the man ahead of him abruptly quickened his pace, reaching the girl in a few strides before kneeling with a thud. "Master, I have brought the person." Gong Changqing's mind buzzed in confusion. Master? What master? Did he just refer to this little girl as his master? He struggled to comprehend. Could it be as he feared? Was the leader of the Shennong sect merely this child? The hope that had just blossomed within him withered into profound disappointment. A sect led by such a child seemed no more than a whimsical playground crafted by a doting parent for their spoiled daughter. Gong Changqing forced a bitter smile. He should have harbored no expectations. Yet, as he stood there in a daze, he heard the girl's soft and melodious voice. "You seem quite disappointed in me?" Chapter 43. He beheld the celestial gate. Gong Changqing smiled wryly. It was not merely disappointment. His entire being was a canvas painted with despair. He had nurtured such high hopes for this encounter. Yet, the dream shattered in an instant. Indeed, he should have never anticipated anything from the Shennong sect. As he sank into a sea of despondency, he heard the girl inquire, "Why? Do you disdain that your master is too young? Is the sect beneath your expectations? Not as formidable as you envisioned?" Her calm and analytical questioning suggested she was not genuinely concerned with his reaction. He remained silent. She continued, "You are the one that Xiao Lu brought back. I trust his judgment. But if you are merely a fool beguiled by appearances, then the Shennong sect can do without you." Gong Changqing regained his composure. Indeed, how could he, Gong Changqing, be deceived by mere appearances? Even if those appearances were astonishingly surreal, could an ordinary child truly articulate such sentiments? He scrutinized the girl before him with renewed focus. She stood at the heart of the Bloodvine Forest, wielding a crooked, dark wooden stick that resembled an ordinary fire poker from a common household. The creature on her shoulder was round and fluffy, yet of an unknown breed, leaving even him, a well-informed individual, unable to identify it. Her garments, at a distance, bore a resemblance to the exquisite brocades of the capital, yet upon closer inspection, they were entirely different. He could not recognize the fabric she wore. Everything about her was perplexing and enigmatic. Now that he had arrived here, what remained for him? Was he truly to drag his father's loyal subordinates and friends into this quest for vengeance? Would he really allow his hatred to ensnare those who were once dear to his father? But if he did not pursue this path, what options did he have left? Establishing his own power, what resources did he possess? What could he rely on? Those ragtag street urchins he had gathered over the past 2 years? He could not even provide them with basic sustenance. How could he hope to cultivate them into a force capable of aiding him? Never had Gong Changqing felt so acutely aware of his own impotence and the harshness of reality. He realized that he had no better path to tread. Thus, having arrived at this juncture, why not take a gamble? After all, he had little left to lose. Resolute in his decision, he masked all emotion, his wolf-like gaze softened. And he bowed. "Changqing is willing to join the Shennong sect." The little girl smiled, replying, "You shall not regret the decision you make today." Then, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. A green light emanated from the girl's hand, and beneath their feet, a verdant staircase materialized, ascending into the heavens. The girl advanced, exuding an air of otherworldly grace, and said, "Come, let us explore our sect." Gong Changqing's mouth fell agape as he beheld the green light in the girl's hand and the sudden appearance of the staircase stretching toward the clouds, leaving him momentarily stunned, devoid of any reaction. Could such feats truly be within the realm of human capability? Gong Changqing stood there, astonished, while Xiao Lexian, whose cultivation had yet to reach the foundational stage to ride the clouds, silently applauded himself for the grand display. Following this, Gong Changqing traversed a realm of confusion and wonder. He ascended the celestial staircase behind the little girl, and as the layers of mist parted, what did he behold? He beheld the celestial palaces. Resplendent white jade palaces shimmered with a soft glow, surrounded by majestic peaks. Although dawn had yet to break, the dim light rendered the scene all the more enigmatic and mysterious. Gong Changqing suddenly grasped the gravity of the moment, his breath quickening. Could it be that this sect was indeed a hidden celestial haven? These structures, wherein mere mortals could not possibly conceive of their construction. At that moment, Gong Changqing felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude for having taken that gamble. Clearly, he had won, as long as he could acquire the secrets of the celestial sect. How could he not exact his revenge? Lost in a haze of astonishment, he stepped into the central hall of the Shennong sect, where the little girl ascended to a high seat and regarded him. Gong Changqing quickly regained his composure and, emulating Xiao Lu's earlier gesture, performed a kneeling salute. Disciple Gong Changqing pays respects to the sect leader. In doing so, he expressed a complete submission. Xiao Lexian observed him. Despite the boy's kneeling position, he bore an air of dignity and pride, as though he did not perceive himself as inferior to her, but rather knelt in respect to her authority as the master of the Shennong sect, radiating an innate youthful defiance. Xiao Lexian held no objections to this. Indeed, a person of exceptional talent often carried an inherent pride, which was not necessarily a flaw. After all, she was not Xiao Lu. Although Xiao Lu possessed a human form, she was, at her core, an entity of energy. A group of energy beings that recognized her as their master was her little servant. Thus, it was no surprise that Xiao Lu treated her with respect and affection. As for the unique talents she sought to cultivate within the sect, all they needed to do was nurture them without fear, encouraging their individuality and flair, which would only serve to enrich the Shennong sect's diversity. Clearing her throat, Xiao Lexian, still unaccustomed to being bowed to, said, "You may rise. Xiao Lu, at your service. Please enlighten this new disciple of the Shennong sect about our sect's purpose." Gong Changqing immediately perked up, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. In the secluded realm of the Shennong sect, a hidden immortal order, an extraordinary individual caught their discerning eye. After 2 years of relentless pursuit, he finally consented to join, thereby mastering formidable skills that propelled him to unprecedented heights. Upon his emergence from the mountains, he was determined to propagate the revered name of the Shennong sect. As Gong Changqing drifted into a reverie, he was abruptly roused by a man named Xiao Lu, who was, in truth, Feng Xiaoyao, stating, "The Shennong sect inherently upholds the esteemed traditions of Shennong, embarking upon the path of cultivation." This declaration left Gong Changqing utterly bewildered. What did it mean that the primary duty of an inner disciple was to engage in agriculture? What was the implication of cultivating subordinates to recruit others for farming, with their accrued points reverting to him, especially if those individuals had not joined the Shennong sect? How could points be exchanged for martial arts manuals? Was this truly the nature of a sect? Why did it starkly contrast with his expectations? However, before he could ponder further, in an instant, Xiao Lu whisked him away to the library. Upon their arrival, the young sect leader, a girl, was already present. She spoke. "As the chosen one of Xiao Lu, you are now an inner disciple of the Shennong sect. Upon joining, you may select a technique from the azure orbs, allowing you to cultivate while fulfilling tasks and enhancing your prowess." Upon witnessing the myriad of colorful orbs, each containing various martial arts manuals, Gong Changqing emerged from his astonishment at the sect's agricultural focus, captivated by the vast array of tomes before him. Are these tomes of celestial arts? He marveled. How can books float and emit light on their own? Xiao Lexian shook her head. "You will come to understand in due time. For now, choose a volume." Gong Changqing nodded, and upon receiving permission, he selected a manual based on instinct. Then, he heard the young sect leader add, "Though the techniques within the azure orbs are comparatively low-ranked among the myriad of manuals, they are still capable of cultivating one to the innate realm, conferring the extraordinary abilities of a martial arts master." Gong Changqing felt his breath quicken, realizing that he was reminiscent of a naive country bumpkin, having never encountered such wonders. Techniques capable of elevating one to the ranks of a master. Here, they were deemed the lowest tier. What of the other manuals? To what heights could they elevate a practitioner? His questions were soon answered. The manuals beyond azure, green, red, purple, black, and colorless could shatter the void and transcend to even higher realms. The greater the rank of the technique, the loftier the ultimate potential for cultivation. At such heights, declaring oneself an immortal would not be out of the question. Enough talk. Allow me to show you some visions, the girl said, waving her sleeve to summon a green light. Before him unfolded scenes of celestial beings wielding tremendous power, capable of rending the heavens and earth, stirring a profound excitement within him that he could hardly contain. Of course, should fate favor you, acquiring the strongest techniques from the library is not beyond possibility. However, as you embark on this journey, it is crucial to remain grounded and realistic. The path to immediate ascension into immortality requires an enormous number of points. A jolt of realization struck Gong Changqing. Indeed, how could he dare to harbor lofty aspirations? The colorless technique demanded a staggering 1 billion points, while the black one required 100 million astronomical figures. With existing grievances weighing upon him, how could he afford the luxury of amassing points in peace? Yet, at that moment, alongside his thirst for vengeance, an additional desire began to blossom within him. He did not need the colorless or black techniques for immortality. Attaining merely a method capable of shattering the void would suffice. If he could transcend into another realm, perhaps he would discover a more suitable path for his cultivation. Xiao Lexian had not anticipated that her mere mention of the green and red techniques would ignite such profound contemplation in Gong Changqing, leading him to make a decision advantageous to his own interests. Next, he received his identity token, and without hesitation, he pricked his finger to bond with it. A small green sprout insignia adorned his neck, a symbol of his true affiliation with the Shennong sect. Upon recognizing the identity token, a torrent of information surged into his mind, far more comprehensive than the rudimentary introductions provided by Feng Xiaoyao and the young sect leader. He gleaned insights into the strength corresponding to each colored manual, comprehending that they equated to formidable martial masters he had encountered, magnified several times over. To acquire these orb-encased manuals, if the young sect leader were absent, he would have to exchange points as recorded on his identity token. Any attempt to forcibly seize them or pilfer them from the library would result in utter obliteration. Furthermore, the token detailed how to accept tasks. In addition to receiving tasks at the 18 palaces and 32 pavilions, one could directly claim them through intent linked to the identity token, even outside the confines of the Shennong sect, allowing for real-time updates on task availability. Upon completing a task, if he wished to return to the Shennong sect to submit it, he could activate the teleportation feature of his identity token to instantly return. Naturally, it was also permissible to remain outside. Seeds collected could be directly stored within the identity token, which would then transport them back to the designated pool after task completion. For planting assignments, he must retrieve seeds that had been soaked in the pool. Only those would count towards task completion. Additionally, the guidelines stipulated that for each type of seed, only 1 pound needed to be collected and planted. If he possessed a certain type of seed, no further collection tasks for that variety would be issued. Thus, the earlier one joined the Shennong sect and commenced seed collection, the better. Moreover, the identity token elucidated why it was imperative to plant seeds soaked in the pool. Those seeds, imbued with divine water, could thrive regardless of how arid or desolate the environment. To ensure that the sect's growth was not solely reliant on the efforts of its members, the token's creators had indeed gone to great lengths, even invoking divine water. Certainly, the owner's bloodline, infused with the essence of Shennong and a vibrant life force, would enable the seeds to flourish despite adverse conditions, rendering environmental factors negligible. Ultimately, the identity token's most significant feature was its ability to relay messages from the sect leader. While disciples could not directly communicate with one another through the tokens, they could reach out to the sect leader or the esteemed Xiaolu. A reminder accompanied this feature. Unless it was a matter of utmost importance, one should refrain from disturbing the sect leader. After comprehensively understanding the functions of the identity token, Gong Changqing found himself more astounded than by the majestic scenes of the celestial sect he had witnessed. He resolved to cultivate the blue-level manual while also seeking to recruit trusted allies and close friends. Previously, he had hesitated to involve his closest companions. However, now that he had joined the Shennong sect, if they were willing to embark on this journey without fear of burden, he would invite them to join as disciples, granting them a chance at extraordinary fortune. As for the allies he sought to recruit, they would undergo rigorous evaluation by him before he would introduce them as outer disciples of the Shennong sect. Indeed, the identity token made it clear that only those who garnered the approval of Xiaolu or the young sect leader could directly ascend to inner disciple status. Each inner disciple was permitted to recommend 100 outer disciples, while each direct disciple could recommend 1,000 outer disciples and 10 inner disciples. To be a direct disciple, one must either be the direct disciple of the esteemed Green Master or that of the young sect leader. No other options exist. This illustrates that although the Green Master regards himself as a servant of the sect leader, he is indeed a uniquely trusted and cherished figure within the sect. Gong Changqing swiftly analyzed this in his mind. Upon entering the Shennong sect, He was informed that the sect leader had already departed, leaving him to his own devices. Based on the information provided by the identification plaque regarding where inner disciples could reside, Gong Changqing chose to settle in a row of jade towers within the Qing Palace of the 18th Hall, hanging his name on the door. Before departing, he voiced his lingering curiosity. Green Master, what of the other disciples of Shennong's sect? At this, he found that the Green Master was quite willing to respond. The Green Master replied enigmatically, "Could I claim that you are the first and only disciple of Shennong's sect? Certainly not." Thus, with an expression devoid of emotion, he elaborated. Currently, there are but a few disciples in the Shennong sect, yet each is an elite. They possess identity plaques and are undertaking tasks in the outside world to earn points. You have now joined their ranks. Do not delay. Gong Changqing nodded, understanding at last. Yet, a question lingered in his heart. Green Master, does the sect leader's directive for us to cultivate stem from an awareness of the suffering of the common people, with a desire to rescue them from calamity? The notion that the sect leader, so young, harbored such a grand vision for the welfare of the populace left Gong Changqing profoundly astonished. The Green Master, uncertain how to respond, ultimately settled for a non-committal sound. Gong Changqing's expression reflected his realization of the truth. He then heard the Green Master say, "You will be sent out to undertake tasks on your own. I shall no longer accompany you. Your future progress will depend solely on your own efforts. Oh, and should you encounter individuals of good character or remarkable talent, or those with unique abilities, you may use your identity plaque to contact me and recommend them for consideration. If they prove worthy, they may be granted direct entry into the inner circle of the Shennong sect. Depending on the assessment, you could earn between 100 to 10,000 points. As an inner disciple, your recommendations for outer disciples require only a standard of moral conduct. No further qualifications are necessary. Should you eventually become a direct disciple, you will have 10 slots for recommending inner disciples, again with no requirements beyond moral integrity. Even those of mediocre talent will suffice, and I need not vet them myself." This delineates the difference between the two categories. Indeed, Green Master, I understand. Yet, in his heart, he had already resolved that he would not recommend any mediocrity, even among outer disciples. You are aware, I presume? If the individuals you recommend are commendable, not only will you receive a substantial amount of points for yourself, but you will also earn 1% of the points they accrue through their cultivation for a century. Moreover, for every subordinate they develop, you will gain a reward of 1,000th. Thus, aside from cultivation, fostering talent is of utmost importance. I understand. Thank you, Green Master. His gratitude was genuine. Although he was uncertain of the ultimate secrets he would uncover or how far he would progress, his destiny had irrevocably shifted. He resolved to attract more extraordinary talents into the Shennong sect, for the allure of points from exceptional individuals was undeniably tempting. As for their moral qualifications, he need not worry. The identification plaque provided a comprehensive assessment of character with a passing score set at 60 out of 100. Such divine means provided the quickest pathway to depart from the Shennong sect. One need only project their thoughts into the identity plaque, currently a small green sprout emblem around their neck, and envision a destination to be instantly transported. However, the teleportation function of the identity plaque was still tethered to the sect. Intertransportation between external locations was not feasible. The destination must either be the Shennong sect or the point of departure must be from there. This was understandable. If teleportation were permitted to any location at will, the Shennong sect would be overrun, leading to chaos. Thus, the individual capable of creating such a meticulously crafted plaque must be a person of profound logical insight, indicating that within the Shennong sect, aside from the Green Master and the young sect leader, there surely existed at least one other formidable figure. The capabilities of this small plaque were the most comprehensive he had encountered in his close association with the Shennong sect. Even if the Shennong sect was not a universal haven for immortals, it undoubtedly served as a gateway to the path of transcendence, a powerful and enigmatic existence. Gong Changqing mused that perhaps the young sect leader's emergence into the world was also for the sake of the common people. With such thoughts, a smile broke across Gong Changqing's youthful, stern face as he promptly accepted the task of collecting seeds via his identity plaque. Intending to visit the home of his closest friend first, he could hardly wait to bring him into the fold, to recommend him to the Green Master, and to develop their influence together, accumulating points and seeking retribution. Thus, bidding farewell to the Green Master, Gong Changqing focused on his destination. Activating the teleportation function for the first time, exhilaration coursing through him as he vanished from his spot. He had disappeared. Observing his departure, Xiao Lexian smiled at the direction he had vanished, saying to the Green Master, "You have done well. Now, continue to seek out exceptional talents. There is no need to persuade them to be loyal, simply bring them to me." "Understood, Master, your humble servant takes leave." With that, as Gong Changqing departed. Xiao Lexian looked upon the celestial palace he had created, the Shennong Hall, smiling as he acknowledged the highest authority symbolized by the jade plaque representing the sect leader's identity. With a thought, he instantly returned home. By this time, dawn had broken. After breakfast, Xiao Lexian assigned a special task to the first disciple of the Shennong sect. The world outside is chaotic. It is time for my father's martial skills and the Xiao family village to develop. Ensuring a stable life for my parents is the first step to strengthening the Xiao family village. Upon returning to Tianqing Kingdom and arriving at the back alley of his closest friend's estate, Gong Changqing was taken aback to receive a special task from the young sect leader so soon. Special tasks could be accepted or declined, but once refused, no further special tasks would be assigned to him in the future. Thus, while it was indeed possible to decline, should he wish to remain in the Shennong sect, he could never refuse the special tasks issued by the sect leader or the Green Master. This was self-evident. Gong Changqing glanced at the time allotted for accepting the special task. He had half a month to complete it, more than sufficient time to resolve matters with his friend. He accepted the task without even checking its specifics, standing in the alley to produce a sound code that his friend could comprehend. Meanwhile, Xiao Lexian, pleased to see the task accepted, set aside matters of the Shennong sect to enjoy a simple life as a young girl, tending to her planting and cultivation while caring for her younger brother. Finally, after 7 or 8 days at the Tiger Mountain, the path from Yunhu Mountain to the town had been cleared, restoring the lively atmosphere in the household. That day, with plans forming in her mind, Xiao Lexian rose early and clung to her father's leg, exclaiming, "Father, are you going into the mountains to hunt? I want to go too." Chapter 44. Uncle Yuansheng and Uncle Dazhuang. Xiao Hushan looked at his daughter helplessly and lifted her up. "Be good. Your father is going to hunt for meat for our family's Lebao. The mountains are very dangerous." Spring Flower, watching from the side, chimed in with a smile. "You little girl, can't you just play at home with your brother? Your father isn't going for leisure." Seeing that her parents opposed her, Xiao Lexian decided to leverage her advantage as a little girl and pouted. No, father, I want to go. Lu Bao has never played in the mountains before." The lively atmosphere was further enlivened by Didi, who clapped his hands and jumped in excitement, urging, Go, sister, go." Xiao Lexian giggled. "Look, even my little brother wants Lu Bao to go." Xiao Hushan, utterly helpless against his daughter's whims, sighed and said, "Oh, you little rascal. Very well. Today I shall take you up the mountain to play." Hearing this, Chunhua, who was tidying up the house, looked up and admonished, "You spoil her too much. The mountain is fraught with dangers." With a chuckle, Hushan reassured her, "Fear not, for today I shall accompany my daughter on a delightful excursion. I will call Dazhuang and Yuan Sheng to join us. With their presence, we shall ensure her safety without venturing too deep." Jiang Dazhuang, another hunter in the village, was distinct in that he seldom sold the game he captured to the town. Instead, he butchered it himself and sold the meat locally. Villagers from nearby areas favored his fresh offerings, which were also more affordable than those in the town. Thus, Jiang Dazhuang was not merely a hunter but also a butcher, often summoned for pig slaughtering and such tasks. On the other hand, Uncle Yuan Sheng, a young man in his 20s, had suffered from illness in his youth, leaving him frail. With the passing of his last relative, his grandfather, he found himself without assistance in arranging a marriage, thus remaining a bachelor well into his 30s. However, Yuan Sheng had been educated by his grandfather and was adept at surveying terrain, predicting dangers, and detecting signs of wild animals. Consequently, whenever he joined a hunt, his contributions were plentiful, often yielding far more game than usual. Now that his health had improved and he possessed newfound strength, he frequently accompanied Hushan into the mountains to indulge in the spoils of the hunt. Having made his decision, Xiao Hushan strapped on his great bow, cradled his soft, cherubic daughter in his arms, and proceeded to Uncle Yuan Sheng's home. Early that morning, as Du Yuansheng finished preparing his breakfast, a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he was greeted by his dear friend Hushan and his daughter. "Uncle Yuansheng," Xiao Lexian exclaimed sweetly, gazing up at the somewhat slender young man. "Haha, what a good girl. Our Lu Bao is truly well behaved," the young man replied with a hearty laugh, stepping aside to let them in. "Hushan, come in. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Would you like some more?" "Uncle Yuansheng, we've already had our fill," Xiao Lexian chimed in for her father. "Ah, very well then," Yuan Sheng replied with a smile. "What is this attire you're wearing?" He observed Hushan and Lu Bao with a puzzled expression. If they were off hunting, it was unusual to bring a daughter along. Conversely, if it was merely for a leisurely outing, one wouldn't typically carry weapons. Hushan burst into laughter, settling down with his daughter in his lap, his voice booming. "My daughter wishes to play in the mountains, to see her father's heroic figure in the hunt. Naturally, I must indulge my precious girl." Yuan Sheng chuckled lightly. "You do spoil her, don't you? The mountains are perilous. Can you truly bear to take her there? Fear not the dangers, for you are with us. Hushan exclaimed jovially. Will you allow any harm to befall our Lu Bao? Yuan Sheng could only shake his head in resignation, affectionately ruffling Xiao Lexian's hair. Of course, with Uncle Yuan Sheng around, no danger shall touch you. Understanding that Xiao Hushan's primary purpose today was to accompany his daughter, Yuan Sheng decided that they would only traverse the outskirts of the mountains, steering clear of areas frequented by wild beasts. A brief excursion would satisfy her curiosity without encountering any unforeseen mishaps. Their camaraderie was such that Hushan felt no guilt in bringing his daughter along, for he knew well the kindness Yuan Sheng had shown him over the years. When Yuan Sheng's grandfather had sought refuge in Xiao family village as a refugee, he had been anything but ordinary. His remarkable talents had attracted attention. Yet he had declined offers to return to the mountains, preferring instead to nurture his grandson. Though his grandfather had passed, leaving Yuan Sheng alone, he had been entrusted with the education of two privileged children for a time, who, upon leaving, had generously compensated his grandfather. With the funds, Yuan Sheng's grandfather had acquired land and built a home, ensuring a stable life for his grandson in Xiao family village. While the villagers remained unaware of these events, Xiao Hushan was privy to the truth. He recalled when Yuan Sheng first arrived, a delicate boy unlike any other, who was often shunned by the other children. Yet, Hushan was unafraid, having received kindness from Yuan Sheng's grandfather, and thus they forged a strong friendship. As time passed, the mysterious visitors to Yuan Sheng's home ceased after his grandfather's passing, and soon after, Yuan Sheng's health began to decline. Despite returning from military service with only a limp, he had found himself unable to tend to his fields, leaving them fallow. Remembering the wisdom imparted by his grandfather, Hushan resolved to assist his friend, ensuring that the land did not go to waste. Thus, for many years, Hushan diligently worked Yuan Sheng's fields under the sun and rain without rest. The bond that developed between them transcended mere friendship. They became as close as brothers, if not closer than Hushan's own siblings. As the trio, 2 adults and a child, journeyed together, the adults shared jovial banter while the lively Xiao Lexian gazed around, taking in the familiar sights of Xiao family village, a community of over 100 households, one of the larger villages in the region. Dazhuang, we're off to hunt, Hushan bellowed, his voice booming as they approached Jiang Dazhuang's home on the western outskirts of the village. Is that you, Hushan? Came a voice from within the sturdy stone house. Moments later, a towering figure, a man with a robust beard, emerged, his back adorned with a large blade. Though both Hushan and Dazhuang were strong men of the mountains, Hushan was more refined, never sporting a beard and not quite as tall, yet he exuded a certain neatness. In contrast, Dazhuang appeared wild and untamed, a veritable embodiment of the wilderness. Huh, you're taking your daughter hunting? You truly are brave. Dazhuang chuckled, his eyes gleaming as he beheld Hushan's little girl. Hushan steadied his daughter, retorting with mock seriousness. What of it? Is there a rule against it? Of course not. Who would dare to oppose you? Dazhuang replied, feigning fear. With your strength, you could take down a deer single-handedly, so bringing your daughter along is hardly a hindrance. Having witnessed Hushan's prowess in hunting, Dazhuang held him in the highest regard, admiring his bravery when he had faced a charging deer. A moment that had nearly cost him dearly had it not been for Hushan's timely intervention. From that day forth, Dazhuang had sworn his loyalty to Hushan, viewing him as a brother in arms. The daughter of the Tiger Mountain brothers is an adorable little girl, fair-skinned and exceptionally well-behaved, capturing the hearts of all around her. He cherishes her dearly and strives earnestly, wishing for his own wife to bear such a beautiful daughter. Come here, my precious Lu Bao. Shall Uncle Dazhuang give you a hug? No. Xiao Lexian vigorously shook her head, clutching her father even tighter, unwilling to be embraced by the burly uncle who exuded an overwhelming scent of sweat and meat. Ha. Du Yuan Sheng burst into laughter. Our Lu Bao certainly has no fondness for unshaven uncles, and that aroma you carry is rather potent. Even I, as an adult, find it unbearable, let alone a child. You should have your wife wash up more often. Jiang Dazhuang shot Du Yuan Sheng a glare, huffing, what do you know? This is what it means to be a man, my wife quite likes it. Ha. Tiger Mountain's father couldn't contain himself, erupting into a hearty laugh. The 3 men, robust and harmonious, shared banter as they made their way up the mountain, accompanied by the adorable Xiao Lexian. Chapter 45, A Rescue. Upon entering the mountain, they did not venture far, merely lingering at the outskirts, gathering a few wild chickens and rabbits. After their endeavors, they prepared to descend. But that simply would not do. Xiao Lexian had been carried all this way, as her father, Tiger Mountain, had not once set her down while aiming at rabbits, using vines to secure her in front of him, unwilling to let her fall. The mountain was fraught with snakes, insects, and vermin. and he was not at ease allowing his daughter to descend. Yet Xiao Lexian did not wish for this. She struggled to be let down, calling, "Daddy, Daddy, play, play." Lu Bao wants to play by herself. This time, however, Tiger Mountain was resolute, patting his daughter's small back. "That won't do. What if something bites my little girl?" Uncle Yuan Sheng chimed in with a laugh. "Indeed, Lu Bao, listen to your father. Otherwise, there are many terrifying bugs on the ground. Are you afraid of bugs?" Xiao Lexian shook her head. "Not afraid. Lu Bao isn't scared. With her current prowess, who would dare approach her, be it snake, insect, or vermin?" Yet Du Yuan Sheng, evidently oblivious to the underlying meaning in the little girl's words, praised her. "Ah, our Lu Bao is truly brave. Such courage, splendid indeed." After a while longer, having collected 7 or 8 wild chickens and a small wild boar, Tiger Mountain and the others prepared to return. Xiao Lexian felt that their excursion had led to a rather dull experience. Just as she pondered how to present the martial arts scroll to her father, a voice pierced the air. "Help! Ah, help!" A sharp and terrified cry emanated from deep within Yunhu Mountain, its intensity likely fueled by sheer terror, rendering it exceedingly penetrating. Tiger Mountain's demeanor turned grave. Without hesitation, he placed Xiao Lexian into Du Yuan Sheng's arms, instructing, "Yuan Sheng, take my daughter back first. De Zhuang and I will investigate." Among them, only he and Zhang de Zhuang possessed the strength and skill to confront whatever lay ahead. From the sound, it seemed to be Xiao family's 4th branch's only descendant, a Quan. He must go and check. After all, human life is paramount. "All right, I will return the child and summon more people." Du Yuan Sheng understood his limited role and did not protest or hinder Tiger Mountain and De Zhuang's advance. For they all recognized that the voice belonged to that of the only grandson of the 4th branch of the Xiao family. If anything were to happen to him in the mountains, the 2 elders of Xiao would undoubtedly be devastated. After all, when the couple returned years ago, they had no son or daughter-in-law, only a swaddled infant, who was their grandson. Speaking of Xiao 4, he was indeed the brother of Lu Bao's grandfather, Xiao Qi, his 4th brother. It was later said that Xiao 4, in his youth, studied martial arts under a master at a martial arts school, then joined a river escort agency, where he met the future Xiao 4's grandmother, the Hua family. They traversed the rivers together for many years, gaining the agency's respect. Eventually, their son grew up and married a woman from the martial world, and they continued the escort business. However, after receiving a large order, both parents were tragically murdered. With their sudden demise, the elderly couple, weary of the martial life, returned to Xiao family village with their swaddled grandson. Yet, having once lived a life of peril, by the time Xiao Quan reached the age of 14 or 15, the burden of the family fell squarely upon his youthful shoulders as their health deteriorated. Hearing his terrified cries now, one could only imagine the fright he was experiencing. Having made their decision, Tiger Mountain and Uncle De Zhuang immediately stashed their catch in a makeshift trap and ventured deeper into the mountain. "Daddy, Daddy!" Xiao Lexian's calls went unheard as Du Yuan Sheng forcibly carried her down the mountain, expanding her consciousness. Xiao Lexian could see what was pursuing the young boy, a pack of wolves, dozens of them. How could her father and Uncle De Zhuang possibly contend with such a formidable foe? Resolved, Xiao Lexian ceased her struggles, swiftly replacing herself with a substitute, then rendered herself invisible and fled. At the moment, Du Yuan Sheng stumbled yet regained his footing. He remained oblivious to the fact that the child in his arms had transformed into a less agile decoy. Believing Lu Bao had settled down and no longer sought her father, he felt a sense of relief and quickened his pace, intent on reaching the foot of the mountain to summon help. Meanwhile, Xiao Lexian, moving like lightning, caught up with her father and Uncle De Zhuang, only to witness a blood-soaked boy desperately clutching what appeared to be a blade of grass. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a ginseng root. The boy was being pursued by a pack of wolves, and, despite running as fast as he could, the distance between him and the wolves was closing rapidly. He screamed for help with all his might, instinctively. Yet, upon seeing 2 towering figures ahead, his expression shifted to one of dread. "Quick, leave. Run." 2 men were far too few to confront such a multitude of wolves. Their approach would only lead to certain death. Upon spotting the pack, both Tiger Mountain and Zhang de Zhuang's expressions changed drastically. However, noticing how weak Xiao Quan appeared, ready to collapse at any moment, Zhang de Zhuang gritted his teeth and charged forward, bending down. "Quick, hop on. I'm strong enough. I can carry you faster than you can run on your own." The young Xiao Quan was stunned, tears streaming down his face, wanting to refuse, but time was of the essence. Gritting his teeth, he leapt onto Zhang de Zhuang's back. "Move quickly, Tiger Mountain." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows flew forth, depleting the quiver on Tiger Mountain's back. Yet, this very barrage of arrows momentarily delayed the ferocious wolves. The trio fled desperately, Witnessing this, Xiao Lexian hesitated no longer and sprang into action. She unleashed her spirit pressure. The aura of nature spread around her father and the others, gradually healing their wounds and invigorating their bodies with renewed strength. The moment her pressure was released, the wolves howled in terror, overwhelmed by an unknown adversary. Charge. Although her natural energy could not harm any living being. If death were to befall anyone, her spiritual control could ensure it happened. Controlling the pack of wolves was well within her means. As the three desperately fled, they heard the wolves' agonizing howls and the sounds of impacts behind them. Tiger Mountain instinctively glanced back to witness a shocking scene. He shouted, "Stop! Look!" Indeed, Jiang de Zhuang and Xiao Quan turned instinctively to see an unbelievable sight. The wolves, as if possessed, were recklessly colliding with trees, committing suicide in their frenzy. The force of impact was so tremendous that it left their heads shattered and bloodied. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Tiger Mountain and the others did not linger, not daring to covet the wolves' carcasses, and continued their flight outward. Upon reaching the mountain's exit, they finally paused to catch their breath. Xiao Quan dismounted from Jiang Dazhuang's back and knelt before the two men, exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle Hushan and Uncle Dazhuang, for saving my life." He bowed deeply as he spoke. Jiang Dazhuang waved his hand dismissively, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, and said, "Hey, don't go overboard. Now tell me, how did you find yourself being pursued by a pack of wolves?" Xiao Hushan nodded in agreement, also regarding him intently. Xiao Quan pursed his lips, and after a moment's hesitation, replied, "My grandparents are unwell. Dr. Zhang said only ginseng could save them. I couldn't afford ginseng, so I ventured into the mountains to find some myself." Jiang Dazhuang sighed, "You fool. How could you know what ginseng looks like? With your lack of knowledge, you dared to run into the deep mountains alone? What can I say to you?" Xiao Quan shook his head. "No, I know what ginseng looks like. I consulted the herbalist in town." Hearing this explanation, Xiao Hushan felt a surge of anger. "How old are you? You lack the strength to even catch a chicken. Yet you run off alone into the mountains. Did you even consider the consequences if we hadn't found you today, or if that pack of wolves hadn't gone wild? Think about the repercussions for all of us. Don't accuse me of selfishness. Had I known it was a pack of wolves, I would never have risked my life to save you. My wife and child need me." Xiao Quan, upon hearing these words, bowed his head in profound shame. Jiang Dazhuang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "All right, Hushan, after all, he is your nephew. If this lad had died, I fear that Lu Bao's grandparents would not survive the loss." He knew that while saying this was of little use, mentioning his daughter would certainly elicit a response. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiao Hushan's countenance brightened considerably. Hushan Dazhuang. After a brief rest, the three prepared to descend the mountain with their spoils. Below, a throng of villagers surged forth, armed with various tools, some wielding weapons, others brandishing sticks, all ascending the mountain in unison. Leading them was the village chief. "Uncle Hushan, look. Grandfather, Uncle Hushan, and the others are over there." It turned out that the reason for the gathering was that Du Yuansheng had descended to report that Hushan and his companions were in danger, prompting everyone to rush to their aid. Life and death matters were not to be trifled with. The able-bodied men and some strong women hastened up the mountain to rescue them. Observing the anxious villagers and his worried wife trailing behind, Xiao Hushan smiled. "Everyone, rest assured, we are safe now." Village Chief Xiao Yucheng replied with a grin. "That is good to hear." As he watched the crowd return homeward, Xiao Lexian felt a twinge of disappointment that he hadn't delivered the martial arts manual to his father, but had instead inadvertently saved someone. Oh well, my father may not even recognize the characters. Let him learn in his dreams. As for the manual, perhaps he will comprehend its secrets in slumber. Thus he won't think of me at all. Now that his spiritual energy had been restored, entering a mortal's dream was quite effortless. Chapter 46. The Acquisition of the Manual. That night, Xiao Hushan fell into a deep slumber, yet amidst the darkness, he perceived a glimmer of light. An echoing voice resounded in his ears, "Xiao Hushan, Xiao Hushan." Someone was calling out to him. Startled, Xiao Hushan sat upright and inquired, "Who is it?" "Xiao Hushan, do you wish to become stronger?" the voice asked. Xiao Hushan refrained from answering the question. He felt as though he could float within the darkness, his body drifting forward. "Who are you? You need not concern yourself with my identity. You only need to answer me. Do you desire to grow stronger?" Of course, there was no doubt about it. Becoming stronger would enable him to better protect his family. "Then you may cultivate this manual. You have started your martial training late, but this Supreme Heart Sutra is suitable for you. It will refine your physique and allow you to progress further." In your Xiao family village at Yunu Mountain, there are several other manuals you may retrieve for your family and friends. "Are you a deity?" Xiao Hushan asked, gazing at the shadow within the radiant light. "Do not inquire. You will know when the time is right. As you can see, your home is rife with peculiarities. Do not be alarmed. This is all normal." Now, practice diligently. I must take my leave." The light gradually receded until it vanished entirely. The following day, Xiao Hushan awoke, still perplexed about the strange dream he had experienced. Yet, upon turning his head, he was astonished to see the manual beside him. "This book? It's exactly like the one in my dream. Supreme Heart Sutra. Was the dream not a figment of my imagination? Was last night's vision real? Then who was the figure within that sphere of light?" Meanwhile, Xiao Lexian, having completed her daily sign-in, was inquiring of Xiaolu. "How did it go? Last night, I opened the dream realm and allowed you to enter my father's dream. Did it work?" Xiaolu, glancing at her master on the other side of the screen, respectfully replied, "Rest assured, my master, your father did not clearly see my appearance. But the task you set for me has been accomplished. Your father has obtained the manual. I specifically imparted the Supreme Heart Sutra to him. So even if he does not recognize the characters in the sutra, he will grasp its meaning." This assurance relieved Xiao Lexian. "Excellent. Xiaolu, you have done well." After breakfast, Xiao Lexian sensed that her father, Hushan, was distracted, repeatedly attempting to speak to her mother, but ultimately faltering, unsure of how to begin. "Well then, today I shall explore the place in my dream to see if there are any other manuals. If there are, I shall have my mother practice as well. Though they are older, many manuals exist that could enhance their abilities, bringing only benefits, not detriments." Springhua also noticed her husband's preoccupation, but refrained from questioning him. She understood her man. He would share what he deemed necessary. Today, Xiao Hushan ventured into the mountains alone in search of manuals, while Springhua busied herself at home. And Xiao Lexian took her younger brother to play in the village. Before her brother's birth, she had often tended to the crops at home, rarely joining the village children in their games, not out of disdain, but because deep within, she was a celestial being who had cultivated for millennia. It was beyond her to play in the mud, engage in house games, or catch bugs with mere toddlers. However, with the arrival of her brother, she frequently took him around the village. Although her brother was a bit of a mischievous spirit, he possessed no memories and was a true child. At just 1 year old, Xiao Chengyun could already comprehend adult conversations and express himself, proving quite intelligent. Sister. Yesterday Shirtu said today we should gather bird eggs and roast them to eat. They're delicious." Shirtu was a child from the third branch of the Xiao family. His grandmother, Mei, was a matchmaker, and his mother, Xiao Mei, also practiced matchmaking, making their family renowned for their eloquence in the village. "Sister, let us go play together. Many children want to play with you. They all say you are the prettiest girl in the village and wish for you to join us." All right. Who could refuse you, my dear brother? Today, I shall indulge in a bit of childishness with you." Once her farming endeavors took off, she would no longer need to toil so hard. She would allow herself some leisure. Before long, the two arrived at the gathering place of the village children, and from a distance, someone spotted Xiao Lexian and leaped with excitement. "Behold, Sister Chengyun has arrived. It seems her name is Labao, and she appears willing to play with us." Among the village children, the older ones are 7 or 8 years old, while the youngest is Chengyun, merely a year and a half. Everyone is acutely aware of who is the most beautiful. Xiao Lexian is undoubtedly the most enchanting child in the village. All the children yearn to play with her, but each time Labao ventures outside, she is nestled in the arms of her parents, showing little interest in their games. Despite their numerous invitations, she consistently declines. They assumed that little Labao harbored a disdain for them, but that was far from the truth. Labao, come quickly." From a distance, children of all sizes began to call out. Xiao Lexian was taken aback. She never realized that she was so adored by the little ones, having distanced herself from their company in the past. A smile graced her lips as she grasped her brother's hand, quickening her pace. After reincarnating in this village for so long, today she resolved to truly engage with these spirited youngsters. She had grown accustomed to isolating herself in her dwelling, either practicing her cultivation or foraging for food, but that would not suffice. She needed to integrate fully into her current life. Meanwhile, Xiao Hushan ascended the mountain, following the guidance from his dream, entering the Yunhu mountain range. After a considerable trek, he arrived at the base of a large tree that could only be encircled by several individuals. Confirming his location, he began to dig. After unearthing a substantial pit with his dagger, he was thrilled to discover a dark red box emanating a delightful fragrance. Filled with excitement, Xiao Hushan carefully cradled the box and, as instructed by the luminous figure in his dream, he deftly manipulated the intricate lock, hearing a satisfying click as it opened. Upon lifting the lid, a cascade of soft light illuminated the contents within. An array of tomes lay before him. Upon a cursory glance, he was astonished to find 8 distinct volumes. Although he had yet to ascertain the precise strength of these martial arts manuals, it was unequivocally clear that they were treasures of immeasurable worth to anyone. He swiftly secured the box, tucking it into his clothing, his heart racing as he made his way home. Once hidden away in his room, he eagerly examined the contents. only to discover that aside from the Supreme Heart Sutra he had learned in his dream, he could barely decipher the majority of the characters in the other manuals. After a moment of contemplation, he randomly selected one of the texts and made his way to Du Yuanxing's residence. Chapter 47. Xiao Hushan's Sixth Uncle. Hushan, where did you acquire this manual? Du Yuanxing inquired, flipping through the tome Xiao Hushan had brought, his astonishment growing with each page. Even with his limited knowledge, he could discern the profound depth contained within. It was likely on par with the most coveted martial techniques in the realm. Du Yuanxing's expression turned grave. This manual must not be shared. Otherwise, it could bring about dire consequences. Xiao Hushan held an unwavering trust in Du Yuanxing, without a moment of hesitation. He recounted how he had dreamt of a guiding figure who instructed him to unearth the manuals. Du Yuanxing was left speechless. This is truly hard to believe. Hushan, are you jesting? It sounds as if I am listening to an ancient tome. Xiao Hushan nodded solemnly, affirming, it is indeed true. Du Yuanxing furrowed his brow. Pacing the room, his excitement over the 8 manuals replaced by a mask of concern. Brother Hushan, you must keep this matter strictly between us. Do not divulge it to anyone else. It could lead to your demise. His warning was not unfounded. He understood all too well the allure of such extraordinary manuals, especially 8 of them. Based on Hushan's description, even the one he had casually picked held immense potential, suggesting that the other texts were equally formidable. This situation was monumental, and he felt at a loss for how to proceed. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. Hushan, do you remember your 6th uncle? Xiao Hushan paused, realizing that his 6th uncle was indeed Le Bao's great-grandfather. Years ago, his 6th uncle had ventured far and wide, achieving considerable success, but later suffered a grievous injury. Loyal servants had returned him to Xiao family village, where he had lived for the past 30 years, having settled in the most remote area near the Lianshui Liushang waterfall. At the time, the 6th uncle had been in his 30s, yet he had exuded an extraordinary presence, unmatched in attire and demeanor within the village. Xiao Hushan, merely 2 or 3 years old at the time, still vividly recalled the scene of his uncle's return. However, after his injury, the 6th uncle chose to live in seclusion, gradually fading from the villagers' memories. By the time of Le Bao's generation, they likely had no inkling that the village had a great-grandfather. Now, as Du Yuanxing brought him up, Xiao Hushan felt a pang of guilt. Since returning from military service, he had forgotten about his 6th uncle, never having visited him. Yes, I remember my 6th uncle. But what does your mention of him signify? Du Yuanxing smiled. I have heard my grandfather speak highly of him. He regarded your 6th uncle as the most admirable person from our village. His assessment was that he was extraordinarily gifted, possessing wisdom that bordered on the supernatural. Though his legs were crippled, he was a dragon trapped in shallow waters. What a pity. Xiao Hushan was taken aback. Could it be that his amiable 6th uncle was so remarkable? If these manuals cannot be shared with others, perhaps we could seek his counsel on how to proceed. Indeed, he exclaimed. Du Yuanxing's grandfather was indeed an illustrious figure, but he had not anticipated that his grandfather held his 6th uncle in such high regard. Perhaps the villagers had erred in their judgment, mistakenly believing that the crippled uncle had little to offer beyond the gold and silver he had brought back from his travels. Since the 6th uncle had never married, the villagers' sympathy had waned over time, leading him to vanish from their collective consciousness. Now reflecting on this, it was truly a loss. If his 6th uncle was indeed so gifted, any casual advice he offered to the villagers would be an endless source of wealth. With a distracted mind, Xiao Hushan returned home, accompanied by Du Yuanxing. The urgency to visit his 6th uncle was not pressing. They needed to carefully devise a satisfactory explanation. Revealing the dream directly to his uncle was out of the question, and both Xiao Hushan and Du Yuanxing shared this sentiment. Chapter 48. Becoming the King of Children. Xiao Lexian frolicked with the group of children for quite some time, collecting bird eggs, catching bamboo worms, picking wild fruits, and fishing in the stream, traversing the entire foot of Yunhu Mountain. By the end of the day, Xiao Lexian had captivated the hearts of all the children present, effortlessly ascending to the status of King of Children. The reasons were manifold. Wow, Le Bao has found more bird eggs. Ah, Le Bao is so adept at climbing trees. Even better than the coward. Wonderful, wonderful. So many eggs to eat. Nobody is allowed to snatch them. We shall share one by one. As for catching bamboo worms, there are so many. We adore Le Bao. Oh, the bamboo worms are even crawling over to let Le Bao eat. When it came to picking wild fruits, joy. The yunmei fruit has fallen. This is a fruit that is usually beyond our reach. The adults would find it challenging to obtain them, yet surprisingly, Le Bao simply shook the tree, and the 10-meter-high yunmei fruits cascaded down like rain. And while fishing, the little fish have come to us on their own. We've caught so many today, we can go home now? Father will surely be delighted. Le Bao, our basket is full. Let us go home and cook fish together. I want to sit next to Le Bao. A group of children, their bellies round and full, returned home laden with treasures, each one brimming with excitement. Young Xiao Qingyun was no exception. Seeing his sister so adored by her many companions filled him with joy, and he clapped for her all the way home. Initially, these little ones were enamored with La Bao for her beauty, but by the end of the day, their affection deepened as they discovered her remarkable abilities. The delectable treats they usually could not obtain were effortlessly procured by La Bao, and even the modest ones they did have were multiplied manifold. The sheer bliss of being satiated was overwhelming. While the other children reveled in their delight, the small white spirit within Xiao Lexian was chattering away. "Ah, master, how embarrassing. You are bullying the children, cheating." Xiao Lexian laughed. "How am I cheating? Master uses divine awareness to find bird eggs, attracts bamboo worms with plant energy, shakes cloud plum fruits with incredible strength, and catches fish with plant energy. Master is indeed cheating." Xiao Lexian chuckled. "Whether it be plant energy or strength, these are skills I have cultivated. They are a testament to my abilities. Little White, I believe you are simply envious and upset that Master has not let you join in the fun. Am I right?" "Humph, and I still haven't tasted anything delicious." Little White retorted. Xiao Lexian sighed. "At this moment, you ought to learn from Tuan and behave. With so many children around, how could I possibly let you out?" The innocent children were not foolish. She desired a peaceful existence, believing that one should not excessively indulge in freedom. "Very well, Master, you must not reveal our identities outside. But when will you introduce me and Tuan to your family at home?" Little White longed to join the dinner table, having wished for it for quite some time. "Just a little longer. Once I break through to the 5th level of human farming and attain the strength equivalent to foundation establishment, I will introduce you. By then, my spirit will have regained 2/3 of its power, and both you and Tuan can emerge freely, transforming at will. Becoming a little puppy, for instance, would allow you to meet Tiger Mountain Father and Chunhua Mother, or even take you out to play." Little White shivered inexplicably, unaware that Master intended for it to transform into a puppy. Severing the connection with Little White, Xiao Lexian followed the group of children home. But as they passed a small creek, a muffled sob reached her ears. At that moment, the others also heard the crying. "Who is over there weeping?" Xiao Lexian inquired. Chapter 49. Wishing to be Uncle's daughter at this juncture, a delicate-looking child, around 6 or 7 years old, stepped forward eagerly and replied, "Sister La Bao, I know. That is Lady." The child, dressed neatly in garments of finer fabric than the others, was Xiao Yunduo, a close friend of Xiao Shitu, and his younger brother, Xiao Qingyun, also admired him. He was a refreshing and tidy child. "Why is she crying?" Xiao Lexian asked Yunduo, moving towards the source of the weeping. As she did, the other children followed closely behind her. Yunduo shook his head. "I do not know." At that moment, the well-informed Xiao Shitu interjected, "Sister La Bao, I know. I heard Mother say that Lady's sister is to be sold. She must be saddened by it." His grandmother and mother were village matchmakers, privy to the most reliable information. As they approached and discerned the small figure more clearly, Xiao Changyun suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, "Sister, sister, it is our cousin from Uncle's family." "Our uncle's?" Xiao Lexian was taken aback to learn that the one weeping was indeed her uncle's daughter. She was aware that Uncle had 3 female cousins and 1 male cousin. Moreover, among them, his wife doted the most on Jin Bao, the male cousin. As for the 3 female cousins, her father had mentioned that they toiled from dawn till dusk. So during her previous stay at the old Xiao residence, she rarely encountered them. Even when she did, the 3 would pass by her in silence, their expressions dulled. 3 years had passed. If her memory served her correctly, the eldest cousin was now 16, while the 3 younger ones were around 10. Had her uncle's family truly fallen into such poverty that they contemplated selling their daughter? Countless thoughts raced through Xiao Lexian's mind as she reached Lady. The 10-year-old girl looked up, her frail form resembling that of a 7 or 8-year-old. "What is the matter?" Instead of offering comfort directly, Xiao Lexian voiced her curiosity. With reddened eyes, Xiao Lady gazed at her cousin from Uncle's family, an overwhelming envy flickering in her gaze. "How wonderful it would be if I were Uncle's daughter. Then I would not be the burden my mother speaks of. I would not have to worry about my elder sisters being sold. And what if my mother sells me next?" She had overheard that in order to send her brother to the academy, her mother planned to sell her eldest sister to a 50-year-old widower in town. She did not understand what a widower was, but her father opposed it, saying that the man was nearly as old as her grandfather and that she might be left widowed after just a few years of marriage. She understood what being a widow meant, just like the village xianxiaaudiobooks. It was terrifying. She did not want to share her sister's fate of being sold. "I do not want to marry an old man. I have someone I like. He is the most handsome, Yinxian Gij. I want to marry Yinxian Gij, not anyone else. I do not want to be sold like my sister. I am so afraid." She had sneaked out to hide and cry, wishing to dispel her fears. To her dismay, even in such a secluded place, someone had spotted her. In a moment of helplessness, Xiao Lady suddenly knelt before Lebao. Cousin, my mother plans to sell my sister. And she will sell me next. Please, ask uncle to take me as his daughter, will you? I do not want to be my parents' daughter. I want to be uncle's daughter. Woo, I am so scared. I am not trying to steal your father. How about you let uncle buy me? Once I am at uncle's house, I will not have to work anymore. I will wear beautiful clothes every day and can be held by uncle all the time. That is what I long for. The person she envied the most was this little cousin. Every time she secretly watched her being cherished by uncle from a corner. She fantasized about how wonderful it would be if that affection were directed towards her. Chapter 50. Cousin Lebao is so annoying upon hearing Xiao Lady's words. Xiao Lebao was momentarily taken aback, and the surrounding children were equally astonished by her proclamation. How could the daughter of the Tian uncle become the daughter of Hushan uncle? The minds of these young children, still developing, struggled to comprehend. Naturally, the concept of adoption was foreign to them. Xiao Lexian, with her keen and powerful spirit, sensed the deep envy and an intense yearning emanating from the young girl. A desire that exceeded the limits of what a 10-year-old could experience. From her words, it was evident that her ultimate wish was to become the daughter of Hushan father. Xiao Lexian fell silent. She was not fond of strangers intruding into her family's life. Moreover, their household harbored many secrets, making it impossible to casually accept anyone. While she pondered how to refuse the young girl, her quiet younger brother suddenly wore a fierce expression and burst into tears. No, I do not want her to be my sister. I do not want to lose my father. Woo. Startled, Xiao Lexian quickly picked up her brother, soothing him. Chengyun, be good. Tell your sister why you do not want the third cousin to be our sister. His younger brother is a peculiar soul, and his sudden outburst of tears must certainly be rooted in some profound cause. Wah, sister, third cousin, she does not like us. She wishes to take our father away, hoping that he will no longer treat us kindly, he sobbed, having heard something just moments ago. Xiao Lady's emaciated visage appeared quite distressing as she shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Lebao, cousin, I did not, she stammered, her shoulders trembling. Engulfed by fear, how could her little cousin possibly know her innermost thoughts? Indeed, she had contemplated entering her second uncle's household with the desire that he would favor her alone. Was that truly a sin? Only if her second uncle cherished her above all else would she receive a bountiful dowry, enabling her to wed the most handsome Yun Xiangij. This was what Niu from the village had proclaimed. She said that someone of Yun Xiangij's caliber would surely not be satisfied with a meager dowry. After all, Yun Xiangij's father was an official. It was merely that he had been sent to his maternal grandfather's home to recuperate. Once he was older, he would surely be brought back. Moreover, Niu's brother had mentioned that Yun Xiangij was the most outstanding student at Qingfeng Academy. And at the tender age of 11, he was set to take the imperial examination for scholars. Should she marry Yun Xiangij, she would ascend to the status of an official's wife, no longer required to toil, and no one would dare call her a burden. All she desired was to marry Yun Xiangij and to have a father who dotes on her. Why must Lebao, who was already so fortunate, refuse to share a bit of their father's affection? Xiao Lady felt utterly wronged. Meanwhile, upon hearing her brother's words, Xiao Lexian furrowed her brow. It seemed her brother possessed an uncanny ability to read minds, a truth she had discerned long ago. It appeared that their unfortunate third cousin harbored far too many secret ambitions. She was right to wish to escape her fate, but one should not be overly greedy. Greedy individuals, even if they were merely 10 years old, were not to her liking. Furthermore, their aunt was preparing to sell her eldest cousin, while the third cousin remained unharmed. Contemplating this, Xiao Lexian lost interest in lingering any longer. She embraced Lebao and looked at Xiao Lady, urging, "You should return home quickly. It looks like rain is imminent." Yes, after such a prolonged drought, the rain is finally arriving, though it may come down rather fiercely. Given your tender age, I thought it prudent to warn you. Then, clutching her brother, she departed with a throng of children. As Xiao Lady watched their figures fade into the distance, she could no longer contain her suppressed sobs and burst into tears, lamenting that Lu Bao was exceedingly vexing. For she could no longer be her second uncle's daughter. She had no desire to return home. Returning meant labor and punishment. She refused to go back. Chapter 51. Xiao Lady falls into the water and is rescued. Upon returning home, Xiao Lexian recounted to her father the news of their aunt's intention to sell her eldest cousin. Upon hearing this, Father Hushan sighed heavily, remarking, "Your uncle's 3 daughters are all unfortunate souls." Mother Chunhua seemed to recall something. Her voice choked with emotion as she said, "Husband, that eldest girl is diligent and clever. To sell her to that old widower would be a grave injustice." Father Hushan patted his wife's back, acknowledging, "I understand your sympathy for that girl, considering she is destined for sale. Does it remind you of your own past?" Chunhua choked back tears. "Indeed. If I had not encountered you, my mother. But the circumstances for that girl differ from yours. My sister-in-law previously aimed to marry her daughter off to the city, demanding exorbitant bride prices, yet those 3 girls were not raised with care, forced to labor daily, leaving them dark and emaciated. Who would desire them from the city? It is likely that she could not marry a city dweller. And now that the eldest girl's age has come, my sister-in-law has decided to sell her to an old widower for a handsome sum. This matter had not been whispered among their family, suggesting it was a private transaction. If they, as uncles and aunts, were to confront their elder brother, his wife would likely deny it, and if the truth were to surface, the eldest girl's reputation would be tarnished. What then? Chunhua furrowed her brow, finding it unbearable to remain indifferent while witnessing the eldest girl being sold into a fiery pit. Shall we buy her back? This seemed to be the only feasible solution. Father Hushan shook his head. That will not do. The price demanded by my sister-in-law for selling a person must be substantial, and you know her character. If an outsider purchases her, it may be acceptable, but if our family buys her, I fear she would simply take the money and reclaim the girl to sell her again. Investing in her would be akin to pouring money into a bottomless pit. Moreover, we are still bound by blood. Would we truly wish to engage in a fierce conflict with her? Xiao Lexian, while enjoying her meal, listened to her parents' deliberations, which seemed to yield no conclusions. Yet, she quietly resolved to investigate the nature of the eldest girl. If she proved to be a suitable candidate, she intended for her first disciple, Gong Changqing, to purchase her, as he was likely in need of subordinates for his development. Meanwhile, her parents had concluded that they should first consult their uncle to ascertain his thoughts. Father remarked that their uncle likely did not wish to sell his daughter. After lunch, the sky darkened ominously. A torrential downpour began, having accumulated for so long. Those who had intended to work in the fields after their meal hurried back home. After completing her daily sign-in, Xiao Lexian played with her brother. In truth, her brother trailed behind her, practicing martial arts. As for their father, he was not idle. He had indeed gone to their uncle's house to seek him out. Mother Chunhua, observing the relentless downpour, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, for the rain had finally arrived. The crops in the fields would finally quench their thirst. In high spirits, she took a stool and a basket of sewing supplies, settling beneath the eaves to mend shoes. In Xiao Lexian's household, life was tranquil and serene. Outside, however, Xiao Lady was not so fortunate. After her little cousins departed, she meandered along the creek, lost in thought. Suddenly, the heavy rain drenched her clothes completely. She was transformed into a soggy chicken. Overcome with misery, she lamented, "Is even the heavens conspiring against me? How infuriating!" In her frustration, she kicked a stone beneath her foot, only to lose her balance and tumble into the swollen creek. "Ah, help! Help!" Panic seized Xiao Lady as she found herself swept away by the rushing waters. She attempted to claw her way back to the bank, but the current was too fierce. Her cries grew louder. "Ah, help! Help me!" At last, her cries reached an ear. It was Lu Yunxian, returning from school, possessing some martial prowess. Upon hearing her desperate pleas, he instructed his attendant, Liuzi, go check the situation. Liuzi complied, handing the oil paper umbrella to his young master before leaping towards the sound. Soon, he spotted Xiao Lady struggling in the water. "Young master, it's a little girl who has fallen into the water," he called out. Lu Yunxian furrowed his brow, gazing at the torrents cascading from the sky. "Pull her up and place her on the bank," he commanded. "A life is at stake. One cannot simply stand by and watch. However, I cannot risk my reputation by entering the water myself." Meanwhile, as Xiao Lady floated and sank in the turbulent waters, she faintly perceived someone leaping towards her. Before she knew it, someone grasped her collar and pulled her from the depths, setting her upon the grassy bank. In her daze, she seemed to glimpse Yinxian Gij as attendant. Was it true? Had Yinxian Gij come to her rescue? How wonderful! In her stupor, Xiao Lady smiled. Chapter 52. The third cousin attempts to deceive. In the days that followed, Xiao Lexian diligently signed in each day and trained in martial arts with her brother. Mother Chunhua and Father Hushan observed, assuming the 2 children were merely playing. In recent days, my mother has been diligently engaged in needlework at home, while my father braves the rain daily, either visiting Uncle Yuan Sheng or going to my uncle's house, attempting to persuade him to intervene and prevent Auntie from selling her daughter. However, the outcome seemed less than favorable. According to the information I gathered from my father, it appears that our 4th uncle in the city has agreed to help my uncle find a suitable academy for his son to attend, albeit at a considerable cost. In her eagerness to secure her son a place in the best institution, Annie has committed to raising 100 taels of silver as an entrance fee. Yet, where will such an amount come from? Naturally, the only option left is to sell her daughter. Moreover, it cannot be a mere transaction. Selling her to a wealthy family or into a brothel would not fetch such a high price. The primary issue is that the girl is too thin and dark. Thus, an alternative route must be sought. Auntie, having inquired extensively, has confirmed that an elderly widower, Mr. Me, in town is seeking a young bride, with no requirements other than good health, and he is willing to pay 120 taels. Without hesitation, Andy agreed. My uncle stated that not only did his wife approve, but even his mother, old Mrs. Su, supported the decision. Not long ago, old Mrs. Su made a special trip back for this very matter. It is worth noting that in the past year, she has been residing with her fourth son and has seldom returned. Meanwhile, Grandpa Xiao Lebao has been unable to visit his fourth son and remains in the village with my uncle and the others. In this situation, the two individuals who hold sway, old Mrs. Su and Andy, are both in favor of selling the girl. After all, 120 taels is an astronomical sum for a farmer, likely more than they have ever seen in their lifetime. Although my uncle is reluctant to sell his daughter to the old widower when it concerns his son's future, his opposition is not as vehement. He merely feels conflicted, believing it to be a grave injustice to the girl. Upon hearing my father's words, Xiao Lexian found herself at a loss for words regarding her uncle's family. Xiao Jinbao is merely pursuing an education. Does he truly require such a vast sum? It is not that she is overly skeptical, but she cannot shake the feeling that those silver coins might end up lining her fourth uncle's pockets. Furthermore, if her memory serves her correctly, her uncle Xiao Cheng is to sit for the imperial examination this year, but has he succeeded? As Xiao Lexian pondered these matters, the rain continued to pour for several days. The villagers went from joyous anticipation at the onset of rain to deep concern as the torrential downpours persisted. After 10 days of relentless rain, the rising waters threatened to engulf their village. Just as despair settled in, on the 11th day, the rain miraculously ceased, allowing the villagers to exhale in relief. With the rain gone, Xiao Lexian ventured outside once more. On this day, she walked through the village towards the area where her elder cousin typically worked. Along the way, she overheard a plethora of gossip. Did you hear? The third daughter of the Xiao family, 10 days ago, was caught in the rain and collapsed on the ground. Aunt Feng, passing by on her way home, took her back, and after a few days of fever, she claimed she had fallen into the water and was rescued by Yun Xian. She insists she is now his person and is demanding to be married. Is that so? That lad, Yun Xian, is unparalleled in the surrounding villages. Surely he would not deign to look at that girl from the Lai family. Indeed, he would not. You don't understand. This has infuriated the old village chief, who openly declared that his grandson saved an ungrateful wretch. However, Yun Xian clarified that he did not personally rescue the girl. It was Lu Zi who pulled her to safety, so there is no question of tarnishing her reputation. But wait, the girl claims Yun Xian has held her, and she believes she belongs to him now. This could get complicated. I also heard that Yun Xian is preparing for the scholar examination soon. If his reputation is marred, it would be disastrous. In my opinion, that girl from the Lai family is just trying to elevate her status and clinging to a good match. She's too naive. She doesn't know the lengths our village chief's wife, Mrs. Wang, will go to when it comes to her grandson. The Lai girl will undoubtedly face dire consequences. At the eastern end of the village, the aunts and cousins were abuzz with chatter. Upon hearing this gossip about her third cousin, Xiao Lexian felt a sense of disbelief. The content was rather troubling. Had her cousin truly resorted to such tactics? Was she out of her mind? Chapter 53. No, it's not a dream. When Xiao Lexian arrived at the spot where her elder cousin typically worked, she indeed found her amidst the fruit orchard on a gentle slope. The primary source of income for my uncle's family does not stem from fields or crops, but rather from this expansive orchard, spanning several acres. This orchard was established by our ancestors when they settled in Xiao village, and after the passing of the elder, the various branches of the family divided the land, leaving this orchard in the care of Grandpa Xiao Mingue. Subsequently, the main household has managed this orchard, with the profits from fruit sales belonging to them. To deter thieves, thorny vines have been planted around the orchard, making it difficult for intruders to enter. However, in recent years, the weather has grown increasingly harsh, resulting in a dwindling yield of smaller fruits. Particularly in recent years, the task of tending to the orchard, fertilizing and watering the trees, has fallen solely on the shoulders of the eldest daughter. Thus, she spends 90% of her time in the orchard during the day. Even when her chores are complete, she must remain until dusk to ensure the area is secure. Meanwhile, the responsibilities of livestock care and household chores have primarily been divided between the second and third daughters. Of course, Xiao Lexian is aware that her uncle and grandfather are not lazy. They are indeed diligent. However, the silver earned from the harvest and fruit sales has largely been managed by old Mrs. Su, with the majority of it being spent on the fourth uncle. Now that old Mrs. Su has finally gone to her son's home and will not return, the management of finances has shifted to the plump Jean family. Much like old Mrs. Su, Jean is determined to raise an educated individual, ideally someone who can attain an official position. And she is not hesitant to spend money on Jean Bao. As for the eldest daughter, no one in the family seems to care for her. She remains a silent caretaker of the orchard, Due to poor harvests in recent years, she has endured her fair share of scolding and beatings. She thought she had grown accustomed to it, but she never anticipated her mother would be so ruthless as to consider selling her. If she could escape, she would. But the fear of becoming a nameless wanderer is even more daunting. She has contemplated fleeing. Seated beneath the mottled leaves of the fruit trees, the slender and frail eldest daughter sat lost in thought, her gaze vacant as she stared into the distance. After a considerable time, she rose and resumed her work. The continuous torrential rain had washed down mud and debris from the slope, creating mounds and pits throughout the orchard, leaving the ground uneven and pockmarked. Her task was to level the accumulated sand, fill the holes, and drain the water. The aftermath of the deluge has resulted in an increased workload, yet it is imperative to clear the orchard floor, regardless of whether this would benefit the fruit trees. She knew that if her mother and grandmother saw the orchard in disarray, she would face dire consequences. If given the choice, she would prefer to engage in such labor mechanically for her entire life rather than marry the old widower. Which girl does not yearn for romance? Which young woman has not contemplated the traits of her future partner? Although she is plain and unassuming, she has dreamt of finding a caring and diligent man with whom to lead a simple life, free from violence and scorn. That she would find satisfactory, just like Neo Dolly from Neo Family Village. Reflecting on the times she struggled to carry goods to market, with Neo Dolly always stepping in to assist. She believes that such men are truly commendable. If the man she eventually marries possesses even half the qualities of Neo Dolly, she would be content. She does not wish to heed her mother's incessant nagging about marrying into the city for a life of luxury. She possesses a keen self-awareness. However, when it comes to her marriage, her thoughts are of little consequence, as it ultimately resides in her mother's hands. To her dismay, the nightmare has arrived with alarming swiftness. She is to be sold to an elderly widower. Her mother has already accepted a deposit, merely awaiting the old man's personal visit to finalize the arrangement and take her away. Thank heavens for the torrential rain, which has temporarily thwarted the old man's approach. But now that the rain has ceased, nothing stands in the way. What is she to do? The girl, in a state of numbness, continues her tasks, yet fear and despair grow increasingly overwhelming within her. Her gaunt visage is marked by silent tears that flow unbidden. Though she does not weep aloud, this quiet sorrow is all the more poignant. At least the invisible observer, Xiao Lexian, is struck by this scene, her brow twitching in response. System, commence the assessment. Affirmative, Master. Xiao Dia, initiating character scan. The results yield a score of 75, deemed satisfactory. The character analysis reveals a sense of contentment, gratitude, an appearance of fragility that belies an inner resilience, and a degree of self-doubt. System, on what basis was this assessment conducted? Upon witnessing the grown-up version of Dia, Xiao Lexian employed her soul probe to examine Dia's essence, which appeared pure white, tinged with a hint of gray. Such a soul, if guided properly, could blossom into an individual with commendable values. The imperfections in her character, stemming from a life of dissatisfaction, are not insurmountable issues. The disparity between her observations and the system's results appears negligible. Master, our conclusions are derived from fluctuations in the human magnetic field, the arrangement of aura colors, and the soul frequency variations across lifetimes, averaged through big data analysis. A score of 75 places her within a moderately valuable group for cultivation. Very well. For the final assessment, I wish to personally intervene. With that, Xiao Lexian gestured with her fingers, conjuring an illusion. Under the veil of this illusion, she transformed into an elderly man with a white beard, who stumbled and fell, injuring his leg. As her identity shifted, the role she had ingrained in her very being from her time in the cultivation realm surged forth. Ouch, oh dear. This old man is in agony. In the depths of her consciousness, the spirit named Xiao Bai laughed heartily. Master, you've transformed from a tiny being to an old man. How utterly amusing. Previously unnoticed by Xiao Bai, the old man's mouth twitched in irritation. Silence. How dare you mock your master? Mm. The stick that served as a gag was promptly discarded, unable to contain the laughter. What folly is this? Meanwhile, as Xiao Lexian feigned pain, the numbed Xiao Dia finally heard the commotion and hurried towards the sound, discovering the old man clutching his leg in distress. Grandfather, are you all right? She inquired with concern. Xiao Lexian promptly delivered her lines. Alas, my life is wretched. I journeyed here seeking kin, only to encounter this storm. After enduring hunger in a dilapidated temple for over 10 days, I finally emerged, only to find myself beside this meager fruit grove. Unable to resist my empty stomach, I attempted to pluck a fruit, but instead, I fell and hurt my leg. It aches dreadfully. It seems I cannot walk. I shall perish here, unattended, from pain and hunger. Upon hearing this, Dia's expression contorted with conflict, but ultimately, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Grandfather, wait here. I shall fetch you some fruit." The old man's eyes flickered, yet he declined, saying, "Oh, dear girl, perhaps it would be best not to. I noticed you tending to the grove. These fruits belong to your family, do they not? If I consume them, your kin may chastise you." Nevertheless, Xiao did not relent. She gathered a handful of fruits and approached the old man. "Here, grandfather, please eat. After all, I have no one to rely on. If I must be beaten to death, it is certainly preferable to marrying an elderly widower." Without uttering another word, the old man accepted the fruits, savoring the small pears with satisfaction. Though their flavor was not exquisite, he relished the rare opportunity to indulge, consuming them with great enthusiasm. With a contented smile, the old man rose and regarded the bewildered Daya, exuding an air of mystery. "Young lady, you are commendable. As a token of my gratitude for today's pears, please accept this token." Initially, she had intended for Gong Changqing to purchase her, but considering the abundance of pear remnants, she decided instead to summon her into the Shennong sect, allowing her to become Gong Changqing's junior sister. After all, she was indeed her legitimate cousin, and her character was beyond reproach. No loss there. Be sure to find a discreet place and perform the blood oath on the token. With that, the old man vanished like smoke before her eyes. Xiao stood there, dumbfounded. Was she dreaming? Was she on the verge of death, witnessing such bizarre occurrences? Surely, it must be so. As she pondered this, a clattering sound startled her back to reality. A token had fallen into the damp, muddy ground, the noise jolting her from her reverie. No, this is not a dream. Her eyes widened, and she trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 54. Unable to acquire grain. Meanwhile, having resolved matters concerning Daya, Xiao Lexian did not forget to instruct Xiao Lu to message Gong Changqing, urging him to return swiftly to rescue his junior sister. Gong Changqing responded promptly, vowing to return within 3 days. After 10 days, he finally managed to infiltrate his friend's residence, only to find no sign of his companion or any news of him. Before the deadline for his task arrived, he felt compelled to locate his friend to uncover what had transpired. As for the 3 days hence, he was certain he would return, albeit not through conventional means. He would first return to the sect, and then proceed to the village where Lord Lu had assigned his task. He was unaware of what made that village so significant, nor why Lord Lu wished for him to develop there, but he now understood that his junior sister was in that village, seemingly in distress, requiring his assistance. Not to mention how Gong Changqing would feel upon discovering that his junior sister was older than he. It was at that moment that he learned the Shennong sect arranged its junior and senior members based on the order of entry, with subsequent rankings determined by martial prowess and cumulative task points. The hierarchy was established in groups of 300, with total contribution scores over a decade serving as the standard for ranking. Of course, this classification applied only to disciples within the inner and outer sects. Direct disciples were exempt from this ranking. In the presence of direct disciples, the proper form of address was simply senior brother or sister. Moreover, the identity tokens of the Shennong sect held a significant restriction. Individuals not belonging to the sect or failing to pass the assessments were prohibited from divulging any information regarding the sect, even to their own kin. This restriction served both as a reminder and a limitation. Without the sect's acknowledgement, one could not speak of it. Gong Changqing was aware of this prohibition regarding the blood oath on the identity token, yet he still wished to test its boundaries. But how could he do so? He first needed to locate his friend. Unfortunately, with his current status as a sinner, he could not openly visit Mingyue Mansion or contact his friend for information. Yet, until the final moment, he would not concede. Unbeknownst to him, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Lexian had bestowed a jade token upon her elder cousin and resumed her daily routine of caring for her younger brother, occasionally indulging in playful antics with the village children. Little did she realize that in the eyes of the village's youngsters, she had become a figure of remarkable prowess. Each child returned home, praising Xiao Lexian to no end. Certainly, those exaggerated accolades are not something they would believe. Once again, a new day dawns. Ding. The master has successfully checked in. How many days has it been now? Display the data. Just arising from slumber, Xiao Lexian conveyed her thoughts to the system. Very well. Master. The light screen appeared, and Xiao Lexian's information was refreshed. Name, Xiao Lexian, leader of the Shennong sect. Gender, female. Age, 3 years. Cultivation level, human farmer level 4. Shennong bloodline concentration, 55. Plant energy, 28, 111. Expendable, does not affect cultivation. Points, 150. Check-ins, 804 days. Established sect, Shennong sect. Number of disciples, 2. Number of servants, 1. Void backpack, 35 basic vegetable seeds, 11 basic grain seeds, 1 unknown blue seed, 1 unknown red seed, 1 soulwood seed, already planted. A set of planting tools, a hoe that can change size and automatically dig, a rake that can change size and automatically till, an endless bottle that can change size and provide infinite water, and a shovel that can change size for self-digging, one unknown lottery box, and one key to the system mall. Special items, Supreme Life Technique Reversal Seal, already used, and a stand-in figurine. This refresh of the data showed considerable changes. Xiao Lexian had anticipated that the details of the Shennong sect she created, along with the number of disciples, would be displayed so clearly. She pondered that both her eldest and second disciples should be involved in the construction so that her cultivation could progress more rapidly. Naturally, it was imperative to develop more individuals in the process. Today, Father Hushan sought out Uncle Yuanxing again, and Xiao Lexian, accompanied by her mother and younger brother, left home to visit Qingstone Town for the market. Besides expanding her circle, she also needed to devise ways to earn money. At 3 years old, she was no longer a mere child, and money was always welcome. Mother Chunhua, with her 2 exquisitely chiseled children, attracted considerable attention despite their humble attire. However, Chunhua had become bolder, and since they were merely in town, where the market was frequented by villagers from the surrounding areas, there was typically little danger. The weather had grown increasingly harsh year by year, and life had become more arduous. Yet, chaos had not fully erupted, allowing the cities surrounding Yunhushan to remain relatively stable and secure. This was precisely why Chunhua dared to take her children out. "Mother, the candied hawthorn is truly sweet," Xiao Lexian exclaimed, holding her mother's hand, while her brother was cradled in her mother's arms, both siblings savoring a stick of candied hawthorn, exuding happiness. "Good little Lexian, if you like it, I'll buy you another one after you finish this." Xiao Lexian's small face blossomed with a radiant smile. Her mother was truly wonderful. Since giving birth to both a son and a daughter, Chunhua's temperament had improved year after year, becoming increasingly gentle and understanding. She adored her son and equally lavished her affection on her daughter, Xiao Lexian. Chunhua always felt that her son was a blessing, a gift from heaven, and she aimed to better herself and learn gratitude, which only enhanced her gentle demeanor. This unexpected outcome was something Xiao Lexian hadn't anticipated, but it was indeed a delightful surprise. "Darling, let us go buy some corn to make porridge for you." At home, the coarser grains were reserved for the adults, while the fine corn was specifically purchased for the little ones. Xiao Lexian found this situation quite disheartening. She had protested several times, but to no avail. She understood that their family's financial struggles necessitated her urgent need to find a way to earn money. Many ideas for earning money swirled in her mind. She could even resort to unscrupulous methods, such as digging for ginseng in the mountains. However, relying on dubious means to turn ginseng into gold was ultimately not a sustainable approach. While she could find ways to earn money, it was essential to teach her parents a legitimate trade. For giving a man a fish was not as beneficial as teaching him to fish. Money does not simply fall from the heavens, and she could not allow her parents to become dependent. Lost in her thoughts, Xiao Lexian had already followed her mother into the corn shop. "What? Sold out? What about the others? All the fine grains are gone." Chunhua was taken aback, stunned by the news. Xiao Lexian, however, remained calm. It was likely that this shop had simply been quite popular. Yet, her thoughts soon shifted. After running around all the grain shops in town with her mother, they discovered that the fine grains had all been sold out, and many shops didn't even have coarse grains left. This reality not only shocked Chunhua, but also unsettled the villagers who had come to the market from the surrounding areas. "Is there going to be a war?" someone inquired. Ultimately, the turmoil was quelled by the town's officials. The town elder, with a long, dark beard, reassured everyone there's no need to panic. The reason Qingstone Town is out of grain is that wealthy travelers have come to purchase it. They have been acquiring grain for a month, which is why we are temporarily short. It will be resolved soon. If anyone was in urgent need, they could head to xianxiaaudiobooks, the nearest mountain town to Qingstone. The townsfolk, having received this explanation, reluctantly abandoned their plans to return home. A trip to xianxiaaudiobooks would require an early start, and today would not suffice. Meanwhile, Chunhua returned home disappointed with her children. On the other hand, in Liujia village, 8-year-old Lu Yao saved a refined young noble and revealed her precognitive abilities, which were actually a result of her time vision. Finally, she earned the noble's recognition. She proclaimed that 3 years hence, there would be widespread famine, urging the young noble to stockpile grains. After witnessing numerous future events unfold, the noble began to acquire supplies. However, 3 years was still far off, and his acquisitions were minimal, starting with Qingstone Town, which was closest to Liujia village. After a month, he had depleted the town's stock, leaving only a small amount of coarse grain behind. This was precisely what led to today's debacle of grain shortages. As the noble grew more trusting of Lu Yao, it became evident that the grain collection in Qingstone Town was merely the beginning. Without delving into the market situation any further, on another front, after a period of discussion, today, Xiao Hushan, equipped with his manual, finally paid a visit to Uncle Xiao Lu alongside Du Yuanxing. Xiao Hushan was somewhat anxious. It had been a full 23 years since he last visited. After 10 years of military service, he had spent another 13 years returning home, marrying, and raising a family. He truly regretted forgetting about his Uncle Lu for so long. And he wondered what his uncle looked like now. Chapter 55, Uncle Xiao Lu and Azhong. As Xiao Hushan and Du Yuanxing reached the end of the village. Crossing the stream to the Lianshui Liushang waterfall, they spotted a stooped figure rummaging through the rocky terrain from a distance. As they drew closer, the hunched figure seemed to sense their footsteps and slowly turned to face them. His face was lined with wrinkles, his sparse white hair fluttered in the breeze, and his eyes had grown dim with age. Holding some dried cow dung in his hand, he gazed at them with a hoarse, aged voice asking, "Who are you two?" He squinted, straining to see them, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only discern two blurred silhouettes. Xiao Hushan was taken aback, and Du Yuanxing stood frozen. Xiao Hushan, disbelieving, approached the old man, his voice trembling. You are Azhong?" Upon hearing this, the old man's frail body quivered slightly, uncertainly uttering, "Hushan? Is that you, the child Hushan?" Xiao Hushan rushed forward, supporting the old man's arm, exclaiming, "It's me, it's really me, Uncle Azhong." The old man flinched, carefully placing the cow dung into his tattered clothing, visibly relieved once he confirmed that Xiao Hushan couldn't touch him. He appeared quite elated, not inquiring why he had been absent for so many years, merely saying, all right, come along with Uncle Azhong. You must be here to see your sixth uncle, right? It's rare for you to still remember him." The more the elder spoke in this manner, the more guilt weighed upon Xiao Hushan. He had enlisted at the tender age of 12, and prior to that, he frequently visited Grandpa Du and sixth uncle, naturally becoming acquainted with Uncle Azhong, sixth uncle's loyal servant. At that time, Uncle Azhong was already in his 60s, yet due to his formidable martial prowess and robust inner strength, he appeared to be merely in his 40s. Thus, Xiao Hushan had refrained from addressing him as Grandfather Azhong, opting instead for Uncle Azhong, sixth uncle, then in his 40s. Bore no objections, despite Uncle Azhong being over 20 years his junior, as the latter lacked martial skills and thus appeared somewhat similar in age. Now, more than 20 years later, Uncle Azhong, upon reflection, must be nearing 90. Upon their sudden reunion, the ravages of age rendered him almost unrecognizable. Yet, something felt amiss. Even at 90, one would expect Uncle Azhong, a man of martial skill, to retain a semblance of youthfulness. Xiao Hushan, perplexed, chose not to voice his thoughts as he followed Du Yuanxing into the dilapidated abode alongside Uncle Azhong. Upon entering the house, memories flooded back of sixth uncle's return to the village, riding a tall steed and bearing gifts of gold and silver. Having built a splendid wooden house by the cascading waterfall, which boasted 12 rooms. It had once seemed so magnificent, but after more than 20 years, the bustling household of servants had vanished, and the once pristine wooden structure had succumbed to moisture, now darkened and decayed, appearing even older than the century-old house nearby. This evoked a profound sense of desolation. Witnessing such a scene, both Xiao Hushan and Du Yuanxing were enveloped in sorrow. When grandfather was still alive, Du Yuanxing frequently accompanied him to sixth uncle's home for leisure. However, following his grandfather's passing, he fell into a long period of silence, eventually emerging from his grief with the intention of living well. Yet, unexpectedly, he fell ill again, each year worse than the last, which made it difficult for him to visit. Particularly after Hushan enlisted, he struggled alone in the fields, seldom wandering about. He had thought that with Uncle Azhong's formidable strength and sixth uncle's numerous servants, his frail health would only add to their burdens. And thus he refrained from visiting, convinced that sixth uncle would fare well without him. Year after year passed, and his health deteriorated further, rendering him bedridden for most of the time. Even if he wished to visit, his heart was willing but his body unwilling. Moreover, in recent years, he had become completely numb and unable to rise from his bed. Had it not been for Hushan's return, attending to him and helping him out of bed, he may have perished from hunger. Thus, 2 decades had slipped by without him seeing sixth uncle. 20 years is neither a long nor a short span. Yet how many people truly experience multiple 2-decade intervals in their lives? Returning now, everything felt transformed, as if the world had shifted. The aged Uncle Azhong carefully placed the cow dung in a corner of the corridor, then opened the door with a creak, revealing a deep, weathered voice from within. "Azhong, you've returned?" Uncle Azhong replied, "Master, it is your old servant who has returned." He pushed the door open, allowing light to spill into the damp and dim room. "Master, look who has come to see you." The sound of wheels turning echoed. "Who is it? Is it Inyo?" "No, Master, it is your Hushan and Yuanxing." Uncle Azhong exclaimed with some excitement. To his surprise, upon mentioning their names, the room fell silent. A palpable tension hanging in the air. Both Xiao Hushan and Du Yuansheng felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Did sixth uncle harbor resentment towards them? He had once adored being surrounded by these two children, and perhaps, in considering their long absence, he too felt a pang of bitterness. However, after a moment of silence, a deep sigh resonated. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Upon hearing these words, both Xiao Hushan and Du Yuansheng felt an overwhelming sense of anguish, their eyes moistening with unshed tears. Xiao Hushan stepped forward and, with a thud, knelt down. Sixth uncle, I'm so sorry. He did not even know why he was apologizing, yet not uttering those words made his heart ache unbearably. Du Yuansheng, witnessing this, felt a sense of shame but found himself unable to kneel. Good children, sixth uncle does not blame you. Ajong, please help little tiger to his feet. The term little tiger transported Xiao Hushan, now a grown man, back to his childhood, as if the two-decade chasm had vanished in an instant. Uncle Ajong, his stooped figure approaching, reached out to assist Xiao Hushan, yet the latter quickly stood up, moving closer to sixth uncle, finally beholding his current appearance. His legs remained broken. He was still confined to a wheelchair. However, the once mature and elegant visage was now etched with deep lines of hardship. His hair had grayed at the temples, and the sharpness of his eyes had faded, replaced by an enduring tranquility and depth. Sixth uncle, how have you fared during my absence? Could you share your experiences with me? Please, sit down. What is there that cannot be spoken of? He slowly began to recount his life's journey. In my youth, I was arrogant and self-assured, offending many, which resulted in my legs being broken and my return to the village. You are aware of this. However, the pain of my injuries did not awaken my senses. I was unwilling to be forever confined to this fate. Hence, I continued to publish works under the name Linshan Jusher, criticizing the injustices of the world and advocating for the welfare of ordinary scholars. In the beginning, all was well. My reputation was modest, allowing me a period of tranquility. Yet, as my publications multiplied and my fame grew, the lower-class scholars revered me as a mentor, and they idolized me, initiating a grand search for their teacher. Unfortunately, those noble sons emerging from peasant backgrounds failed to find me, and instead, my enemies resurfaced. Aware that my life was in peril, I dismissed all my servants and returned their contracts, whether for life or death. Upon learning of the imminent threat, they mourned for a time but ultimately chose to leave, with the exception of Ajong. Master, the stooped elder bowed his head. Ajong's life was saved by you, and Ajong will never leave you. Subsequently, those adversaries indeed came for me. Surprisingly, they did not kill me outright. Instead, they threatened Ajong, demanding that I renounce my martial abilities in exchange for my life. Without hesitation, Ajong made his choice. Faced with this new blow, I dared not publish any more works or engage in discourse, for they warned that if I persisted, Ajong's life would be forfeit. Our wealth was seized, and Ajong had lost his martial prowess. As the years passed, our situation became increasingly dire. It was then that I realized they were not merely after my life, but aimed to break my spirit. Rendered a cripple with no income, I relied solely on Ajong for sustenance. Initially, Ajong could still perform laborious tasks to earn some silver. However, by the time Ajong turned 80, he could no longer manage. And I, unwilling to burden him further, contemplated suicide. Ultimately, Ajong borrowed more money to rescue me once again. Later, a simple-hearted young man unexpectedly entered my life. He hailed from a distant place known as Nujiakan, Nyodali. His family raised cattle, and he would come to this area, filled with wild grass. Witnessing our struggle, perhaps out of compassion, he allowed Ajong to gather cow dung in exchange for payment. This has been our way of life for these past years. He recounted his experiences over the years with a calm demeanor, leaving Xiao Hushan and Du Yuansheng in silence. Much of what he shared was previously unknown to them. Sixth uncle had truly learned to yield to life's adversities. Just listening allowed them to envision how the once proud and indomitable man had faced repeated setbacks, striving to rise again despite losing his legs. Now, his sole desire is simply to live well. Xiao Hushan feels an inexplicable discomfort. Despite his uncle Zhao's calm demeanor, he is beset by an unsettling malaise. Why? Is it that those of humble origins are unworthy of talent? Why must they be so oppressed? As a mere rustic, he cannot fathom it. Yet, Uncle Xiao offers them no opportunity for sorrow, seeming to see through it all, and merely inquires, "What brings you here this time?" Chapter 56, Situ Mingwe. Setting aside the outcome of the agreement regarding the secret manual for Xiao Hushan in the Tianqing Kingdom, at Xinyue City, within the Mingwe Mansion, Gong Changqing finds himself in a most unfortunate predicament. Reduced to an inconspicuous presence in the kitchen, he keeps his eyes and ears open, constantly listening for gossip from the mansion, hoping to hear news of his dear friend. Yet, having infiltrated the residence for over 10 days, he has seen no improvement. Tomorrow marks the final day. If he cannot locate his friend, he must take his leave. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Gong Changqing drifts into a hazy sleep. Suddenly, he hears the soft murmurs of night watchmen conversing outside, engaged in gossip. He catches the name Young Master Mingwei. His ears perk up. Indeed, his friend is named Situ Mingwei, a name that may sound feminine, yet he is undeniably a boy. Throughout his life, he has lived up to his name, growing to possess a brilliance akin to the moon in the sky, radiant and elegant. From a young age, he was cherished by his family, even leading to the renaming of the Situ residence to Mingwei Mansion, a testament to his favored status. Now, Mingwei has blossomed into a 12-year-old youth, embodying not only grace and integrity but also prodigious talent, having already achieved the status of a Jiren. In 3 years, he will be eligible to participate in the palace examination. How many 12-year-old Jirens exist in the Tianqing Kingdom? His very existence serves as a source of pride for all of Xinyue City and the Mingwei Mansion. Yet, after facing hardships, why has he vanished for years? This is a conundrum that Gong Changqing cannot comprehend. That night, he unexpectedly overhears a conversation between 2 patrolling guards. Perhaps they were idling and began to converse right outside his door. Alas, with young Master Mingwei absent, we servants find it increasingly difficult to endure. Indeed, however, we can only blame his steadfast loyalty. The Gong family faced a calamity, undoubtedly committing a grave error that incurred the wrath of the heavens. Yet, he was unwilling to relent, insisting on investigating the Gong family affairs, leading to his expulsion from the household to prevent dragging down the entire family. I once believed that young Master Mingwei was the sole son of the master, only to learn that there is another. Hush, speak softly. Are you courting death by saying such things? That one's mother is of no notable standing, merely a concubine. I suspect that unless the Ning family collapses, our master would never dare to acknowledge that child formally. Indeed, if it weren't for the fact that the young master bears an uncanny resemblance to the master, having seen him once, I might have mistaken him for a distant relative. Back in the day, the Situ master and Lady Ning were so deeply in love. Alas, Lady Ning met an untimely end during childbirth, leaving only the child behind. Had the master only had young Master Mingwei, I might not have pondered too much on her death. However, with the appearance of the young master, who is said to be frail and unfit to meet outsiders, everything feels shrouded in mystery. I always believed the Situ residence was the cleanest of places, free from corruption. Yet, enough. Let us not speak of this further. Such talk can only be shared between us brothers. Do not let it slip to others, or it could cost us our lives. Yes, I know. Do you think me a fool? As the two gradually walk away, Gong Changqing's expression darkens. The entire Tianqing kingdom knows that Situ Hongtian is the most devoted of men, having taken Ning Xiangyi as his wife and never taking a concubine, unwavering in his fidelity. But could it be that all of this is merely a facade? Upon hearing this news, Gong Changqing decides he cannot wait any longer. Based on the guard's conversation, he stealthily enters the young master's courtyard, concealing himself behind a rockery to observe. As dawn breaks, he indeed sees the young master emerge from his quarters, and he clearly recognizes his visage. He is a spitting image of Situ Hongtian. What astonishes Gong Changqing even more is that this young master appears to be around 15 years old, thus older than Mingwei. This Situ Hongtian is truly overstepping. With this revelation, the sudden disappearance of Mingwei becomes highly suspect. Was he truly expelled to investigate the Gong family's affairs? Or did Mingwei uncover something, prompting Situ Hongtian to imprison him to keep the truth hidden? Gong Changqing furrows his brow, deep in thought. He must consider whether the Situ residence harbors hidden passages or secret chambers. This thought sends him back to a memory of a time spent at Mingwei Mansion, playing hide and seek, when he accidentally fell into a shallow pond adorned with strange patterns beneath the surface. At the time, he understood little, but now it dawns on him that it must be the legendary mechanism arts. Without further hesitation, when night falls once more, Gong Changqing takes action. Although he lacks knowledge of the mechanism arts, having recently joined the Shennong sect, he can consult Lord Lu. With no qualms about disturbing Lord Lu, he finally establishes contact. After a brief struggle, he finds himself in a protruding passageway. He ventures inside, and the entrance vanishes behind him. Soon, he arrives in an underground chamber. Continuing onward, he sees light ahead. Indeed, he discovers a frail and emaciated boy, shackled and weak. Upon seeing him, Gong Changqing can hardly recognize the once resplendent youth. Mingwei. He calls softly. The boy, roused from his slumber, opens his eyes in disbelief, widening them as he recognizes his visitor. Mingwei, I have come to rescue you. Do not speak. We must leave at once. Situ Mingwei shakes his head fervently. Changqing, you must leave. You cannot save me. I am bound by these chains forged from 1,000-year-old mysterious iron, impossible to break. You must return and warn my grandfather to be wary of Situ Hongtian. Hurry. He implores anxiously. Wait. Gong Changqing reaches out to contact Lord Lu once more. After much coaxing, he acquires a dagger. With the dagger in hand, he slices through the chains, breaking them, and with a few more deft motions, he secures Mingyue's freedom. Situ Mingyue blinks, then blinks again. He is certain. Just now, he did not hallucinate. Changqing's dagger appeared out of thin air. How can this be? It is simply unfathomable. Changqing, what is happening? It is a long story. Let us leave this place first. Situ Mingyue nods. All right, let us go. The two hastily traverse the passage and silently exit the Situ residence. They hasten towards the city gate, emerging just as dawn breaks. They cannot predict how long it will take Situ Hongtian to realize his son is missing, but surely it will not exceed half a day. As soon as the midday meal is delivered and they find him absent, it will be reported. Thus, they must escape with utmost speed. Yet, why is Changqing not taking the wide and open official road, but instead traversing the secluded mountain paths and dense woods? Countless questions swirl in his mind, but he refrains from asking. After all, it is he who rescued Mingyue. He will support whatever decisions he makes, even if it means returning to captivity. Finally, they arrived at a deep pit, shrouded in grass, where they momentarily found safety. Gong Changqing plopped down, exhaling heavily without a care for his image. All right, let's contact Lord Lu again and show him Mingyue to see if he meets the standards. This was merely a formality in his mind. He believed wholeheartedly that his dear friend was exceptional in every regard, undoubtedly qualified. As expected, the results confirmed his thoughts. Gong Changqing was elated, a rare display of emotion for him. Being deemed qualified meant he could finally confide in his friend about the matters of the Shennong sect. He had attempted to speak of it before, but the words had eluded him. From now on, he would have no doubts regarding the identity token's explanation. He looked at his friend with excitement and declared, "What I am about to tell you is of utmost importance. First, I must ask you a question. Are you willing to join the Shennong sect?" Huh, what is wrong with Changqing? Is he feverish? Why isn't he resting properly after such exhaustion? Why is he asking about joining a sect? Could it be that his family was annihilated and he's lost his wits? After all, compared to Changqing, his own setbacks seemed trivial. At least his mother and grandfather genuinely loved him. His grandfather was still well. He vowed that he would ensure their safety. Situ Mingyue thought resolutely in his heart. Noticing Situ Mingyue lost in thought, Gong Changqing refused to give up. Unable to articulate it clearly, he decided to forego further explanations and directly produced the identity token transmitted from Lord Lu, placing it before him. Now, prick your finger and let your blood drip. Situ Mingyue was bewildered, yet out of trust for his friend, he complied. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The jade token soared into his body. An overwhelming torrent of information bombarded him, and Situ Mingyue's eyes widened in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? Or have I died and am experiencing a hallucination? Chapter 57. Informing the teacher. Situ Mingyue was so astounded that he stood there in a daze. Once he processed the flood of information in his mind, he fixed his gaze on Gong Changqing and murmured, "Is this real? Is everything truly happening?" Gong Changqing completely understood his shock, recalling his own initial bewilderment when he had experienced something similar, feeling as if he were floating, as if reality itself had become intangible. Now, after some time had passed, he had adapted well. So, that dagger which appeared out of nowhere, as sharp as steel and capable of severing gold, is indeed a treasure of the Shennong sect? Precisely. Moreover, once our identity tokens recognize their master, they possess a certain storage space and will form a green sprout mark around our necks. This is all true. Situ Mingyue opened his mouth. 1,000 words condensed into a single expression of gratitude. Brother, thank you for your recommendation. I shall remember this kindness. After recognizing the identity jade token, he comprehended why he could become a disciple of the Shennong sect. Without his good friend's introduction, joining such a wondrous sect would have been nearly impossible. Although there were benefits for his friend in the recommendation, the advantages he gained were undoubtedly greater, a chance beyond measure. Gong Changqing patted him on the shoulder, adding, "The Shennong sect has more than just the two of us as disciples. As far as I know, there is also a junior sister. Since you entered after her, you should refer to her as senior sister." Situ Mingyue's expression stiffened momentarily. He had never had a senior sister before. This was a first. Currently, I am aware of only 3 of us. Among the Shennong sect disciples, there are many I do not know of. If you truly appreciate my help, then let us join forces to earn points together and not let others surpass us. Without a moment's hesitation, Situ Mingyue nodded. All right. Now, senior brother will take you to experience what it feels like to teleport over 1,000 miles. Come, focus your will and transmit your desire to return to the sect. Yes, just like that. A radiant light enveloped the two of them, and despite having learned about the teleportation mechanism from the identity token, Situ Mingyue could not suppress his astonishment. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at the Shennong sect, gazing at the fantastical mountains and the mist-laden Shennong sect. With its pavilions and palatial halls, he was utterly awestruck. This was not merely the Shennong sect, it was a celestial palace. The visceral sensation of witnessing it firsthand was beyond the capacity of any pale description. At that moment, Situ Mingyue seemed to forget all his worries. Entranced by the ethereal architecture, unable to discern whether he was in the mortal realm or a heavenly abode. It was only when Gong Changqing gently nudged him that he returned to his senses. Upon their return to the Shennong sect, Gong Changqing immediately headed to his Jade Tower residence, casually allowing Situ Mingyue to occupy the adjacent room. As the only familiar faces to each other within the Shennong sect, and with their close relationship, it was comforting for both to reside beside one another. Subsequently, Gong Changqing led his friend Situ Mingyue on a tour of the Shennong sect's mountain, primarily visiting the library to showcase the wonders of the sect's secret manuals. Since Situ Mingyue was also recognized by the Little Green One, he too was directly acknowledged as an inner disciple of the Shennong sect, thus granted the right to choose a blue-level martial art. This privilege was also evident in the identity token, with countless blue-level techniques on display. And this being just one of the 32 libraries within the Shennong sect, it was clear that the sect possessed a vast wealth of knowledge. Countless blue-level techniques fluttered before him, and like his friend, Situ Mingyue randomly selected a volume. The blue-level technique that Gong Changqing had chosen was titled Wolf Howls at the Nine Heavens, resonating perfectly with his own innate wolf-like nature. While for him the selection seemed arbitrary, the collectors of these techniques had their own underlying principles. Who could obtain which technique depended on compatibility. It was fate. As Situ Mingyue made his selection, the information of the technique flowed into his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, having already experienced the overwhelming influx from the Jade token, this subsequent flood of information felt less daunting. Of course, they remained oblivious to the fact that most of these martial arts manuals existed in book format and could not simply be imparted. Yet, in order to expedite the mastery of techniques for his own people, Xiao Lexian had modified these manuals, allowing them to exist both virtually and tangibly, so that the books would not vanish, nor would the imparted knowledge be forgotten. Meanwhile, as the two reveled in the wonders of the Shennong sect, Situ Hongtian, in the Mingyue mansion of Tianqing country, was nearly driven to the brink of explosion upon discovering his son was missing. He hastily dispatched numerous trusted subordinates to search, even uttering the words, "Alive, I want to see him. Dead, I want to see his corpse." Yet despite extensive searches, there was no trace of his son, who seemed to have vanished into thin air. Situ Hongtian was both alarmed and fearful, his heart in turmoil. Having obtained the martial arts technique, Situ Mingyue did not linger in the sect any longer. He accepted a task to find seeds and departed with Gong Changqing. This time, they were directly teleported to the Ning Mansion in Dun City. Dun City was the capital of Tianqing country, and Gong Changqing's south return to this place was quite perilous. However, having disguised himself and with the ability to return to the Shennong sect at any time, he felt a surge of confidence. Thus he accompanied his friend. Ning Taiwei was Situ Mingyue's maternal grandfather and a high-ranking court official, holding significant influence in Tianqing country. The former Gong family had once been on par with the Ning mansion, but the man who had wronged them had framed the Gong family for treason, with irrefutable evidence. Even the well-disposed Ning Taiwei dared not wade into these murky waters lightly. In the study of the Taiwei mansion, a young man entered, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the figure seated at the desk. "Father, are you still pondering over the matters concerning the Gong family?" The elegant elder with a beard raised his head and said, "This is not merely a matter concerning the Gong family. I have an unsettling feeling that there is more to this than meets the eye, though I cannot pinpoint what exactly is amiss. Father, could it be that you are overthinking?" The venerable man waved his hand dismissively. "No, my instinct, honed over years of governance, senses impending trouble. Recently, you should exercise utmost caution in your dealings with your brothers." "Understood, father," the young man replied with a respectful nod. "By the way, have there been any updates regarding Mingyue?" "None yet. I heard from Situ Hongtian that Mingyue is determined to investigate the Gong family matter and has been at odds with him, even running away from home. He has yet to return. Send another letter to the Situ residence, demanding that he locate my grandson within a month. He is a governor, managing numerous regions. How can he not find a mere child?" "Very well, father, I shall urge him again." "Indeed, Mingyue is the son of your only sister. You uncles must be attentive and ensure that more people are dispatched in search of him." "Yes, father, Cheng'er will ensure that Mingyue is brought back." The elder nodded in satisfaction when suddenly, the study door swung open and a voice rang out. "No need for that. Grandfather, uncle, Mingyue has returned." The two turned to see Mingyue standing there. Upon seeing his only grandson, the elder's heart ached. He rose and pulled Mingyue to sit beside him, observing his face with a frown. Why have you lost so much weight? Situ Mingyue wasted no time, declaring, maternal grandfather, uncle, I have critical news to share. My departure was not a runaway. Rather, it was. As Situ Mingyue recounted the events, both the elder and the young man became increasingly agitated, their faces turning a shade of green with fury. Scoundrel! Wretched scoundrel! When my younger sister was to marry that man, I sensed something was amiss. What kind of match was that? Yet she fell for his so-called heroics. I never anticipated he was even more despicable than I imagined. The woman has borne his child, and yet he dares to cast his eyes upon my sister. Now, he has gone so far as to imprison Mingyue. Cursed be he. After venting their anger, they gradually regained their composure. The elder, who had previously been perplexed, now recognized the source of his unease. It lay with his son-in-law. Does he not consider that his fifth-rank official position was built upon the foundation of our Ning family? Very well, let him prepare to face the wrath of the entire Ning clan. He shall return whence he came. As they contemplated this, they heard Mingyue, the nephew, say, As for my mother, it may not have been a death in childbirth. She may have been harmed by him. Unwittingly, I began to suspect this matter. And upon uncovering certain truths, he became aware and confined me. I gleaned from the arrogance of a servant delivering my meals that my father not only might have caused my mother's death, but also intends to frame the entire maternal family. How could I possibly endure this? I came as swiftly as I could. Upon hearing his words, both men's eyes glinted with murderous intent. The grandson, nephew, stated he would investigate, and if the allegations proved true, they would ensure his life was forfeit. Having informed his grandfather and uncle, they became wary of his father, rendering his plans futile. He had faith in the capabilities of his grandfather and uncle, which brought him a measure of relief. After imparting the news, Situ Mingyue did not cease his revelations, but continued, stating that he had taken on a distinguished mentor and intended to travel and learn martial arts, necessitating some financial support. The two, without a hint of suspicion, directed the uncle to retrieve several tens of thousands of silver notes from the treasury, the kind that were universally accepted, for him to take along. Situ Mingyue expressed his gratitude to his maternal grandfather and uncle, avoiding any unnecessary complications, and departed the Taiwei residence to reunite with his good brothers. They were en route to Xiaojia village. On this day, which was expected to be ordinary, took an unexpected turn. After breakfast, Xian called for her, gently ruffling her hair. My dear, I have arranged for a remarkable teacher to help you learn your letters. Come, let us go meet him. He did not forget to call out to Chunhua. Chunhua, bring Chunyun along as well. We are going to the teacher's house. Li Chunhua, perplexed, wondered what her husband was up to, questioning why the child's learning necessitated her presence. However, despite her confusion, she refrained from asking and followed her husband toward the village's outskirts, where the waterfall was located. Xiao Lexian was equally curious about whom her father was taking the entire family to meet. Chapter 58, Sweet Troubles. Come here, Lebao. Pay your respects to your teacher, Xian announced as they reached their destination, gesturing toward the venerable figure seated on a wheel. Father? Who is this person? Why must I bow to him? Can he truly teach me? After all, I have lived for over 10,000 years. Many things I know without deliberate study. Moreover, would bowing to a mortal not shorten his lifespan? Even if this learned man appears knowledgeable, I dare not easily prostrate myself before him. The elder on the wheel observed her with a smile. It seems the young lady is reluctant for sixth granduncle to teach her. Sixth granduncle? Xian immediately introduced. Indeed. This is your sixth granduncle. He is exceedingly knowledgeable. My dear, you can learn a wealth of knowledge from him. Very well. Since I do not recognize the characters of this world, learning to read is indeed essential. Xiao Lexian enveloped sixth granduncle in a protective barrier to ensure her bowing would not endanger his life before finally submitting to the gesture. Xiao Lexian pays her respects to her teacher. Afterward, Xiao Lexian not only bowed to sixth granduncle, but also to Master Ajong, who would teach her martial arts. The study of letters was primarily for her and her brother, while martial arts would be a family endeavor under Master Ajong's guidance. However, the situation was far from simple. The following day, when the family visited sixth granduncle's residence again, she and her brother were assigned to his tutelage, while Xian, Chunhua, and Uncle Yuan Sheng were all engaged in martial training with Master Ajong. Today's events left Xiao Lexian in a state of bewilderment, as Chunhua had already been informed the previous night that they had compensated Master Ajong for his guidance in their martial training. This arrangement had been the result of discussions among Xiao Lexian, Ajong, Xian, and Yuan Sheng. Master Ajong, despite having lost his martial prowess, had once been formidable. His insights and understanding remained intact, enabling him to effectively guide others in their training. Witnessing the plight of Xiao Lexian, Xian feared for his children's safety, determined that their strength must be cultivated. Given the series of extraordinary occurrences within their household, Xian felt a pressing sense of crisis. Anxious that their peculiarities might attract unwanted attention, or that their children's talents could incite envy, leading to a fate akin to that of the incapacitated Liu Ye. Such a thought was unbearable for him. Though Chunhua did not fully comprehend many of Xian's actions, she held steadfastly to the belief that a man is akin to heaven. Whatever her husband decreed was right. Thus, from this day forth, Xiao Lexian not only acquired a husband, but also embarked upon the profound journey of martial arts instruction. Little did she know, the very manuals she would teach were originally derived from her own knowledge. She had merely skimmed through their contents. Unexpectedly, both she and her brother were compelled to practice from a manual each. It is worth noting that her own Shennong cultivation method, alongside the Nine Heavens secret canon she imparted to her brother, far surpassed the techniques meticulously selected by Uncle Zhong from Tiger Mountain. Yet, the dilemma arose as they could not disclose the superiority of their martial arts. Moreover, the actions of old Tiger Mountain stemmed from affection, rendering the situation a sweet torment indeed. While it posed little challenge for her to practice the new techniques, after all, her Shennong skills allowed her to engage in martial arts. Her brother's predicament was more precarious. He was already entrenched in his martial arts training, and adopting a conflicting method could lead him down a path of madness. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. As Xiao Lexian contemplated how to resolve this conundrum flawlessly, Situ Mingyue and Gong Changqing, having traversed the Shennong Gate as a transit point, finally located the Xiao family village mentioned in their mission. Coincidentally, today was the day Old Mi would come to fetch Xiao Daya. At the main residence of the Xiao family, Old Mi paid a visit, and Auntie was bustling about to entertain him, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, Xiao Daya, gripped by fear, had locked herself tightly within her room. She felt she had no choice. Recalling the strange jade pendant gifted by that elderly man, she resolved that regardless of its nature, be it human or ghost, she would rather become a specter than accompany Old Mi. In these days of trepidation and hesitation, her courage flickered in fleeting moments. With a fierce resolve, she slashed her finger with a sickle, blood pouring forth and staining the entire pendant. An explosion of information overwhelmed her mind, too much to bear, leading her to collapse in unconsciousness. Chapter 59, Daya is safe. Xiao Daya successfully acknowledged the pendant, losing consciousness in the process. Meanwhile, Situ Mingyue and Gong Changqing, positioned outside Xiao family village, confirmed their senior sisters or junior sisters' location based on the guidance of Lord Liu. However, they remained oblivious to the specifics of her situation or the trouble she faced. As the mission did not elaborate, since they did not know Xiao Daya personally, they could not approach her directly and needed to inquire with a villager. Just as they pondered this, a robust woman clad in vibrant green and red approached them. The aura she exuded hinted at her possession of many secrets. Though they had never met a matchmaker of her ilk, her presence bore a resemblance to that of an official matchmaker they had encountered, signifying that their opportunity had arrived. Indeed, the woman was none other than Mei Meipa, the renowned matchmaker of the village and the grandmother of Xiao Shitu. Today, Mei Yanhong was mulling over her failed attempts to tie a red thread when she spotted two individuals of extraordinary demeanor. Clearly, they were the young masters of affluent families. She could not help but cast them a second glance, wondering which wealthy family had sent their young master to their humble village. She mused that their bearing was even more impressive than that of the county's noble youths. Having served as a matchmaker for decades, Mei Yanhong had never encountered such a striking young man. However, she realized that a person of such stature was entirely beyond her reach. Just as she contemplated leaving their presence, the slender young master spoke up. "Excuse me, dear lady, is there a girl named Xiao Daya in your village?" Mei Yanhong was momentarily taken aback, then gasped in realization that the two young nobles were indeed seeking her attention. Instinctively, she flicked her handkerchief and raised her voice. "Oh my Daya, I know her." Her voice was somewhat shrill, the cadence of her words elongated, making her sound less like a matchmaker and more akin to a brothel madam, sending a shiver down the spines of Gong Changqing and Situ Mingyue. Nevertheless, they soon became engrossed in what she had to say regarding their senior sister, junior sister, Xiao Daya, whose life had been fraught with hardship. "Oh, you two noble gentlemen have no idea. That girl Daya has suffered greatly, enduring beatings and scoldings throughout her life, often going hungry. I've witnessed her digging up roots to eat more than once. Her family is truly dreadful." Gong Changqing frowned uncomfortably. "What is her current situation? Get to the point." Mei Meipa flicked her handkerchief again, observing the two distinguished gentlemen. "Oh dear, you gentlemen are certainly not ordinary individuals. Daya has endured enough misfortune. If she has offended you in any way, I, Mei Meipa, will apologize on her behalf. Please do not pursue the matter further." Her words left Gong Changqing and Situ Mingyue momentarily stunned, realizing that this matchmaker was not entirely malevolent. Worried that she might misconstrue their intentions, Gong Changqing asserted with authority, "No, she has not offended us. The last time an elder in our family fainted at the market, it was Daya who called for help to take him to the medical hall. Daya is the savior of our elder, and we have come specifically to express our gratitude." In his stoic demeanor, he fabricated a tale for the sake of their unseen junior sister. "Oh dear," Mei Meipa exclaimed again, astonished. "I had no idea. Daya possesses such fortune. I must tell you, you need to thank her quickly, for she is about to be taken away by that old me." "Who is old me?" you ask. Let me discreetly inform you. He is not a good person. At 60 years old, he has married and lost several wives, all of whom have died. He possesses some wealth and preys on those without backing. That heartless Xiao Jinsher accepted 120 taels of silver from him, money meant to buy Daya's life. But old me holds some power, so I cannot say this openly. It is only because I encountered 2 young masters today that I dared to reveal this much." Mei Yanhong, her voice rising with urgency, concluded her tale and began to waddle away without a backward glance. Situ Mingyue hurried after her, offering a 50-tael banknote, saying, "Thank you, dear lady." Mei Meipa, initially inclined to refuse, faltered upon seeing the amount and accepted it with glee, exclaiming, "No need for thanks. If you need anything, just seek me out." It seemed fortune had smiled upon her today, though she had failed to matchmake for Niu Dali and He Erniu. She unexpectedly gained a reward from the wealthy young masters, who were indeed generous. Gong Changqing watched as his friend, blissfully unaware of the world's hardships, spent lavishly but said nothing. Though Mingyue had been sheltered for some time by her father, her earlier years had been too innocent, her goodness almost naive. He would need to keep a close eye on this junior brother moving forward. "What shall we do next?" Situ Mingyue inquired. Gong Changqing furrowed his brow. As the matchmaker indicated, old me is not a good man. He possesses influence behind him. If we were to confront him directly, he might not take kindly to it. Moreover, such filth is better off gone. We must devise a long-term strategy, striking at the root of the issue. Indeed, we are unfamiliar with this area and lack any influence in Jingyuan. Thus, it may be best to ensure his unexpected demise. Wouldn't you agree? Situ Mingyue's words prompted Gong Changqing to look up sharply at him. His friend and junior brother seemed far more astute than he had initially appeared. Feasible. Those of us from prominent families possess the means to eliminate someone. Even if our own strength is lacking, with sufficient wealth, one can use others as instruments. "I will reach out to the assassin organization," Situ Mingyue concluded, though he had never before resorted to such measures. Though he would not be the one to take a life, it was indeed a first for him. In the past, he had always treated the servants with kindness and compassion. However, knowing that his first target would be a villain, he felt a measure of solace. Their martial arts, previously practiced solely for the purpose of strengthening the body, have now transformed into the extraordinary skills akin to those of the legendary heroes of the Jianghu. Faced with tasks and the need for training, they feel an acute scarcity of time and are unwilling to squander it anywhere. Today marks the day when Xiao Dei is to be sold. The atmosphere at the Xiao family's second household is equally tumultuous, as Xiao Hushan and Li Chunhua have even granted a leave of absence to Master Azhong, heading to the elder uncle's home. Meanwhile, in the main house of the Xiao family, Lu Bao observes Hushan's father attempting, in his own way, to thwart this farce. However, with parents intent on selling their child, Hushan's father finds himself without the position to intervene. In Chunhua's embrace, Xiao Lexian extends her consciousness throughout the Xiao family's main residence and perceives the unconscious Dei. Old Master Mi, noticing Hushan's father's obstruction, grows irate. Boldly taking a seat in the main hall of the Xiao family and huffing, "I have paid for the girl. She is mine now. The deed of sale is here. If you prevent me from taking her away, do you wish to be sent to court?" Witnessing someone threaten her grandfather, Xiao Lexian feels a wave of distress. What are those two doing? Their efficiency is abysmal. As she cannot wield the power of nature to kill, she resolves to attack his spirit instead, rendering him a fool. Yet, in order to avoid bringing trouble to Xiao village, she must wait until he has left the village before she strikes, with the outcome seemingly predetermined. Even though Hushan's father is filled with sorrow, he is powerless to change the course of events. In this matter, he is merely a second uncle to Dei and lacks any authority to intervene. To accuse his sister-in-law of selling her daughter would be tantamount to a junior reprimanding a senior, and he would likely face 30 lashes as a light punishment. If he were to proceed with such an accusation, it would save Dei but ruin the reputation of his own daughter and son. He cannot sacrifice his own children for Dei's sake. Ultimately, he can only watch helplessly as the unconscious Dei is carried away by old Master Mi's men. As they leave Xiao village, the jostling of the sedan chair rouses Dei from her stupor. Hearing voices from outside, she initially feels fear, followed by a sense of calm. And then hope. Indeed, hope. As she regains consciousness, She realizes the miracle she has encountered. Wiping the tears from her face, she smiles. Old Master Mi, leading the sedan chair into Xianxia town, is met with dusk. Everyone can see that Old Master Mi is remarrying. However, before he can revel in his joy for long, he suddenly screams in agony, clutching his head, as Xiao Lexian makes her move. Old Master Mi has become a fool. But this is not the end. Chaos erupts among those carrying the sedan chair, and as Old Master Mi falls to the ground, a figure in black descends from the sky, swiftly severing his head with a sword. The sparse townsfolk, witnessing this scene, immediately scream in terror and flee, locking themselves in their homes. Dei, who had intended to use the teleportation function to return to her sect, is left in shock. That terrifying nightmare is over. The bearers of the sedan chair scatter. And trembling, Xiao Dei leaps from the chair, desperately searching for her deed of sale on Old Master Mi's body before fleeing. She will never return home. Since they have sold her, she is no longer their daughter. She will enter the miraculous Shennong sect, diligently complete her tasks, and grow powerful enough that no one will dare to bully her. Meanwhile, hidden among the crowd, Xiao Lexian observes everything. Has she rendered him a fool? And now a killer appears? So this is the handiwork of those two? Indeed, they have proven themselves. For scoundrels, a lethal strike is warranted. She relishes it. Joyfully, Xiao Lexian returns home, switching back with her substitute. Hushan's father and Chunhua remain oblivious to Dei's safety. Their household steeped in gloom as they mourn their inability to prevent the events that transpired. Xiao Lexian cannot directly inform them that Dei is safe, so she resorts to various childish means to distract them. Alas, being a mature child is truly challenging. Her younger brother sleeps soundly, untroubled. In the Xiao family's main and second households, a quiet settles in, while Xiao Dei, having escaped, encounters Situ Mingyue and Gong Changqing. It would be more accurate to say they observe her leaping from the sedan chair and running, having followed her all the way. Now that they have confirmed her identity, it is time to introduce themselves, as they will be fellow disciples henceforth. Although Dei appears unremarkable at present, they trust the discerning eyes of the Shennong sect when selecting disciples, and they have faith in Lord Green's judgment as well. With this thought, the two exchange glances and approach her. Chapter 60, Renaming and Capturing Hearts. Without delving into Dei's shock upon realizing that the two distinguished young gentlemen before her are her senior and junior brothers, after some explanation, she finally confirms their identities by the small green sprout marks around their necks. Dei has never encountered such precious individuals before. Their aura leaves her feeling flustered. The attentive Situ Mingyue reassures her, Sister Dei, we are all fellow disciples now. You need not be so tense. However, his words seem to contain an awkwardness. And Situ Mingyue furrows his brow, realizing that his senior sister's name is rather peculiar. He smiles gently, attempting to appear harmless, as he notices her evident anxiety. He softly inquires, Sister Dei, what is your real name? Following the two, Dei settles into a temporary inn in Xianxia town, booking 2 rooms under the innkeeper's curious gaze, one for herself and one for Situ Mingyue and Gong Changqing. As they ascend the stairs, she can feel the innkeeper's bewildered stare, likely pondering that these 2 young nobles have brought along a girl as dark as coal. Assuming she must be a purchase servant. On the surface, she doesn't even seem qualified to be a servant. After all, if one were to buy a servant, they would choose someone more attractive, literate, and cultured, not a frail, dark-skinned girl like her. Though Dei feels discomfort under the innkeeper's blatant scrutiny, she understands that alongside her refined junior brother and composed senior brother, receiving peculiar looks is to be expected. She strives to maintain her posture, regardless of others' opinions. Now that she has a different destiny, she must fight for it. No matter who her senior and junior brothers are, they are merely her fellow disciples at present. Calm down. There is no need for shock, fear, or trepidation. They are not officials. They are just the young masters of wealthy families. With these thoughts, she indeed feels much more composed. Following them upstairs, she suddenly hears her junior brother asking for her name, prompting her to respond curiously, Junior brother. I am called Xiao Dei. Born as a daughter, she was the object of her mother Jean's great expectations for a son. When it turned out she was not a son, the disparity was too great for Jean to accept, and she did not even give her a name. It seems her family never considered this matter. She has been called Dei her entire life. Later, when her mother had a second daughter, she hoped for a son and named her Xiao Pundi. The third sister also received a name, Lai Di, Xiao Lady. After the third sister, a brother finally arrived, and their mother believed it was due to Lai Di's influence. Thus, aside from the good food that never reached Lai Di, everything else was satisfactory. She was the least punished among the 3 sisters, and although she did not get to eat meat, Lai Di was not starved either, and the chores she performed were significantly fewer compared to her and Pundi. Furthermore, since the 3 sisters suffered, as the elder sister, Dei always looked after her two younger siblings. Now she has departed from that household. On the day she was taken away by the old man Mi, her third sister, Lai Di, was still preoccupied with thoughts of marrying brother Yun Xian. Subsequently, Wang Shi, the grandmother of Lu Yun Xian, came to speak with their mother. It remains unclear what was said between Wang Shi and their mother, but after being chastised by their mother, the third sister ceased to speak of being embraced by brother Yun Xian or of marrying him. Perhaps she had given up? She left that home and found solace in the Shennong sect, which provided her with a sense of liberation. However, she was still concerned about her two younger sisters. Yet, she felt powerless, lacking both strength and ability. Returning would only result in her mother capturing her again to sell her. She resolved to wait until she had grown her wings, at which point her mother would no longer have dominion over her, and then she would visit her sisters. While Xiaodia was lost in her thoughts, Situ Mingyue and Gong Changqing furrowed their brows upon hearing her words. The ever-enthusiastic Situ Mingyue said, "Sister Dia, if you do not mind, I could bestow upon you a melodious name. After all, as a sister of the Shennong sect, how could you be called Dia? Such a rustic name?" Dia hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Having never received formal education, she could not conjure a lovely name herself, and it seemed most fitting to leave it to this amiable junior brother. Although his complexion was pale, he appeared quite cultured, reminiscent of Mr. Fong from their village. With her agreement, Situ Mingyue was pleased and added, "The name Dia could serve as a nickname for you. While your formal name shall be Xianxia, born from the earthly mire, yet akin to the ethereal snow on the green mountains, untouched by worldly dust, remaining true to your original intentions. Brother, what do you think? How does this name strike you?" Gong Changqing nodded. "Excellent. Xianxia, your admission into the Shennong sect, as Lord Lu has remarked, must signify your own beauty and uniqueness. If you can maintain that, it will be the greatest reward to the Shennong sect." Though Gong Changqing had joined the sect rather haphazardly, he felt deep gratitude and hoped that future members would understand the importance of gratitude. Remaining true to their original intentions and not engaging in inappropriate actions due to the sect's future power, he harbored concerns. For the only sect leader he had encountered was a mere child. No matter how formidable the child might be, they would remain oblivious to the corruption of the adult world. He did not wish for those admitted into the Shennong sect to be individuals who would exploit its strength for mischief. Although Lord Lu had stated that character was the primary criterion for selecting members, he was aware that even the most virtuous individuals could undergo a change in mentality when experiencing significant upheavals, especially transitioning from the depths of despair to the heights of fortune. Moreover, those lacking in absolute virtue might also succumb to corruption upon gaining power. He had expressed his concerns to Lord Lu, but the latter dismissed them, assuring him that if anyone truly changed, he would detect it at once, and there would be consequences awaiting them. There was no need for worry. Having reached this point in contemplation, Gong Changqing refrained from further discourse. Nevertheless, he wished to keep the fact that the sect leader was a child from becoming widely known, as children are inherently naive and simple-minded, and he did not want their leader to be deceived. Thus, in unseen places, he would remain discreet, but in plain view, he would emphasize the importance of gratitude and loyalty to the disciples of the Shennong sect. The allure of strength was indeed compelling, but instilling a sense of belonging to the sect among its members was of utmost importance. Only when they genuinely loved the Shennong sect would they refrain from causing trouble and unite to accomplish their tasks. While Gong Changqing was lost in thought, on the other side, upon hearing the name Xianxiaaudiobooks, Xiaodia felt a tremor run through her entire being. She sensed that a new chapter of her life had truly begun. Henceforth, there would be no more Xiaodia, only Xianxiaaudiobooks, cherished by her fellow sect members. As the night passed in the inn, considering the circumstances of Xianxia's past existence, Gong Changqing and Situ Mingyue included her in their activities, allowing her to learn something new. Later, they returned to the Shennong sect to obtain a manual for Xianxia. Upon seeing the celestial realm, Xianxia was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain her excitement. At last, she glimpsed the light in her once dismal life. Now, Xianxia transformed daily, and she realized that her escape from the old man Mi had been facilitated by her identity as a member of the Shennong sect. Members of the Shennong sect must not use their strength to bully others, as stated in the Identity Jade Tablet, but if they are bullied, they must retaliate. Gong Changqing explained that they had sought her out that day, targeting the old man Mi, as the sect leader had assigned them the task of rescuing her. Although the leader was not physically present, he was constantly attentive to each member, so she need not fear. Hearing this, Xianxia was deeply moved, filled with immense gratitude for the Shennong sect. The elderly man who had given her the Jade Tablet must have been a member of the sect as well. He had offered her a glimmer of hope amidst her despair, as someone who had just joined the Shennong sect with nothing to her name. The fact that the leader was concerned for her and had sent her two elder brothers to rescue her She conveniently overlooked Gong Changqing's mention of a task, made her feel that there had never been a better moment in her life. If initially her desire was merely to become powerful through this connection, now she understood that the Shennong sect had pulled her from the depths of suffering, and she wished to give back even more. Gong Changqing observed her growing sense of belonging and gratitude towards the Shennong sect and felt delighted. Knowing that his words had achieved their purpose, he genuinely believed in the goodness of the sect leader. Dia was merely an unremarkable girl from the village. Yet by joining the Shennong sect, she was aided and treated equally by the young sect leader, who prioritized her safety by sending them to rescue her. He truly admired the young leader for being so compassionate. He understood that with such a leader, should he one day find himself in peril due to a quest for vengeance, the leader would also assign tasks to other brothers and sisters to save him. This gave Gong Changqing, who had lost his family and had only one friend, Situ Mingwe, a sense of belonging and drew his heart closer to the Shennong sect without him even realizing it. Xiao Lexian was unaware that her desire to assist her unfortunate cousin had inadvertently captured Gong Changqing's heart. Possessing a wolf-like character, once he had made a commitment in his heart, he was willing to devote himself wholeheartedly. This was true for his friendship with Situ Mingwe and for his allegiance to the Shennong sect as well. Chapter 61. The Arrangements of Father and Grandfather Ajong. As Gong Changqing and his companions delved into the development plan for the Xiao family village, Xiao Lexian focused daily on martial arts classes. She and her brother devised various schemes to evade Master Ajong's lessons. After half a month, they finally provoked the normally good-tempered Xiao Hushan to anger. One day, Hushan called her outside, standing before the thundering waterfall, commanding her to stand properly. He rarely wore a serious expression, but now he adopted a stern demeanor, saying, "Lexian, I know you are a good child, and if you dislike Master Ajong's lessons, I can allow you to abstain. Learning martial arts is arduous, and I do not wish to impose it upon you. I would rather protect my daughter more in the future. However, your brother is a boy, he is robust, and would benefit from learning at a younger age, which would spare him much pain. You should not lead him into mischief. Your actions have made me feel unworthy in the eyes of the immortal who gifted us the manual." Indeed, in Hushan's heart, he attributed all unreasonable occurrences and the emergence of the divine manual to the immortal, believing that the dream was a sign of divine assistance for their family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lexian felt a shiver run down her spine. Even Xiao by within her spirit trembled with laughter. Xiao Lexian sensed that everything was going awry. "Father is speaking to you, do you hear?" Hushan, noticing his daughter with her head bowed in a posture of contrition yet remaining silent, felt a surge of urgency within him. Could it be that I have been too stern and fierce, scaring my daughter? Xiao Lexian was pulled back to reality by the voice of her father, Xiao Hushan. This time, she did not act coy or playful. Rather, she was prepared to speak the truth. She had discerned that, perhaps due to the celestial being in her dream, her father was particularly insistent on having her younger brother practice martial arts, a matter that could not be easily dismissed through mere mischief. It seemed that even a child's status had its limitations. Xiao Lexian sighed. Nevertheless, she lifted her head, her eyes blinking as she looked at her father, saying, "Father, it is not that Lexian is being mischievous. Rather, Lexian and her brother already have a master who teaches us formidable martial arts, far surpassing that of Grandfather Ajong. How could this be possible? His two children had always been under his watch. When had they found a master? Father, look." Xiao Lexian was ready to demonstrate her assertions through action. She approached a large stone that towered above her and struck it with her palm. Xiao Hushan's brow furrowed in concern. He feared for his daughter's hand. Just as his worries lingered, he witnessed the several hundred-pound stone being effortlessly sent flying by her small hand, soaring far away before shattering into dust with a resounding crash. Xiao Hushan was left in utter disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? Is my daughter still my daughter? He stood there, utterly astonished. Hearing the commotion, Uncle Ajong hobbled over, his curiosity piqued by the spectacle. Hushan, what on earth is happening? Xiao Hushan, still incredulous, recounted the events. Uncle Ajong, equally astonished, gazed at Xiao Lexian with a mix of awe and confusion. "No wonder you were reluctant to let your brother learn from me. Compared to your master, I am woefully inadequate. He has taught a 3-year-old child to shatter stones. How could I possibly compete?" He patted Hushan on the shoulder, saying, "Hushan, your daughter's inner strength likely rivals that of the greatest masters in the martial world. I shudder to think of her master's identity. We need not worry about their martial studies any longer. The child has taken on a master, and as martial instructors, we do not seek to train under another." Lexian's decision to prevent her brother from learning from him was indeed wise. Otherwise, conflicting martial arts might lead to disastrous consequences, with the lighter effects causing disruptions in their energy flow and the severer ones leading to madness. Uncle Ajong had long recognized that Lexian's antics during her brother's lessons were not due to her reluctance to learn, but rather her protective nature towards him. Each time he attempted to instruct her brother, she would intervene. Initially, he had misunderstood her motives, thinking she was jealous of her brother's potential, which had led him to harbor some resentment towards her. Now, understanding her true intentions, he felt a pang of shame. It turned out that this little girl was safeguarding her brother in her own way. What a remarkable child. That evening, upon returning home, Xian meticulously inquired about her master, asking when he had appeared and when he had begun their instruction. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lexian replied, "Father, my master has already entrusted me with the martial arts manual for my brother, instructing me to train him. Please do not doubt it. My master says I am a prodigy in martial arts, capable of mastering any technique with ease." Hearing this, although Xian still harbored some reservations, he felt compelled to trust his daughter's words. After all, there was no other course of action. He believed that his daughter's master was not someone to be trifled with. If his daughter were unreliable, he would not have entrusted her with such a young pupil. Moreover, she claimed to have been teaching her brother for over half a year without any issues, so he decided to let it be. As Xian went to bed, his mind was at ease, though his concern for his daughter and son had intensified. Even when Lexian was teaching her brother martial arts, he had asked Uncle Ajong to observe several times, confirming Ajong's assertion that the techniques Lexian taught her brother were sound and superior to any manual, even surpassing what Xian had learned from the celestial being. Finally, Xian felt reassured. Uncle Ajong remarked that the techniques the two children practiced were so advanced that while they might not raise eyebrows among ordinary people, any innate master who witnessed them might become envious. Thus, the martial training for Xiao Lexian and her brother moved indoors. Of course, the indoor practice took place in a cave behind a waterfall, a hidden locale discovered by Uncle Ajong in his youth. He had mused then that had the greedy wolves found the cave before, his grandfather would not have suffered again, and he would not have been incapacitated, allowing them to retain their wealth. However, such thoughts were futile now. Surprisingly, Xiao Lexian and Xiao Qingyun found the cave particularly appealing. It was spacious and grand. The entrance to the cave was not from the waterfall side, but rather from the opposite direction of the rocky forest, connecting to a concealed underground hollow. Uncle Ajong had stumbled into this hollow by accident, and, unable to rise, had followed its depths until he reached the cave by the waterfall. Xiao Lexian found herself in this secluded space to teach her brother out of necessity. She had the strength to withstand thousands of pounds, posing no threat from outsiders. However, Uncle Ajong was quite anxious, as was Xian, who remained vigilant. After ensuring everything was in order for his daughter and son, Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He deliberately kept this matter hidden from his close friends, Yuan Sheng and his wife, not disclosing it to anyone. Uncle Ajong also disapproved of him revealing it to anyone. Whenever Chunhua or Uncle Yuan Sheng inquired, he merely stated that the two children had been assigned another martial arts instructor by Uncle Ajong, who had a peculiar temperament, necessitating that Xian escort them there daily. Upon receiving this explanation, Chunhua felt assured that her son and daughter were safe and ceased her questioning. Although Uncle Yuan Sheng harbored some doubts, he trusted that his friend would share the truth when he was ready and did not pry further. Thus, under the careful orchestration of Xian and Uncle Ajong, Xiao Lexian and her brother embarked on a concealed yet extensive journey of martial training. Chapter 62. 3 years later, results. Time flowed like water, and 3 years slipped by. During this period, Xiao Lexian's schedule was tightly packed, resembling a life of seclusion dedicated to her studies. Eventually, she and her brother nearly resided at Great Uncle Lu's house. Not only did they take up residence there, but Xian, Chunhua, and Uncle Yuan Sheng also moved in. The dilapidated wooden house, though in disrepair, was ample enough for their needs. Xian was less present while tending to the fields, but whenever he had leisure, he spent it there. Uncle Yuan Sheng did the same. Now, with Uncle Yuan Sheng's health restored and Xian's leg healed, they worked side by side, assisting each other with the agricultural tasks. Chunhua, who did not work in the fields, took on the household chores, especially in the spacious wooden house by the water, which required more cleaning. The two elderly gentlemen, finding it inconvenient to move about, relied on Chunhua to assist with their laundry. This was also a way of expressing gratitude for Uncle Ajong's teachings, as Chunhua often remarked. With their presence, the atmosphere grew lively, and the spirits of the two elderly men visibly improved. Particularly for Xiao Lexian, witnessing Uncle Ajong's martial prowess gradually restored to the peak level of a grandmaster. He transformed from an elderly man in his 80s to a youthful figure in his 50s or 60s. This was indeed a source of great joy. Throughout these 3 years, even as Xiao Lexian diligently studied, she grasped the knowledge imparted to her. The curriculum primarily focused on literacy. By the time she had mastered the characters of this world, there would be little left to learn. However, this was something her meticulous great-uncle Lu was unaware of. Upon realizing that both Xiao Lexian and her brother possessed exceptional intellect and photographic memories, he shifted from a transactional teaching approach to a nurturing one. Eager to impart all the knowledge he possessed, he endeavored to teach them everything, from poetry and historical accounts to the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and the sciences of astronomy and geography. Xiao Lexian discovered that her sixth grandfather was indeed a remarkable talent, possessing an extraordinary array of skills. Naturally, her expertise far surpassed his, given that she had lived for an additional 10,000 years in her previous life. As she realized there was little left for her to learn, Xiao Lexian began to drift off during classes, often lost in thought. However, what appeared to outsiders as daydreaming was, in fact, her little green companion reporting on newly discovered talents. In subsequent encounters, she merely glanced at the individuals brought to her by Little Green through the screen before granting them their identity tokens, allowing them to undertake tasks. The potential for malice or ill intentions on their part, or their views on the Shennong sect, were of little concern, as long as the identity tokens recognized their owners. They would shatter and erase all memories of the Shennong sect if their moral character fell below 60%. Should they commit heinous acts that tarnish their virtue, the consequences would extend beyond mere memory loss to include the forfeiture of martial arts secrets and powers acquired from the Shennong sect, with severe repercussions, potentially even death. Thus, Xiao Lexian harbored no fear regarding the corruption of those admitted into the sect. Aside from the fortunate encounter with Gong Changqing, no one else had the opportunity to meet the sect leader. This was largely due to the fact that for the past 3 years, she had been closely monitored by her father and sixth grandfather, and with the responsibility of imparting the techniques from the Nine Heavens secret canon to her brother. She had little time for anything else. Consequently, any new developments were conveyed directly through Little Green's screen dialogue. For matters of significance concerning the Shennong sect, the disciples would reach out to Little Green, who would escalate issues to her only if they were beyond her capacity to resolve. Presently, Little Green's exceptional strength enabled her to adeptly handle any troubles that arose. Given that Shennong sect disciples were prohibited from disclosing internal matters to outsiders, they were only permitted to mention the name of their sect in passing. As for Xiao Lexian's cultivation, it progressed alongside the increasing number of disciples in the sect. In her first year, her advancement was modest, yet she managed to break through to the 5th level of the Renong stage, equivalent to the foundational stage of cultivation from her past life. She had anticipated a grand commotion accompanying her breakthrough, akin to her previous experiences. However, aside from a greater need for the aura of flora and fauna, the process was largely uneventful. The subsequent years were spent accumulating energy, as Xiao Lexian discovered that the requirements for breakthroughs increased exponentially. Even with the aid of the Blood Vine and the disciples of the Shennong sect, it took her 2 years to reach the 6th level. Notably, as her cultivation improved and the concentration of her Shennong bloodline reached 60%, her body reacted intensely, resulting in a high fever that lasted 3 days, alarming everyone around her, including Chunhuan Yang, Tiger Mountain Father, and others. Now, 3 years had passed. Grandpa Azhong's martial prowess had fully recovered, even surpassing his former strength, while Uncle Yuanxing and Tiger Mountain Father had both attained the level of Grandmaster. Chunhuan Yang had also reached the Grandmaster level. Xiao Lexian had a premonition that her long-dormant sixth grandfather was preparing to emerge. Regarding her brother, she had thoroughly taught him all the techniques from the Nine Heavens secret canon, and he had memorized them all, enabling him to practice independently. From this, it was evident that her brother possessed an extraordinary memory, given the complexity of the techniques in the Nine Heavens secret canon. Particularly in the latter stages where each step condensed into hundreds of moves, only a formidable intellect could retain them. If not for the necessity of teaching her brother, Xiao Lexian would likely have ventured far beyond her current confines long ago. Her brother, you have been a burden to your sister for 3 years. At that moment, 2 playful puppies bounded into the room, one black and yapping, which, to Xiao Lexian's ears, seemed to say, Master, Master, you must come out and see. There's a grand meeting in the village. Even your sixth grandfather has gone. Rarely was she informed that there would be no classes today, so she lay in bed, gazing at the little white dog that had transformed into a puppy, and inquired, Where's my brother? Over the past 3 years, her brother had been kept in a somewhat isolated manner. Tiger Mountain Father was concerned that he was too young to reveal any signs of their training and had insisted that he stay with sixth grandfather Lianshui Liushang for 3 years. Xiao Lexian was uncertain of Tiger Mountain Father's intentions, as he returned from the village with an increasingly grave demeanor and imposed stricter discipline upon them, seemingly urging them to learn more skills swiftly. As Grandpa Azhong had remarked, Tiger Mountain Father had once seen the battlefield and, even while residing in a small mountain village, remained exceptionally astute regarding the state of affairs. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to engage in trade for the sake of his and sixth grandfather's teachings. Perhaps his reluctance to let her and her brother leave Lianshui Liushang stemmed from a desire to preserve this remaining sanctuary of peace. It must be said that Tiger Mountain Father's protection was meticulous, encompassing both physical and emotional dimensions. Wu Master, your brother has gone deep into Yunhu Mountain to play with Dawang. Xiao Lexian nodded. Ever since the little one turned 3, he often ventured deep into Yunhu Mountain alone. Now at 4, and having completed all the techniques from the 9 Heaven Secret Canon, he had become even more adventurous. It seemed that these 3 years had truly confined the little one. Xiao Lexian knew that her brother's martial prowess now surpassed that of Grandpa Ajong. And as he practiced those techniques daily, he would only grow stronger. Of course, if it were an ordinary person, they would have likely shattered the void by now. But because her brother was a Huiguei, bound by unresolved karmic ties, he could not leave. This was also why Xiao Lexian had unreservedly taught him all the techniques. Her brother was invulnerable. If he wished to play, he could do so freely. Contemplating this, she turned to the white puppy beside her and said, Tongzi, please check in. Understood, Master. Ding. Check-in successful. Earned 20 units of flora and fauna aura, 20 points. Ah, progress indeed. With her recent breakthrough to the 6th level of the Renong stage, her check-ins now yielded increased amounts of aura and points, albeit modestly. Master, would you like to review the data? Yes, please. Certainly, Master. Name, Xiao Lexian. Age, 6 years. Cultivation level, Renong 6th stage. Concentration of Shennong bloodline, 60. Flora and fauna aura, 113276. Expendable, does not affect cultivation. Points, 29300. Check-ins, 1,789 days. Established sect, Shennong sect. Number of disciples, 36. Number of servants, 1. Void backpack. Basic vegetable seeds, 56. Basic grain seeds, 136. Medicinal herb seeds, 13017. Fruit tree seeds, 2792. Green plant seeds, 374991. 1 unknown blue seed. 1 unknown red seed. 1 soulwood seed, already planted. 1 set of planting tools, a hoe that can enlarge and shrink for automatic digging. A rake that can enlarge and shrink for automatic tilling. An endless bottle that can enlarge and shrink for infinite water collection. And a shovel that can enlarge and shrink for self-digging. 1 unknown lottery box, already used. And 1 key to the system shop, already used. Special items, Wuji Destiny Reversal Seal, already used, and a substitute doll. Reviewing the data, it was evident that the most significant change over the past 3 years had been the collection of seeds. Thus far, not a single one of the 36 individuals selected by Little Green had posed a problem. They were all capable individuals. The diversity of seeds in her backpack reflected this fact. Furthermore, Tongzi had mentioned that she possessed 90% of all the seeds in this world. And since collecting seeds was more conducive to earning points than planting, it surprised Xiao Lexian that all her disciples prioritized seed collection above all else. They all understood that swiftly obtaining the first wave of significant points was fundamental for them to establish themselves at the Shennong Gate. Even in the collection of seeds, Xiao Lexian could still acquire the essence of flora, thereby enhancing her cultivation. Otherwise, she would find herself quite frustrated. Now that the collection of seeds was nearing completion, it was time to commence extensive planting. Chapter 63, I disagree. Xiao Lexian signed in, and, after lounging lazily for a while, she ventured out, cradling Tuan Tuan and Xiao Bai in her arms. Master, where are we going? Xiao Bai inquired, blinking its innocent dog eyes. With a chuckle, Xiao Lexian couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Bai's adorably foolish demeanor. When she broke through to the 5th level of human agriculture, her divine soul, nourished by the soul-nurturing wood, had fully recovered, allowing both her pets to assume any form they wished before the public. Although she had once contemplated transforming them into adorable little puppies for her own amusement, she never anticipated that they would indeed morph into such forms. As Xiao Bai succinctly put it, humans are invariably enamored by creatures that exude foolish cuteness, often tending to pamper them. Thus, in order to garner maximum affection in the human realm, they chose to become dogs. This was the day when Xiao Lexian brought them home from outside. Indeed, they became the beloved companions of everyone in Lianshui Liushang, cherished by individuals from the youngest, Cheng Yun Ai, to the venerable Grandpa Ajong, who was in his 90s. Whether young or old, whenever they had a moment to spare, they would not forget to embrace these pets. Of course, Xiao Lexian reveled in their fluffy companionship, petting the black puppy, Xiao Bai, while simultaneously stroking the white puppy, Tuan Tuan. As she exited the wooden house by the water, basking in the sunlight, she squinted and mused, where else could we possibly go? Didn't you mention that the village chief summoned everyone for a meeting? Let us go see. In these past 3 years, aside from occasionally regarding Xiao Lu's mentions of finding new recruits, she had not concerned herself with much else. After all, she had observed that her father's martial prowess had improved significantly, and he had become quite adept at hunting with Uncle Yuanqing. ensuring that they could always sell wild game for profit. Thus, Xiao Lexian set aside her financial ambitions since, by a twist of fate, her father had established a thriving livelihood, rendering economic concerns trivial. Particularly, venturing deep into Yunhu Mountain for hunting posed no danger anymore. Therefore, with life being manageable, Xiao Lexian felt content, acknowledging her father's prowess, and resolved to be a dutiful child. In truth, having grown accustomed to a life of elevation in her past existence, she now yearned for simplicity. The mundane was indeed true. Without worries, her displayed abilities were not overwhelming, and no one troubled her. Being a hands-off manager was undoubtedly her greatest aspiration. It was evident that the environment shapes individuals. In her previous life, the realm of cultivation was fraught with peril. Even the slightest lapse in vigilance could result in death. During that time, her nerves were perpetually on edge, leaving no room for relaxation. Eventually, as her cultivation advanced and her abilities flourished, the number of people seeking her out increased. Most notably, she could not entirely disregard them. Otherwise, she risked isolation within the realm of cultivation, which was more daunting than the isolation itself. She had no desire to leave herself vulnerable to future repercussions. Hence, she maintained some connections within the cultivation community. Now, in this world devoid of danger, Xiao Lexian's nonchalance was fully awakened. Engaging in light conversation with her two pets, they made their way into Xiao family village. It had been a long time since she last visited, and upon her return, she noticed that everyone in the village appeared well-dressed and in good spirits. However, why did they all wear such worried expressions? Observing the throngs of people gathered around the willow tree in the village square, Xiao Lexian pushed her way through with her puppies in tow. She then heard a robust yet weary voice proclaim, "Everyone, please be quiet. My father has just outlined the situation. Today, we have gathered to seek your thoughts. Should we align with our benefactor-S team or with the Liu family girl-S team?" Someone immediately replied, "Of course. We should side with the benefactor. Over these 3 years, chaos and famine have beset the outside world. And if it were not for the benefactor bringing us special seeds that allow crops to flourish in the parched earth, our entire village would likely have starved to death." 2 years ago, in Qingshi town, even in Jiazhaking and several other distant cities, there was no grain to be found. Now, scenes of cannibalism are emerging outside. If it were not for our benefactor-S protection, even the meager supplies we have would have been plundered. The crowd erupted in agreement, fervently endorsing this sentiment. Yet, another voice interjected, "The benefactor has stated that his special seeds are still limited in use. How can we be certain that we will always have them?" The Liu family girl, on the other hand, is said to be connected to a powerful backer and possesses an abundance of grain. Because of this, 90% of the villages in Qingshi town have pledged their allegiance to her, leaving only our Xiao family village and the Niu family village. If we refuse to align with her, we risk isolation and potential retaliation from those behind the Liu family girl. The speaker was a learned man, Mr. Fong of Xiao family village, who also taught students in the surrounding villages. He was well aware of the Liu girl's reputation for kindness. And for the long-term welfare of Xiao family village, aligning with her and her powerful allies seemed paramount. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated, "I disagree." Xiao Lexian turned her gaze to find that the voice belonged to Grandpa Liu, who sat in a wheelchair in the corner. Chapter 64. The Village Chief's Memories of the Xiao Family and the Reason for Opposition. Upon hearing this voice, the white-haired elder seated in the center was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards the source of the sound. Upon recognizing the figure in the wheelchair, he was struck dumb, disbelief washing over him. "Oh, old Liu, how did you manage to come out?" The response was the sound of wheels turning, as others instinctively parted ways, allowing him to approach the elderly village chief at the center. He gazed at the chief for a long moment, asking, "What? Am I not allowed to come?" "Of course you can," the village chief replied, his expression complex. He recalled the time when old Liu was at the height of his glory, believing that they could rise again, that the fate of Xiao family village could be altered, and that they could return to their former status. However, that hope was short-lived. As old Liu had fallen from grace, his legs broken and forced back into seclusion. Initially, he had cared for his brother, and the villagers frequently visited to show their respect, wishing to convey that the people of Xiao family village were not so superficial as to disregard him in his misfortune. They held him in esteem, especially for his vast knowledge, hoping that he would guide the villagers and that Xiao family village would once again produce a genius who could soar without ever falling back down. Perhaps the rest of the Xiao family was oblivious, but as the eldest member of Xiao family village, he had memories. He had grown up in a family of wealth and prestige, with a formidable grandfather who had many servants. However, when his grandfather passed away, their entire family faced slaughter or exile, with his father being banished to a remote location. Due to the chaos of war, they fled and eventually settled in Xiao family village. His father had yearned to restore the glory of his father, to return to that place, but he lacked the capability. The moment their family appeared there, they were mercilessly killed. These were the last words from his father before he died, urging him to find a secluded place to settle down and never to return. Perhaps, a century later, all would forget their lineage, and their descendants might not even be able to return. Eventually, his father did settle down, marrying and having 10 children in Xiao family village. However, the younger siblings remained unaware of their family's illustrious past, believing instead that they had always been simple farmers. In the subsequent days, before his father's passing, he imparted numerous matters to him, revealing that until the Xiao family produced another unparalleled talent, the secrets of their lineage should remain undisclosed to anyone. He solemnly pledged this to his father. It was during this period that his childhood memories became increasingly vivid. He found himself perpetually yearning to resurrect the glory of his grandfather. Perhaps it was indeed hereditary. The emergence of sixth brother instilled within him a glimmer of hope. He had planned to confide in sixth brother once he found his footing, yet upon their next encounter, he discovered that sixth brother had already fallen from grace. In that moment, the old village chief felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. Among the Xiao family, comprising 10 siblings in his generation, each with countless offspring, who truly knew the origins of their ancestors. No one of the 10 siblings, merely 6 remained in Xiao village. His branch, the first of the Xiao family, boasted numerous descendants still residing in the village. Second brother, a romantic at heart, devoted his life to his wife, ultimately fathering only a single daughter whom he adored excessively. However, after marrying far away, she had not returned to visit her aging parents, leaving second brother and his wife in solitude, their later years marked by sorrow. Third brother, a pragmatic man, married a matchmaker named Mei and fathered several sons, one of whom married into the Mei family, also a matchmaker. Compared to his brothers, third brother led a relatively content life. Fourth brother, known as Xiao Sai, ventured into the world in his youth, working as a bodyguard for decades. Following the tragedy that befell his son and daughter-in-law, he returned to Xiao village with his wife. Now, both elders were in poor health, with only one grandson, Xiao Quan, who recently sought medicine for them and nearly lost his life to a pack of wolves in the mountains, saved only by the timely intervention of the formidable Hushan. Fifth brother, Xiao Wuya, was intelligent in his youth, but possessed a penchant for extravagance. In his childhood, he was quite loquacious, but as an adult, he fell victim to a deceitful romance with a city girl, leading to his abduction. Sixth brother, however, was the one he valued the most, a prodigy with intellect akin to their grandfather. As the old village chief pondered these matters, he lost the desire to delve deeper. To this day, he mourned for sixth brother and for Xiao village. He had never intended for such an outcome. The villagers of Xiao village were predominantly simple folk. Even in his misfortune, the villagers would have been willing to look after sixth brother. Yet, when that nobleman personally visited him, he ordered the entire village to ostracize sixth brother, declaring that anyone who dared to approach him would face dire consequences. First, livestock perished, followed by human fatalities. Initially, he was skeptical and refrained from informing the villagers. However, after a villager brought vegetables to sixth brother, only to have their pigs die, he could no longer conceal the truth. Consequently, he brought the matter to the attention of influential figures in Xiao village, stating that sixth brother had offended a nobleman and that they could no longer associate with him. These individuals confirmed this and subsequently admonished their families to distance themselves from sixth brother. After all, nothing was more precious than one's life. At first, the villagers found this difficult to accept, occasionally reminiscing about the sixth brother who had once held the potential to elevate Xiao village to great heights. Years later, however, the number of those who recalled him dwindled significantly. After a decade or more, the younger generation was entirely oblivious to the existence of sixth brother. If one were to suggest that Hushan had forgotten him due to the lengthy military service and his subsequent marriage, then others had consciously chosen to erase him from memory, having never heard of him from their elders. The old village chief understood that his sixth brother was a man of immense pride. If the villagers did not seek him out, he would not extend an invitation for interaction. Indeed, time passed, 20 or 30 years. The old village chief never anticipated that someone who had vanished from sight for so long, whom he had even presumed dead, would suddenly reappear, catching everyone off guard. At that moment, not only was the old village chief astonished, but the older villagers present wore expressions of shock and complexity. Meanwhile, the younger members of Xiao village, along with the newly married women, were utterly bewildered. Who was this man? Who could enlighten them? While the old village chief was taken aback, he soon realized that after 30 years, the nobleman must have ceased his surveillance over them, prompting him to calm his racing heart. After all, he was the old village chief. He simply inquired, "Sixth brother, why do you refuse?" He had never underestimated the wisdom of his sixth brother, and if he opposed something, there must be a valid reason. As expected, once the old village chief spoke, the village elders turned their attention to the man in the wheelchair, listening intently. He was their contemporary, a lingering shadow from their childhood. In their memories, he had once stood as a king among them, despised yet idolized. He spoke, because those who seek to rally the hearts of the people stockpile provisions, and recruit soldiers are invariably rebels. He articulated his reasoning with deliberate clarity. To join such a cause would merely render one a pawn, with no favorable outcome. Moreover, if one's intentions were corrupt, they would hoard grain, only to sell it during times of turmoil to win the people's favor. Reflect on that. After all, I disdain aligning myself with someone who would scheme against the common folk. Upon hearing his analysis, the crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Rebellion? Did that not imply an intention to revolt? The rest of his words eluded their comprehension, yet as villagers of the land, they were all stricken pale with fear. The old village chief's expression darkened considerably. Similarly, Mr. Fong, who had previously advocated for supporting Miss Lu and aligning with her powerful backers, now bore a face of grave concern. Indeed, such implications meant that he, a respectable teacher, had been outmaneuvered by that young lady, Lu Yao. Chapter 65, A Way to Reassure Father. While the old village chief and others continued their deliberations, Xiao Lexian sensed something amiss in the crowd and discreetly withdrew, informing her parents before leaving the village. Given Xiao Lebao's formidable strength, Shan and Chunhua had come to realize that despite their initial attempts to shield their children from the harsh realities of life, they still allowed them to explore Yunhu Mountain. Now, hearing sixth uncle's intentions of emerging from seclusion, they acknowledged the necessity for their 6-year-old daughter to witness the world's truths. It was better for her to gain some understanding than to remain overly sheltered and naive, leaving her vulnerable to future harm. In this world, possessing formidable strength offers a degree of self-protection, but to thrive in tumultuous times, one must also cultivate a resilient heart. Thus, Xiao Lexian was permitted to venture beyond the village, even to the distant Qingstone town of her memories. However, what she did not anticipate was that while Shan had consented to her outing, he secretly followed at a distance. For he remained concerned for his daughter on her first journey away from home. He resolved to keep watch over her from afar, ready to assist her with any troubles. Although sixth uncle had assured him of her keen intellect, ensuring she would not encounter difficulties, she was still merely 6 years old. He felt it imperative to accompany her. As Xiao Lexian exited the village, she did not consciously extend her senses to scan her surroundings, yet her acute hearing enabled her to discern even the faintest sounds. Thus, she was the first to realize that her father was trailing behind. As for how she recognized it was her father, it was due to the unique cadence of his footsteps. Every individual has a distinct rhythm to their stride. Xiao Lexian felt a mix of comfort and annoyance. Despite her strong demeanor, her father still harbored concerns about her venturing outside. How overly protective he was, Xiao Lexian thought with a sense of happiness. However, with her father trailing behind, she was determined to unleash her hidden prowess. She adopted a cautious demeanor, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. And only then did she exhale in relief upon confirming the area was indeed deserted. Her actions, predictably, caught her father's attention. It seems that his little daughter was harboring a secret from him. Shan, her father, skillfully concealed himself down the slope. Only after Xiao Lexian was certain of her solitude did she produce a paper talisman, tear it apart, and call into the air, "Master, please come out. Your disciple has come to see you." Then, with a ripple in the space around her, a tall figure emerged. Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it truly be his daughter's master? Appearing out of thin air? Was her master a deity? Such sudden materialization. This led him to ponder the implications. Could the inexplicable bounties, food growing in their yard, the ever-flowing well, and the 8 rare tomes that had mysteriously appeared, be the work of his daughter's celestial master? This revelation brought to mind a dream he had, where the luminous figure bore a striking resemblance to his daughter's master. Shan felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret, nearly dazed by the realization. If his conjecture held true, then the benevolent interventions, providing food and scriptures, were all due to his daughter. Had they, in essence, benefited from her brilliance? Did the villagers share in this fortune? The unyielding well in Xiao family village, and the influential visitors who had graced them over the past 3 years, was the portly figure radiating good fortune also an envoy of her divine master? If indeed this was the case, it was nothing short of extraordinary. They must not betray their benefactor, the celestial master, by aligning with that Miss Lu. For if his daughter's master were to be angered, who could withstand such wrath? Observing his daughter clandestinely meeting her divine master, he concluded that her master wished for no one to witness their encounter. Therefore, if his daughter was in the company of her master, she must be safe. Furthermore, as the disciple of a deity, The power she wielded was unfathomable. He was certain that anyone who dared to harm her would ultimately suffer misfortune. And with a divine master vigilantly watching over her, he felt assured of her safety. With this newfound confidence, he decided to return to the village immediately to share the news of their divine protection, at the very least with Uncle Lu and the village chief. Thus, with one last glance at his daughter, who was being led away by her master, he turned back. Once her father had departed, Xiao Lexian promptly released her grip on her little green servant and coughed lightly. "All right, little servant, your role here is over. You may leave." The little green servant was bewildered. What did the master mean by summoning him from miles away? Why call him master? What did it mean to follow her wishes without question? The 6-year-old master, pulling his hand with such warmth and affection, incessantly calling him master, left the little green servant's energy form on the verge of collapse. Was this abnormal behavior of his master somewhat intimidating? He sensed the presence of someone watching them, leading him to believe that his master's peculiar antics were meant for that observer. Before he could fathom the situation, the system whisked him away. As Xiao Lexian had fully claimed him, and being merely an energy entity, she could summon him back at will through the system. However, such forced summoning demanded considerable energy, which the little green servant had advised against using frequently. Nonetheless, in order to ensure her father's peace of mind and to be free to roam without worry, she had resorted to staging this charade. Yes, she desired to be an ordinary and obedient child. Let the other titles rest upon the shoulders of her little green servant. After all, he was her energy embodiment. Oblivious to human emotions and social intricacies, the little green servant found himself perplexed by his master's actions and the implications behind them. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai, the little white dog, erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. With today's performance, Master S. Father will surely be at ease. Master, we can now roam freely. Where shall we venture next?" The excited little black pup inquired. Xiao Lexian smiled. "What shall we play? I have important matters to attend to today." "What important matters?" Xiao Bai pressed, filled with skepticism. "You shall find out soon enough. If you want to tell me." "Then little Tawanzi, do you know what important matters Master has?" "You don't know either, do you?" The little white dog, Tawanzi, remained silent. In truth, he did have his suspicions but was unwilling to divulge them to the oblivious Xiao Bai, who nuzzled against Xiao Lexian's palm, seeking affection. Chapter 66. The Cause Unveiled. "Speak. What is the matter?" Within the confines of Zhuzhai City, following the resonance of the sect's identity token, Xiao Lexian located Gong Changqing. She had transformed her appearance, donning a celestial gown and veiling her face, seated in a private room of the only still operational tavern in Zhuzhai City, gazing at the now-grown and handsome young man. "Gong Changqing, Master." Gong Changqing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that, after 3 years, the sect master would personally seek him out. However, what query did the master have? He had pledged his loyalty to the Shennong sect, and even though the master was still young, he would not be misled. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "What aspect do you wish to discuss, Master?" "In Qingstone Town. Why were special seeds not distributed to the other villages apart from Xiao family village?" As she observed the desolation surrounding the other villages, devoid of life, with only Xiao family village's fields flourishing with greenery, she felt a twinge of discontent with Gong Changqing's decisions. The essence of the Shennong sect was agriculture. Was it not a fundamental principle to cultivate wherever possible? By denying the surrounding villages the opportunity to plant, were they not isolating Xiao family village? Could Gong Changqing truly be so short-sighted, fixated solely on the preferential treatment afforded to Xiao family village? Gong Changqing, witnessing the young master's authority and listening to her words, felt an internal pang of regret but remained silent, only managing to express, "I apologize. Changqing has failed to meet the expectations of the master and Lord Lu." Xiao Lexian narrowed her eyes, her expression devoid of emotion, which sent a chill down Gong Changqing's spine. Yet she stated, "I do not wish to hear excuses. You need only tell me the reason. I instructed you to extend care to Xiao family village, not to allow it to be isolated. And do not forget, the foundation of the Shennong sect is agriculture. By distributing special seeds through your hands, you could amass substantial points. Why have you not acted? Tell me, why neglect the surrounding villages?" This was a mystery that perplexed Xiao Lexian as well. During the previous meeting, upon hearing the circumstances shared by the villagers, particularly regarding those beyond the confines of Xiao family village, Xiao Lexian felt a surge of anger. She was inclined to summon Gong Changqing, the one responsible for the cultivation in that area, to reprimand him and demand clarity. It was evident that he was not a fool, yet he had engaged in foolish actions, while she held little regard for the wretched famine-stricken villagers. She could not tolerate her disciples from the Shennong sect acting with such folly. Moreover, the isolation of Xiao family village brought her no benefits, which further fueled her displeasure. Noticing the signs of her ire, Gong Changqing wore a bitter smile and spoke, "Master, It is not that I do not wish to distribute seeds to other villages, but rather that, aside from Xiao family village, the others have proven incapable of successful cultivation. Initially, I sent Afu to negotiate with the villagers, offering them special seeds under the condition that for every pound they received, they would return us 2 pounds of harvest. Indeed, Xiao Lexian nodded, understanding that this was a stipulation for the sustainable development of the Shennong sect. Did they refuse? No. They accepted with overwhelming joy. Once they learned that the special seeds from Xiao family village could yield double the harvest of ordinary seeds without being affected by environmental conditions, how could they possibly decline? So why did it not succeed? Master, herein lies the peculiarity. He wore a perplexed expression. Whenever we promote the special seeds in neighboring villages, we encounter repeated failures, facing either setbacks or inexplicable troubles. For instance, one time, junior brother Mingyue personally delivered seeds to Lin family village, but upon nearing the agreed location, he suffered an injury despite being a martial arts master in the late innate stage. It took him quite some time to recover. Later, when I went to deliver the special seeds myself, a black eagle swooped down from the sky and snatched the seeds right from my hands. Subsequently, I decided to store the special seeds within my identity token, intending to retrieve them once inside the village. However, that very day, a tragedy struck Lin family village, resulting in numerous casualties and a cacophony of grief that rendered the villagers indifferent to the matter of seeds. I thought to hand over the seeds to the village chief for distribution once their spirits had settled. To my dismay, days later, the village chief informed me that his grandson had thrown the bag of seeds into the fire while his mother was cooking wild vegetables, and astonishingly, the adults had failed to notice. Such occurrences have been numerous, akin to what transpired in Lin family village. The ultimate outcome was that the villagers either failed to acquire the seeds or, if they did, encountered various unforeseen events preventing them from planting. After several attempts, the villagers succumbed to despair, believing themselves forsaken by the heavens, as if the divine was compelling them toward their demise. Why then could Xiao family village thrive so effortlessly while they floundered? Moreover, it was disheartening to realize that the calamities began with the villages surrounding Xianxia town, becoming most severe there, while those farther away, although still afflicted, fared relatively better. Previously, I would not have attributed such abnormalities to supernatural causes. However, now that I am a member of the Shennong sect and aware of the existence of the divine, I often ponder whether it is indeed the heavens that deny those villagers the chance to thrive. Shaking her head, Xiao Lexian decided she had heard enough. She had merely sought to uncover the reasons behind the predicament, and now that she had her answer, she felt enlightened. In this life, having been cherished and nurtured by her father while devotedly guiding her brother, she had forgotten that there existed a heroine in the pages of a book. How could she forget that this world was merely a narrative? Upon reflection, she quickly grasped the chain of events and their significance. So, the plot had commenced. No wonder she had always sensed something amiss. The villages nearest to the book's heroine were indeed those surrounding Xianxia town. As the heroine matured, the narrative began to unfold, and the fate concentrated upon her would inevitably take effect. The moment she utilized her fortune, her luck would improve, consequently leading to misfortune for this world. Particularly, the villages closest to the heroine would be the first to suffer. It all made sense. No wonder, since her reincarnation into this world, the weather had worsened each year. It was because the heroine was growing, and the plot was gradually coming into alignment. The heroine's good fortune required a greater share of fate, thus diminishing the fortune available to sustain this world. It was indeed a true case of mutual decline. Yet, why were the villages surrounding the heroine facing calamity while Xiao family village remained unscathed? Fortune was an elusive concept, one she could not grasp. She did not believe it was her doing. Regardless, there was no time to linger. She must visit the little heavenly Tao. Previously, upon reaching level 5, she had been so immersed in her blissful existence that she had forgotten to present the realm of truth to the little heavenly Tao. It was time to rectify that. With a swift motion, Xiao Lexian employed spatial transfer and vanished before Gong Changqing. Gong Changqing was left stunned, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Chapter 67, 2. Ah, Master, you were so serious just now, it frightened me. The little pup exclaimed as soon as Xiao Lexian departed. Chuckling, Xiao Lexian patted its head and replied, "What is there to fear? You know that was merely for show." Oh, how unfortunate it is to be a disciple of the Shennong sect, for the master does not regard them as close companions. What else could be done? They have obtained what they desired upon joining the Shennong sect. This is a fair transaction. Oh no, it should be said that this is a lucrative deal for them. Boo-hoo, master, you must never treat me so, otherwise I shall be heartbroken. Xiao Lexian laughed again, assuring, of course not. Meanwhile, the ever-observant spirit remained silent, pondering the cold and detached side of her master, a sight she had not witnessed before. In the presence of family, The master radiated warmth and charm. Yet when faced with outsiders, she was utterly ruthless. It seemed that after 3 years in the Shennong sect, Gong Changqing had not evoked even a shred of emotion from her. Perhaps this was the true visage of a millennia-old immortal, cold and solitary. Or perhaps not solitary. Perhaps it was mere indifference. Will the master have any friends with such a demeanor? Suddenly, concern for her master arose within the spirit, unbeknownst to Xiao Lexian. Her companion's wild thoughts were running rampant. She gently stroked the spirit's head and asked, "Tuan Tuan, can you sense the location of the little heavenly Tao?" "Of course, master. I found it, master. At the endless sea, near the Tiandu Gap. That is the entrance to the void realm of this world." "All right, let us proceed directly." With that, Xiao Lexian initiated spatial transfer. In this world, the most gratifying aspect for Xiao Lexian was that as her cultivation advanced, she could employ skills from the realm of cultivation, save for the ability to kill with nature's essence. We've arrived," she exclaimed joyfully, confident that the issue of this world's potential destruction would soon be resolved. If the little heavenly Tao witnessed the realm of truth and did not alter its course, it would simply be foolish. Surely it would not continue down a path of self-destruction knowing the consequences. Indeed, if the world did not meet its demise, she could leisurely cultivate, even if it meant allowing her disciples from the Shennong sect to plant. At the very least, a peaceful and serene world was a sight she found pleasing. Xiao Lexian found herself in a misty expanse, a realm that stood as the closest semblance to the heavens, a place steeped in ethereal fog. Undeterred, she ventured deeper, only to behold a cherubic child, blissfully slumbering with drool cascading from his lips. Master, is this the celestial Tao? So diminutive. How embarrassing. He is not even clad. Little Bai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, marveling at the proximity to the true celestial Tao. The bare-bottomed child, Xiao Lexian, cast a glance, nodding in agreement. Indeed, quite small. Suddenly, as if sensing an intruder, the celestial Tao began to stir. Despite her immense power and formidable spirit, Xiao Lexian's presence in the domain of the celestial Tao elicited a reaction. Not wishing to wait for his awakening, she flickered with determination, performing a decisive gesture. A continuous surge of natural energy and spiritual force emanated from her. Her countenance was taut with concentration, her seriousness palpable. The overwhelming aura she radiated caused the timid little Bai to tremble in fear, paralyzed in place. Before long, the natural energy and spiritual force coalesced into an intricate, ancient pattern around her, transforming the nebulous realm as the skies darkened and mists roiled. The celestial Tao was startled into full wakefulness. Bad person. Upon recognizing Xiao Lexian as the formidable demon, he burst into tears. Unperturbed, Xiao Lexian uttered, "Realm of truth. Commence." With a heart-wrenching wail, the celestial Tao found himself enveloped by the descending ancient totem, ultimately vanishing from sight. Chapter 68. The Celestial Tao's Deep Regret. Embarking on the path of virtue. How could this be? It is utterly terrifying. The celestial Tao traversed through myriad scenes. In one, he witnessed his beloved sister committing a multitude of nefarious deeds, relentlessly depleting her fortune while lamenting in dreams of how everyone mistreated her. He saw himself, unwaveringly believing her words, as her fortune dwindled with each misdeed, yet she continued to seek his aid. But how could he provide? He had already given her half of his own fortune. The other half was not his to squander freely. 30% was allocated to those who guided the course of history, while 20% was bestowed upon the ordinary populace. If the 20% of countless commoners were exhausted, the world itself would unravel. Thus, no matter how much he was urged to extract more, that 20% remained sacrosanct. But what of his sister's heartbreaking plight? He grappled with his emotions before deciding to allocate the 30% destined for the world's leaders to his sister. How to transfer it? For the men, he severed their fated connections, weaving red threads to make them fall in love with her. For the women, he instigated jealousy, leading them to lose themselves, thereby causing their fortunes to dissipate. As he implemented this strategy, he beheld the results. Yet, he pondered why, despite forcibly binding some with red threads, they could not genuinely love her and even question their affections. After all, her foundation was weak, her appearance ordinary, even somewhat unattractive. Without his constant nurturing of her fortune, she would not even have blossomed into a modest beauty. But what did that matter? He was not a shallow creature, bound by human vanity. He cared not for appearances. He ventured into the dreams of many mortals, where they saw his adorable self, his remarkable abilities, soaring through the skies, yet they only felt fear and sought to expel him. Only his unappealing sister remained to play with him. Thus, he resolved to give everything to her, the very best of all. However, as she absorbed the 30% of fortune from her admirers, he found himself weakened further. His unilateral alteration of mortal destinies backfired upon him. plunging him into unconsciousness, rendering him unable to maintain a corporeal form. After all he had done, surely his sister would be satisfied and joyful now? Yet, why did she seem increasingly monstrous? He had clearly instructed her against harboring malicious intent or committing acts of unwarranted violence, emphasizing that her fortune would not vanish if she performed good deeds. Yet, upon awakening, he discovered that her remaining fortune had also dissipated. She and her beloved ascended to the throne as emperor and empress, only for her to exhaust her entire fortune before her demise. And then he perished. His world crumbled. Countless commoners cried out in despair as the world erupted in chaos. Volcanoes erupted, earthquakes shook the ground, plagues ravaged the populace, and crops failed to yield, leaving even the soil barren. He watched as the people succumbed to despair. Even those who survived the calamities awaited their slow demise from hunger. His world had completely unraveled. From beginning to end, merely 7 days had passed. Those who were so starved they could not even consume dirt, and those who barely clung to life, finally found solace in the cataclysmic explosion of their world, and he witnessed their liberated smiles. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with anguish. He felt a vague sense of culpability, yet was at a loss as to where he had erred. This outcome should never have come to pass. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, he regretted allowing fear of losing his only companion, his sister, to compel him to relinquish the final 30% of the world's fortune. Had he not done so, perhaps his world would not have perished, nor would he have met his end. Awakening, the celestial Tao wept profusely. Why has this happened? This cannot be real. Woo-woo, it must be the demon's trap. She simply does not wish for me to treat my sister well. Yet, his innate instincts as the celestial Tao insisted it was true, that this was a potential future. If the fortune tethered to his sister was exhausted, she would indeed come seeking more, and he would have to acquiesce. But what now? He did not wish for his world to perish. Nor did he desire to lose his playmate, his sister. What should he do? With tears brimming in his eyes, the celestial Tao gazed forlornly at the demon, ultimately resolving with a choked voice, at the very least, I shall no longer grant my sister any fortune. This was the only promise he could make. I did not seek such an outcome, Xiao Lexian, the little demon, murmured to herself, contemplating how to reclaim the improperly distributed fortune. Would killing you rectify the distribution of the world's fortune? The child tilted his head in confusion, inadvertently instilling fear in another child nearby. Ah, demon, please do not slay me. I do not wish to die. The celestial Tao was filled with a fervent desire to survive, for he knew the demon possessed the power to end him. Each year, the demon grew stronger, her spirit restored. He was merely an ordinary celestial Tao of a mundane world, and he hoped the demon would not fixate on him. Xiao Lexian, the little one, chuckled and shook her head. Your actions hardly reflect a lack of fear of death. Otherwise, how could you be so audaciously reckless? Woo-woo, the celestial Tao lamented, feeling aggrieved once more. Why is it that, despite being the celestial Tao of a world, I cannot even treat my playmate kindly? He too felt a profound sense of injustice. Do not weep. I have no intention of bullying children. You must atone for your actions, yet remain alive. Otherwise, you will ultimately bring about the destruction of this world. It would be better for me to assist you in obliterating it now, sparing you from further suffering. Xiao Lexian threatened the celestial Tao. The words of the great demon truly instilled fear within him. Only as the embodiment of the celestial way could it fully comprehend the sheer terror and might of the great demon. Ironically, she had transcended the confines of the rules, and he could not forcibly expel her. How pitiable it was that he had to succumb to the threats of the great demon. Nonetheless, cowed by her formidable presence, the little celestial way divulged a solution, appearing utterly beleaguered. Great demon, dear sister, the 50% of fortune I dispatched is irrevocably lost. It cannot be reclaimed. Upon perceiving the great demon's rising ire, the timid little celestial way hastily added, although it cannot be retrieved, if Miss Yao Yao engages in malevolent deeds or harbors ill intent, her fortune will dissipate. At that juncture, if you address the calamities wrought by the world's fortune depletion, you shall reclaim that fortune, restoring it to the cosmos. Oh, Xiao Lexian mentally nodded in understanding. Thus it was. Yet, why should she shoulder the burdens caused by the female protagonist's misdeeds? What would she gain from such toil? Perhaps it would be better to let the world meet its demise. Yes, all she needed was to take her father, Tiger Mountain, and her mother, Springflower, along with her brother. She could simply switch to another world for amusement. She could not fathom why she could not simply eliminate the celestial way of this world. After all, she could leave whenever she wished. The overseer had stated that one must reach the Shennong level 1 to depart from this realm. But having regained her formidable celestial essence, Xiao Lexian sensed that she could indeed leave, provided she dragged the entire world down with her. In that moment of forced departure, she would expend all her celestial energy, which this world would be incapable of withstanding, leading to its immediate collapse. Hence, the overseer advised her to diligently cultivate until she attained Shennong level 1 for a self-sufficient exit, devoid of repercussions. Indeed, if she were to annihilate a world, it would significantly diminish her merit, potentially severing her path to divinity. This was the true consequence. Yet, to persist in a life of indignity, cleaning up the mess left by a mortal protagonist, was an affront to her celestial heart. She deemed it preferable to remain unascended. Moreover, the destruction of a world that was destined to perish bore little weight in terms of karma, which celestial being had not obliterated a few worlds in their time. Only she remained so methodical and untroubled. Now, feeling discontent and yearning for chaos, what could she do? After all, the one she held dearest in this world, her father, Tiger Mountain, would not perish, nor would her second dearest, Spring Flower, and her brother. What was there to fear? Xiao Lexian's south thoughts danced dangerously close to the edge, and her words horrified the little celestial Wei, who wept. No, please, you are cultivating that agricultural technique, right? By resolving the calamities caused by the depletion of fortune. Although you won't regain the fortune returning to the cosmos, you can accrue immeasurable merit, which would be invaluable to you. Knowing that the great demon was fundamentally a being who would not rise without benefit, it hastily presented the advantages. Oh, only it understood how cold the great demon's heart truly was. Even being near it sent shivers down its spine. Oh, there is merit to be gained? It seemed that no matter where one sought to save the common folk, the merit was boundless. In the myriad worlds and fundamental laws, the most favored were still those at the very bottom, the common people. When ordinary folk perished, they could reincarnate infinitely, whereas cultivators, who defied the heavens, faced greater trials. The more formidable they became, the more challenges the heavens presented. A moment of carelessness could lead to their demise, casting their souls to oblivion, with no chance of reincarnation. From this perspective, the laws of heaven and earth remained fair. If you sought to defy me, then let us see if you are successful in your defiance. The heavens also grant you opportunities. Her arrival in this world may not have been mere happenstance. Since there was merit to be earned, she might as well remain. After all, she had not yet exhausted her enjoyment of this world. Until the very end, she did not wish to engage in acts that harmed others to her own detriment. As long as the protagonist of the story continued her antics without provoking her, the more trouble she caused, the faster her fortune would deplete, allowing Xiao Lexian to peacefully accrue her merit. Killing the fortune-laden protagonist outright would mean the 50% of fortune would vanish from her own being, and her merit would be lost, certainly not a worthwhile exchange. It was better for her to simply endure. Having lost fortune that could not be replenished, she believed this time would not be as bountiful as in parallel worlds. Oh, great demon, what have you done to me? Xiao Lexian smiled. Of course, I have placed restrictions upon you, reinforcing the world's fortune. With these restrictions, you will be unable to bestow the celestial fortune upon your beloved sister. Concerning the little celestial Wei, Xiao Lexian remained cautious. Although she had shown it the true realm, what if it were a fool? What if it sought its own demise? She could not permit the death of this world. Thus, no one could allow it to perish, not even the little celestial Wei. Oh, little celestial Wei, how aggrieved you are. The great demon had not only imposed the mark of good and evil upon her sister, but had also expended tremendous effort to break it. Little did it know that she had subsequently bound herself with the restrictions of heaven, earth, and soul, relinquishing its control over its own fortune. Was there ever a celestial Wei as beleaguered as this? Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have embarked upon the path of merit. Master, upon detection. The areas influenced by the fortune-laden protagonist reveal that the descendants of the Shennong clan are lacking in fortune and thus fail to cultivate successfully in those areas. Only you can personally resolve this. The merit task is classified as special. You may choose to accept or decline. Xiao Lexian raised an eyebrow. This overseer was quite adept, able to issue tasks based on her innermost decisions. However, since she was already here, she would accept it. After all, it is rather dull. Plus, there is merit to be gained. She was also aware that the mark of good and evil she had placed upon the protagonist had been lifted, and she had intended to visit and impose another or perhaps eliminate her directly. Now, however, it seemed unnecessary. I hope the protagonist proves resourceful, causing sufficient trouble to reclaim the fortune, restoring the world to normalcy, while I can earn a little extra merit on the side. Indeed. I am such a benevolent celestial being. If Xiao Lexian's self-deprecating humor were to reach the ears of those familiar with the Tianqing Realm, they might well choke on their own blood. For she was indeed quite benevolent. Those who provoked her met their ends, still smiling as they perished. Ding. Task successfully issued. Please utilize your Shennong powers to address the disaster crisis affecting 120 villages in Qingshi Town. You may earn 10,089 merit. Let us go. Xiao Lexian felt a surge of excitement. It was her first time utilizing Shennong powers for large-scale cultivation, a rather novel experience. In an instant, she vanished from her location. At this moment, the overseer, now in a state of work, was quite pleased. It was at this juncture that its value was fully realized, surpassing any foolishness. Meanwhile, the little celestial way, trembling with trepidation, finally relaxed. Ah, wonderful. The great demon has finally departed. Chapter 69, Divine Miracle. After Xiao Lexian left, she returned directly to the village. Later that evening, she emerged. Surrounding her was a shroud of darkness, yet it did not impede her vision in the slightest. Following the map set by the overseer, she quickly arrived at the first village, Lu Family Village. Indeed, Lu Family Village was the farthest from Xiao Family Village. So she began her work here. To implement the Shennong technique of collective cultivation, she required a substantial amount of celestial energy, and fortunately, her current strength lay precisely in her celestial essence. The essence of grass and wood would not deplete with the application of her techniques, as the essence of the earth was fundamentally what nourished the seeds. Now, the influence of the earth's essence extended across hundreds of thousands of square meters, covering one village after another, completely sufficient. With dexterity, she floated effortlessly into the air, unleashing countless seeds from her celestial space, all under her ethereal control, scattering in all directions. Xiao Lexian's celestial space had now regained its original form. Thus, over the years, the seeds collected by the Shennong clan had not only been stored in the Fanqi, but each type had also been planted within her space. The pace of growth within the space was remarkably swift, contrasting sharply with the passage of time outside. This space was hers, a realm where, with but a thought, she could instantly fill it with an abundance of flora, and with another thought, she could effortlessly reap the harvest. Although the cultivation within this space was isolated from the earthly energies beyond, rendering it incapable of mingling with the vibrant essence of the outside world, it proved sufficient for the rapid cultivation of a variety of seeds, rare plants, precious medicinal herbs, and grains. Once her spiritual realm was fully restored, time flowed differently. One day outside equated to an entire year within her space. Thus, even without consciously nurturing the plants with the essence of nature, allowing them to grow freely, a single harvest of grains would only require a mere half-day. The reason behind the Shennong sect's stipulation of returning special seeds to the common folk at double the amount was simply to ensure that all members of the sect recognized the legitimate source of the seeds. This space was her private possession, a secret she preferred to keep from everyone, whether they were former cultivators or mere mortals of this world. It mattered not their strength. She simply wished to keep her unique treasures hidden. Presently, within her space, she had sown and harvested several batches of grains, storing them in her space's storage tower, which automatically categorized her belongings much like her system backpack. Regardless of how much she stored within her spiritual realm, she could instantly ascertain the contents and their locations. To her, this space was akin to that of a creator, possessing a deeper understanding than any cosmic order of the world. Her space and she were intrinsically linked. If she suffered, so too did it. With the restoration of her spirit, so too was her space rejuvenated. Recently, she had infused 2 drops of her blood into this realm, granting the seeds a unique quality from the moment they sprouted, thus eliminating the need for further soaking in her essence. Unbeknownst to Xiao Lexian, during the restoration of her spiritual space, her ingrained habit of storing had led her to sow some seeds, resulting in an unexpected abundance. Initially, she had intended for this bounty to serve as food, yet before she could partake, she found herself utilizing them as seeds instead, which brought a smile to her lips. Indeed, everything was a matter of serendipity. With newfound resolve, she summoned her spiritual energy to envelop the entirety of Lu Village, emanating a mysterious aura as countless seeds, centered around her, erupted from her being. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, the scene appeared nothing short of divine, leaving onlookers in utter astonishment. Old Lu, who had planned to sneak out under the cover of night to end his own life, was taken aback by this miraculous sight. His eyes widened, and he fell to his knees, oblivious to the blood drawn from his scraped knees. A miracle. This was indeed a miracle. Rubbing his eyes, tears streaming down his face, he gazed in disbelief at the multitude of seeds swirling above, laughing and crying in equal measure. Heaven has not forsaken us. It has sent celestial beings to save us. He repeatedly bowed in gratitude, knowing not what else to do. With dwindling provisions and his grandson suffering from hunger for days, he had resigned himself to the idea that his demise would alleviate the burden on his family. He had no expectations of the young lady from the Lu family. After all, how could she possibly conjure food from thin air? And if their land could not yield crops, how long could the provisions from the Lu family sustain them? Moreover, the young lady and her allies would not freely offer their resources. There must be a price to pay. and as an old man, he felt utterly helpless. With this clarity, he considered the end as a release. For 3 long years, he had toiled without reward and had grown weary of enduring. Uncertain of the world outside, he felt his time had come. That night, he had chosen to embrace the flames of an abandoned kiln, one that could not even fire porcelain, simply needing to gather firewood to achieve a clean end. Yet, what did he witness? A miracle, as the seeds dispersed in every direction, precisely landing upon each patch of soil. He finally discerned the form of a small girl amidst the moonlight. She seemed to notice him but said nothing, continuing her task. Then, like a celestial attendant, she sat cross-legged in midair, fingers weaving intricate gestures. A soft, earthy glow enveloped her, merging with the hazy light rising from the ground, intertwining and infusing the earth. An ancient and soothing aura enveloped the old man, rendering him motionless as he stared in awe, questioning whether this was a dream or if he had already crossed into the realm of the afterlife, witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle. But the wonder did not cease there. As the earthy energies intensified, her aura expanded, and the seeds that had been cast began to take root, sprouting and maturing instantaneously. What normally would take months to harvest unfolded before his very eyes at an accelerated pace, transforming their barren land into a vibrant tapestry of greens and golds. He beheld the flourishing crops, and as they turned verdant, countless green motes soared toward the girl. Yet, with the prior miracle of the earthy glow, he found himself unfazed. Even as Xiao Lexian completed her enchantments and departed, old Lu remained in a state of disbelief, feeling as if he had just awakened from an extraordinary dream. He was certain he was awake, that everything was real, yet the implausibility of it all left him questioning his senses. His thoughts of death dissipated, replaced by a fervent curiosity as he wandered the fields of the village repeatedly, laughing like a madman. He could not close his eyes, waiting for dawn. If the light of day arrived and all remained as it was, he would be convinced he had indeed witnessed a celestial being. When that moment came, he would proclaim to the world that divine entities truly existed. Chapter 70, A Sensation. Xiao Lexian continued her cultivation across village after village, and by the time she finished, dawn was approaching. After a night of tirelessly traversing over 100 villages, she felt that she had never worked so hard in her life. It was reminiscent of her early days in the realm of cultivation, where endless tasks awaited her, akin to being caught in a whirlwind. Thus, she mused that perhaps a more leisurely life would be preferable. As she contemplated this, a notification from her system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have completed the special task of saving the desolate village of Qingshi Town, earning 10,089 merit points and 10,000 units of natural essence. Upon seeing the results, Xiao Lexian felt a surge of satisfaction. The abundance of natural essence exceeded her expectations. She had sensed its influx during the process, but the sheer volume was a delightful surprise. With merit points and natural essence in hand, Xiao Lexian wished for more such tasks. To earn over 10,000 merit points in a single special task was indeed substantial. In the realm of cultivation, even deeds that benefited countless practitioners were often met with scant reward from the cosmic order, typically yielding only a few dozen or 100 merit points at most. Thus, even for a celestial being like Xiao Lexian, the prospect of receiving such a bounty from a single special task was too tempting to refuse. After all, the concept of merit is truly commendable. When one's merit accumulates to a significant degree, even upon entering the realms of immortals and deities, as long as your merit outweighs that of others, any ill-intentioned individual seeking to harm you will inevitably face retribution. Merit serves as a carefree talisman for protection. Those who possess merit within the cultivation world are akin to mortals in the human realm who reincarnate with grand aspirations. They are not to be trifled with. To wrong such individuals could result in eternal damnation. In the past, she was oblivious to this. But after millennia of delving into the world of cultivation and acquiring numerous ancient texts, she has come to understand. In her first life, her esteemed grandfather, a mortal who reincarnated with profound ambitions, dedicated his existence to ensuring that all of humanity had enough to eat. Such individuals possess immense merit, even if they are mere mortals. To insult such a person could very well lead to a fate of eternal rebirth. Whether in the realm of reality or the digital expanse, the consequences are dire. Insulting an ordinary person online may result in mere cyberbullying, diminishing one's reputation by 100 points. Yet to insult any individual of great aspiration could lead to a loss of billions, resulting in a fate worse than death. Similarly, if she, as a cultivator, accumulates enough merit, she will be able to navigate through any demons, gods, or Buddhas with ease. This is the benefit of merit. Furthermore, merit bestows an intangible increase in one's fortune, a fortune not granted by any celestial order but inherently possessed, capable of accompanying one across any realm. With such myriad benefits, it is no wonder that the celestial being, Xiao Lexian, is tempted. This is an everlasting safeguard. As long as one does not act foolishly or recklessly destroy the world and diminish their merit, it shall endure eternally. Contemplating the more carefree days ahead, Xiao Lexian felt elated, invigorated with motivation. Upon returning to her bed, she did not forget to check in for the day and review her data. After all, she had gained quite a lot today. System, let's check in. Certainly, Master. Ding. Check-in successful. Data. Yes, Master, refreshing data immediately. Name, Xiao Lexian. Age, 6 years. Cultivation level, human farmer level 6. Concentration of Shennong bloodline, 60. Plant energy, 129,000. Consumable, does not affect cultivation. Points, 29,990. Check-ins, 1, 801 days. Merit, 15,000. Established sect, Shennong sect. Number of disciples, 36. Number of servants, 1. Void backpack. Basic vegetable seeds, 57. Basic grain seeds, 137. Medicinal herb seeds, 13,017. Fruit tree seeds, 2. 793. Green plant seeds, 374. 995. 1 unknown blue seed. 1 unknown red seed. 1 soulwood seed, already planted. A set of planting tools, a hoe that can change size and automatically dig, a rake that can change size and automatically rake, an endless bottle for water that can change size, a shovel that can change size and automatically scoop soil, 1 unknown lottery box, used. 1 key to the system mall, used. Special items, infinite life technique reversal seal, used. Proxy doll. Xiao Lexian glanced at her data. The types of seeds were gradually increasing. Points had risen due to check hints and planting. The plant energy had noticeably increased, and the merit had indeed manifested, reflected in the merit column. As for why her merit stood at 15,000, well, the additional 4,000 was accumulated over her millennia in the cultivation world and from her first life. Surprisingly, the merit from her previous 2 lives was not as substantial as this special task, leaving Xiao Lexian at a loss for words. However, in terms of her mood, she felt utterly content. Thus, she drifted off to sleep, completely unaware of the commotion her actions had stirred outside. Unsurprisingly, after a night of diligence, Xiao Lexian indulged in a late slumber. Her father, Tiger Mountain, came to check on her, ensuring she was merely in a deep sleep and unharmed. He gently cradled her to feed her, not forcing her to awaken. The 6-year-old Xiao Lexian, in a daze, recognized the familiar embrace of her father, instinctively opening her mouth to eat. Observing her was the little one, Xiao Chengyun, who wide-eyed exclaimed to his mother, "Sister is being shy, and you're feeding her. I can eat by myself." Mother Chunhua chuckled helplessly, "You spoil her. What will happen if you indulge her too much? After a night's slumber, she should be able to eat on her own." However, Tiger Mountain laughed heartily. "My daughter, I will indulge her." Yet, in his heart, he pondered that his daughter had left with her master yesterday, who was undoubtedly reviewing her studies. After a tiring day, what was wrong with her sleeping in? His daughter's master was a celestial being, and he was eager to share this news with everyone, thinking that their village was blessed by divine protection. However, considering the cleverness of his 6th uncle, he knew that others would likely believe him, but his 6th uncle may not. He loved his daughter and feared involving her in such matters, thus keeping this monumental secret weighed heavily on his mind. He contemplated how to reveal it, for the manner of disclosure was of utmost importance. Xiao Lexian happily indulged in her meal and continued to sleep, entirely oblivious to the uproar her actions had caused outside, which had turned into a sensational event. It all began with Liu family village. At dawn, old Liu frantically circled the village, shouting at the top of his lungs, "A celestial being has come. A celestial being has come to save our village. We have food to eat." Upon hearing his cries, those who had been too weak from hunger to sleep could not help but furrow their brows. However, upon realizing what he proclaimed, they could no longer lie down and rushed outside. The moment they stepped out, they were left dumbfounded. The fields that had failed to yield crops were now overflowing with grain. Everyone gasped in disbelief, moving from skepticism to astonishment. Old Liu declared that he had witnessed the celestial being sowing seeds in the middle of the night. He had seen the little celestial being transform into seeds that were scattered, while the Buddha conjured a spell, causing the heavens and earth to change color. And the parched seeds that had just been sown began to sprout instantaneously. The crowd turned crimson with excitement, wishing they had been present the previous night. And then they all knelt down, bowing in gratitude to the celestial being, thanking the heavens for not abandoning them. What followed was a wild celebration. Having been starved for too long, they could finally feast. From numbness to revitalization, they simply needed a single meal to restore their spirits. After their hearty meal, village chief Liu immediately summoned everyone for a meeting. Such a miraculous event could not be kept secret. They were curious whether it was only their village that had experienced this or if others had as well. With this thought, village chief Lu could no longer sit still and promptly dispatched the most astute among them to gather information. In Zhang family village, old lady Zhang awoke early, resolute in her decision to venture deep into Yunhu Mountain to find food for her ailing grandson, who had been suffering from a high fever and crying out in hunger throughout the night. She had instructed her daughter-in-law to watch over her grandson carefully, stating that if she did not return in 3 days, they should consider her and her son lost and not to venture out alone, lest they attract the attention of those who prey on others. Old Lady Wang, hearing these words, was moved to tears, nodding in agreement. In their household, the father-in-law had perished from hunger, the husband had ventured deep into the clouds of Yahushan, and the mother-in-law was also on the brink of departure. If the mother-in-law and husband truly did not return, she would be unable to sustain her son. The meager rations consisted of wild grasses mixed with mud, and her son had fallen ill from the inadequate sustenance. Should the family dwindle down to just herself and her son, she resolved to take him to reunite with their ancestors. With a heart full of determination, she nodded vigorously, resembling someone escorting a loved one to the gallows. Following her mother-in-law step by step as they trudged outward, her own hunger and sorrow remained unexpressed. Her entire being was racked with stomach pains, and her tears felt as if they had run dry. The two of them were engulfed in sorrow and numbness. They continued onward, eventually reaching the path leading into the mountains. Wang Shi wished to offer words of encouragement to her mother-in-law, hoping for her safe return. But then her gaze caught sight of something that left her utterly astonished. Zhang Pozi, too, stood in a daze, devoid of response, her mind a blank canvas. Chapter 71. After the shock. Little you, pinch me quickly. Am I hallucinating? Is my sight deceiving me? Zhang Pozi rasped, her eyes stinging with disbelief. It was inconceivable. Her heart raced as if on the verge of stopping. How could she witness such an extraordinary scene if not through the lens of illusion? Their village and the 100 others in Qingshi town had endured years of misfortune, with harvests dwindling year after year, and the weather growing increasingly harsh. To add to their woes, since that county magistrate had been assigned to Zhuzhai County 7 years prior, the common folks' lives had not improved. Rather, the taxes had become progressively burdensome. Those who could no longer afford to pay were met with violence when they protested at the magistrate's office, suffering severe beatings and imprisonment, returning not only with broken bones, but also near death. The unfortunate children left behind, numbering 7 or 8, were left to fend for themselves. The eldest was barely 11 or 12, and the children had to find ways to work and gather money for their father's treatment, scouring for wild food with desperation. The youngest, aged 3 to 5, were unable to work and resorted to begging in nearby villages, living in a constant struggle for survival, disregarding any sense of pride. The last time little Guzi had come to her for alms was 3 years ago, as the worsening weather had left every household without grain. The 3-year-old had ventured out with a battered bowl, often facing beatings. He was perceptive enough not to burden his siblings with his injuries, being the second youngest, with a 1-year-old brother beneath him. Little Guzi wished to alleviate the burden on his elder siblings. When he last visited, their family was also on the brink of starvation. Her heart ached for the child, especially knowing her daughter-in-law was pregnant, and she wanted to accumulate some virtue for her own child. That day, she gave little Guzi a piece of black bread, having gone 2 days without food, and told him that the Zhang family was also out of grain and that he should not return. She saw the child's emaciated face, his large eyes brimming with unshed tears, as he sniffled and said, "Zhang Granny, little Guzi won't ask for food anymore. He simply could not obtain any." And his injuries had been witnessed by his 12-year-old brother, who, filled with sorrow, forbade him from begging again, saying he would rather starve than see his younger brother hurt. The boy bore bruises all over his body, but never revealed who had harmed him. Yet Zhang Pozi remembered that, although little Guzi cried that day, he was also filled with joy because his brother had told him they would soon have money and food. Curious, she inquired as to why. Little Guzi, gazing at the kind Zhang Pozi, did not conceal the truth. He said his brother had learned from an old cripple in town about a way to become a eunuch in the palace. Little Guzi recounted how his brother claimed that a eunuch held significant power, and once on that path, he could send back ample money to provide for their 6 younger siblings. Little Guzi was elated and returned home with the black bread. Zhang Pozi remained silent, later learning that the 12-year-old had, in a misguided show of commitment to becoming a eunuch, castrated himself under the old cripple's guidance, nearly bleeding to death. Fortunately, he survived. Subsequently, he was taken away by the old man. As for the rest of the children, aside from the youngest little Guzi, the others were beginning to grasp that their elder brother seemed to have embarked on a perilous path, yet no one explained to them what was wrong. The second and third brothers, upon venturing out, seemed to attract strange glances, either filled with disdain or pity due to the family's newfound notoriety. However, Zhang Pozi never criticized the children. After all, their eldest, at such a tender age, had exhibited such resolve. Perhaps he might truly carve out a name for himself in the palace, allowing the family to endure better days. Yet, as the weather grew increasingly harsh, Zhang Pozi could no longer keep track of little Guzi's family. 3 years passed, and no one had the heart to inquire about their well-being. For they all discovered their fields had turned parched, unable to yield any crops. Even if they trekked far to Xianxiadrama to fetch water from an unyielding well, the crops seemed cursed, refusing to grow. This was not the worst of it, as they struggled to cultivate their land. They were horrified to find that there was no grain for sale in Qingshi town, Zhuzhai city, or even in more distant locales. This revelation sent waves of panic through the community, and those with stored grain tightened their belts, unsure of how much longer they could endure such torment. Yet, no one anticipated that this suffering would last 3 long years. During these 3 years, villagers from Qingshi town, unable to survive, increasingly protested at the county government, urging the officials to report their plight to the court, seeking aid for the common people. Yet, the results were invariably met with brutal repression. In Zhuzhai city, the situation was dire, with Qingshi town suffering the most acutely. Other regions, while still struggling, had not reached the point of utter starvation. The county officials had pleaded and protested in vain. How could they not feel despair? Not only others were engulfed in hopelessness, but so was Zhang Pozi. And just as she was determined to ascend the mountains in search of her son and food, even willing to sacrifice her own life for one last chance, a miracle unfolded. Now, where in their village was there such an abundance of grain? This was the work of divine intervention. Indeed, Zhang Pozi and many who witnessed this spectacle realized it was a celestial act. How could mere mortals conjure food for an entire village overnight? Zhang Pozi saw her daughter-in-law's stunned reaction, which was even slower to comprehend than her own, and she grasped her hands, kneeling down. "Oh heavens! Oh divine beings! You have finally granted us a path to survival." She had never imagined that her fervent prayers for salvation from the officials and the court would culminate in such a miraculous deliverance, akin to that bestowed upon Xianxiadrama. The divine favor was not exclusive to them, but had also embraced their own. Zhang Pozi laughed exuberantly, while Wang Xiaoyu wept tears of joy. The two of them, as if in a dream, ran around the village and its outskirts, especially marveling at their own fields, now brimming with grain. No longer able to kneel and bow in gratitude, this exuberant scene spread like wildfire, first captivating 1 or 2 astonished souls, then igniting a chorus of ecstatic shouts. By midday, every village in Qingshi town had miraculously sprouted grain overnight, creating a sensation that reverberated far and wide. The impact of this event was just beginning to unfold. When Hu Shan's father learned of this news, he remained remarkably composed compared to others. This was splendid. Not only was their village blessed by divine beings, but so were the neighboring villages. He no longer had to grapple with the dilemma of whether to reveal this information. Yet, he felt certain that the deity responsible for saving countless souls from peril was none other than his daughter's master. What a remarkable coincidence it was that just the day before, his daughter had visited her master, and now, miracles had unfolded across 100 villages in Qingshi town. In the following days, amidst a leisurely indulgence in food and drink, Xiao Lexian remained oblivious to the fact that the miraculous occurrence of crops sprouting overnight in the 100 or so villages surrounding Qingshi town was still gaining momentum outside. The news first reached the plump county magistrate of Xianxiadrama, who immediately dispatched his secretary to Qingshi town to investigate. The secretary returned, utterly astonished, and reported the bewildering findings. The villagers engaged in fervent discussions about the miracles and deities, their excitement escalating. No longer did they seek favors from officials or the emperor. Instead, they began to worship the divine beings who had aided their crops, overwhelmed with gratitude. Then, to Xiao Lexian's bewilderment, she felt tendrils of white mist wafting towards her, accompanied by the voices of countless souls. "Thank you, divine being, for saving our lives. Thank you for preventing our starvation. We have nothing grand to offer, but as your faithful followers, we will light 3 incense sticks for you each night. Please do not scorn our humble offerings. Little fairy sister, I heard from Grandpa Lu that it was you who provided us with food. Mother is happy, sister is happy, brother is happy, and little you is happy too. Little you adores you, dear fairy sister. May you be blessed, O Bodhisattva." In a short time, Qingshi town underwent an uncanny transformation, with every villager embracing the faith. Xiao Lexian was equally astonished by the power of faith. Grasping a strand of white silk, she marveled at the existence of such a phenomenon. However, as one who did not cultivate faith, she found it of no use to her. Faith might grant swift strength, yet it ultimately relied heavily on external sources. If one day those who believed in her faith ceased to do so, her cultivation could plummet dramatically. In Xiao Lexian's eyes, the drawbacks of faith outweighed its benefits, leaving her disinterested. At that moment, the system interjected, "Master, you do not need this power of faith. You could collect it and sell it in the marketplace." Xiao Lexian's eyes sparkled with delight. "It can be sold? Excellent." Her spirits lifted further. This special task truly offered abundant benefits. Meanwhile, while the villagers reveled in joy and Xiao Lexian felt elated, the town mayor of Qingshe was stunned, and the county magistrate was both thrilled and apprehensive. In a lavish and exquisite courtyard of the former Xiang city in Qingshe town, a boy of 14 or 15, whose once gentle face now bore a dark scowl, regarded his informant with disbelief. How could this be? Hadn't Yao Yao assured him that the news would be tightly sealed? The county magistrate of Qingshe town was someone he had specifically reassigned based on Yao Yao's insights, and he would never allow the situation in the villages to be exposed to the outside world. His carefully laid plans were supposed to succeed. How could crops sprout overnight? This was not what Yao Yao had foreseen. It couldn't be. With a grim expression, Shang Wanfu pondered if Yao Yao had deceived him. What did this mean for the grain he had accumulated over 3 years? What of his plans? With a crash, he shattered the table in frustration. This cannot be. I refuse to believe such bizarre occurrences are possible. I must see it for myself. Chapter 72. The Appearance of Monsters and Spirits Disguised. Shang Wanfu personally arrived in the villages of Qingshe town. He brought only his most trusted aide, Ming Wei, who served as his shadow and confidant. Ming Wei had grown up alongside him and was the only gift he had ever received from another. Although Shang Wanfu dressed modestly, he assumed his presence would draw attention. Yet he was met with indifference. There were simply too many people. Following the miraculous tales of the divine beings, throngs of visitors had flocked from near and far. As he re-entered the village, Shang Wanfu frowned, recalling some unpleasant memories. He had been rescued by Lu Yao Yao when he was injured and had stayed at her home to recuperate, but upon his brief appearance, he had drawn the attention of the village's matrons. A gaggle of village girls with their darkened features had made him wish to leave at once. Though he had never been favored at home, he had never encountered such coarse and uncouth women. After finally recovering from his injuries, he departed from Lu's village. Yet he had been unable to leave Fengling Prefecture due to Lu Yao Yao's remarkable abilities. Indeed, both Qingshe town and Jiazhaking belonged to Fengling Prefecture, and its lord was his intended target, his objective for the past 3 years. 3 years ago, after healing, he could no longer endure the environment of Lu's village, nor the villagers' gaze that regarded him as Lu Yao Yao's small husband. While he found the pallid and unappealing Lu Yao Yao unremarkable, he did admire her capabilities. Thus, he had kept her close. Perhaps the better living conditions outside, coupled with the nurturing environment, had allowed the now 11-year-old Lu Yao Yao to mature into a more presentable figure, shedding her previous unattractiveness. Thanks to his association with Lu Yao Yao, her divine prophecies had resolved many of his troubles over the past 3 years. By chance, Lu Yao Yao had discovered a certain Yun Xiaoning, the lord of the city. Lu Yao Yao informed him that Yun Xiaoning was a genuine man of the emperor's favor, a recluse of extraordinary caliber. If he could gain his recognition, ascending to high office or even opposing the emperor could be within reach. Regrettably, they had arrived too late. Yun Xiaoning had already been won over by the current emperor and could not be swayed. However, through cunning, it was possible to draw him close and secure his allegiance, which would serve as a trump card for future endeavors. Had it been just him, he would have remained oblivious to the significance of a city lord dispatched to this remote area by the emperor. But with Lu Yao Yao's presence, everything became manageable. But how to win him over? Lu Yao Yao provided the answer. Yun Xiaoning had no interest in poetry, beautiful women, fine wines, or riches. He was solely driven by profound empathy and love for the common people. He had voluntarily taken on the role of lord in this remote area, aiming to manage the 2 states and 7 counties under Fengling Prefecture with clarity and efficiency. And then he arrived. The current emperor would not oppose the requests of a sage. After all, it was for the benefit of his vast empire. Understanding what Yun Xiaoning valued, Shang Wanfu resolved to take action among the populace. The increasingly dire situation of the people in Qingshe town presented him with an opportunity. He heeded Lu Yao Yao's advice to monopolize the grain supply in this area and its neighboring counties, ensuring that no surplus grain reached Jiazhaking. This plunged the citizens of Jiazhaking into chaos, leaving them to rely on their dwindling reserves, fearful to sell even at exorbitant prices. Subsequently, he selected the location of Qingshe town, which Lu Yao Yao had identified as the site most likely to face severe famine over the next 3 years. This was, after all, Lu Yao Yao's hometown. Once determined, he orchestrated the appointment of the greedy Hu Zhong as the county magistrate of Jiazhaking. This way, the suffering of the citizens in Qingshe town and Jiazhaking would be maximized. All of these plans unfolded seamlessly. In fact, with Lu Yaoyao's significant assistance, coupled with her now more refined appearance, he found himself developing genuine affection for her, allowing him to overlook her rustic origins. Lu Yaoyao had likely never encountered such an admirable man before, which explained her long-standing affection for him, an affection he had previously chosen to disregard. As this newfound fondness blossomed, the timing was ripe. He was preparing to distribute grain to the starving villagers, hoping to evoke their gratitude, when suddenly, grain began to sprout in every village of Xianxia town. Shang Fu felt as if he were about to lose his mind. Everything had been proceeding smoothly. How could a miracle appear out of nowhere? He refused to believe it. He refused to accept that a divine being could thwart his plans. He could not fathom being scorned by the heavens. With someone as formidable as Lu Yao by his side, capable of foreseeing the future and all that it would bring, how could he not be the chosen one? Even if deities truly existed, they should be on his side. He was resolute that he would not believe it without witnessing it firsthand. Surely, there must be some person or organization behind this illusion. It had to be. With this thought racing through his mind, he quickened his pace. Yet, upon arrival, he was utterly dumbfounded. His complexion darkened. Could it be real? It was truly unbelievable. In a state of frenzy, he sprinted to a secluded corner and began to dig into the earth. 1 root, 2 roots. It was all genuine. They had sprouted naturally, without any signs of human intervention. How could this be? So much, so many. One village after another. How could this possibly be the work of mere mortals? What did this signify? It indicated that it was indeed the handiwork of a divine being. He was the one forsaken by the gods. How could he not go mad with this realization? Why would a deity oppose him? Anguish and fury welled within him. Meanwhile, Ming Wei, who followed closely behind, cast a worried glance at him, wishing to offer some words of comfort, yet found himself at a loss for words. The sight of his master in such a frenzied state was somewhat terrifying. Under normal circumstances, he would have been deemed an outcast. But now, the situation was different. Once the word of the divine spread, Xianxia town, Jiaxing, and even the neighboring Wuxiang city, along with other distant counties, saw the usually discreet wealthy families rushing forth, eager to behold the deity's miraculous work. The villages of Xianxia town had never been this bustling before. As time passed, the throngs only grew larger and more numerous. Those from afar, upon hearing the news, flocked to the scene. They inquired, and those who witnessed and believed were all left in awe, caught in a frenzy. People were running and jumping, creating a chaotic scene. Amidst this turmoil, Shang Fu's actions appeared almost normal. The villagers, initially excited and elated, soon grew troubled and distressed. There were too many people, disrupting their daily lives. They wished for these intruders to leave. Yet, before the wealthy and influential visitors, neither the village head nor the town mayor could find their voices. Shang Fu clenched his fists, observing it all, amidst the crowd. He seemed to catch a glimpse of the more understated Yun Xiaoning. But now, there was no opportunity to approach her. Lu Yao, how could she, with her extraordinary foresight, not have predicted this turn of events? Was she not capable of seeing all future occurrences? Why had she not foreseen the grain materializing overnight? At this moment, Shang Fu subconsciously overlooked the fact that the inexplicable appearance of grain was a divine act. He needed an outlet for his frustration. Lowering his head, his expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us return." His fondness for Lu Yao had evaporated in an instant. Xiao Lexian could scarcely imagine that her mere acceptance of a special mission had created a rift between the official couple of the story. To Shang Fu, women paled in comparison to his ambitions. Had it not been for Lu Yao's uncanny luck and her ability to foresee events, she might have already been cast aside by him. As Shang Fu departed, the sound of gongs and drums echoed along the main road. From a distance, someone shouted, "The county magistrate has arrived." Then, a group of dozens beat their gongs and shouted, "The county magistrate is incorruptible and upright, unable to sleep at night due to the suffering of the people. He prays daily, and finally, heaven has been moved to bestow a miracle upon us. Long live the county magistrate, everyone, come forth and pay your respects." The same chant echoed repeatedly as the magistrate was paraded, with people insisting that the miracle was a result of his piety. The citizens believed everything he said, fearing to contradict him. With the title of heavenly favored bestowed upon him, how could he remain merely a humble county magistrate? Amidst the crowd, Yun Xiaoning observed this scene with a sardonic smile. Muttering, "Ignorant fools," he sighed, considering the events unfolding in the villages of Xianxia town. In such a short time, all manner of strange beings had arrived, and he anticipated even more would come, completely disrupting the tranquility of the local populace. It was time for him to take action. Additionally, why had he not received any news for 3 years regarding the plight of over 100 villages in Xianxia town and other towns in Jiaxing? Who was the culprit behind this? Surely, it could not just be the incompetent county magistrate. He lacked such power. Nonetheless, the pressing matter at hand was to swiftly report the situation in Qingshi town to the emperor. The definition of the miracle must be determined by the sovereign. With this thought, Yun Xiaoning inquired about the local villagers' circumstances before quietly leading his companions away. Those arriving, whether county magistrates or wealthy merchants, were not so easily deterred. They inquired and investigated, eventually uncovering that the source of the miraculous events pointed directly to Xiaojia village. It was the first to cultivate grain during the famine and the only village with a well that never ran dry. Everything indicated who the deities favored. Consequently, those of status and influence no longer lingered in the other villages, but surged directly toward Xiaojia village. Chapter 73, Pretending to be a Divine Maiden. On his return, Shangguan Fu grew increasingly enraged and immediately signaled for smoke signals to summon Lu Yao back. Upon receiving the signal, Lu Yao returned, feeling somewhat guilty. She had merely gone out to browse a rouge and jewelry shop, but had encountered a noble-looking figure in black attire, someone destined for great achievements. She abandoned her shopping and hastily followed the cloaked man. Naturally, she had the courage to pursue him because she sensed he was gravely injured, on the verge of collapse. As for why she lacked the martial prowess or keen perception to recognize this, her extraordinary luck played a role. And indeed, the man was clad in black. His garments were stained with blood, though the dark fabric concealed it. He was aware that someone was trailing him. Yet his keen ears discerned that it was merely a defenseless girl, so he paid her no mind. At that moment, his pursuers were still searching for him. He needed to leave the city swiftly and find a remote place to hide. Upon exiting the city, he entered a forest and found a cave. Just then, he noticed that the girl was still following him. "Get lost," he growled, his brow furrowing. Lu Yao was taken aback. Instead of retreating, she rushed forward with concern. "I saw you were injured in the city and couldn't help but follow." The man remained impassive, for he never trusted unsolicited goodwill. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Yao covered her mouth, emitting a gasp of surprise, before her eyes sparkled with renewed determination as she expertly dragged the man into a cave. There, she busied herself tending to his wounds and foraging for herbs. Do not inquire. She was unfamiliar with medicinal plants. Yet, due to her exceptional luck, the wild grasses she haphazardly plucked fortuitously served to staunch bleeding and facilitate healing. Lu Yao was well aware of her own capabilities in this regard. After all, her extraordinary fortune ensured that anyone she laid her hands upon would survive. Just like back when she had casually treated Shangguan Fu's grievous injuries. And he had miraculously pulled through. Indeed, she had learned about this fortune from that simple-minded child, and she felt it was her due. She had played with it. After all, who among ordinary folk would willingly entertain a monster? Indeed, in Lu Yao's eyes, the little heavenly Tao was merely a creature of peculiarities. After Lu Yao had hastily bandaged the man's wounds, she received word from Shangguan Fu urging her to return. Casting a worried glance at the man in the cave, she deliberated briefly before concluding that Shangguan Fu's well-being was of greater import. He had the potential to ascend to a significant position with her assistance, and she could not afford to abandon that possibility. Thus, she returned. Yet, she remained oblivious to the turmoil that had unfolded. Shangguan Fu's expression was grim. Lu Yao bounded over, her voice laced with concern. "Brother Fu, what troubles you? Are you unhappy? Speak of it, and I shall assist you." She blinked her large, expressive eyes in inquiry. If there was one striking feature about Lu Yao, it was indeed her oversized eyes, which appeared somewhat disproportionate to her other features. Fortunately, her nose had grown more refined due to her luck. Otherwise, the overall effect would have been even more peculiar. Initially, Shangguan Fu had intended to vent his frustrations on Lu Yao, but recalling her significance, he suppressed his irritation. At that moment, his troubled demeanor went unnoticed by Lu Yao, who felt a twinge of guilt. Well, she had merely rescued a potential benefactor for Brother Fu. Surely he would not be angry upon learning of it? No. What if he did become upset? Perhaps it was best to keep this matter to herself for the time being. She could always check on the man in the cave later. Meanwhile, Shangguan Fu managed to compose himself and, feigning a solemn and sorrowful countenance, recounted the events surrounding their miraculous plans. He concluded, "For 3 years, we meticulously strategized to draw closer to Yun Xiaoning, taking every precaution to ensure that the disaster in Qingshi town remained concealed, waiting for the opportune moment, only to meet with failure." Lu Yao pondered for a moment, then suddenly leaped with joy. "Brother Fu, this cannot be deemed a failure, since everyone is aware that the grain in that village is of divine origin. It is quite simple. I shall masquerade as the goddess who cultivates grain and meet Yun Xiaoning. I am certain it will succeed." Shangguan Fu frowned. "No, that will lead to exposure. You do not possess such abilities. How could someone referred to as a recluse of great wisdom be so easily deceived? Yet Lu Yao brimmed with confidence, believing her luck to be so formidable that exposure was impossible. However, her words belied her thoughts. Brother Fu, have you forgotten my foresight? Should I demonstrate a bit of my prowess, he will certainly believe me. If he truly insists that I cultivate, I shall claim that my previous large-scale planting depleted my energy, requiring a lengthy recovery. Thus, I can introduce you to him. Once you have succeeded, the situation will be settled, and what does it matter if he learns the truth then? A gleam of self-satisfaction graced Lu Yao's face. Chapter 74, Whispers of Rumor. Xiao Lexian, having completed a special mission, returned to the mundane joys of childhood, delighting in simple pleasures such as eating, nurturing blood vines, and exploring Yunyan Tiger Mountain with her younger brother, hunting wild beasts, and feasting on roasted meat. Life was splendidly carefree, in stark contrast to Xiao Lexian's blissful existence. The residents of Xiaojia village and her father, the Tiger Mountain Patriarch, found their days considerably less tranquil. Somehow, word had spread about their village being under the protection of a deity, leading numerous wealthy individuals to visit Xiaojia village in search of information, even personally inspecting the supposedly everlasting well. As the well's owner, the Tiger Mountain Patriarch and the prominent Xiaojia family found themselves inundated with inquiries from the affluent. The Patriarch grew increasingly exasperated with the inquiries from the wealthy townsfolk, while the Xiaojia family, in contrast, reveled in the attention, eager to ingratiate themselves with their illustrious visitors. Xiao Hushan had contemplated revealing Master Lu Bao to a few esteemed villagers, recognizing no harm in doing so. But he was reluctant to share this information with those evidently driven by ulterior motives. After all, Master Lu Bao was his daughter's mentor, a figure of divine stature. How could he allow such a person to be disturbed? Xiao Lexian, seated at the dining table, occasionally noticed her father's distress, but assumed it was merely a residual effect of his special task. Since her father had not spoken of it, she, as a child, did not think to inquire. After all, with her presence at home, no matter the gravity of the matter, it would ultimately be manageable. In truth, she genuinely wished to cultivate her skills in a low-key and joyful manner, cherished by her parents as an ordinary person, yet fate had other plans. The celestial beings observed the situation with a sense of helplessness. The unfolding events were as follows. After more than 10 days, the Tiger Mountain Patriarch could no longer endure the wealthy individual's obsession with the deity. Alone and overwhelmed, he resolved to discuss the matter thoroughly with Uncle Lu and the village head. However, before he could utter a word, rumors began circulating that someone had discovered the goddess's whereabouts. Certain individuals claimed to have witnessed miraculous occurrences attributed to the goddess. Others spoke of her extraordinary abilities, asserting her infallible accuracy in predictions. The rumors proliferated. Initially, the affluent were skeptical, but upon further inquiry, they seemed to find merit in the claims. Consequently, without needing the Tiger Mountain Patriarch or the villagers to drive them away, the townspeople dispersed in pursuit of the true goddess. Meanwhile, within the confines of Fengling Mansion, Yun Xiaoning, having swiftly dealt with the county magistrate, remained pensive and composed. A friend inquired, Xiaoning, with the uproar outside regarding the discovery of the goddess. What is your perspective? Yun Xiaoning continued his tasks, summoning his subordinates to inquire. How goes the arrangement to disperse those disturbing the populace? A man clad in armor knelt and reported, My lord, I led the troops to clear away the onlookers. Most have returned home, no longer interfering with the villagers' lives. However, a few wealthy families remain undeterred, stating they will only linger in Xiaojia village and not in other villages. One family, connected to the Qin family in the capital, is leading the charge and refuses to leave, making it difficult for us to compel them. The Qin family in the capital, you say? They are becoming increasingly domineering. It seems I must pay them a personal visit. I wish to see whether that distant relative of the Qin family recognizes my authority as the governor. He spoke with a hint of bemusement. However, the subordinate shook his head. My lord, there is no need for you to go in person. News has spread that the planting goddess has been found. The group, led by the Qin family, has already departed to a designated location to meet the true goddess. Oh, and where is this designated location? Qingshi town, in the sandy plains beneath Depot village. Oh, why was that site chosen? Because it is said that Depot village is at the heart of over 100 villages in Qingshi town, and the expansive sandy plains in Depot village can accommodate many visitors. Very well, then we shall also proceed to witness what the true goddess is like. His companions and guards expressed their unease, with one friend grasping his arm. Xiaoning, I can't shake the feeling that this matter is aimed at you. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from attending. Yun Xiaoning smiled. Why should I not go? If I do not attend, how will their play continue? I am profoundly intrigued by the mysterious individuals who covertly assist Hu Zhong in concealing the calamities. What could possibly be their motives? Could I be among them? This compels me to seek clarity. My friend, resigned to the situation, follows suit, clad in blue and green garments. Two young men in their 20s make their way toward Depot village. Meanwhile, those who have received unequivocal news of the goddess's appearance have flocked early to the open expanse of the flat stone and sandy grounds in Depot village. Yuan Xiaoning anticipated such a scenario, and thus had already dispatched a contingent of guards to maintain order. In Lu family village, the elderly Lu is filled with exuberance upon hearing the news. He is finally to meet the little fairy. While others may be encountering the goddess for the first time, he is not so naive. He is already familiar with her visage. He intends to personally bow before the little fairy in gratitude. As for why the ethereal fairy refers to herself as a goddess rather than a little deity or fairy, such details are trivial. Her mere existence suffices. In stark contrast to Lu's elation, Xiao Hushan is consumed by fury upon hearing this news. A goddess? Where is this so-called goddess? The one who cultivates crops is unequivocally his daughter's master, a man who ought to be called a divine son, not a goddess. He is determined to defend his daughter's master and expose the fraud. On that fateful day, Hushan's father, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, resembles a valiant hero ready to embark on a noble quest. Xiao Lexian finds this amusing. Before her father departed that morning, he seemed poised to undertake a momentous endeavor. Yet, as such enthusiasm is rare, she refrains from inquiring about his significant secret, trusting in his strength to protect himself. As for her own circumstances, she senses a breakthrough approaching, fueled by her recent nurturing of blood vines and the remarkable feats of the disciples from the Shennong sect. She is on the cusp of advancing from the 6th to the 7th level, a transition that promises to be quite momentous, akin to the former stage of core formation. Thus, she must find a secluded place to achieve this breakthrough before returning. With this in mind, she informs her father, Father Lexian wishes to visit Master for a couple of days. Do not worry. Her mother is included in her cheerful farewell. Hushan, cradling his daughter, muses about vindicating her master while finding solace in her visit to him. As for how her master will come to fetch her, that is beyond his concern. After all, he is a celestial being. Very well, my daughter, go forth. When you return, there shall be a surprise awaiting you. What surprise? Xiao Lexian ponders. While she can certainly deduce it, her father seems reluctant to divulge it, so she decides against pursuing the matter further. In this mortal realm, due to her protection, anyone who schemes against her family will face dire repercussions. Those who dare plot against her will suffer greatly. She has transcended the bounds of ordinary existence. And with her accumulated virtues, any ill intentions directed at her will be met with catastrophic consequences, even without her intervention. Thus, despite her ability to predict and discern everything related to her, she has chosen to shroud her abilities in mystery, opting not to engage in foretelling or calculations, allowing life to unfold with its inherent joys and uncertainties. Consequently, whether it is fortunate or unfortunate for Lu Yao, her vulnerabilities may have sparked unwarranted ambitions, unbeknownst to Xiao Lexian. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, buoyed by a sense of invincibility, will soon face her first major setback without her knowledge. As she revels in the notion of being revered as a goddess, feeling increasingly worthy of anyone, including her brother, who no longer seems so unattainable. She merely needs to solidify her identity as a goddess. Chapter 75. Unmasking today marks the day when the villagers of Qingshi town gather to behold the goddess. A sea of eager faces stretching as far as the eye can see. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation as they have waited long for this moment. After enduring a lengthy wait, the prominent families from Wuxiang City, Su Clan, Qingshui City, Qin Clan, and Zhuotian City, Wang Clan have all taken prime positions, eager to witness the spectacle. As afternoon wanes, Yuan Xiaoning and his companions arrive leisurely from the capital. As twilight descends, the much-anticipated goddess has yet to make her appearance, causing restlessness among the crowd. In Wuxiang City, within the distant Sky Inn, Lu Yao has spent the day meticulously preparing her appearance. Turning to Shang Wanfu, she asks with impatience, "Shall we not proceed?" Shang Wanfu, well-versed in human nature, embraces her reassuringly. "Why the haste, Yao? Remember, you are a goddess. The more composed you are, the more your entrance will signify your importance. Let them wait. It will leave a lasting impression. A goddess is not so easily seen. Even if merely a pretender," he adds silently. In truth, Lu Yao's endeavor is a significant gamble for both of them. Should it succeed, their reputations will soar, winning the hearts of the populace and ensuring the emperor dares not act against them. Yet, a sense of unease lingers within him, as he recalls witnessing the miraculous events in Xiao family village. If those occurrences were indeed divine, would their plans truly succeed? Expressing his concerns, Lu Yao merely smiles. "Fear not, Fu Ge. The most formidable beings in the world stand by my side, the little heavenly Tao. I believe those miracles surely stem from its influence." It favors me greatly, so what is wrong with leveraging its name? This is the first time Shang Fu hears Lu Yao mention her mysterious benefactor. Feigning jealousy, he inquires, "Who is this being? Male or female?" With a playful smile, Lu Yao replies, "It is a peculiar entity, a strange being that simply adores me, undeniably powerful." She had intended to describe it as a monster but refrained, fearing Shang Fu's disapproval, thus hastily altering her words. A peculiar being? Surely a transcendent figure? Shang Fu muses. Such beings are often eccentric, rarely exhibiting the down-to-earth demeanor of Yun Xiaoning. Thus, he finds himself reassured by Lu Yao's description. If this is indeed a figure supporting Lu Yao, then utilizing its name should pose no issue. Meanwhile, in a separate abode within Wuxiang City, Situ Mingwei gazes incredulously at Gong Changqing and asks, "Changqing, are you certain? The events in Qingshi town are indeed the doing of our sect leader?" Gong Changqing nods. Although he felt a twinge of sadness at the sect leader's indifference towards their subordinates during their last encounter, he rationalized that celestial beings could hardly accept mortals. Resolving to grow stronger and earn the sect leader's recognition becomes his newfound ambition. The day after the sect leader departed from him, crops began to sprout in Qingshi town. Aside from the sect leader, no one else possesses such prowess. Situ Mingwei, brimming with excitement, exclaims, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go pay our respects to the sect leader. It shall be my first meeting with him. What should I wear?" At 15, his enthusiasm resembles that of a child. Similarly, the girl formerly known as Xiao Qingxue is equally exhilarated. Over the past 3 years, she has transformed. Accompanying Gong Changqing and Mingwei, with her complexion brightened and her figure matured, the 19-year-old now embodies the essence of a young woman. Her once timid demeanor replaced by a resilient spirit. The prospect of meeting the sect leader fills her with unparalleled joy. Over the past 3 years, the three of them have cultivated and recruited numerous followers, assisting them with various tasks, yet they have revealed nothing about the affairs of the Shennong sect to any subordinate. As Brother Gong would put it, they are still in the probationary period, lacking even the qualifications to be recommended for the outer sect of Shennong. Gong Changqing felt elated, yet a sense of doubt lingered in his heart. In his discerning gaze, the young sect master did not seem like a person who would seek the limelight. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate personally. If it truly was their sect master, such actions would signify that the Shennong sect was preparing to face the world. However, if someone were impersonating the sect master, he would ensure they understood the true meaning of death. The 3 disciples of the Shennong sect donned inconspicuous attire and made their way to Depot village. Meanwhile, after waiting for an entire day and night, many were weary. Yet the villagers bore no complaints. After all, what stature did the goddess possess? A delay was to be expected. The villagers, having been blessed with crops, felt profound gratitude. They did not perceive this as an entitlement, while Yun Xiaoning and his friends, being astute individuals, were not easily deceived. One friend fanned himself, declaring, "It's confirmed. This goddess is a fraud. A true deity would never resort to such unrefined tactics to enhance their own prestige." Yun Xiaoning responded, "I have never claimed her to be genuine." The friend, puzzled, asked, "Then why are you here?" Yun Xiaoning smiled, "The goddess may be a counterfeit, but the crops are real. Falsehoods cannot yield true harvests. What matters now is whether the genuine will arrive." Perhaps neither Shang Fu nor Lu Yao anticipated that their prolonged absence, intended to emphasize their grand entrance, would instead alert the astute minds present to their intentions. At last, as the sun reached its zenith on the second day, a resounding announcement echoed, "The goddess has arrived." Instantly, all eyes turned towards the source. A magnificent and ethereal palanquin was borne by 8 men, surrounded by countless individuals showering petals, creating an undeniably grand spectacle. This display awed the villagers. Yet those amongst the crowd seasoned in worldly affairs found it somewhat ostentatious. Nonetheless, given the goddess's status, they refrained from voicing any dissent. As the palanquin approached, the crowd instinctively parted to grant passage. Countless villagers gazed intently at the palanquin, yearning for a glimpse of the deity who would rescue them, their expressions filled with gratitude. Finally, upon reaching the flat stone at the summit, the palanquin came to a halt. A hand slowly lifted the curtain, revealing the true visage of the goddess. At this revelation, shock rippled through the crowd. "Isn't that Lu Yao from Lu Village? How did she become the goddess?" They murmured. "Why couldn't she be the goddess? Lu Yao possesses formidable abilities." The realization struck that the goddess was indeed from Lu Village. The wealthy young men from the city, particularly young Master Qin, regarded Lu Yao with disappointment. Her divine attire, though exquisite, revealed an ordinary countenance. The 3 disciples of the Shennong sect gasped, "Ah, Changqing, is this truly our sect master?" "Is it?" Situ Mingyue and Xiao Qingxue inquired in unison. Gong Changqing's face contorted with rage, gritting his teeth, "Of course not. This is merely a charlatan tarnishing our sect master's name. Had it not been for the extraordinary crops that grew from those peculiar seeds in the villages, I would remain uncertain this was the sect master's doing. However, after witnessing the harvest and confirming with Master Lu, I now know these crops were indeed cultivated by the sect master herself. In that moment, I felt a sense of pride. But what do I see now? A fraud attempting to steal credit and the title of goddess, truly believing it is so easily obtained? Similarly, the elder from Hushan village was filled with fury and astonishment, never suspecting that the one attempting to usurp his daughter's master's accolades would be Lu Yao, a native of Lu village. However, before either he or Gong Changqing could express their outrage, an elderly man rushed forth from the crowd, shouting furiously, "Fraud! A grand fraud! This is not the goddess, nor the benevolent fairy who cultivates our crops. I, old Lu, have witnessed the true fairy. She was merely a child of 6 or 7 years. This is not her." He insisted. The one who aided us must be the Bodhisattva's attendant, and certainly not this grotesque impostor. Indeed, to old Lu, anyone who would flaunt the title of a benevolent fairy, regardless of their outward beauty, was repugnant, and Lu Yao was far from impressive. Old Lu's words ignited a stir among the crowd. Everyone knew that Lu village was the first to discover the crops, and that old Lu had personally witnessed the divine cultivator. Now, as he claimed Lu Yao was a fraud, many villagers began to doubt her authenticity. Lu Yao smiled, confident in her preparations. Just a mere old man, she would not allow him to alter her narrative. With her powerful fortune, these inconsequential beings would ultimately bend to her will. Their feeble wills could not resist her commands. She approached step by step, her eyes like dark abysses, seemingly capable of drawing one in, and she asked with a commanding expression, "Come now, tell everyone, am I not the goddess?" "You are certainly not," came the reply from the 3 disciples of the Shennong sect. C2 Mingwei exaggeratedly remarked, "When did our innocent, lovely, and vibrant little sect master transform into such an ugly being?" His moon-like visage delivered biting words that extinguished any admiration Lu Yao had for his appearance. At that moment, the elder from Hushan village stepped forward, declaring, "I know who truly cultivated the crops. It was not her." Lu Yao's expression soured. She had not anticipated such widespread skepticism. What about her did not resemble a goddess? Humph. She scowled. "Everyone, please remain calm. Since old Lu claims to have seen the goddess in person, let us first hear his account." She continued to gaze at the elder, asking, "Am I not the goddess?" Old Lu felt an immense, unseen force envelop him, compelling him to utter falsehoods. Yet, how could he acknowledge that a fraudulent goddess had wronged the true fairy? He bit his tongue, his eyes bulging, and managed to croak out 2 words. "No, not her. You." Lu Yao's complexion paled. She had not anticipated that her fortune-controlling abilities would fail. In her reckless ambition, she had inadvertently brought misfortune upon Xiao Lexian, who had not intervened at all, and her own fortune was dissipating at an alarming rate. Lu Yao felt this loss acutely, her face contorting with distress. What was happening? Why was this occurring? The events of the day left her feeling out of control and anxious. She struggled to regain her composure, attempting to showcase her premonitory abilities to awe the crowd, only to hear old Lu declare, "The goddess can float in the air, with a mere wave of her hand able to cultivate crops. If you can do that, I will acknowledge you." He scrutinized Lu Yao, sensing her unease. The power controlling him had vanished, but he was determined to solidify her reputation as a fraud. Lu Yao suppressed her anxiety, striving to maintain her composure as she recited her premeditated explanation. "I exhausted my magical energy last time, and I fear." Oh, before she could finish, Yun Xiaoning stepped forward, smirking. "I wonder how long it will take for Miss Lu's magical energy to recover? A month? A year? 3 years? 5 years? 10 years? Stunned, Lu Yao thought, this should not be happening. With my immense fortune, should they not believe whatever I say? Why is everyone questioning me? Humph. Gong Changqing's face darkened. "You dare to flaunt the name of our sect master, deceiving all. You deserve to be punished." With a resounding crash, he struck, sending Lu Yao flying. "Ah!" she cried out, overwhelmed by pain. "Ha ha!" C2 Mingwei erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "This so-called goddess is utterly weak. She cannot even withstand a single strike from my senior brother. Is she truly divine? Ha ha!" Upon hearing his boisterous laughter, the crowd began to react. Indeed, how could a genuine deity be so feeble? Even if her magical energy were depleted, she should not be this pitifully weak. It was confirmed. She was nothing but a fraud. No need to listen to her explanations. Anger surged among the onlookers. Some were furious at being deceived, while others felt the goddess had been sullied. The villagers, in particular, glared at Lu Yao with eyes full of hatred, wishing they could pierce her with their gazes. Lu Yao had never faced such hostility and was overwhelmed with terror. The fortune that had once favored her, which she had manipulated to ensnare Xiao Lexian, now rebounded upon her. stripping away the power that had once made others believe her. Without the radiance of her deceit, she was merely a naive village girl. Her acting skills woefully inadequate. Who would believe her now? Stop hitting me. Please, I beg you. Lu Yao pleaded, trying to push away the enraged villagers. But she was utterly powerless alone. In desperation, she surrendered, shouting, I am a fraud. But are you not fools? Where in this world is there a true fairy? I am a charlatan, and that so-called sect leader is an even greater fraud. At least I dare to show myself. She doesn't even have the courage to appear. You should be directing your hatred towards that grand deceiver. C2 Mingyue's expression turned cold, clearly unimpressed. Truly ignorant of her own mortality. Senior brother, is there a way to compel the sect leader to appear immediately? Let this ugly woman witness our sect leader's true prowess. Yes, indeed. Xiao Qingxue nodded in agreement. Very well, Gong Changqing responded silently. In the depths of Hushan Mountain, Xiao Lexian's breakthrough occurred far more swiftly than anticipated. Should anyone venture close, they would witness thunderous bolts of lightning striking the skies above the heart of Hushan, directly cleaving through the forest. In that moment of transcendence, Xiao Lexian felt her spirit crystal clear, as the flora around her burgeoned at an astonishing rate. Anyone who beheld this scene would surely be awestruck. Trees that once stood only a few meters tall soared to dizzying heights, towering over dozens of meters, all centered around Xiao Lexian. If there were an observer with extraordinary vision, they might even catch a glimpse of these bizarrely colossal trees from the outskirts of Hushan Mountain. The location of Xiao Lexian's breakthrough coincided precisely with the convergence of the dense forest and the land of blood vines, creating an impenetrable natural barrier that pleased her immensely. This breakthrough not only benefited the surrounding trees immensely, but also greatly enhanced the blood vine. The blood vine was elated, for it could now integrate its essence with its spiritual body, a monumental piece of news. Wow, Master, I can emerge now. I want to transform into a bracelet and adorn your wrist. The blood vine exclaimed with excitement. Previously, it had found the most comfortable place on Xiao Lexian to be her dantian, nestled close to that little green sprout. However, after the lightning struck during her breakthrough, that little green sprout transformed into a small tree bud, bare yet tender with 13 tiny twigs. This miraculous transformation was unlike anything it had ever encountered, and it had no record of it in its lineage. Indeed, through Xiao Lexian's breakthrough, the blood vine had gleaned a fragment of its ancestral legacy, which filled it with delight. Following this master was undoubtedly rewarding. Xiao Lexian was also pleased with her transformation. After her breakthrough, she had grown taller, now resembling a 7-year-old child. The prospect of no longer being a diminutive figure brought her immense joy. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Look, do I not seem more like an adult now? She asked her 3 spiritual companions. Master, with your past lives combined, you have lived for over 10,000 years. Of course, you are an adult now, Little White replied. Perhaps you should remain silent, Xiao Lexian retorted. Little White innocently protested, I did not speak wrongly. Whoa, why must you be so harsh, master? The Tansi observed, trembling with laughter. This foolish creature remained blissfully unaware that a woman's age is a taboo topic, though once a revered immortal of countless years. In her current state as a mere child in the mortal realm, could it truly be appropriate to mention her age? The Tansi felt it was not fitting. With a tight-lipped expression, it remarked, Master has grown a little taller, resembling a 7-year-old baby. Xiao Lexian. Hearing this did not elate her. After all, the term baby hardly suited her. Sigh. Now, Xiao Lexian was in a state of deep conflict. Although she desired to be praised for no longer being a child, she also yearned for her growth to be acknowledged. Yet upon receiving the compliment, she was disheartened by the term baby. Fine, she conceded, recognizing her own complexity. However, she soon burst into laughter. Master, Tansi is so foolish. It claims you have grown a bit taller and look like a 7-year-old. In just a few days, you will truly be 7. Isn't it only natural to grow a bit? Xiao Lexian. Indeed, all of you are such simpletons. The joy of her newfound height was extinguished by this cold splash of reality, and she resolved to remain the carefree Xiao Lexian. In truth, the Tansi had consulted its database, where it was generally understood that girls are sensitive about age. Yet, when applied to Xiao Lexian, it was entirely incorrect. She was no ordinary girl. For one who had once been an immortal, longevity was a badge of honor, a testament to strength, and a sign of rich experience. Thus, age among immortals was revered, not scorned. The source of her discontent stemmed from the incongruity between her youthful appearance and her extensive wisdom as an immortal. After being a little adult for so long, she longed to embody a true adult. Referring to her physical form. Xiao Lexian found herself exasperated by the emotional naivety of her 2 spirits, but quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. After all, every age possesses its own joys, and she should not rush her physical growth, but rather relish the present moment. After all, having cultivated the Shennong technique, she may never have the chance to return to the innocence of childhood. With this thought, her happiness indeed multiplied. Little White noticed the master's relaxed expression and smiled proudly at the Tansi, conveying with her gaze, "See, I am the clever one. I understand what the master is thinking." The blood vine, transformed into a bracelet of a deep crimson hue, silently observed the two spirits in their playful banter. Its principle was not to engage in competition. It believed that by not contending, the master would love it all the more. It had once overheard human discourse and understood that true strength lay in non-contention. Though it did not grasp the full meaning, it felt it resonated with its own nature. Thus, when the master's expression softened, she paid no mind to the other two spirits, instead gently caressing it. "Ah, this feels wonderful. All right, we may return now. The breakthrough is completed, and all is well." She had anticipated that her breakthrough would require at least 2 days, but she had accomplished it ahead of schedule. However, it was also true that no matter how fierce the lightning in the mortal realm, it was mere child's play for an immortal. Just then, the Tansi interjected, "Master, some time ago, I received word from the Shennong sect's Gong Changqing. He mentioned that someone outside is impersonating the sect leader to claim the credit for the crops cultivated in Xianxia town. He does not wish for your efforts to go unrecognized and would like you to pay a visit." Xiao Lexian, unfazed, continued to walk, her demeanor unruffled. "Oh, what do you want me to go for? To slap their faces and show off?" The Tansi, "While it is indeed true, master, must you express it so candidly?" Tongzi still spoke a kind word for Gong Changqing, the diligent child who earnestly fulfills his tasks. "Perhaps they missed the sect leader too much, simply yearning to see you." "They? Indeed, master, not only is Gong Changqing there, but also your fellow disciples of the Shennong sect, Situ Mingwei, and your elder cousin. Over the years, they have been together, and even established a place called the Listening Wind Tower, dedicated to gathering intelligence in the Jingyuan kingdom. In other parts of Jingyuan, aside from Xiaojia village, they have cultivated points and acquired numerous estates and fields, personally tending to the land they purchased. The information gleaned by the Listening Wind Tower indicates that wherever there is a shortage of seeds, they strive to distribute special ones, albeit the locations are rather scattered and remote. The matter of special seeds increasing yield remains largely unknown to the public. Hence, aside from Xiaojia village, it proves somewhat challenging to promote elsewhere, as people are accustomed to using their own grain seeds. Unless they find themselves utterly desperate, they would not consider planting seeds of dubious origin. Xiao Lexian nodded thoughtfully at Tongzi's report, recognizing the reasonableness of the situation. Before their reputation spreads, promotion will not be an easy task. It must be approached gradually. After all, her affinity with flora is steadily increasing, indicating that the dissemination of those special seeds from the Shennong sect is indeed having some effect. "Master, since the common folk benefit from planting with special seeds, why not sell the seeds directly? Let the people purchase them. If the master lacks time, the disciples of the Shennong sect could sell the seeds themselves. Surely this would be swifter than gradual promotion. At the very least, the seeds purchased by the people would provide them with peace of mind." A point that Xiaobai found perplexing. Before Xiao Lexian could respond, Tongzi interjected, "That won't do. To attain the affinity with flora, the seeds must be distributed as gifts. If exchanged for money, it would essentially be a buyout, preventing the affinity generated through the common folk's cultivation from returning to the master. This is a fundamental tenet of Shennong cultivation. Moreover, the master, having founded the Shennong sect, requires sustainable development and seeds. What use is it to hold on to a significant sum of money from selling seeds? Would it not be futile to sell special seeds for profit only to purchase ordinary seeds for transformation? Such an approach would negate the distinction in generations of modified seeds, perpetually leaving them at the first generation, which is not advantageous for the master. It is essential to understand that once a type of seed is distributed, it can be recollected, soaked, and distributed again, creating a cyclical process. With each iteration of soaking and modification, the seeds become increasingly optimized, enhancing both yield and quality. Furthermore, the higher the generation, the more seeds the master can plant later, consequently garnering greater affinity with flora. Would you suggest that the master perpetually sell special seeds? Buy ordinary seeds with the earnings, transform them into special seeds, and repeat this cycle? Would it not be more beneficial to adhere to a methodical approach that increases generations? Upon concluding Tongzi's reasoned analysis, Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly befuddled by the shrewd Tongzi. What truly struck it was the master, with a smile, affirming, "Tuan speaks wisely." Xiaobai, eager to shift the topic, exclaimed, "Master, were we not discussing the messages from Gong Changqing and the others? Why do you not confront that impostor claiming your achievements? Now that I think about it, I could just as well wish to strike that person." Xiao Lexian chuckled lightly, responding with an airy demeanor, "Stealing my achievements? What accomplishments have I?" merely undertaking a task and fulfilling mutual needs with those villagers. I have no desire for such renown. Yet not everyone can seize it. With my current merits and strength, and as someone who transcends the rules, those who attempt to usurp will surely suffer consequences. There is no need for me to take action. That individual will likely face, the master's final. Icy laughter sent a chill down the spines of the three spirits. Indeed, in the presence of a transcendent being like the master, who has lived for millennia, what do those so-called accolades and achievements amount to? Xiaobai reminisced about the times the master was fervently pursued and admired, feeling a sense of awe. Once, the master was young, immersed in the lure of fame and fortune, captivated by vanity. However, after the fleeting splendor, the master seemed to have reached a higher realm, not only in strength, but also in mindset. This was not merely a comparison with mortals, but with former celestial beings as well. Before ascending to the azure sky realm, the master was universally acknowledged as a genius, the center of attention in the mortal realm, and ultimately became the first to ascend. After entering the celestial realm, the master appeared to grow weary of the bustle, instead choosing a low-key path of culinary indulgence. Wherever there was a commotion, it was often due to the master engaging in a brawl over a piece of heavenly swan meat. The heavenly swan, known for its exquisite taste, was difficult to rear, only cultivated by the one from the Swan Palace. For the sake of the swan, the master had frequently clashed with that individual, for the latter had proclaimed that anyone desiring to taste his beloved swan must first step over his body. The master dutifully followed through, leaving adversaries defeated beneath his feet. A scene Xiaobai found quite disconcerting, completely shattering the master's ethereal image. Lost in admiration of the master's grandeur, Xiao Lexian suddenly recalled something, exclaiming in surprise. Since my disciples of the Shennong sect cherish me so, longing to see me, I shall go and pay them a visit. She no longer cared to contemplate the identity of that fool who would suffer the consequences. She simply wished to see them for herself. Master, why must you go? Tongzi questioned, perplexed. Just moments ago, it had sensed the master's disinterest in fame and the pretentious thief, yet now the master seemed to have changed her mind. Xiao Lexian laughed joyfully, warmth returning to her expression. Because I am a good daughter who dotes on my father. She was astute, seeking to break through the unusual behavior she had observed in her father and deliberately allowing him to witness her immensely capable master. Her father was not foolish. Especially considering their family frequently experienced sudden grain production, he would undoubtedly attribute that to her master. Would her father not be anxious to safeguard her master's reputation? Her father had even mentioned that upon her return from her master, he would share some good news, which she suspected pertained to the validation of her master's name. Though the master was an impostor, her dutiful daughter would still fulfill her father's wishes. Xiao Lexian quickened her pace, gleefully heading home. Xiaobai mused. Is this what they call capriciousness? Chapter 77. I am the evidence. Meanwhile, Gong Changqing received the affirmative response from the sect leader and was overjoyed. Feeling that the sect leader still cared for them, firmly believing in his heart that the sect leader was a person of cold exterior yet warm interior, he nodded affirmatively to Situ Mingyue and Shao Qianxia, both of whom were equally excited, no longer paying heed to the large swindler being beaten. Situ Mingyue anxiously began to adjust her clothing, asking, Changqing, do I look good like this? Is it appropriate? Will the sect leader like me? Changqing, tell me, what kind of person does our sect leader prefer? Gong Changqing was rendered speechless. Ever since he brought his friend to the Shennong sect for the first time, he had been in awe of everything about it. The youth appeared to be filled with longing and anticipation for the celestial beings who could soar through the skies. And he was even more captivated by the yet unseen young sect leader. Whenever the young sect leader was mentioned, he transformed from a refined, moonlit youth into a garrulous chatterbox. Perhaps the more anxious one is, the more one talks. As for Shao Qianxia, she too was brimming with excitement, yet she maintained her composure, revealing little. Had it not been for Gong Changqing's observation of her nearly bitten lip and tightly clenched fists, one might have thought her heart was utterly tranquil. He, on the other hand, merely broke into a sweat, his palms clammy, his entire being taut with tension. He had to uphold his senior brother's dignity and composure. Meanwhile, Lu Yao never imagined that today would turn out so disastrous. After enduring a furious beating from the villagers, a voice of reason finally emerged. Enough, let us not kill her. The villagers, witnessing the severity of Lu Yao's injuries and having vented their wrath over her blasphemy, heeded the village chief's words and ceased their assault. Sensing the cessation of blows, Lu Yao lowered her hands from her face, her expression morphing into one of fierce defiance. Having been pampered for far too long and failing to learn her lesson, she continued to hurl threats. You wretches. You are finished. I may not be a true cultivator of crops, but I am his friend. Didn't old Lu say he is but a child? He is my friend. I will have him avenge me and slay all of you. Her frenzied screams echoed, but besides Xian's father, Yin Xiaoning, and the 3 disciples of the Shennong sect, the expressions of the other wealthy villagers, and even old Lu grew uncertain. They pondered whether they might truly have harmed the friend of their benefactor. Nonsense. Gong Changqing could no longer restrain himself. Our sect leader could never have a friend like you. If you were truly his friend, your actions would be nothing short of treachery. He held unwavering faith in his leader's discernment. Lu Yao, meanwhile, thought nothing of her image after today's debacle. She could no longer remain in Lu family village or Qingshi town. Yet, as she surveyed the faces around her, she committed each one to memory, her heart swelling with hatred. This humiliation would be repaid 100-fold. Simultaneously, she harbored resentment towards the heavenly Tao, questioning why it did not attribute its merits to her, forcing her to endure such suffering. Indeed, she felt that her previously unerring fortune had now faltered, no longer able to influence others. Seemingly drained by the heavenly Tao's meddling. Who else in this world possessed such power besides it? The promises of unconditional support turned out to be the words of a monster unworthy of trust. If there had been a shred of compassion left for the heavenly Tao, it had now been entirely consumed by animosity. Huh, she scoffed. It never even informed me of its true identity, all the while pretending to care for me. Liar, all liars. Yet, she could not yet turn against the heavenly Tao. She still needed it to exact revenge on these fools, wishing for them to meet a miserable end. Swiftly and immediately. As for the handsome men present, she intended to torment them thoroughly, while her gaze fell upon Xiao Qingxiu, whose exquisite features bore an elegance reminiscent of a chrysanthemum, resilient and striking. Jealousy flickered in her eyes. The women, she decided, should be cast into brothels to suffer. As these thoughts consumed her, she envisioned herself exacting vengeance upon these individuals, laughing maniacally. Situ Mingyue shivered at the sight of Lu Yao, who resembled a madwoman. Senior brother. Is she truly daft from the beating? Feigning madness. Gong Changqing snorted. The villagers, simple and straightforward, had calmed down after their initial fury. Observing Lu Yao's derangement, guilt began to wash over their faces. Even though Lu Yao was a notorious fraud, they felt they shouldn't have resorted to violence. Their anger had simply overwhelmed them. Just wait, you'll pay for this. Lu Yao shouted, suddenly turning her gaze skyward. Heavenly Tao, why don't you come out? I am being bullied to death. She unleashed her madness, fixated solely on revenge. In the void, the heavenly Tao, sleeping soundly, was jolted awake by her cries. Why is my sister calling for me? I cannot appear before mortals. If you don't come out, we're done. I won't play with you anymore. I'm going to be beaten to death. If you don't avenge me, those people should perish for their ingratitude. As she reached the pinnacle of her fury, all pretense was cast aside. She felt utterly humiliated. Recalling her fervent promises of loyalty to her elder brother, she cursed the monster for not claiming its own accolades. The onlookers regarded her with bewilderment, believing her sanity to be compromised, except for Gong Changqing, who seemed to sense something amiss. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao grappled with indecision. Should he intervene? But revealing himself to mortals could lead to dire consequences. What had his sister done to find herself in such a predicament? With a swift motion of his hand, he conjured images of the events, and upon witnessing them, he wept. Sister, it's not that I refuse to help you, but why would you provoke the Dark Lord? Have you a death wish? The terror of the Dark Lord extinguished any lingering pity he felt for her, covering his ears and feigning sleep. Down below, Lu Yao, who had sought to restore her dignity through the heavenly Tao, was left utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time the little monster had ignored her. Her complexion darkened, more so than after the beating. Though she had often derided the little monster, she acknowledged that her current state was entirely due to its intervention. If it truly disregarded her, what would she become? The crowd observed her frantic antics, realizing her cries were in vain. While they were unaware of who the heavenly Tao truly was, it was evident that Lu Yao could no longer remain in the village. Among them, a member of Shangwan Fu's entourage discreetly withdrew to report back. Upon receiving the news, Shangwan Fu's face darkened with rage. Yun Xiaoning, having watched the farce unfold, grew weary of the spectacle, concluding that the heavenly Tao would not appear. He prepared to leave, all the while hearing Lu Yao's wrathful declarations. You will regret this. You cast me out of the village? I, Lu Yao, do not need the likes of you peasants. Having spent time with Shangwan Fu, I have drawn a line between myself and you lowly folk, oblivious to the fact that in Shangwan Fu's eyes, she was merely a village girl. Without the embellishment of her once fortuitous aura, Lu Yao, who had relied on luck rather than diligence, revealed her unrefined nature. This coarseness, previously masked by unchallenged success, now laid bare in the face of adversity. Her behavior drew disapproving glances from the affluent young men and women of the city. Truly a farce. What a grand spectacle, scoffed young Master Qin. There is no goddess of agriculture in Xianxia town. It was merely a ruse. How foolish we were to fall for it. He felt utterly deceived by a pack of simpletons, his expression darkening. Let me go? Where are you taking me? I refuse to leave. Those three over there. I am truly friends with your sect leader. I called for him earlier, but he couldn't come. Mark my words, you will regret treating me this way. Lu Yao protested, not wishing to be humiliated and expelled from Lu family village like a discarded dog. Her eyes burned with hatred, vowing to remember this humiliation. Where are those three from? Why haven't they come to rescue me? I will ensure the little monster drives you all out. Lu Yao was, after all, merely a 12-year-old child. Despite having witnessed much through the lives of others and possessing a mature mindset, she had never truly experienced such profound suffering. Rather than reflecting on her own actions and the missteps she had taken, she instead harbored a deep-seated resentment towards everyone around her. They all deserve to die? Why won't they comply with me? The celestial Tao is to blame for not allowing me to take credit for even this small achievement. Those from the third gate are equally culpable. They abandoned me in my time of need, having previously insulted and kicked me. And Yun Xiaoning deserves condemnation as well. Were it not for him, I would never have had to impersonate a goddess. They all deserve to perish. Her heart was consumed by an overwhelming hatred, and she had succumbed entirely to darkness. Xiao Lexian was unaware that in the story, the heroine underwent a crushing blow that transformed her from an innocent white tea into a venomous green tea, her toxicity now unleashed. Without me, he will never cultivate crops for you again. Ha! She oscillated between tears and manic laughter. Finally, Hushan could no longer contain himself. There are no goddesses or fairies here. I know the one who cultivates for everyone is a male deity, not a child. Do not misattribute the credit, or the deity will be displeased. Xiao Hushan's voice rang out amidst the chaos for the second time, finally capturing some attention. Yun Xiaoning inquired, you know him? You are acquainted with him? Of course. At this moment, Lu Yao seized the opportunity and rushed forward, exclaiming, no, it's impossible. The one who cultivates is not an adult man. He is deceiving you all. Strike him, strike him. As long as others were being beaten, she would not be the sole object of ridicule. Lu Yao's rebuttal was so swift that neither Gong Changqing nor old Lu could respond before she interrupted them. At that moment, the village chief of Xiao village stepped forward, frowning. Hushan, you must not speak carelessly. You have seen what has become of Lu Yao. You claim the one who cultivates for the villagers is a young divine being, but do you have any evidence? Ha ha ha, he is a fraud. You must strike him. Lu Yao struggled fiercely, attempting to be thrown out, only to break free and return, reigniting the discussion about the true deity of cultivation. While no one paid her any heed, they were far more interested in who Xiao Hushan was referring to. The village chief and the villagers of Xiao were particularly solemn, for they understood that Xiao Hushan was not one to speak lightly. Lu Yao's clamoring was grating, yet there was a kernel of truth in her words. Hushan, do you truly possess any evidence? Of course I do. Xiao Hushan replied. What evidence? Speak quickly. Countless voices urged him, their impatience palpable. Xiao Hushan was momentarily taken aback. How was he to respond? Would revealing the truth expose his daughter? Just as Gong Changqing and old Lu could no longer restrain themselves from countering him, a clear, youthful voice cut through the air. No need to search. I am the evidence. The speaker was none other than Xiao Lexian, who had witnessed her father's interrogation and was displeased. As her words fell, Gong Changqing was rendered speechless. Old Lu was dumbfounded. Yun Xiaoning raised an eyebrow, and several wealthy young men erupted into laughter, finding the situation absurd, while the villagers gaped in astonishment. At that moment, Lu Yao, who had just been thoroughly humiliated, found renewed vigor. She glared at Xiao Lexian and Hushan, shouting, these two frauds, great deceiver and little deceiver, why aren't you striking them? Why not capture and beat them? Before seeking to eliminate the monsters, she needed to vent her frustrations. Xiao Lexian regarded Lu Yao with an icy gaze. Enough of your clamor. With a swift motion, she wielded a fire stick. Lu Yao felt as though her bones were shattering as she was sent flying, screaming until she faded into a mere black dot on the horizon. The crowd was left in stunned silence. A stillness enveloped the scene. Many instinctively swallowed hard, all sharing a singular thought. Xiao Hushan's daughter was extraordinarily ruthless. Chapter 78. A display of power, shocking and bewildering. Witnessing this spectacle, those who regained their senses were astounded and bewildered. Is this a child? Surely Lu Yao cannot have really lost her life. Those who contemplated this possibility included Xianxiaaudiobooks, who hesitated for a moment before moving in the direction Lu Yao had vanished. If she had indeed perished, he would claim responsibility for her death. After all, his own ailments had resurfaced, and he had but a few days left to live. He would take the burden of shielding Hushan's daughter from calamity. Remembering how Hushan had saved his grandson, Xianxiaaudiobooks' resolve strengthened. As for Lu Yao, was she dead? Certainly not. until her fortune was fully exhausted. Xiao Lexian would not allow her to perish. That blow had only left her in agony, wishing for death. Though Xiao Lexian was indifferent to such trivial accolades, she would not hesitate to grant the fire stick's desire for retribution if it were Lu Yao being punished. After all, the stick felt a certain displeasure at being used. Moreover, Lu Yao was simply too obnoxious. The crowd regained their bearings. Old Lu recognized Xiao Lexian and, in a fit of excitement, knelt before her. The village chief and the villagers of Xiao appeared to have forgotten who Xiao Hushan's daughter was, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at her. The village chief trembled as he asked, "Hushan, what is happening?" Xiao Hushan was equally surprised by his daughter's sudden appearance, though he was not shocked by her display of strength. As the village chief pressed him for answers, his mind was a blank slate until his daughter approached. Tugging at his sleeve, Father, speak. Master said we can reveal the truth." Xiao Lexian mischievously winked at him. Everyone was left with their minds swirling in confusion. Sighing, Xiao Hushan decided to reveal everything. He spoke of how grain mysteriously sprouted overnight in their well and courtyard, of a miraculous dream he had, and of discovering that his daughter was a disciple of a deity, omitting only the few secret texts due to the presence of so many outsiders. As the crowd listened, it felt as though they were hearing tales of the fantastical. What? Hushan, your daughter is a disciple of a deity? I must be hearing things. How can this be? It's utterly unbelievable. But Xiao Lexian is indeed impressive. Have you ever seen a child with such prowess? Perhaps she truly is a divine offspring. No wonder the deity favored Xiao village. It turned out their disciple resided there. The crowd collectively found their answers, enlightenment dawning upon them. Meanwhile, old Lu, having recognized Xiao Lexian, was on the verge of shouting. He cared not whether she was a disciple of a deity, for he was convinced that she was a deity herself. The three disciples of the Shennong sect were equally taken aback. At the same time, they received Xiao Lexian's mental message. Silence, do not speak. The group nodded in a daze. Gong Changqing's mind raced as he began to piece together the puzzle. It made sense why the sect leader had urged them to focus on cultivating Xiao village. It was because their leader resided there. But did the leader have a master? Why was he unaware of this? Upon reflection, it was indeed normal for the leader to have a master. After all, a sect as grand as Shennong would not be established solely by a child. Thus, the depths of Shennong's sect were truly unfathomable. In addition to their leader, who was a paragon of strength, there was another formidable figure hidden in the shadows. As for Situ Mingyue, he was utterly bewildered. He had always heard his friend Changqing refer to the little sect leader, but he had never imagined she was so young. Was this truly their sect leader? A mere child? The recent incident involving the young master left Situ Mingyue trembling, instilling in her a profound respect for him. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingxue found herself utterly bewildered. The leader of the Shennong sect, her cousin from her uncle's side? How fantastical and surreal did that sound? Was she dreaming, or was her hearing playing tricks on her? Yet, reflecting on her own ordinariness, she questioned what gave her the right to be part of the Shennong sect, and everything seemed to fall into place. Suddenly, she felt a flush of embarrassment. It turned out that she was indeed a privileged connection within the sect. In contrast, her senior brother Gong and junior brother Situ, along with the unfamiliar faces they occasionally encountered upon returning to the Shennong sect, all had gained entry through their own merit, while she was merely a fortunate beneficiary. But so what? She resolved firmly that one day she would catch up to their excellence. After the initial shock, Yun Xiaoning stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, "Young lady, are you a disciple of the divine? According to your father, the grain is cultivated by your master, and you claim to be the proof. Might you demonstrate a bit of your divine prowess?" Xiao Lexian was not fond of such attention, but in an effort to indulge her father, she stepped out from the crowd into an open space. "Want to see? How difficult can it be? Although my current abilities are unworthy of my masteress, everyone may take a casual glance." What followed was an astonishing spectacle that would remain etched in the memories of all present. It seemed that old Lu had an inkling of what was to unfold, his body shaking with excitement. Xiao Lexian stepped into the clearing, scattering a handful of seeds, each one plunging into the earth with a resonant thud. Then, as she channeled her energy, a swirling vortex enveloped her, and a mist of earthy hues began to rise. Old Lu trembled, eyes wide, seemingly transported back to that fateful night. Here it comes. It's happening. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. As the vortex surrounding Xiao Lexian spun, the seeds she had carelessly tossed began to sprout, taking root and growing at a visibly rapid pace. In an instant, a patch of vibrant green erupted in the barren sandy ground. All present, unable to believe their eyes, rubbed them vigorously. The villagers were left utterly stunned. Even forgetting the words of Xiao Lexian's father regarding the grain being cultivated by her master, and they began to kneel in reverence. This scene also caught Yun Xiaoning off guard. He had assumed the grains were manipulated through some esoteric means, never truly believing that it was a genuine supernatural act. While he pretended to accept that it was indeed the work of the divine, he had no real belief in such phenomena. The wealthy young gentlemen were equally dumbfounded. They had come merely to observe, but found themselves utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Before they could collect their thoughts, the disciples of the Shennong sect stood proudly. For this was their leader and cousin. The villagers' reactions were simple yet profound. They knelt in awe, tears of joy glimmering in their eyes. Some exclaimed, "Little divine being, this is truly a celestial fairy." More voices joined in, bowing and expressing gratitude to the little divine being for saving them. "Ah, Father, is this the little divine being who provides us with grain? How remarkable! We bow to the celestial fairy. We bow to the little divine being." This grand display of reverence became a contagious wave of emotion, leading even the likes of young Master Qian to kneel in bewilderment, joining in the homage. Xiao Lexian frowned. Recognizing that her refusal to acknowledge her identity was justified, she simply wished to avoid witnessing such scenes, for mortals held an overwhelming reverence for divine powers. She straightened her expression, declaring, "Rise. I have already stated that it is my master who provides for you. Henceforth, do not trouble him. He has only assisted you this once. The future prosperity of Xianxia town depends on your own efforts. Do not disturb my master. He dislikes it and has departed on a journey." An elder stepped forward. "Very well. We shall not disturb the divine master. Thank you, little divine being. Thank you, divine master." Xiao Hushan was equally taken aback by the spectacle, utterly at a loss. Seeing her father's frightened expression, Xiao Lexian felt a pang of sympathy. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, "Let today's events remain unspoken. Both my master and I prefer to avoid trouble. You may disperse now." Then, an even stranger occurrence transpired. The villagers, the wealthy young gentlemen, and even Yun Xiaoning found themselves involuntarily retreating, moving back towards their own homes. At this moment, their awe for Xiao Lexian and the divine master behind her reached its zenith. Yun Xiaoning's expression shifted entirely. The calmness he once possessed crumbled in the face of an event far more shocking than anything he had ever encountered. While the urban dwellers grappled with complex feelings of reverence, the villagers exhibited pure excitement and admiration, their cries echoing as they distanced themselves, their eyes sparkling with wonder. The Xiao family village and its leader stood in shock. The village chief, after the initial surprise, could only manage a wry smile. It seemed that peace had eluded Xiao family village entirely. Yet, with thoughts of his dreams igniting a fire within him, the village chief felt a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 79, Refusal. In the days that followed, Xiao family village, nay, the entire Xianxia town, buzzed with excitement. Tales of the little divine being and her master proliferated. The wealthy young gentlemen, who had been forced to retreat the previous day, could hardly contain their eagerness to visit again, particularly to pay respects to Xiao Hushan. Countless gifts of gold, silver, and jewels were offered, all in hopes that the Xiao family and their patriarch would accept them. However, they had all been warned by the village chief not to accept gifts privately, lest they tarnish the divine reputation. Thus, despite their desires, the villagers remained steadfast, grateful for the divine protection bestowed upon them, and collectively refused the offerings. As for Hushan, he would never exploit his daughter's newfound fame. He met the gift-bearers with stern disapproval. On this account, the Xiao family village remained remarkably united and harmonious. Of course, not every individual refrained from accepting bribes. After observing for several days, Xiao Lexian had taken note. They believed they were being discreet, but in truth, everything was well within her grasp. From the moment she revealed her connection to the divine, she had anticipated this outcome, and since she had taken the plunge, she ensured she had contingencies in place. Thus, while the village chief, Hushan, and other elders worked together to maintain order within Xiao family village, Xiao Lexian devised a permanent solution to address the underlying issues. On that day, Xiao Lexian rose early, contemplating the idea of having her father, Hushan, accompany her to meet the village head and Uncle Lu. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, fate intervened, as the village head and Uncle Lu arrived unannounced. Upon entering, the village head declared, "Hushan, take your daughter and join us at the ancestral hall." Startled, Xiao Hushan instinctively tightened his hold on his daughter and inquired, "Is there something amiss? Surely you do not intend to punish her?" Although his daughter had committed no wrongdoing, he couldn't shake the instinctive thought that young ones were often summoned for chastisement. Recognizing Hushan's apprehension, the village head's expression turned serious as he reproved, "Cease your baseless speculation. We require your presence for a matter of importance." Uncle Lu nodded in affirmation, alleviating Hushan's concerns. Recent disturbances from outsiders had kept Hushan in a state of heightened anxiety, and perhaps the village head sought to discuss these issues with him. Yet, he pondered why he had to bring his daughter along. Dismissing his confusion, He resolved to wait for clarity on the matter. In contrast to Hu Shan's bewilderment, the ancient immortal, having lived for millennia, discerned that the Xiao family harbored secrets. Xiao Lexian, however, felt no curiosity. Family matters often encompassed the same old stories. After a brief walk of around 10 minutes, they arrived at the ancestral hall of Xiao village. Once inside, the village head promptly shut the grand doors, enveloping the hall in darkness. A crackling sound followed, as a fire starter ignited, casting light upon the room. The village head nodded to Uncle Lu, then bowed several times before the central ancestral tablet. Rising, he twisted the tablet, and with a resounding rumble, the pillars supporting it moved aside, revealing a split path leading to a hidden basement. "Follow me," the village head instructed. Hu Shan, taken aback, was astonished to discover a secret passage within the hall he had revered for years. As they descended, the village head pressed a button on the wall, causing the pathway to seal and return to its original state. The underground corridor extended for several minutes, culminating in a dazzling array of lights ahead, accompanied by approaching footsteps. As the figure drew nearer, the light illuminated his features, and Hu Shan gasped, "Uncle Ten." Indeed, the visitor was none other than Xiao Jingxing, Hu Shan's uncle, who was scarcely older than him. "Uncle Ten, I thought you were dead." If memory served correctly, the body identified had unmistakably belonged to him. "That was a loyal servant disguised as me." "Disguised? Does our Xiao family possess such remarkable abilities?" "Hu Shan, let us discuss this inside," Uncle Lu interjected appropriately. The village head assisted him in maneuvering his wheelchair, prompting Xiao Lexian to take a closer look at Uncle Lu's wheelchair. Realizing the village head was about to unveil a significant secret, Xiao Lexian opted to become an invisible observer. As Hu Shan followed the three men, cradling his daughter, the light brightened, revealing walls adorned with numerous candles and a multitude of spirit tablets in the center. The names inscribed on these tablets were entirely unfamiliar to Hu Shan. His pupils constricted as he recognized that all the tablets bore the Xiao surname. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he entered a spacious room with his uncles. Seated around a large stone table, an eerie silence enveloped them until the village head broke it. "Hu Shan, are you aware of our family's origins?" Hu Shan's mind raced with confusion. Were they not merely a humble family from the village? What origins could they possibly possess? "Do you know who was responsible for your sixth uncle's injury? Was it truly mere jealousy from the political realm? Do you know where your ninth uncle is now? Or the whereabouts of your eighth aunt? What trials is she enduring?" Hu Shan stammered. "Why the sudden inquiries? Didn't my eighth aunt marry far away? And hasn't my ninth uncle gone to sea for business? As for sixth uncle, his injury was due to political strife, was it not?" Each question left him more bewildered than the last. The village head, in indignation, retorted, "No, it certainly was not. Sixth uncle's injury was due to..." Uncle Lu interjected, "Let us set aside my leg for now. Brother, please enlighten Hu Shan about our family's origins." "Very well." Thus began the village head's impassioned recounting for the next half hour, during which Xiao Lexian perceived her father's shock and disbelief. When it concluded, Hu Shan exclaimed, "So, our roots do not lie in Xiao village, and we are not even subjects of Jingyuan. Indeed, we had planned to take the Xiao family's secrets to our graves. But then Lu Bao and her master appeared. With an immortal descendant from our family, what have we to fear in returning?" Despite hearing this, Hu Shan felt no elation. Though he empathized with the tribulations faced by his ancestors, he recognized that they had achieved stability, the past was forgotten, and they could live peacefully. Why pursue a return? Furthermore, the weight of such a monumental responsibility was being thrust upon his beloved daughter, and he could not agree. Yet, the village head did not turn to Hu Shan, but instead addressed Xiao Lexian. "Child, do you wish to accept the position of the family head and lead us back to glory?" Xiao Lexian, no longer a mere child, barely lifted her eyelids as she resolutely replied, "Grandfather village head, I refuse. Do not waste your efforts on me." The village head opened his mouth to protest. But Xiao Lexian continued, "Do not presume that I am a child who knows nothing. I understand all that you have said. If you have ambitions and capabilities, strive for them yourselves without burdening a child." The village head was momentarily at a loss, astonished that such a young girl could speak with such calm resolve and authority. Suddenly, Uncle Lu let out a hearty laugh. "Indeed, I knew your usual rhetoric would not sway this child. I have witnessed the cleverness and tenacity of Lu Bao. It is nearly impossible to move her with tales of familial hardship. As for the mysterious, immortal master of Lu Bao, Uncle Lu had only heard of him but had yet to see him in person, thus his skepticism remained. He had only recently learned of the Xiao family's origins, knowing scarcely more than Hu Shan and Lu Bao. In his view, the past was but a bygone era, rather than fixating on it. They should focus on developing their future. Yet, the village head's obsession with returning to former glories was evident, and he felt it unwise to voice his thoughts. As for Uncle Tin's unexpected presence in the ancestral hall's basement, it had also taken Uncle Lu by surprise. Like the others, he had believed him to be dead. Now, Uncle Tin was nearing 50, and they were all aging. The village head, witnessing Xiao Lexian's unwavering refusal, sighed deeply. At that moment, Xiao Lexian spoke again. While I have never aspired for the Xiao family to reclaim its past glory, with the recent validation of the immortal presence in Xiao village, we must prepare ourselves. Father, the teachings from your master can be brought forth now. Select a few for those with potential in Xiao village to study. Uncle Lu's eyes lit up. Lu Bao, your master is indeed benevolent. This way, Xiao village would at least acquire the means for self-preservation. The village head, bewildered, queried, what teachings? Before he could inquire further, Xiao Lexian had already diverted his attention. Moreover, the village head, grandfather, must have been quite troubled by the incessant visits from those unwelcome guests in recent days, right? The village head nodded, indeed. This old frame of his is utterly exhausted. Xiao Lexian articulated her plan, stating, I intend to set up a formation for our Xiao family village, rendering it hidden from the world. Those with impure intentions, those harboring malice towards our village, shall be entirely barred from entry. Furthermore, this great formation will not restrict the ordinary movements of our villagers, as long as one is a denizen of Xiao family village. A single drop of blood on the formation stone will grant them the freedom to enter and exit at will. Of course, those who harbor ill will or disdain for the village will find their blood unrecognized. Upon hearing this, the village head and several others were visibly enlightened. Such a thing exists? They exclaimed. Very well, let us proceed. Immediate action is warranted. Without further mention of the family, the old village head instantly regained his vitality, grasping Xiao Lexian's hand as they headed outside. As they stepped out, Xiao Lexian suddenly recalled something and turned back. Isn't great uncle Shi coming along? To which he replied, he will not be joining us. He has vowed to guard the spirits of our ancestors for his entire life. In the eyes of the living, he is already deceased. Should those nefarious individuals continue their attempts to annihilate the Xiao family, at least great uncle Shi will safeguard a lineage for us. Xiao Lexian frowned at the village head's sentiment, assuring him, fear not, for none shall bring harm to the Xiao family while I am present. As a celestial being, I shall not concern myself with the rise and fall of clans. In my view, nothing is eternal, and prosperity or decline is but a natural cycle. However, should those individuals persist in their malevolence, I shall undoubtedly retaliate. Ha ha ha, splendid. Our Lexian is indeed courageous. The village head responded, though he mused. Yet those individuals are formidable. Even with a celestial master, can Lexian return in time? She is still so young. How many can she protect? The village head's thoughts only heightened his excitement about Lexian's arrangement for the village's formation. With the concealment spell, Xiao family village would vanish from the eyes of the world, ensuring peace and safety. Xiao Lexian prepared a combination of formations, the concealment formation, the misdirection formation, and the everlasting formation. The very names of these formations hinted at their purposes. Particularly, the everlasting formation would strengthen the health of those residing in Xiao family village. After a night of work, as the great formation took shape, the village head and his companions immediately sensed a remarkable transformation, leaving them astounded. A continuous stream of mist erupted from the ground, enveloping the entire village in an instant. They felt as though they had been transported to an unfamiliar realm before suddenly being returned to their original surroundings. Fortunately, it was nighttime. Had it been daylight, everyone would have been ensnared in the misdirection formation, lost and disoriented. What you just witnessed was the formation's manifestation. Xiao Lexian waved her hand, revealing a stone tablet. This is the formation stone. A drop of blood upon it will ensure you do not lose your way in the village. In the future, the concealment and misdirection formations will have no effect on you, as long as you have the everlasting formation. Excellent, the village head exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He declared, allow me to go first. He bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall upon the stone tablet. The tablet shimmered with light, recording his mark, and the misty village regained its original appearance. Father Hushan and great-uncle Lu also offered their blood, marveling at the miraculous results. They could distinctly feel a soothing aura within the village, erasing the fatigue of their sleepless night. The village head looked at Lexian, thinking, this child from the Hushan family is truly remarkable. She is indeed a disciple of a celestial being. However, he pondered, I do not intend to disclose the nature of this formation stone. I shall merely say it is a blessed stone for our village, a divine gift to protect us, ensuring health with a drop of blood. This was indeed the case, as Lexian mentioned that the stone also governed the everlasting formation, which promotes vitality and well-being. Father Hushan and great-uncle Lu concurred. Naturally, not everyone could reap the benefits of the everlasting formation merely by shedding blood. Lexian had imposed limitations, allowing only those who cherished the village and bore no malice to receive such blessings. Furthermore, should anyone wish to visit the village, They need only approach the formation stone to designate the intended guest. As long as the visitor harbors no ill intent, entry would be granted. To initiate the process, the host need only take an item, imbue it with the guest's essence, and present it for temporary certification at the formation stone. This was a well-thought-out plan, and Xiao Lexian explained it, leaving the village head in awe of its ingenuity. The following morning, during a village assembly, the village head led everyone to the blessing stone to shed their blood, informing them of its divine nature and its protective capabilities. Not only would their health improve, but they would also no longer get lost within the village. The villagers erupted in excitement, surrounding the blessing stone, discussing and marveling at its wonder, unable to contain their enthusiasm. To them, the gifts from the celestial being were sacred. Upon hearing of its powers, they rushed towards the village's outskirts, only to be astounded to discover that the entire Xiao family village had vanished. However, due to their blood ties to the blessing stone, even in the village's absence, they could still find their way home. As the concealment of Xiao family village took effect, those who had come to visit soon realized they could not locate the village entrance, leaving them in astonishment at the celestial being's immense power. With the blessing stone, Xiao family village remained hidden from the world. The villagers could live peacefully once more, content in their lives. Yet, not everyone shared in this joy. Among the discontented were Xianxiaaudiobooks, the daughter of the village's blacksmith, and the eldest daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, along with Xiao Lady, who were the most unhappy of the lot. Now 13, Xiao Lady had matured considerably and sought to escape the poverty of her family. With no reliance on her brother Xian, she believed her chances were slim. However, recently, several wealthy patrons had visited Xiao family village, and one had taken a liking to her, inquiring about her family matters. She thought fortune had finally smiled upon her, only to be thwarted by the emergence of the blessing stone, which concealed the village and barred her suitor from entering. How can this be? Xiao Lady lamented, observing her mother's similar distress, likely because they could no longer receive the patron's financial support. While she doubted the existence of celestial beings, Xiao Lexian's ascension as a disciple had inexplicably brought great fortune to their family, improving their circumstances. But how long could this last? The thought filled her with resentment. I must devise a plan, she exclaimed. Xianxiaaudiobooks, my good friend and sister, she is resourceful. I shall consult her. She must have a solution. With this determination, Xiao Lady hurriedly made her way to Xianxiaaudiobooks' home.